Hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to Let's Start Story on What If Harry Potter Became the Strongest Wizard and Ginny His Wife. So do 4 blue hearts comment. Be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video and please share with your friends and watch till end. Also check out Patreon for I have upload Harry x Ginny uncensored spicy version, link in description.
More stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. Rescued from Dumbledore's plans and raised beyond his control, Harry Potter grows up powerful far earlier than anyone expects. When he meets Ginevra Weasley, he discovers he isn't alone. Together they awaken a magic the Dark Lord never understood, changing the fate of the wizarding world before Hogwarts even begins. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. October 31, 1981. A great roar sounded throughout the little town of Godric's Hollow but didn't draw the attention it normally would have. The town was eerily quiet, in fact, though by all accounts it should have been a hive of activity given the tragedy that had just occurred. Even though the occupants of the town were either too scared to leave their homes or completely oblivious to what had happened, the newcomer was not, and a strangled cry left his lips as he caught sight of the nearly destroyed house. Sirius Black collapsed to his knees and sobbed as he looked at what used to be the home of his best friend. He had gotten worried when Peter had missed his check-in with him and had rushed over to make sure James, Lily and their 1-year-old son Harry were all right, but he was too late. James and Lily had gone into hiding when they learned that he who must not be named, the evil bastard who called himself Lord Voldemort, was after them. Dumbledore had suggested using the Fidelius charm, ensuring there was only one way Voldemort would be able to find them, if the one they named as Secret Keeper revealed their location. James had wanted Sirius to be the Secret Keeper, but his friendship with James was well known, so Sirius thought he would be the obvious choice, which would put the secret at risk. And so, he himself had suggested using Peter, something he now regretted knowing their friend had betrayed them. It was his fault, though, that James and Lily and Harry were now dead. He had suggested Peter as the Secret Keeper. He should have known Peter was the traitor. He had thought it was Remus, the 4th friend in their group, but he was wrong, and his lack of judgment had handed Voldemort exactly what he wanted. His failure had seen to the deaths of his best friend, his brother, and his brother's family. Had seen to the end of the most noble and ancient house of Potter. Sirius continued to sob, finding himself unable to do anything else in his grief, until another sound could be heard: a crying baby. Jumping to his feet, Sirius was into the house. He stopped dead in his tracks almost immediately, though, when he came face to face with the body of his best friend, his wand still in hand and eyes open, though unseeing. However, although he was quite paralyzed, Sirius made himself snap out of it when the crying continued. Sirius thought he would be more prepared for Lily's body, but he wasn't. If it were not for the crying baby in the crib beside her dead body, he would have collapsed again. "Hey," he murmured as he reached for the child. "Hey, it's all right. It's all right, Harry. Uncle Padfoot's here." He picked the baby up and wondered at how he was alive. Voldemort had clearly been here, and he wasn't known for leaving people alive, especially when they were his target. Pad, he gurgled as he settled into his godfather's familiar arms. James almost exclusively called him Padfoot, so it was no surprise that this is what Harry called him, at least so far as he could, being only 1 year old. Looking over his godson for any sign of injury, it was then that he noticed the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. It wasn't even bleeding, having the look of already being the remnants of some old injury instead of being new. He could feel the magic held within it, though, and knew that this was no ordinary scar. He didn't have time to ponder anymore, though, as a noise was heard from downstairs. Raising his wand, Sirius cautiously made his way out of the nursery. He made it to the landing when he came face to face with Hagrid, the Hogwarts gamekeeper. "Sirius!" Hagrid cried upon seeing him. Sirius lowered his wand but didn't put it away. Polyjuice didn't work properly on non-humans, and giants, even half-giants like Hagrid, were very resistant to magic, so it was highly unlikely he was under the Imperius. Still, he wasn't going to place his full trust in that and let his full guard down. "Hagrid," he replied wearily, holding Harry close to his chest as he made his way downstairs past James, Harry did not need to see the body of his dead father. It's a right shame what happened, Hagrid said, looking to James. He sounded close to tears. To lose James like this, and is Lily? Sirius nodded. And poor Harry losing his parents like this. Tears did fall now. The poor lad, an orphan. Yes, it's horrible, Sirius agreed, sounding much more detached than he felt, but he knew now wasn't the time to grieve. He had to get Harry to safety. Why are you here? Oh, Professor Dumbledore sent me, he said, turning away from James. He sent me to get Harry. Sirius' eyes widened and he gripped his wand more tightly. Why? Hagrid was entirely loyal to Dumbledore, so much so that it was hard for him to understand that while most people trusted the old headmaster, it wasn't blind trust like Hagrid had. Well, to take him to his aunt and uncle, of course. It was said as if it was the most obvious thing in the world, which to him it was. Dumbledore had said it, so to Hagrid that was all that mattered. And why would Dumbledore think he had any right to send Harry there when I am his godfather and specifically mentioned as his guardian in James and Lily's will, while Petunia is specifically mentioned as someone Harry should not be sent to? Now Sirius. Hagrid began placating, but Sirius wasn't having any of it. No. Dumbledore has no right to decide where Harry goes, nor will I even hear of him being sent to that magic-hating woman and her walrus of a husband. Sirius moved past Hagrid, who protested vehemently at not doing what Dumbledore said, but he appeared unwilling to try and forcibly stop Sirius. Conjuring a sling, Sirius placed Harry into it and mounted his motorcycle. The engine roared to life, and ignoring Hagrid's continued protests, he took off into the sky. September 1, 1991. Harry James Potter calmly walked through the barrier to platform 9 3/4, ignoring all the stares he was getting. Beside him stood his godfather, Sirius, and his uncle Remus. After Sirius had taken him from the ruins of his parents' house all those years ago, he had barely spent a day away from his godfather, or his uncle, and the two were the only fathers he'd ever known, though the number of stories they had told him throughout the years of his parents were staggering. Following his confrontation with Hagrid, Sirius had moved quickly to ensure his guardianship of Harry could not be contested. He had suspected that Dumbledore, for reasons unknown, would try something, and he had been right. Thankfully, Sirius' status as head of a noble and ancient house, along with the Goblin's testimony regarding the last will and testament of Lily and James, left Dumbledore with little room to stand on. It would set a dangerous precedent for all the other old pureblood houses if the will of one noble lord and the rights of another could be put aside so easily. Once ensured that Harry could not be legally taken from him, Sirius had instilled them at Potter Manor, and they'd rarely ventured into the wizarding world thereafter. This was largely due to what had happened the first time they went out to Diagon Alley. Harry had still been quite young, just barely able to walk, and the trip was made nearly impossible by the adoring crowds who wanted to shake hands with the toddler Harry. Dumbledore too had shown up and tried to convince Sirius that it was imperative that Harry be under his guardianship, though he had still not provided any reason why. Since then, sightings of the boy who lived were few and far between, as they had found that they could have just as much fun in the Muggle world, and so they rarely needed to venture into the Wizarding one. This accounted for the looks Harry was getting today. Everyone wanted a glimpse of him. Harry pulled at his well-tailored clothes uncomfortably. He didn't like being looked at like this, or at all, though he knew that it was futile to hope people would stop staring. Lost in thought, Harry didn't notice that his path was no longer clear, nor that one of the few people on the platform not staring at him had stepped into his path. Sorry. Both Harry and the little girl he'd run into said at once. It's all right, the girl added before looking up at him. My lord, she finished, giving him a small curtsy as she'd been taught to do when meeting a noble lord, of which she had no doubt he was by the traditional way he was dressed. Oh, just Harry is fine, he said. Are you lost, darling? Sirius jumped in upon seeing the blush on his godson's face. Something he'd be teasing him about in short order. Yes, my lord. I can't seem to find my parents. Well then, allow us to help you. What do they look like? Remus was already looking around for anyone who seemed to be missing a child. If you find a large brood of gingers, that'll be them. Sirius laughed. Ah, so you're the infamous daughter Arthur has told me about. Ginevra, right. Ginny, please, she said with a scowl, clearly not liking her full name. Sirius chuckled again. All right then, Ginny. I'm Sirius Black. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. And this tongue-tied lad is my godson, Harry. Ginny's eyes went wide, knowing who Lord Black's godson was even if she'd never met either of them. You're Harry Potter. She burst out before quickly apologizing for her outburst. Harry seemed very uncomfortable with her clear adoration of him, something the young Ginny caught onto, and so she vowed not to fawn over him again. Anything else she might have said to help pull her foot out of her mouth was cut off when her name was screamed, followed quickly by her being pulled into a bone-crushing hug. Her mother fussed over her for a moment before finally turning to those with her. Oh, she gasped in surprise seeing who it was. Lord Black. Thank you for finding my daughter. She too curtsied as Ginny had, though unlike Harry, Sirius didn't seem at all uncomfortable. Not at all, dear Molly. In fact, we had just introduced ourselves when you found her, so we really didn't do a thing. Well, thank you all the same. Now, if you will excuse us, we really must get back to her brothers. Of course, it was wonderful seeing you again, Molly. With that, the two women departed, though not without a backwards glance from Ginny, which Harry returned. Ah, Potter men and their redheads. Sirius said when Harry stared at Ginny's retreating form a bit too long. You're just like your dad, pup. Found your true love in first year. Oh, shut up. Harry grumbled. Saying goodbye to Sirius and Remus, Harry made his way onto the train and luckily found a compartment to himself. The Hogwarts Express had just pulled out of London when the compartment door opened and admitted a pale blonde boy who was Harry's age, and whom he knew well. Cousin. He greeted with a smirk. Draco scowled but took a seat after shutting the door tightly. So how big is your fan club going to be? He retorted. Now it was Harry's turn to scowl. That big, huh? Draco sniggered. They were all staring. Harry complained. Well, you are the boy who lived after all. Harry shot him a death glare and Draco backed off. Seriously though, people are going to stare. Just remember to tell me if it gets to be too much and I'll take care of it. As quickly as he'd come, Draco left, having seen for himself that his cousin was okay. Harry sighed as he left, wishing that Draco could have stayed so he'd have someone to talk to. However, both Sirius and his Aunt Sissy and Uncle Lucius had explained why it would be bad for their friendship to be known. They knew Voldemort wasn't really gone. They'd found that out when one of his followers tried to kill Harry, thinking that killing him would bring Voldemort back. They had originally thought the attempt to be that by a desperate follower, but it took only a bit of digging to learn the truth. Voldemort was still alive, though how they still didn't know. Given Lucius passed as a Death Eater, it would be death for him and his family when Voldemort returned if he was to be found to be a friend of Harry Potter. Lucius and switched sides in the First War shortly before Draco was born and had spied on Voldemort with only Sirius, James and Lily knowing about it. As head of House Black, Sirius had ancient magic he could use to protect those of his house, both physically and from mental assault from Legilimens. As Narcissa was a daughter of House Black, that protection extended to her immediate family as well so long as Sirius wished it to. And so, knowing that Voldemort wasn't really gone, Harry and Draco would hide their friendship and show it only behind the closed doors. The rest of the ride to Hogwarts was uneventful and Harry was left alone. When they arrived at Hogsmeade Station, Harry heard the shouts for first years to go to the end of the platform and he got his first look at Rubeus Hagrid, the one that Sirius had told him had been sent by Dumbledore, unlawfully Sirius added, to take him to his Muggle relative's house. Harry kept to the back of the group as they made their way down to the boats. He ended up sharing a boat with two other students, Ron and Hermione, both of whom seemed to be at each other's throats. His first glimpse of Hogwarts was just as impressive as Sirius had said it would be, and Harry could not help but be in awe of the ancient castle. Harry had both looked forward to and dreaded attending Hogwarts. On the one hand, this was where his parents had met, and given everything Sirius had told him about the castle, it sounded like his years at Hogwarts would be quite the adventure. On the other hand, there would be all the people staring at him, plus Dumbledore. Over the years, the old headmaster had lost almost all of Sirius and Remus' trust, which meant that Harry didn't trust him at all. He had tried several times throughout the years to gain control of Harry, and there was little doubt that there would be further attempts now that Harry was entering the old man's domain. The part that worried them most though was that they had no idea why Dumbledore wanted control of Harry. They doubted it was for his fame and fortune, which meant it couldn't be for anything good. When the boats docked, the students filed out and made their way inside. They were greeted by the deputy headmistress, Professor McGonagall, and were led into the great hall to be though the headmaster wished to say a few words. "I have a few start of term notices I wish to announce," Dumbledore said. "The first years please note that the Dark Forest is strictly forbidden to all students. A few of our older students should remember this as well." His gaze shifted from the hall in general to two red heads sitting at the Gryffindor table. "Also, our caretaker, Mr. Filch, asked me to remind you that the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a most painful death." That drew a large number of murmurs from the students, and even Harry was wondering what Dumbledore was playing at. He didn't have long to ponder though as the sorting began. Unsurprisingly, when Harry's name was called, the hall broke out in chatter as people tried to get a good look at him. Luckily he was quickly sorted into Gryffindor, though the Hat had contemplated putting him in Slytherin, and he joined his housemates with as little fuss as possible. He ate with Ron and Hermione, whom he thought might be friends, the three of them, if the two ever stopped fighting. Halfway through dinner Harry dropped his fork, his hand shooting to his forehead. He brushed off Hermione's inquiry if he was all right, but didn't dare brush off what he had felt. For only the second time in his life his scar was hurting. Harry knew it was no ordinary scar. Sirius had felt the dark magic within it as soon as he'd picked Harry up that fateful night, but several healers had looked at it over the years and all had pronounced it healed, saying that the dark magic they felt was due to the scar being caused by the most evil of spells. They had taken the healers for their word at first, but after the attempt on Harry's life they began questioning it. That was the first time that Harry's scar had hurt, when he was in the presence of Voldemort's follower, and now it was hurting again. Feeling eyes on him, Harry looked around and found three pairs looking his way, all from the staff table. Dumbledore's were not surprising, and Harry wondered when he would be summoned to the headmaster's office. Another set of eyes could only belong to one person based on Sirius and Remus. Description: Professor Severus Snape had been at school with them and hated them both almost as much as he had hated Harry's father. Given his godfather and uncle's stellar description of the man's character, it was no surprise that his hatred of James Potter would transfer to Harry. The third pair of eyes though were unknown to Harry, though a quick word with Percy Weasley, Ron's brother and a fifth-year Gryffindor prefect, would change that. "Say Percy, who's that talking with Professor Snape?" "Oh, that's Professor Quirrell," he replied upon looking up at the head table. "He teaches defense against the dark arts." Harry filed that name away for the letter he would be sending to Sirius and Remus first thing tomorrow. Given it was when he looked at Quirrell that his scar hurt, he had no doubt that he'd need that name soon. The summons from Dumbledore arrived with that morning's post in the guise of being an invitation that afternoon after classes. Harry had been expecting it, so wasn't too disturbed, and sent back a confirmation that he would be there. His more pressing matter was the letter he was currently writing to Sirius and Remus. He was trying to word it just right so that they would understand the severity of the situation, that Quirrell had something to do with Voldemort, but also so they wouldn't storm the school and confront Quirrell with nothing to go on aside from pain in an old scar. He finally thought he couldn't get the letter any better and was just thinking that he'd need to leave breakfast early to make a detour to the Ollery. There was only one bird to whom he would entrust this letter, when he heard a familiar screech. Looking up he saw Hedwig, the snowy white owl whom Sirius had gotten him for his 11th birthday, flying towards him. In the months since he'd had her, Hedwig had constantly surprised him with her intelligence, but this was a step further. "Are you sure you're just an owl?" he asked as Hedwig stuck out her leg for him to tie the letter to. She gave an offended screech and nipped at his finger as if to say how dare he call her just an owl. "Sorry," he said immediately. "It's just that you're more intelligent than any other owl I've met. I don't know how you knew I needed you." Hedwig puffed up and ruffled her feathers at his praise before nuzzling against his hand affectionately and stealing a piece of his bacon as she took off. With more time to have breakfast now, Harry settled in for seconds but wasn't left alone for long. "Good morning, Harry." A quiet, tentative voice spoke as Hermione appeared. She seemed hesitant and didn't immediately take a seat next to him, as if unsure if the kindness he had shown her last night was real, or if he had been nice simply because they'd been sat beside each other with no other choice. "Hi, Hermione," he greeted happily, taking note of the beaming smile she sent him as she finally sat down. After the attempt on his life and the revelation that Voldemort wasn't really gone, Sirius and Remus had started training Harry, knowing that at minimum he would be a target when Voldemort returned and wanting him to be as able as possible to defend himself. Reading people was one of the things they had taught him, as it was a useful skill should anyone be trying to hide something, and the impression he got from Hermione was that she didn't have many friends and was uncertain as to her own desirability as a friend. It was something Harry vowed to change. Ron joined them shortly after, and unlike Hermione, he immediately threw himself onto the bench across from them and began eating. "Morning." He grunted nearly incoherently through his sausage and eggs. "Chew your food before talking, Ronald." Hermione snapped, not at all hesitant in her dealings with Ron as she had been with Harry. He suspected it had to do with her thinking of him as a potential friend while she thought of Ron as an annoyance. Ron glared at her but did as instructed. For the rest of the meal the two bickered any time either of them opened their mouths, and Harry couldn't get a word in. He was tempted to leave them and find someone else to hang around with at school, but something within him was telling him not to. His instincts had always served him well before, so instead of getting away from the both of them before their fighting brought on a headache, he resigned himself to the role of mediator and got them both to stop fighting long enough to get to their very first class. It happened to be potions first thing, and Harry was curious as to how Snape would act towards him. If he ignored him, then it would all be well and good, but if he turned vicious, well, Harry had a way to deal with him. "There will be no foolish wand waving or silly incantations in this class," Snape said as he entered the classroom, his black robes billowing behind him. "As such, I don't expect many of you to appreciate the subtle science and exact art that is potion making. However, for those select few who possess the predisposition, I can teach you how to bewitch the mind and ensnare the senses. I can tell you how to bottle fame, brew glory, and even put a stopper in death. Then again, maybe some of you have come to Hogwarts in possession of abilities so formidable that you feel confident enough to not pay attention." Harry got his answer not 2 minutes into the class as Snape approached him, looking furiously down at the notes Harry had been taking. "Mr. Potter, our new celebrity." Harry stared back at him unflinchingly, causing Snape's eyes to narrow. "Tell me, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Hermione's hand shot up next to Harry, though she was ignored. "A sleeping potion, sir," he replied promptly. "A very powerful one, also known as the Draught of Living Death." Snape's eyebrow rose, he did not seem impressed. "Where, Mr. Potter, would you look if I asked you to find me a bazaar?" Again Hermione's hand shot up. "The stomach of a goat, sir." Now Snape's eye was twitching, though he was good at hiding it from all but those closest to him. "And what is the difference between monkswood and wolfsbane?" Hermione nearly jumped out of her seat as she raised her hand this time, desperate to be called on, though Harry knew this answer too. "There isn't a difference, sir, they're the same plant, which also goes by the name of aconite." Snape sneered but could obviously find no fault with his answers, for he turned his attention away from Harry and to the class in general. "Well, why aren't you all copying that down?" En masse the class shuffled to get a piece of parchment and a quill, some of them muttering what Harry had just said in an attempt to remember. Hermione looked at him somewhat hurt that he hadn't let her answer, but Harry merely shrugged. Snape had specifically directed the questions to him, after all. The class continued in much the same fashion until lunch, the first years having double potions once a week as there was so much they had to learn at the beginning, especially in regards to safety, before they could even start brewing. When the bell rang to signal it was time for lunch, Harry slowly put his things in his bag, purposefully taking longer than everyone else. "Go on, I'll catch up," he said to Hermione and Ron when they looked like they would wait for him. Both nodded, but instead of leaving together, Hermione marched off on her own, much to Ron's relief. When the entire class was gone, Harry approached Snape, who eyed him as one would eye an insect they were about to crush. "Yes, Potter," he said in a dangerous voice. "Sir, I wanted to talk about your behavior towards me today and ensure it never happens again. He said straightforwardly. He doubted that Snape would ever be a pleasant teacher, but Harry would be damned if he allowed the rest of his potions career at Hogwarts be marred by something that had happened before he was born. Why you? Snape stood up to tower over the 11-year-old, but Harry simply held up his hand. The potions master stopped more because of Harry's audacity than because of the action itself. I know you don't like me, and I know why. But you will not ruin my education by punishing me for what my father did. I see that Black has been telling tales. Snape spat. What lies has he told you about your sainted father? None. At least not that I know of. Sirius and Remus have both admitted to me that they, and especially my father, were rather cruel to you in school. They told me this as they thought you might treat me poorly because I look so much like him. It seems that they were right. Snape said nothing, appearing to have no words as he'd been convinced that Black and Lupin would do nothing but sing James Potter's praises. Look, as heir to a noble and ancient house I could demand that you treat me better or risk the wrath of my house, but I don't want to. He said forcefully when Snape opened his mouth. I'd rather us simply come to an understanding. I don't expect you to spew sunshine and rainbows or anything, merely to treat me the same as any other student and not punish me because my father was a bully. If you can do that, then I will continue to treat you with the utmost respect and we will get through potions classes with a minimal amount of pain. Again Snape was at a loss for words. No student had ever had the nerve to speak to him so, especially not a first year. The fact that Harry was also speaking calmly and rationally, and not requesting more than he thought Snape could give, also sent him into shock such that he merely nodded. Good, Harry said, before rummaging around in his bag and pulling out a stack of papers tied together with a string. I also wanted to give you this. Letters from my mother. Snape's shock was now blatantly obvious. She wrote dozens of them to you before she died, though I don't think she ever sent one. I don't know the whole story. Sirius and Remus said it wasn't theirs to tell, but from what I read here I gather that the two of you were rather close growing up, but in your later years here at Hogwarts you had a falling out of some sort. Whether or not she ever meant to send you the letters or if she wrote them just for her I also don't know, but she's gone now and since they were addressed to you I thought you deserved to have them. Snape took the stack of letters almost reverently and was completely unaware when Harry left the room. With Snape effectively cut off at the knees, though he wasn't yet sure what would happen now, Harry finished his first day of classes without any other incidences. However, he knew that his confrontation with the headmaster was still to come. At 4 o'clock Harry ascended to the 7th floor in the headmaster's tower, speaking the password, acid pops, that Dumbledore had given him in his letter that morning. The gargoyle guarding the entrance sprang to life and Harry rode the moving staircase up to the headmaster's office. The door stood open in anticipation of his arrival and Dumbledore, sitting behind a large, ornate golden desk, smiled at his arrival. Ah, Harry my boy. Please do come in and take a seat. Harry moved to do as directed but stopped short upon seeing the brilliant bird perched on a golden stand next to Dumbledore's desk. He seemed mesmerized by it and approached the bird, reaching out a hand to it. The bird crooned softly and Harry felt a weight lift off his shoulders, as if all his worries were no longer so heavy. The bird rubbed its head against Harry's outreached hand as it continued to croon, bringing a sense of peace to the entire room. This is a phoenix, isn't it, sir? He asked softly. Yes, Dumbledore said, coming to stand beside Harry. Fox has been my companion for some time now. They are fascinating creatures, phoenixes. They can carry immensely heavy loads, and their tears have remarkable healing powers. Their song, which you have been fortunate enough to hear a few notes of today, is also quite remarkable. It is like warm liquid, Harry said. It instills peace and courage to those with goodness in their hearts, though it is said that its song can also strike fear into the hearts of those who are impure. Indeed. Dumbledore sounded impressed. And why is that, do you think? He was ever the teacher, even long after he'd left the classroom. No one knows for certain, but it is said that it is because phoenixes are creatures of pure light. Those with evil hearts cannot stand to hear the song of one so good and pure. Nor will phoenixes stand to be near to those who are impure. Harry finally turned to face Dumbledore. It says a great deal about you, sir, that Fox came to you. That he has remained with you so long is unheard of. It was also making him reconsider his opinion of Dumbledore. He had never thought the man evil, but from what Sirius and Remus had told him about his manipulations and secrets, Harry had had no trust for the man. He was still unsure about the old man, but Fawkes' presence told him that whatever the headmaster was hiding, whatever the reason for him playing with people, their lives, and even the government and the law itself, like they were pawns in a game of chess, he did not do so with malicious intent. Thank you for saying so, Harry. Dumbledore murmured with a small smile. Now, to the reason I asked you here. The two moved and took their seats. Lemo. Drop. No thank you. Harry turned down the sweet offered to him. Very well. Dumbledore put the sweets away. I asked you here, Harry, because I wished to speak with you about your living arrangement with Sirius Black. It was very irresponsible for Sirius to have taken you from your parents' house that night, Harry. I had made arrangements for you to stay with your last living relative, the only family you had left, and it was there you should have been taken. Harry felt his blood boil. Sir, Sirius is both my godfather, and my legal guardian should anything happen to my parents. This was clearly laid out in their will, a will that you tried to have sealed, I might add, as was the fact that under no circumstances was I to be sent to my aunts. I wonder, sir, what right you had to try and disregard my parents' wishes. Harry, I knew your parents very well. Then you should have been aware of their decisions regarding my care in the event they couldn't care for me themselves. I also dare say you did not know them better than Sirius, who was my dad's brother in all but blood. Harry had already had enough. This was the same argument Sirius had been having with Dumbledore for years, and Harry was not prepared to take Sirius' place and have this argument with the old man for the next 7 years. Sir, I don't know why you were determined to place me with my aunt, and like before when my godfather asked you, I doubt you'll give me a straight answer now. I also don't know why you seem determined to weasel yourself into a position of power in my life. And again, I doubt you would answer me honestly should I ask. We both know, sir, that Voldemort is not really gone. You all may have thought I had gone to bed, but I heard your row with Sirius and Remus after that Death Eater tried to kill me when I was 5. I hope that there comes a day when we can work together to take down Voldemort once and for all, but until you are honest with us, and stop trying to manipulate me to do what you want, that isn't going to happen. So until that time comes, Headmaster, please refrain from trying to interfere in my life and stick to school-related matters for all your dealings with me. Otherwise I will be forced to view your actions as a direct attack against House Potter. Without another word Harry stood and left Dumbledore's office. The old man had seemed speechless and Harry wondered if he had gone too far. If nothing else he had let it be known, as he had with Snape, that he wasn't some ignorant kid, which was no longer an advantage he had over him. Adults tended to underestimate ignorant kids, but Dumbledore would not do so now. With Snape Harry had not cared too much, he had also not revealed as much, only going so far as to show that he was highly observant and quite intelligent. With Dumbledore though he had revealed that he knew about a great deal of what was going on and could handle it all quite well. And he could. He'd been training since he was 5 years old in anticipation of facing Voldemort again one day. At 8 he had realized what all the training was for and knew that he couldn't afford to be a normal kid. This was too important. It was not only his life on the line, but many other lives as well. He had to be prepared when the time came, and if that meant smartening up and becoming a short adult, as some witch had described him on one of his rare outings to Diagon Alley, then so be it. He would not go down, nor let anyone he cared about go down, without a fight, and as Voldemort had already shown that he was not against trying to kill a baby, Harry could not rely on the Dark Lord waiting until he was 17 to attack. Whenever the time came, he would be ready. The next morning Harry was once again sitting at the Gryffindor table for breakfast with Ron and Hermione on either side of him. This time they were steadfastly ignoring each other instead of bickering, though Harry wasn't sure if that was an improvement. When the post arrived he looked up to see that Hedwig had returned. She landed next to him, stuck out her leg, and happily drank some of his pumpkin juice before once again stealing a piece of his bacon before taking off for a long rest in the Ollery. Harry opened the letter from Sirius with some trepidation. Though he had tried wording his letter carefully, there was still every chance that Sirius and Remus could already be on their way to the castle. Harry, congratulations on being sorted into Gryffindor. Now that that is out of the way, you did the right thing writing us so quickly. It is more than just worrying that your scar has hurt again, and I want you to be very careful, especially around this Professor Quirrell. I have written Lucius and Narcissa asking that Lucius finds some excuse as a school governor to visit Hogwarts so he can meet this professor for himself. Your subtext was noted, pup, and you were right. Storming the castle and confronting him right now isn't a good idea, no matter how much we might want to. For now, I want you to lay low and use your powers of observation. I know they are far better than you let on, to see if you can find out what he is up to. Do not do anything stupid though. You are to simply observe when the opportunity presents itself, do not go seeking him out. It is unlikely that whatever he is up to is an imminent threat to you, or the other students. If it were, then he would have gotten on with it and wouldn't be playing the professor. Let us know immediately if you see anything unusual or if your scar hurts again. If something changes and you think that there is an imminent threat, I want you to go to Dumbledore. You know I don't trust him, but he is a very powerful wizard and would do anything to protect the school and her students, of that I have no doubt, and he is better placed to act immediately if needed. Keep your head, Harry, and know that Moony and I will do everything we can to help you. Know also that I miss you terribly, though I will deny ever saying so if you tell Moony. Padfoot. Then in another hand, a postscript had been added. P.S. I am fully aware that Padfoot told you he missed you. I miss you as well. Moony. The letter was much better than he had expected and said everything he had hoped for. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. A letter from home already, Potter. A familiar voice spoke behind him. Harry turned to face Draco and found him flanked by two gorilla-like Slytherins, both trying their best to look menacing. Do you miss your godfather so much that you can't even go a day without a letter? Pathetic. Harry tried not to laugh, and though Draco was sneering superiorly at him, he could see the mirth in his cousin's eyes. Since the two couldn't openly be friends at school, they had decided to become enemies. This would allow them to continue to see each other frequently outside of class, not to mention that they had had great fun this last summer coming up with ideas and practicing insults. Well, it is my first time away from home, as it is for most of us first years, and I'm sure you noticed that many people got letters from home today. Harry decided to shoot Draco's taunt down with logic this time. And don't think we didn't notice the package you got. Though I'm surprised your parents missed your ugly face enough to send you anything. That was about as nasty as they could get, neither being able to push aside their years of friendship to truly say anything too cruel. In truth, Harry knew that Narcissa and Lucius would miss their son terribly, and that his aunt had not stopped worrying for the last 2 weeks. The package Draco had received was no doubt full of sweets and some short missive just long enough to embarrass Draco with how much she loved him. Harry also knew that he likely had a similar package waiting for him in his trunk. Not being able to send it through the post, Narcissa would have called on Dobby, his house elf, to play messenger, as he would have no trouble getting to his master, even through Hogwarts wards. Very little could stop a house elf where it concerned their master. Dobby had once been the Malfoys' elf, but upon saving Dobby 2 summers ago from a Gindy low that had gotten hold of him when he'd been down by the lake at Malfoy Manor, the little elf had worshipped the ground Harry walked on. Knowing that Dobby's first allegiance was now to Harry, in his heart at least, his bond with the Malfoys would allow him to be disloyal to them, they had gifted him to Harry shortly after. Knowing how house elf magic worked, and that they genuinely enjoyed serving their masters, thanks to the several elves at Potter Manor, Harry had happily accepted Dobby and had had a loyal friend ever since. My mother sent me the sweets I asked for, Potter. It's not some letter because I'm too much of a coward to sleep away from home. Practically sticking his nose in the air, and really testing Harry's ability to control his laughter, Draco stormed off with his 2 new sidekicks. Just ignore him, Harry. Hermione advised sensibly. He's a git, Ron said, looking at Hermione like she was crazy for suggesting that Harry ignore Draco's taunts. I doubt he asked for anything from home, he probably just misses his mummy too much. Probably. Harry agreed. Come on, we're going to be late for herbology. The first 2 months of school passed by quickly, and Harry was pleased to say that after his first day he'd had a rather normal school experience. Dumbledore had not tried to speak to him again, and Snape had been, if not exactly nice, at least not cruel. In fact, during class he rather ignored Harry, which was just fine with him. Transfiguration, taught by Professor McGonagall, who was also his head of house, was quickly becoming his favorite subject. The very first day he and Ron had arrived late after the moving staircases made them go the long way around. They had entered the classroom to find no professor, but rather a cat sitting on the desk. Ron had only just stated that they were lucky McGonagall hadn't arrived yet when the cat jumped off the desk and the professor herself landed in front of them. Harry was well used to seeing animagus transformations living with Sirius, but his godfather had neglected to tell him that one of his professors was one. Becoming an animagus was something that Harry greatly wished to do himself, but was also one of the few things that Sirius had refused to teach him. It was far too dangerous, he said. He and James had put their lives on the line trying to become animagi at such a young age and without help, though they had not known just how dangerous it was at the time, and though Harry wouldn't be alone, Sirius still said it was too dangerous. Now knowing another animagus, and his favorite professor at that, Harry was looking to get McGonagall to instruct him, though he knew she would flat out refuse a first year, and probably a second year, so he would have to wait a bit and approach her when the time was right. Until then he would read up as much as he could on animagi so that he was ready when the time came. Entering the Charms classroom, Harry took his usual spot between Ron and Hermione. 2 months of seeing each other every day hadn't warmed them to each other yet, and Harry was starting to get frustrated. Today wasn't the day though to try and stop them from fighting. It was Halloween, and for Harry that would never be a good day as it was the anniversary of his parents' deaths. It wasn't a good day for Sirius or Remus either, but both had always gone out of their way to make it more bearable for Harry. This morning he had received long letters from the both of them, as this was the first time that they were not together on this day. He had written them long letters as well and sent Hedwig off yesterday, so he knew they would have gotten them this morning. He was hoping, like they were, that the letters would help somewhat. Coming out of his thoughts, Harry noticed that Professor Flitwick had passed out feathers and the class was beginning to practice the levitation charm. Harry had already mastered this spell, so he didn't feel bad about not having paid attention to the lesson. One of the perks of coming from a noble and ancient house was that the ancestral homes came with such old and powerful magic protecting it that the ministry couldn't register underage magic so long as you remained within the wards. Some parents, such as Neville Longbottom's grandmother, Harry noted, still did not allow underage magic regardless that it couldn't be detected. Others, like most of the families in Slytherin House, encouraged their children to practice from an early age. This was clearly shown as many within Slytherin were already levitating their feathers, while most others were struggling. One such person was Ron. Stop. Stop. Hermione snapped. You're doing it wrong. It's Leviosa, not Levosa. You do it then if you're so clever. He snapped back. Hermione wore a determined look as she raised her wand. Wingardium Leviosa. With the proper swish and flick motion, Hermione's feather raised off the desk and began to float into the air. Professor Flitwick was quite impressed as she had performed the charm correctly on her first try and was the first in the class, those who had been practicing the charm before coming to Hogwarts excluded, to get it right. Ron scowled darkly at Hermione and Harry sighed. It really wasn't going to be a good night with the two of them at each other's throats. When the bell rang, Hermione told the boys to go ahead as she wanted to ask Professor Flitwick something. This was a mistake, though Harry didn't see it at the time. It's Leviosa, not Levosaa. Ron mocked Hermione to the amusement of Seamus and Dean. She's a nightmare, honestly. Shoving past him as she went, Hermione stormed past, tears clearly in her eyes. Nice, Ron, Harry said disappointedly as he chased after Hermione. She yelled at him to leave her alone and eventually dashed into the girls' lavatory to get away from him. They didn't see her for the rest of the day or at the Halloween feast that night. Harry was beginning to get quite worried, though he wasn't the only one. Ron had immediately seemed regretful once he knew that Hermione had heard him and had spent the rest of the day feeling guilty. Though Harry was also worried, it was Ron who was now questioning their classmates about her whereabouts. Parvati Patil said that she wouldn't come out of the girls' bathroom. She said that she'd been in there all afternoon, crying. Neville informed them. Ron hung his head and quietly told Harry that if she hadn't made an appearance by the end of the feast, then they would go find her. Harry quickly agreed. Their plans, however, were scrapped mere minutes later when Professor Quirrell burst into the Great Hall screaming that there was a troll in the dungeons before passing out. The hall broke into chaos though, with but one word Dumbledore was able to silence them. Now, prefects will lead their house back to the dormitories. Teachers will follow me to the dungeon. He instructed. The students did as they were told, and Harry and Ron followed Percy back towards the Gryffindor common room. They hadn't gotten very far though when Ron stopped him. Hermione, he said. She doesn't know. The two took off without another thought, heading towards the girls' lavatory that Harry had seen her dash into earlier. How could a troll get in? Harry asked as they ran. His question was directed more to himself, but Ron answered anyways. Not on its own. Trolls are really stupid. Which posed the question. Who had let the troll in? Harry knew he would be writing to Sirius about this, and undoubtedly Uncle Lucius would be at the school tomorrow demanding a full inquiry. Finally they arrived at the bathroom, but they were too late. The troll had clearly left the dungeons. Hermione. Ron gasped before running in without a second thought. Hermione, move. Harry shouted as they saw the troll raising its club. She did just that, but there wasn't really a safe place to go. The wooden stalls fell easily to a single swing of the troll's club, and the sinks didn't fare any better. Help. Not knowing what spell could stop a troll, Harry ran at it and grabbed its club when it went to swing it again. The extra weight of one 11-year-old though was nothing to the giant troll, so it did nothing to stop it, at least not until Harry landed on its shoulders. The troll then became confused, which took its focus off Hermione as it tried to get Harry off it. It finally managed to grab Harry's leg and was preparing to deliver a killing blow, were it not for Ron. He had had an idea, and knowing he couldn't fail or his friend would die, Ron shouted one of the few spells he knew. Wingardium Leviosa. The club stayed put when the troll swung its arm. Ron directed it to be just above the troll's head before canceling the spell and watching as the troll was knocked out by its own club. Is it dead? Hermione asked as she carefully approached the boys. I don't think so, just knocked out. Harry said. We should go before it wakes up again. Ron said, to which Harry and Hermione quickly agreed. Their escape was cut off, however, by the arrival of the professors. McGonagall took one look at the scene before her and turned to Ron and Harry. Explain yourselves, both of you. She demanded. Hermione being in the girls' lavatory was understandable, but the boys had no reason to be here. It's my fault, Professor McGonagall. Hermione spoke up. I was taking too long in the loo, so I didn't know that a troll was in the castle. If Harry and Ron hadn't come and found me, I'd probably be dead. It was a plausible scenario, and with no better explanation McGonagall accepted it. Be that as it may, it was very foolish of you to come searching for her on your own. She said. You should have alerted a teacher, or a prefect when you realized your friend wasn't with you. 10 points will be taken from Gryffindor for your serious lack of judgment. The boys nodded and tried to look contrite, though they were secretly pleased that that was all the punishment they would get. I also hope you realize how lucky you are. Not many first years could take on a fully grown mountain troll and live to tell the tale. 5 points will be awarded to each of you. She pursed her lips and looked them in the eyes. For sheer dumb luck. Motioning for the students to precede her out of the bathroom, McGonagall led them far away from the troll before telling them to hurry back to the common room straight away. When they were alone, the three breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you both, Hermione said after they'd been walking in silence for a few minutes. I probably would be dead if it weren't for you. Ron was the one who remembered you weren't at the feast. Harry said. Ron blushed when Hermione turned his way. Yeah, well, I reckon if it weren't for me being a complete git you wouldn't have been in the lavatory to begin with. He muttered. I'm sorry. With a strangled sob Hermione launched herself at Ron and gave him a hug. He seemed quite surprised by her move, as did Hermione actually, and she quickly pulled away, both of them blushing. Well, that was very nice of you, Ronald. Thank you, she said. You're welcome, he replied. The two then turned stiffly and began making their way back to the common room, not noticing that they were leaving behind a very amused Harry. After the troll incident, Ron and Hermione stopped fighting, for the most part at least, and their friendship bloomed. It made Harry's life much easier as he was no longer in the middle, always mediating between the two who were quickly becoming his best friends. Harry had written to Sirius about the troll, though it had proved unnecessary, for he was clearly not the only student who had written home about it. Draco had clearly done so immediately, as at breakfast that morning Lucius Malfoy, along with several other old men whom Harry assumed to be the other school governors, strode into the Great Hall and went straight for Dumbledore. After some heated words that no one could hear, Dumbledore stood and led the governors out of the hall, presumably to his office to discuss this further. The final weeks before the Christmas holidays were thankfully quiet, the biggest event being that Harry made the house Quidditch team without even trying out. Oliver Wood, the team captain, had apparently been having trouble finding a seeker, and after McGonagall had seen his skill during one of the first year's flying lessons, she put him on the team. Their first game had been against Slytherin and they'd beaten them soundly after Harry had caught the snitch. His popularity grew after that, which normally would have bothered him, though this time it was because of something he was good at and worked for instead of being because he'd lived while his parents had not. The Christmas holidays arrived and Harry and Hermione were both going home, though Ron and his brothers would be staying as their parents had decided to go visit another brother. Ron had 6 siblings, only one of whom was a girl, in Romania. Sirius and Remus were overjoyed to have Harry home, and Harry was just as happy to see them. They spent a pleasant Christmas together, along with Draco, Narcissa and Lucius, with the only surprise being a gift that Harry received. It was a simple parcel with an unsigned note saying, "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It was time it was returned to you. Use it well." When he opened the parcel, Sirius immediately identified it as James's invisibility cloak. He was very excited to see it again and immediately told Harry of all the pranks he could play with it, the marauder in him unable to think otherwise. Remus, though a marauder as well, was mature enough to warn Harry not to do anything too bad with it, to which Sirius promptly added, so long as he didn't get caught. It wasn't until shortly after, before the Easter holidays, that Harry had an opportunity to use the cloak for an after-hours walk. Things had been too busy for him to go earlier. Between homework, which each professor seemed intent on increasing now that they were getting closer to the end of the year, and Quidditch practice, which Oliver insisted on 3 times a week, he hadn't had any time to himself. And that was all without adding in the enigma that was Quirrell. Both Sirius and Lucius had quietly looked into him, but they were unable to find anything unusual, nor had he tried anything untoward all year. Still, Harry's scar continued to hurt whenever he was near, so they knew something was up and they continued to investigate and monitor him. With all that, it wasn't until the end of March until Harry got to use his father's cloak for the first time, going for a midnight walk around the castle. Whether it was because karma had come around, seeing he was being bad and breaking the rules by being out after curfew, or because the calm was simply over, Harry ran into trouble. Turning a corner on the 2nd floor, Harry stopped dead as 2 figures shot out of the shadows, one of them throwing the other against a wall. "You don't want me as your enemy, Quirrell." The recognizable voice of Snape spoke. What do you mean? You know perfectly well what I mean. Severus, aye. We'll have another little chat soon. When you've had time to decide where your loyalties lie. Snape growled before releasing Quirrell and taking off. The defense professor stood there a moment before he too left, leaving behind a very confused Harry. What had Snape meant? What did Quirrell know but was denying? He thought hard about it on his way back to Gryffindor Tower and was so caught up in his thoughts that he hadn't paid attention to where he was going. A meow alerted him to the danger and Harry looked down to see the scraggly form and beady eyes of Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat. She was looking right at him and her meows got louder, as if she was summoning Filch, which she apparently was. "What's going on there?" the old caretaker cried, and Harry cursed that he hadn't been paying attention. The cat may not be able to see him, but she could smell him, and all of this could have been avoided if he'd just been paying attention to his surroundings. Taking off at a run, Harry dashed through a door and found himself in a long, dark corridor. It took him a moment to realize where he was, but when he did, he cursed again. He had been on the third floor when Mrs. Norris had caught him, and this was the forbidden corridor. He was about to leave when a scratching sound from the other side of the door told him that he'd been followed, while pounding steps meant he was about to be caught. Taking his wand out and muttering that he was probably going to regret this, Harry dashed down the corridor towards the only other door. It was locked, but a quick Alohomora took care of that, and Harry made it inside just before Filch could see him. Sighing in relief when he didn't hear anyone approaching, Harry turned to see what room he was in and had to stop himself from screaming. There, lifting its 3 giant heads, was a Cerberus. It was sniffing around, looking a bit confused, and Harry thanked Merlin that he was still wearing the cloak. Moving as slowly and quietly as possible, he moved back towards the door, though even as quiet as he had been, the Cerberus' hearing was too good, and its head snapped in Harry's direction. Harry did let out a scream this time, knowing he was caught, and made a dash for the door. Luck was on his side, and he made it just as the beast let out its first bark. He had a bit of trouble closing the door behind him, but he eventually succeeded before running off back down the corridor. He wasn't sure if Filch was still there, but getting caught by him and serving detention would be better than staying near a 3-headed dog. Again, luck was on his side, and he made it back to Gryffindor Tower without meeting anyone else. Though he was safe now, Harry's heart was still racing and his mind was overflowing with questions, the newest of which were, why would Dumbledore keep a Cerberus in a school, and what was under the trapdoor it had been standing on? The next morning Harry told Ron and Hermione about his discovery. But it makes no sense. Hermione insisted. Why would Professor Dumbledore allow such a creature to be kept in a school? Are you sure you saw a Cerberus? Very sure, Harry replied. I asked myself that question too last night, and the only explanation I can think of is that Dumbledore put it there to guard whatever's under that trapdoor. But what could it be? Ron asked. I don't know, Harry admitted. But whatever it is, it's important enough for Dumbledore to put an entire corridor out of bounds with a dangerous creature to guard it. If that's all there is. You know, I bet Hagrid knows, said Ron. My brother Charlie said that Hagrid knows a lot about magical creatures, especially dangerous ones. He seems to think they are just misunderstood. And he's very loyal to Dumbledore. Harry mused. If Dumbledore needed a dangerous creature, Hagrid would be the obvious choice to get it for him if he knows so much about them. Sharing a look, the 3 silently agreed to visit Hagrid after class today. Harry was nervous about the visit. He'd not once spoken to the gamekeeper since he'd arrived at Hogwarts. Hagrid would have taken him from Sirius that night 10 years ago without once asking why or if it was the best thing for him. He was Dumbledore's man through and through, and that wasn't necessarily a good thing. Harry needn't have worried though. As soon as he saw them approaching his hut, Hagrid's face lit up. Harry, he cried happily. I was wondering when you'd get around to coming to see me. Harry was brought up short, but he didn't let Hagrid know that. Sorry about taking so long. It's my first year though, and there's so much going on. Hagrid brushed off his apology. Don't worry yourself about it. Who are your friends? This is Hermione, she's top of our year. And Ron Weasley. I think you know his brothers. Another Weasley. Hagrid chuckled. Yeah, I know your brothers. Chased Fred and George away from the forest a number of times. And how's Charlie doing? He was great with animals. Got special permission from Professor Dumbledore for him to help me in the forest when one was injured, he was that good. Charlie's doing well. He's working with dragons in Romania now. That was always his passion, dragons. Blimey, I'd like me one of them too, come to think of it. Very misunderstood creatures, dragons. Well anyway, it's nice to meet you both. Come on in, we'll have a cup of tea. Doing as asked, the 3 were treated to some foul-tasting tea and some of Hagrid's rock cakes, which was exactly the right word for them. All 3 almost broke a tooth when they tried to bite into one. They spent the next 20 minutes talking before Harry found an opening to broach the subject they had come here about. Cerberus are misunderstood too. He agreed with Hagrid's last statement, though changed the creature to fit his needs. I mean, that one being kept in the castle didn't even try to attack me when I saw him the other day. It was a small white lie. The Cerberus would have attacked him, of that Harry had no doubt, if only it had had enough time. How do you know about Fluffy? Hagrid sounded shocked. Fluffy. Ron sounded just as shocked as Hagrid. That thing has a name. Hermione asked. Of course he has a name, he's mine. I won him off a Greek chap I met in the pub last year, then I lent him to Dumbledore to guard the. Yes. I shouldn't have said that. He muttered. No more questions. Don't ask any more questions, that's top secret that is. But Hagrid, whatever Fluffy's guarding it's in danger. Codswallop. Ain't nothing getting past Fluffy. Are you certain? It didn't try to attack me before. Who's to say it would attack someone else? He saw a flicker of doubt flash across Hagrid's face. Well, even if you're right, he's not the only thing guarding it. The professors have helped too and ain't nothing getting past them. Hogwarts teachers are not. They aren't infallible. Hermione insisted. Now listen to me, all three of you. You're meddling in things that ought not to be meddled in. What we all are guarding is between Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. Nicholas Flamel. I shouldn't have said that. I should not have said that. Their visit ended quickly after that as Hagrid sent them on their way, reminding them again not to meddle in this, though it was a futile warning. Who is Nicholas Flamel? Harry asked as they walked. He's a famous alchemist, arguably the most famous alchemist to have ever lived. Hermione informed them. He and Dumbledore discovered the 12 uses of dragon's blood together. That's it? Ron asked, sounding quite unimpressed. Hermione scowled. That is one of the greatest magical discoveries of the 20th century, Ronald. She snapped. Yes it is, but I doubt that's what Fluffy's guarding. Harry interrupted before they could start to bicker. After the troll incident last fall they had stopped being at each other's throats all the time and had actually become good friends. However, arguing was still a large part of their relationship. We'll have to go to the library to find out more, I've only heard of Flamel in passing. Hermione said as she led the way to her favorite part of the castle. She assigned them both sections of the library for them to look in, which proved to be a challenge. They found nothing on Nicholas Flamel that day and spent the next 4 scouring the library, along with one covert visit to the restricted section under Harry's cloak, only to come up short. Finally though, Hermione came through. I had you looking in the wrong section. She announced as she joined them in the library on day 6 of their search. She was carrying a rather large book, which she slammed down on the table. How could I be so stupid? I checked this out weeks ago for a bit of light reading. This is light? Ron asked, earning a glare in return. Harry secretly agreed with Ron's assessment, although he wasn't stupid enough to ask such a question out loud. Hermione opened the book and began searching for the correct page. Of course, here it is. Nicholas Flamel is the only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone. The what? Both boys asked. Honestly, don't you two read? They shrugged in answer and Hermione shook her head. The Philosopher's Stone is a legendary substance with astonishing powers. It will turn any metal into pure gold and produces the elixir of life, which will make the drinker immortal. The only stone currently in existence belongs to Mr. Nicholas Flamel, the noted alchemist, who last year celebrated his 665th birthday. That's what Fluffy's guarding on the 3rd floor. That's what's under the trapdoor, the Philosopher's Stone. As Hermione had read from the book, Harry had felt his heart drop and by the end he was positively pale. This filled in a lot of holes and he did not like the implications. You all right, Harry? Hermione asked, having noted the lack of color in his face. No, he said. If that's what is really under the trapdoor, then I know someone who would do anything to get his hands on it. He had not yet brought Ron and Hermione in on his suspicions about Professor Quirrell, nor that they believed Voldemort would return one day and that he'd been training since he was 5 to face him. It wasn't that he didn't trust his friends this information, more that this was a lot to take in for anyone, let alone 2 12-year-olds, and he knew well how people could get when Voldemort was brought up. He had to think of the best way to tell them, though it appeared he was out of time. They weren't going to back off about the stone and they needed to know what they were facing. Harry motioned for them to follow him and began packing his things. The others followed suit, curious what he had to tell them. They returned to Gryffindor Tower and headed straight up to the boys' dormitory, thankfully finding it empty. Once he had finished telling them everything, their faces resembled his and neither appeared capable of speech. Harry gave them several moments to compose themselves. He knew how shocking this all was. If you know who gets his hands on the Philosopher's Stone, we'll never be rid of him. Hermione summed up the problem once she could talk again. We can't let him. Ron said. We should tell Dumbledore, or my mum. We will tell someone, but not Dumbledore. Not yet at least. Harry went over to his trunk and dug through it until he found what he was looking for. The mirror Sirius had given him just before he came to Hogwarts. Sirius. He said his godfather's name into the mirror. It rippled for a moment before the face of the man in question appeared. Harry. Sirius said happily, at least until he saw his godson's face. What's happened? Harry explained what they'd found out and Sirius' face grew grimmer by the second. That bastard. He muttered when Harry had finished. I will take care of this. You do nothing but keep an eye on Quirrell. Do not do anything stupid, Harry. Ron, Hermione, I'm counting on you to stop him from doing anything stupid. So Hermione then. Ron muttered, though only Hermione herself heard him. It's a pleasure to finally meet you too, by the way. Harry's told me a lot about you. Nice to meet you too, Lord Black. Ron said. My lord. Hermione added, not really sure why she was addressing him so formally, but following Ron's lead. Enough of that, I'm serious to Harry's friends. He waved them off. Now, I have to go and contact some people, but I want the three of you to be on your guard. If anything seems out of the ordinary, you contact me immediately, do you understand? He directed the question to Harry, who nodded, albeit reluctantly, which did not go unnoticed. A week later they still hadn't heard from Sirius regarding a plan, and what they had seen from Quirrell these last couple days quite frankly alarmed them. He seemed to always have a self-satisfied smirk on his face, and his eyes were brighter than they had been all year. They could only conclude that he had found what he needed to get the Philosopher's Stone. Harry became relentless and stopped following orders and began to actively seek out Quirrell, using the cloak to keep an eye on him. They sought out Hagrid again, and although the man's lack of ability to keep a secret alarmed them, they learned more than they had before. Fluffy had a weakness, and the giant Cerberus seemed less like a guard dog once they learned that music of all things would instantly put him to sleep. What truly alarmed them though was that they weren't the only ones Hagrid had told that to. Rushing back into the castle, Harry pulled out the mirror he now always carried with him and called for Sirius. There was no answer though. Neither did Remus answer when called. Summoning Dobby, Harry asked the elf to bring Sirius or Remus to him immediately. However, the elf returned empty-handed and fretfully told them that both men were in some meeting and the Black family elves had been ordered not to let anyone disturb them. While elf magic could almost always override wizard's magic, other elf magic was a different story, especially if they were acting on their master's orders. Harry sent Dobby away and the three friends rushed to the headmaster's office, following Sirius' instructions that they were to go to Dumbledore if they needed immediate help. However, the password had changed and the stone gargoyle wouldn't let them enter, no matter how much they begged. At Hermione's suggestion they turned and ran to Professor McGonagall's office, reasoning that as deputy headmistress she'd know the password and could get them in to see Dumbledore. We have to see Professor Dumbledore, immediately. Harry gasped out when they found her at her desk in her classroom. McGonagall, who had looked up in surprise when the three had run into her classroom, now looked affronted that any student, especially a first year, would demand to see the headmaster. I'm afraid Professor Dumbledore isn't here. She replied coolly. He received an urgent owl from the Ministry of Magic and left immediately for London. He's gone. Ron cried, looking fearfully at Hermione. This is important, Professor. Harry insisted. This is about the Philosopher's Stone. McGonagall's eyes widened. How do you know? Someone's going to try and steal it. I don't know how you three found out about the stone, but I assure you it is perfectly well protected. She insisted after a moment. Now, will you go back to your dormitories? But Professor, Hermione began. Quietly. McGonagall spoke over her, sending the three of them a stern glare. Knowing they wouldn't get anywhere by insisting, the three turned and left. We have to go through the trapdoor, Harry said when they were far enough away. Tonight. We can't let Quirrell get that stone. We go through the trapdoor, tonight. We can't let Quirrell get that stone. Ron and Hermione agreed, seeing no other solution but to go after Quirrell themselves. They had tried to go through the proper channels but with no luck, and now they were out of time. Dumbledore had mysteriously been called away from the school suddenly, and with Quirrell's attitude lately, this was the perfect time for him to make his move. That night, after everyone had gone to bed, the three friends snuck out under Harry's invisibility cloak and made their way to the third floor. Thanks to Hagrid's inability to keep a secret, they had Fluffy asleep and were through the trapdoor in seconds. What came after was anyone's guess, and they weren't expecting the soft landing they received. "What is this stuff?" Ron asked, looking around at what appeared to be thick branches, though were much softer than any tree. "Stop moving, both of you," Hermione said. "This is Devil's Snare. If you move, it will only kill you faster." Naturally, that had the opposite effect than what was needed, but thanks to Hermione's quick thinking, they were able to get out of it. Following a corridor, they then emerged into a large room with many flying objects. "Their keys," Harry muttered, and seeing a broom nearby, he knew what they had to do. It wasn't hard for the youngest seeker in a century to catch the key once they'd identified which one was the right one, and they were able to pass through to the next room. It, above anything else they'd faced so far, awed them. It was giant chessboard. Seeing that, Harry stopped short and the others followed suit. "What is it, Harry?" Hermione asked. "It's too easy," he replied. His friends looked perplexed. "Nothing we've faced so far has been particularly dangerous or much of a deterrent. These traps are supposed to keep people out, and yet 3 first years can get through. It is a bit suspicious." Hermione agreed, quickly seeing where Harry was going with this. "I mean, nothing we've done so far would keep out a fully grown witch or wizard, let alone you know whose followers. And now we face a giant chess set, which no doubt we have to play against to get across." He pointed to the door on the other side of the board. "It's like these traps were designed for us. Professor Sprout mentions Devil's Snare in class, and of course Hermione's going to read everything she can on it." Hermione didn't even glare at Harry. "The key was no problem for me. They even gave me a broom for Merlin's sake, and a chess set. A game Ron's brilliant at. I find it too much of a coincidence that not only are these traps guarding the stone so weak, but that they play to each of our strengths. Maybe, but we don't have much of a choice but to continue on, do we? We have to stop Quirrell getting that stone, so for now we'll have to play their game," Ron said in an unusual bout of insightfulness. Hermione looked both shocked and impressed. "You're right. But we be extra careful from now on," Harry said, and the other two agreed. With Ron's superior chess skills, it didn't take too long to defeat the chess set. Ron had essentially sacrificed himself so they could win, but thankfully, as he had been sitting on one of the stone horses as a knight, it was the chess piece and not Ron that received the brunt of the attack. Still, he had fallen from quite a height and had landed oddly on his leg. "Go on, both of you," he said, clutching his leg. "You can't let Quirrell win. I'll be fine here until you come back." Knowing he was right, Harry and Hermione saw that he was as comfortable as possible before leaving him with the cloak as an extra precaution and carrying on into the next room. Luckily, they were able to pass through it without doing anything. The troll inside had already been knocked out, though it only confirmed Harry's suspicions. They had already defeated one troll this year after all, a second shouldn't be a problem, right? The next room had nothing in it but a table with several bottles on it. However, when the door closed behind them, fire sprang up on either end of the room, blocking both the door forwards and the one back to Ron. As they walked towards the table, they saw that there was also a small piece of paper on it as well. It was a riddle, and the bottles were full of potions, one of which would let them move forwards and the identity of which was hidden in the riddle. "It's pure logic," Hermione mused. "No magic involved. It would stump many wizards." And yet the riddle was not so challenging as to give Hermione any trouble. Unfortunately, there was only enough potion left for one of them to go onwards. Hermione told Harry to take it before promptly downing the potion that would let her go backwards, walking safely through the fire back to Ron. Taking a deep breath, Harry drank what remained of his potion and walked through the flames into the next room. He was unsurprised to see Quirrell already there and approached as quietly as possible, his wand in hand. Although he had been training for several years already, he was still only a child and his magical core was still growing. Not yet being as powerful as that of an adult. He might know the incantation and wand movement of many spells, some which were obscure enough that most adults didn't know them, but performing them was enough matter entirely, and even if he did succeed, they weren't ever powerful enough to face up against spells cast by a fully trained wizard. As such, Harry knew that surprise was key, his best hope being to disarm Quirrell before he realized that Harry was there. Luck was on his side and he managed to succeed in getting the man's wand away from him. However, Quirrell did not appear to need a wand. Without even looking back at Harry, he snapped his fingers and more fire sprang up and surrounded the room, stopping any escape. Another snap of his fingers and Harry's wand flew out of his hand, thankfully landing far enough away from the fire to remain unburned. Unarmed and out of his league, Harry remained where he was, observing Quirrell, who was standing before a large ornate mirror, staring at his reflection very intently. He ignored Harry for several moments until a sinister hissing could be heard, at which point he whipped around to face Harry. "Come here, Potter. Now," he shouted. Harry slowly walked forwards until he was standing in front of the mirror. "Tell me what you see." Harry was confused at first and prepared to tell him that he saw himself, as one usually did in a mirror, but instead he fell silent, for when he actually looked at his reflection he saw it smiling at him, though he himself had a straight face. He continued to stare as his reflection reached into his pocket and pulled out a deep red stone before smiling and winking, putting the stone back in his pocket. Shockingly, Harry felt something enter his own pocket as the him in the mirror replaced the stone. He tried not to show his surprise though, as he knew that somehow he now had the Philosopher's Stone. "Well, what do you see?" Quirrell asked again. I'm shaking hands with Dumbledore. I've won the House Cup," he said as convincingly as possible. "He lies." The strange hissing noise returned, this time clear enough for Harry to understand it. "Tell the truth," Quirrell roared. "Let me speak with him." "Master, you are not strong enough." Harry was treated to the rare sight of a man talking to thin air and the air responding, or so he thought. At the voice's prompting, Quirrell reached up and began to undo his turban. As he did so, the stinging in Harry's scar, which Harry had gotten used to these last few months, became unbearable and Harry thought his head was about to explode. He fell to his knees, though otherwise managed to stay upright, and by the time he regained enough composure to look up it was just in time to see the horrific sight of Quirrell's turban falling away to reveal a grotesque second face protruding from the back of his head. "Harry Potter." The second face spoke in the hissing voice from earlier. It didn't take much for Harry to figure out who this was. You're Voldemort. Yes. You see what I've become. See what I must do to survive. Live off another, a mere parasite. Certain magic can sustain me, but it cannot give me a body of my own. But there is something that can. Something, which conveniently enough, lies in your pocket. Harry's hand automatically went to cover the stone and he made to run before remembering the fire that surrounded the room. "Don't be a fool. Why die a horrific death when you can join me and live?" Harry wasn't sure if Voldemort actually thought he would join him or if he was merely saying this to get the stone more easily, but either way Harry felt his blood boil at the mere thought. "Never." Voldemort laughed. "Bravery. Your parents had it too. Tell me, Harry, would you like to see your mother and father again? Together we can bring them back. All I ask is for something in return." Harry had been prepared for it, had heard many times that one of the reasons Voldemort had become so powerful, the reason he had so many followers, was because of how charismatic he was, at least in the beginning. When the war had first started he hadn't just recruited through fear, he seduced you. He knew how to pinpoint your heart's desire and promised you you'd get it, making you believe that only he could grant it to you. And even in whatever state he currently was in, he still knew how to seduce, playing Harry like an expert. Although he loved Sirius and Remus dearly and looked at them as fathers, he still greatly yearned for his own parents. And Voldemort knew that. Reaching into his pocket, Harry pulled out the stone and wondered if it could really bring his mum and dad back. "That's it, Harry. There is no good and evil, there is only power and those too weak to seek it. Together, we'll do extraordinary things. Just give me the stone." Harry snapped out of it, shaking off the thoughts that Voldemort might be right, knowing that he could not be trusted. "You liar." He'd had enough, and although he had no wand and no hope of defeating one of the darkest and most powerful wizards of all time, he was prepared to do whatever he could. Kill him. Voldemort too had had enough, seeing that although his promises had been seductive, Harry would ultimately not be fooled. Quirrell flew towards Harry and knocked him back, his hand going around the 11-year-old's neck. The stone was knocked out of his hand and nothing Harry did would let him reach it. Feeling his airway closing, Harry turned to the more pressing matter and grabbed Quirrell's hands, trying to break his grip. It worked, but not in the way Harry had thought. As soon as he touched Quirrell, the professor's hands had turned to stone and were crumbling before his eyes. Ah! Quirrell yelled, pulling away from Harry. What is this magic? Fool! Get the stone! Voldemort commanded. Harry looked to his hands and then to the stone and back. He had no idea what was happening, but he concluded, whether rightly or not, that the power of the stone was helping him. When Quirrell came forwards again, Harry reached up and grabbed his face, hoping for the same effect. Quirrell's face immediately began to crumble like his hands. As he tried one last time to reach Harry, whatever magic was at work spread to the rest of his body and he fell. When the dust settled, there was nothing left but a pile of robes surrounded by ash. Harry felt his heart begin to slow down and he looked at his hands once more. Whatever had just happened had saved him, and though a man was dead, for now he felt nothing but relief. Picking up the stone and his wand, Harry moved to go back out the way he had come, the fire having died with Quirrell, but something stopped him. His instincts screamed at him and Harry slowly turned, raising his wand, and saw smoke rising from Quirrell and taking on a ghostly form. Harry didn't have time to react, the ghostly figure had let out a terrible scream and was on him, passing right through his chest and knocking Harry back. Harry slowly opened his eyes and became aware that he was no longer lying on the stone floor he remembered collapsing onto, but instead was lying on a soft bed. Reaching for his glasses, he put them on and looked around, seeing that he was in the hospital wing. As he began to sit up, he felt his hand being held in place and looked down to see Sirius, fast asleep in a chair beside his bed, his godson's hand held in his. He wasn't the only one keeping vigil by Harry's bedside though. Remus, who had been looking out the hospital window, turned at the sound of movement and breathed a sigh of relief seeing Harry awake. Harry, he murmured and rushed over in 2 strides, sitting on the end of the bed and jolting Sirius awake. The man awoke quickly and looked reproachfully at Remus for the ungentle wake up until he spotted Harry. Oh, thank Merlin, he said, jumping out of his seat with enough force to knock it backwards and pulling Harry into a hug. He took a few shuddering breaths while holding his godson close, before pulling away, his face morphing from a look of relief to anger, though his eyes still betrayed his fear, continuing to be glassy with tears. What the bloody hell were you thinking? He demanded. You went after Quirrell alone. I wasn't alone. 2 other first years don't count as backup, though I'm immensely grateful to them both. You really scared us, Harry. Remus said, the calmer of the two, though he looked no less upset than Sirius. Why didn't you wait for us to contact you with the plan we said we were working on? We tried, Harry said. We waited a week and then things got urgent. We tried contacting you. I sent Dobby for you. We even tried going to Dumbledore, but nothing worked. If we didn't go after Quirrell, then Voldemort would have the stone by now. Perhaps. Though perhaps not. Dumbledore's voice spoke from the entrance. Good afternoon, Harry, he greeted. Sirius, Remus. The 2 adults stiffened seeing him, though neither said anything for the moment. What do you mean, Professor? The mirror of arised as an object of both delight and burden. It shows one nothing more or less than the deepest desire of one's heart. When both you and Professor Quirrell looked into the mirror, you saw yourselves with the stone, both of you desiring it above all else. However, only one of you was able to retrieve it. You see, only one who desired to find the stone, find it, but not use it, would be able to get it. That is one of my more brilliant ideas, if I say so myself. So if I had never followed Quirrell, then he wouldn't have gotten the stone. Harry concluded. He wanted to use the stone to bring Voldemort back. Yes. Though perhaps he could have worked his way around my magic, in time. Dumbledore said. We will never know though. What we do know, however, Sirius spoke, looking furiously at Dumbledore, is that you brought the stone into a school, no doubt knowing Voldemort was after it, and guarded it with traps 3 first years could get past. I assure you that I will be going to the Board of Governors, possibly even the Ministry about this, Dumbledore. I find it highly suspicious that not only did you place such weak barriers, but that they seem to be designed to play to Harry and his friend's strengths. Sirius. Lord Black. He corrected, cutting across Dumbledore and not letting him continue. People are not your own personal pawns, Dumbledore, especially not my godson, and I will not stand for you playing with them as if they are. Now get out. Dumbledore looked like he wanted to protest, but clearly thought better of it. With a nod to Harry, he departed. I'm sorry, Harry said once they were alone again. I shouldn't have run off like that. I didn't mean to make you worry. I just really thought I had no choice. Sirius and Remus. Expressions softened and both retook their seats. It's all right, Harry, said Remus. Your bravery quite frankly astounded us, yours and your friends. Though let's try not to have a repeat performance, shall we? Sirius added. I don't think my heart could handle it. We're very proud of you all, though. Remus said pointedly, looking to Sirius, who rolled his eyes. Of course we're proud, he said, as if it was obvious. But I still don't want him to run into danger unnecessarily. Remus couldn't disagree with that. And we both learned something here that will help with that. Harry won't make assumptions and dive in head first without checking, even if he did check and we weren't available for only 30 minutes. It was Sirius' turn to look pointedly at someone as he stared Harry down. And I learned to keep you updated more. I always knew you weren't one to just sit back and let the adults handle it, especially if you didn't know what was going on. I just keep forgetting because every time I think of you running into danger, I still see that knobbly-kneed youngster chasing after the highly dangerous gnomes in the garden carrying a wand far too big for him. We both do at times. Agreed, Remus. But we know you're a very capable young man, Harry, and we promise to treat you as such from now on. But I wasn't, he admitted quietly. I got in there with Quirrell, thinking I had a plan and would be all right if I could just get his wand from him, but he had me with 2 snaps of his fingers. I was completely useless. Not useless, Harry, never useless, said Sirius. It's just that you're still young and no matter how much you train or learn, your magical core hasn't grown enough yet for you to be on the same footing as a fully trained wizard. Not to mention this one had Voldemort possessing him. Remus added. Harry felt a bit better at that. Not many adult witches or wizards could stand up to Voldemort, after all, though he still vowed to train harder this summer. How are Ron and Hermione? He then asked. They're okay, aren't they? Of course we are, Ron said as he and Hermione strode into the hospital wing. You didn't think a little giant chess set or a riddle would do us in, did you? We've never been better, Hermione agreed, both looking very relieved to see him awake. They've been here almost as much as we have, said Sirius. Madame Pomfrey finally forced them back to class today. Today? How long have I been here? Harry asked. You've been out of it for 3 days, mate, said Ron. 3 very long and harrowing days. Sirius muttered under his breath. There's only so long I can claim the leg Madame Pomfrey healed in a few seconds was still hurting, or Hermione that she still felt sick from the potion she drank down there, though they couldn't find anything wrong with her. Harry looked to Hermione with a raised eyebrow and she blushed. He'd never have thought that Hermione would lie to a Hogwarts staff member, let alone pretend to be sick when there were classes to take. We didn't want to leave you before we knew you'd be all right, she admitted quietly. Harry smiled and reached over to grasp her hand. Thanks, Hermione. You too, Ron. I couldn't ask for better friends. Both smiled in return. No, you couldn't, Sirius agreed, ending the moment between the friends. And since this friendship looks like it's going to last for some time, I think they deserve to be trained up as well. I doubt either of them will allow you to run into danger without them now. We'll speak with their parents about having them join your lessons over the summer, said Remus. The reaction was both instant and predictable. Hermione perked up and began asking questions about the lessons they would take and how she could prepare for them, while Ron groaned and hung his head, though Harry knew that backing out hadn't ever crossed Ron's mind. The two of them were in it for the long haul, and Harry couldn't be happier. Harry's first year at Hogwarts ended on a high note. He was third in their year, with Hermione naturally being first, and nothing else unusual had happened. The only down point had been that Gryffindor lost the Quidditch Cup. However, Oliver was by no means discouraged. Their team was newly formed that year and he had high hopes for them in years to come. The summer began quietly and relaxing, with Harry being given 2 weeks off before the summer lessons began. In that time he had gotten to properly hang out with Draco for the first time since the Christmas holidays, and both were glad that their year mostly apart hadn't ruined their friendship by any means. Sirius and Remus had also done as promised and spoken with Molly and Arthur Weasley, as well as Jean and Richard Granger, about their children joining in Harry's lessons. Sirius had predicted that the Weasleys would be only too happy for their son to have lessons with the heir to an ancient and noble house, and which were taught by the lord of another ancient and noble house. He was right, though on their very first meeting it was also obvious that they were happy to see that Ron had made such a good friend and were unlikely to have said no because of that fact, even if ancient and noble houses weren't involved. Hermione's parents, being Muggles, didn't have the knowledge of Wizarding Society to be awed in any way by Sirius' title, though Hermione explained it was similar to being an earl or a duke. Naturally, after having called him, "My lord," for reasons unknown to her, Hermione had gone to the library and read up all she could on the wizarding nobility. She'd also questioned both Harry and Ron extensively until she was satisfied that she knew all there was to know. That knowledge was put to the test over the summer when the Malfoys came to visit, and the perfect curtsy and proper address she gave without any prompting when being introduced to them endeared all 3 Malfoys to her. Ron was another story. For as long as he had known, his father had talked about the Malfoys and how evil they were. Draco had even seemed to prove his dad right when they got to Hogwarts and he'd begun to bully Harry, Ron and Hermione, as well as others within the school. He'd made the necessary bow to Lord Malfoy, had keyed Lady Malfoy's hand, as his mother had taught him, and then stormed off, having stayed only long enough for the proper greeting so as not to offend a noble lord and lady. Harry had greeted his aunt and uncle before motioning for Hermione and Draco to follow him. They found Ron outside by the large pond, throwing rocks into it. "Ron," Harry began, though his friend turned furious eyes on him, which only narrowed further upon seeing Draco. "What's he doing here?" he hissed. "He's my friend and cousin, Ron," Harry said. "I asked the Malfoys here today to meet you because I didn't want to keep secrets from you. I know the Weasleys and Malfoys haven't always gotten on." "That's an understatement," Ron snarled, still glaring at Draco. "But Draco is my friend too, a member of my family, and I need you to accept that." "Accept?" Ron trailed off angrily before whipping around to face Hermione. "Why aren't you as angry as me?" "Well, I don't have same history with the Malfoys as you do," she said somewhat hesitantly, not wanting to anger him more. "But he bullied you all term." "Did he though?" While she didn't want to make Ron angrier, Hermione also wasn't going to agree simply to placate him. "I'm sure it comes as no surprise that I really was bullied before coming to Hogwarts, so I know what bullying looks like, what it feels like," and Draco was more teasing than anything. "He never actually did anything to us and nothing he said was truly hurtful. Actually, now that I know it was all an act, it makes sense why he was very tame." "So he's Draco now, huh?" Ron seethed. "Oh, grow up, Weasley," Draco snapped, having had enough of the temper tantrum. "You think you're so hard done by? Harry's my best friend and I had to stay away from him all year while pretending to be an evil git who hates Muggleborns and blood traitors. Not to mention that when that psycho finally does return, it's my family that will have to bow and scape to him, knowing that if he ever finds out where our true loyalties lie, we'll be begging for death before he's done with us. So you'll excuse me if I don't have much patience with your little temper tantrum because you don't like the fact that the Malfoys aren't actually the evil bastards you wanted us to be." Silence reigned for a time as Ron and Draco stared each other down, while Harry and Hermione looked at Draco impressed. Slowly though their attention turned fully to Ron, wondering how he'd react and not liking how red his face was. It was a sure sign he was about to explode. However, while they were prepared for an outburst, Ron surprised them. "You really trust this git?" he asked Harry. "I do," he confirmed. "I've known them all since I was 2 years old and trust them completely." "But how?" Ron asked. He seemed to have let go of most of his anger, the red in his face having receded, but still needed some answers and reassurance. You know about their past. Malfoy's dad has the dark mark for Merlin's sake. He's a Death Eater. Draco opened his mouth to protest, but Harry placed a hand on his shoulder to stop him. Was a Death Eater. He corrected. I'm well aware of Uncle Lucius' past, but I also know he regrets his actions and came to regret them before Voldemort fell. He claimed to have been under the Imperius curse. Ron defended. Yes. And given the absolute chaos that Sirius says followed that night 10 years ago, I don't blame him. He didn't have Dumbledore's protection like Snape did, he didn't have anyone's protection. Admitted Death Eaters were being thrown in Azkaban or given the Dementor's key. Without a trial, so I can understand why he didn't let his regret overtake him enough to essentially commit suicide and probably see to the ruin of his family. It may not have exactly been right or honest, but the Ministry wouldn't have even followed their own laws when dealing with him. And even if they would have, Sirius assured me that he didn't deserve Azkaban. What do you mean? Didn't deserve Azkaban? He was a Death Eater. Yes, but he was Death Eater when it meant something very different. Said Draco, unable to stay quiet any longer. Ron looked confused. You really don't know your history, do you? Originally Voldemort stood for preserving Wizarding Society. That's how he rose to power. He convinced the old families that the Muggles were going to take over in Wizarding Society as they knew it would be gone for good. My father was all for preserving Wizarding Society. Yes, he believed wizards superior to Muggles and wanted to diminish their influence on our world, but he never truly hated them. He thought Voldemort was the best chance of stopping the loss of our traditions and way of life, which is why he followed him. By the time he realized he was wrong, by the time the killing and torturing started, it was too late. Voldemort had proven he could be as ruthless with his followers as he was with his enemies. If Father had tried to leave, or even let on that he didn't believe in the cause, any more than he'd have been killed. As would Mother and I. Uncle Lucius and Aunt Cissa came to Sirius shortly after Voldemort fell and told him everything. Harry continued. I was still a baby then, but Sirius told me all about it years later, when I first learned of Uncle Lucius' past. That was the same day I first saw his dark mark. Aunt Cissa is a black by birth, so she is still beholden enough to house Black for the family magic to not allow her to deceive Lord Black, so Sirius knew immediately that everything she said was true. Uncle Lucius was a different matter, but he allowed himself to be questioned under Veritaserum and vowed on his magic that he no longer followed Voldemort by choice. Sirius believed him, and his still has his magic, so the rest is history. Ron seemed pensive for a moment, before finally turning to Draco. You said his name. Fear of a name only increases fear of the thing itself. Hermione said, to which Draco nodded. I grew up with Harry. He refused to be afraid enough of the man who murdered his parents to call him anything but his name, so I did too. At least when Mother and Father aren't around, they still can't stand to hear the name. Ron became pensive once again and the three waited as he mulled over everything he'd just heard. Finally he appeared to reach a decision. I still don't like you. He said to Draco. I assure you the feeling is mutual, Weasley. But if Harry trusts you, then all right. From that day the two formed an uneasy truce and Harry and Hermione were glad to see it last through the rest of the summer. Hermione herself didn't have the same misgivings that Ron did and easily formed a friendship with Draco. They found that they both loved learning, Draco having been second in their year, and so were often found in the library together, poring over one tome or another. Ron's interactions with the elder Malfoys was decidedly more cool, though as he wasn't hostile they left him alone. It would take time for him to get over a lifetime of dislike. As with Draco, Hermione wasn't so reserved with them though, and after but a couple meetings Narcissa had taken Hermione under her wing. As a Muggleborn, Hermione didn't know anything about Wizarding Society besides what could be read in a book and so showed great interest in everything Narcissa, a pureblood and pillar of Wizarding Society, could teach her. Narcissa herself was only too happy to pass on wizarding customs and traditions, especially those that she'd previously been unable to pass on, not having a daughter of her own. Lucius too seemed to more than just tolerate Hermione and had even reciprocated, if awkwardly, the hug Hermione spontaneously greeted him with one day. The smile though had been genuine and Draco was in awe of how comfortable his parents were with Hermione after only a few short weeks. The Malfoys' treatment of Hermione, who by Draco's own admission they had deemed inferior not too long ago, showed Ron that they were sincere, and his uneasy truce with Draco had turned into an uneasy acquaintanceship with all three Malfoys. With both Ron and Hermione accepting everything that had been thrown at them, the rest of the summer passed all too quickly. It wasn't so fast though that they, Draco included, hadn't learned a lot in their lessons, including one very useful tactic. Harry had insisted that he would never again be so helpless as he had been against Quirrell, but there was still the matter of him being young and his magical core not having matured yet. To get around this, Sirius and Remus had taught them some spells that would distract their opponent thoroughly, hopefully long enough to either allow them to escape, which was always to be optional as far as they were concerned, or to disarm their opponent, which was highly unlikely without a distraction at their current power level. With all that learning, they'd had only minimal time to relax before the summer ended, though all were feeling pleased with how they'd spent their time and were ready to return to Hogwarts. On September 1st, Sirius apparated himself and Harry to the apparition point near King's Cross, followed closely by Remus, who had Harry's trunk and Hedwig. They walked to the barrier and met Hermione there, where she was saying goodbye to her parents. After a brief talk with the Grangers, they walked through the stone barrier and onto the platform together. The two had promised to meet Ron on the platform, but though they waited until the last minute, he still hadn't arrived. Sirius and Remus finally ushered them onto the train, promising to find out what had happened, and so Harry and Hermione went to find a compartment on their own. They passed Draco along the way, but steadfastly ignored him as he sneered in their direction, his two bodyguards lumbering after him. I wonder what happened to Ron. Harry mused as they settled into a compartment in the last carriage and the train started to pull away. I don't know, but I hope he's all right, Hermione said. Thankfully, the train had been moving for not 5 minutes when they got their answer. There you are, Ron exclaimed in relief as he hauled his trunk inside and made himself comfortable. What happened to you? Harry asked, sharing a relieved look with Hermione. Fred and George kept forgetting things, so we had to turn back 3 times. He grumbled. Just Fred and George forgot things? A voice asked pointedly. The three turned to see a small red-headed girl in the doorway. What are you still doing here? Ron asked rudely. Ronald, Hermione scolded, and Harry shot him a dirty look as the girl's face fell. Getting up, Harry moved to greet her. Hello. You're Ginny, right? The girl blushed and nodded as she curtsied just like the last time. None of that, you're Ron's sister. Harry waved off her formality, though not feeling quite as uncomfortable as last time. Ginny smiled shyly, but otherwise awkwardly stood there. You two have met? Ron asked, sounding surprised. Last year on the platform. She got separated from you lot in the crowd and bumped into me. Ron nodded in acceptance. Still, he didn't want his little sister hanging around. Ginny, I think Luna was looking for you earlier, he said pointedly. She knew he said that simply to get rid of her, and debated staying simply to annoy him, but she knew she'd probably just be tongue-tied. Plus, she knew when she wasn't wanted. Grabbing her trunk, Ginny smiled once more at Harry and waved goodbye, making her way back down the corridor. That wasn't very nice, Ronald. Hermione scolded once more. She's your sister. Yeah, but she's a girl and obsessed with Harry. You'd better watch out, mate. I'm a girl too. Does that mean you want me to leave as well? There was no good way to answer that question, and even as bad as he was with girls, Harry knew it. No, I mean yes, Harry tuned out the argument that followed as Ron tried to dig himself out of his self-made hole. As he sat back down, his eyes continued to stare at the door where Ginny had just been. There was something about her that he couldn't quite place, though if the odd feeling that had welled up in him when he'd seen her just now was anything to go by, then something within him knew. Now he just had to figure out what it was. Harry, Ron and Hermione's return to Hogwarts went smoothly and the year began without a hitch. Well, almost without one. After Quirrell's death last year, a new defense against the dark arts teacher was needed. Dumbledore had hired Gilderoy Lockhart, the acclaimed wizard who had spent his life traveling and helping the communities he visited vanquish whatever it was that plagued them. He was also a highly popular author, having turned his adventures into very successful books. By all accounts he should have been an excellent teacher, highly qualified with a lot of knowledge to impart. However, that was not the case. Lockhart spent each class reenacting the events of his books, in which he always played himself, and Harry was often called upon to play the vampire, hag or werewolf he defeated, as well as quizzing them on his books, specifically that parts that were all about him. Lockhart aside, the year was off to a good start, though it wasn't to remain that way. The feast must be half over by now. Ron complained as the three friends made their way down to the Great Hall. They were running late for the Halloween feast, having been in an unused classroom continuing their summer training, as they did every chance they got. They had been so focused that not even Ron had realized the time until 5 minutes ago. Trying to tune out Ron's whining at missing the start of the feast, they continued on the way and were almost there when Harry stopped mid-step. "What is it, Harry?" Hermione asked, but Harry shushed her. "Do you hear that?" he said after a moment. Ron and Hermione listened hard but could hear nothing. "That voice." "There's no voice, Harry," Hermione insisted, starting to sound worried. Harry was quiet in concentration for a moment before his head snapped down the corridor they'd just come from. "It's going to kill," he gasped before taking off at a run, Ron and Hermione following behind him. Harry ran as fast as he could, trailing the voice that was talking about smelling blood and going to kill. Eventually the voice led him to the second-floor corridor, finding it flooded. The voice though was coming from down that way, so without hesitation Harry splashed his way down the corridor before coming to a dead stop once again. "Harry, what?" Ron started, though he cut off when he saw what Harry had. There, stiff as a board and hanging by its tail off a torch bracket, was Mrs. Norris. "Oh no," Hermione gasped. "Is she dead?" Neither boy answered her as the three approached the cat to get a better look. As they did, a reflection in the water caught their eye. Turning, they were greeted by a sight right out of a horror movie. "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. Read, Hermione. It's written in blood." Before they could ponder what the message on the wall meant, footsteps and voices were heard. The feast had let out and students were beginning to make their way back to their common rooms. They all stopped, of course, when they saw Mrs. Norris, cries of surprise, confusion and horror making their way throughout and crowd. "What's going on here? Make way, make way." An easily recognized voice ordered as Mr. Filch came into view. Harry actually felt sorry for the cantankerous old man when he saw the way Filch's face collapsed upon seeing his cat. "Mrs. Norris," he gasped, taking a few steps forward before turning his sights on Harry, Ron and Hermione, the only three standing right beside her. "You've murdered my cat. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Argus," Dumbledore's voice said sharply as he and the other staff arrived, having been drawn by the crowd. They had pushed their way through to the front and looked as shocked and horrified as everyone else when they saw the scene before them. "Everyone will proceed to their dormitories immediately," Dumbledore instructed upon laying eyes on the bloody message. "Everyone except you three," he directed to Harry, Ron and Hermione. "Prefects, please see everyone gets there safely. Gryffindors, follow me." Percy was the first to shout out, though the other prefects followed. "They've murdered Mrs. Norris," Filch informed the headmaster, who had gone to get a closer look at the cat as the other students left. "I want to see some punishment. She is not dead, Argus. She has been petrified." "Ah, thought so," Lockhart spoke up. "Pity I wasn't here. I know exactly the counter curse that would have saved her." Dumbledore's gaze shifted briefly to his defense professor, but otherwise he ignored him. "How she has been petrified I cannot say, though we can cure her, Argus," Dumbledore assured the caretaker. "I understand that Professor Sprout has a very healthy crop of mandrake his year. It will take time for them to mature, but once they have we can brew a restorative draft. And them. They're the ones that done it. If I may, Headmaster." Snape stepped forward. To Filch's surprise, usually they were allies in their hatred of the students. "As you know, petrification is not an easy process. I doubt very much that 3 second years could have done this." "I agree, Severus," said Dumbledore. "Though it is a curious circumstance that we find the three of you here like this. Did you see who did this?" "No, Professor," Hermione answered promptly. "We were running late for the feast when." "Yes, Miss Granger?" Snape asked. When I realized I forgot something in the library. We were on our way back there when we found Mrs. Norris. Rubbish. Filch spat, still looking livid. We will find who did this to Mrs. Norris, Argus. Dumbledore tried to reassure him. In the meantime, I strongly recommend caution. To all. Come, Argus. Madame Pomfrey came forward and began to gently lead the distraught man away. Let's get you a calming draught. Hoping to make their escape now, Harry looked to Dumbledore, who nodded. Saying a quick goodnight to the professors, the three left and followed the path Percy had led the Gryffindors, though they slowed down considerably once out of sight. So you hear a voice only you can hear, saying it is going to kill, and Mrs. Norris turns up petrified. Hermione recapped. Coincidence? Ron asked, though his tone told them he didn't believe it to be. Do you think I should have told them? Dumbledore and the others, I mean? Asked Harry. No, Harry, Hermione said vehemently. Even in the wizarding world, hearing voices isn't a good sign. You should tell Sirius and Remus though. And Draco, he added, sounding a bit pained as he did. He can help us keep an ear out for any voices. Maybe Hermione and I just weren't listening hard enough this time. With a feeling of mounting dread, Harry nodded and the three continued on to the common room. The school was on high alert after Mrs. Norris was attacked. At least, the teachers were. The student population didn't seem too concerned. This was largely because Mrs. Norris was almost as hated as Filch himself, so many were thinking that whoever had attacked her had done them all a favor. Harry, though, wasn't one of those people. True that he wouldn't miss Mrs. Norris, but like the teachers, he knew that this was nothing to joke about. The day following the attack, Harry, Ron and Hermione, along with over half of the school's population, went to the library to try and find anything they could about this Chamber of Secrets. Very little could be found though, even by Hermione. She knew of a very short reference to the chamber in Hogwarts A History, but it merely said that the chamber was a legend dating back to the time of the founders and discounted it as anything more. This was also the reason Madame Pants gave when Hermione went to ask for any other books about the chamber. A mere legend with nothing to prove it might be otherwise did not bear any true importance, and so it was not worth the space to stock the shelves with any such materials. Of course, her answer did not satisfy anyone, least of all Hermione. Professor? She asked, having raised her hand during their next transfiguration lesson. Yes, Miss Granger. I was wondering if you could tell us about the Chamber of Secrets. McGonagall looked to her hesitantly, then to the rest of the class, all of whom had never before paid this much attention in one of her classes. Oh, very well, she said finally. Now, as you know, Hogwarts was founded over 1,000 years ago by the four greatest witches and wizards of the age: Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw and Salazar Slytherin. Now 3 of the founders coexisted quite harmoniously, one did not. 3 guesses who? Ron muttered. Salazar Slytherin wished to be more selective of the students admitted to Hogwarts. He believed that magical learning should be kept within all magic families, in other words, purebloods. Unable to persuade the others, he decided to leave the school. According to legend, Slytherin built a hidden chamber in this castle known as the Chamber of Secrets. Now, shortly before departing, he sealed it until that time that his own true heir returned to the school. The heir alone would be able to open the chamber and unleash the horror within, and by so doing, purge the school of all those who, in Slytherin's view, were unworthy to study magic. Muggleborns. Hermione surmised unnecessarily. McGonagall nodded. Well, naturally the school has been searched many times. No such chamber has been found. Professor, what exactly does legend tell us lies within the chamber? Hermione asked. The chamber is said to be home to something that only the heir of Slytherin can control. It is said to be the home of a monster. Class ended shortly afterwards on a rather low note, and it was a subdued group of second years that headed to their next class. Do you think the legend is true? Asked Ron as they walked through one of the courtyards. Yes, Hermione replied without any hesitation. McGonagall's worried. All the teachers are. But that means that the heir of Slytherin has returned to Hogwarts. The quest is, who? Harry answered Ron's unspoken question. The following day the students were treated again to the sight of Lucius Malfoy striding into the Great Hall during breakfast and heading straight for Dumbledore. Draco had warned his friends yesterday that his father was coming, having taken the news that the Chamber of Secrets was apparently open very badly. Wanting to know what was going on and not being willing to wait to be told a watered-down version by Sirius later, Harry had come prepared with his cloak and stealthily followed Lucius and Dumbledore when they left. Whether this matter was too serious to wait, or if his uncle just knew him too well and figured he'd follow, Harry was in luck that they didn't wait until reaching the headmaster's office before talking. "You are certain that the fabled Chamber of Secrets has been opened?" Lucius asked the moment they were far enough away from the Great Hall. "It appears that way, yes. Then we must search the school more thoroughly than ever before and find it. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, Dumbledore, that a student died the last time the chamber was opened." That surprised Harry. So this wasn't the first time the chamber was opened and last time someone had actually died. This was not off to a good start. "Of course not, Lucius. I was a teacher here when it happened after all. I admit I find it curious though that you care so much." Lucius' lips thinned. "My son is here in this castle, of course I care," he replied in a clipped tone. "Yes, but you know as well as I that the monster in the chamber was placed there to purge the school of Muggleborns. Your son hardly fits the bill." Harry could see his uncle tense. Outwardly Lucius maintained the appearance of hating Muggles, knowing that to do otherwise would seal his, and his family's, fate when Voldemort returned. However, Harry knew how much such assumptions grated on his nerves. "That is pure speculation, Dumbledore. We know the legend but not the truth, and until we do I will not put my son's safety at risk, nor that of any other student. It would be terrible if there was another death. Especially Mr. Potter. I do not think the wizarding world would survive his demise." Harry stopped for a moment, feeling like he'd just been hit by a bludger. His uncle would not have mentioned him specifically without a reason. "And you care for Harry's safety in particular?" "He is a member of House Black," Lucius replied with the excuse he used anytime someone questions why he cared at all for Harry. "Lord Black would be quite put out if I did not do all I could to protect him." "And you care so deeply of what Sirius thinks?" Lucius was now becoming agitated. "Need I remind you, Dumbledore, that my wife is a Black by birth and my son stands to inherit the lordship should the current lord not produce an heir of his own?" This was actually not true. A few years after Harry came to live with Sirius, the current Lord Black realized he was unlikely to have children of his own and so had made Harry his heir. Of course this information was on a need-to-know basis as it gave them an advantage, and the Malfoys an excuse, so none outside their family and Gringotts needed to know until such a time as the next lord was to claim the title. "By virtue of the ties between our houses Lord Black and I have an understanding." Dumbledore hummed in thought but said no more, for they had now reached his office. Harry was prepared to follow them inside, but the sudden appearance of a large black dog who sprang from the shadows once Dumbledore and Lucius had disappeared up the stairs stopped him. "Sirius," he gasped in surprise. "How did you?" He got his answer as the dog began sniffing at his invisible feet. "You could smell me," he said in realization. With a wolfy grin, the dog barked once and bounded down the corridor. Harry followed him into an unused classroom before taking the cloak off and greeting his godfather properly once he'd transformed back. "What are you doing here?" "I had to see you after the letter you sent last night," he replied as he took a seat. "You mentioned hearing a voice, but you have no idea what it was?" "No." Harry shook his head. "Only that it was going to kill and then we found Mrs. Norris petrified." "That's not a coincidence, Harry, I'm sorry to say. What you heard had to have been involved if not behind the whole thing." "I figured as much," he muttered sadly. "But why was I the only one to hear it? I don't know, but it can't mean anything good. Listen to me, Harry, you could be in great danger. Before his fall, Voldemort claimed to be a descendant of Slytherin and we now know isn't truly gone." Harry's eyes widened at the implications, now knowing why his uncle had mentioned him to Dumbledore. "But that means he's back at Hogwarts. And that his whole thing with the chamber could be to get to you." "Then I'll have to be extra cautious," he said. "And if he's after me then I'll be ready this time." "Don't you dare do anything stupid, Harry," Sirius said sharply. "I feel I've told you that far too often lately, but you apparently need the reminder." Harry looked a bit sheepish under Sirius' glare. "I don't go looking for trouble, trouble usually finds me." "Uh-huh. And you never do anything rash or unthinking. Harry tried to look innocent but failed utterly. Just promise me you'll be careful. And that you'll listen to Hermione. Why Hermione? That girl has more brains and common sense than most adults. Sirius said with a look that told Harry he should already know this. If she thinks you're being stupid, then you probably are. Harry had to concede that point. All right, I'll be careful and will listen to Hermione. I know you won't, Harry, but my heart thanks you for trying. Sirius said, giving Harry a hug. Now get to class, you're already late. Looking at his watch, Harry cursed. It was already 15 minutes into the first class of the day. Shoving his cloak into his bag, Harry bid goodbye to Sirius and took off at a run, wondering along the way on what excuse he could give Flitwick. After Lucius' visit, new safety measures were put in place. The first and second years were escorted everywhere by either a professor or prefect, none of them allowed anywhere on their own. The higher years had a bit more freedom, but a school-wide curfew was put into effect and even the seventh years were highly discouraged from going anywhere alone. It was more than just a bit disruptive, but the school governors weren't taking any chances. Aurors were also seen at the school, searching every room for the fabled Chamber of Secrets. Unsurprisingly, they didn't find anything, and that, coupled with the lack of any other attacks, had the students relaxing as Christmas came and went. Harry, Ron, Hermione and Draco, however, were not among those to relax. They knew the truth about the likely culprit and were constantly on high alert. The extra carefulness and observance served another purpose, though unintentionally. As Christmas approached, Harry noticed that Ron's sister began to look paler, her eyes becoming more gaunt and empty. Harry mentioned this to Ron, who initially thought everything was fine, until he too began to notice it. Enlisting the help of his brothers, Ron tried to talk to Ginny, who insisted everything was fine. Her appearance didn't corroborate that though, and finally Percy put his foot down and took her to see Madame Pomfrey. The matron could find nothing wrong with her though and simply prescribed rest, attributing her gaunt look to the stress of recent events. It seemed to do the trick, for over the holidays Ginny perked up and seemed to become her old self. Harry though wasn't so convinced, for every time he looked at her that feeling he'd had on the train returned, this time stronger than before. Harry still didn't know what the feeling was, and he hadn't mentioned it to anyone. He knew what Sirius and Remus would say, that he had his first crush. Sirius would follow with some teasing, while Remus would no doubt try and talk to him about it, ensuring him that he was growing up and would start noticing girls. Draco and Ron would follow Sirius' example, though Ron might also kill him since it was his sister, while Hermione would act more like Remus. His uncle would cough uncomfortably if he ever brought it up with him, while his aunt would dive right into lessons on how a noble lord was to act around a girl and the proper etiquette for courting her. No, it was best not to mention it to anyone until he at least knew what the feeling was. In the meantime, Harry straight up told Ginny she could come to him if she needed anything and vowed to keep an eye on her. That proved more difficult than he thought it would be. After the holidays, classes and Quidditch practice returned with a vengeance, and the few times he remembered to check on her, Ginny was nowhere to be found. For the most part though, school continued on as normal, the bloody message and attack on Filch's cat becoming more and more of a distant memory as the months passed. Until February, that is. Harry was in the hospital wing one night after a Quidditch match, cursing Lockhart and wondering how he'd ever done the things in his books. A bludger had broken Harry's arm during the game, and instead of helping him to the hospital wing, the defense professor had decided to heal it himself, but instead had somehow vanished all the bones in Harry's arm. Madame Pomfrey had to grow them back, and Harry was forced to stay overnight as she did. By coincidence, or fate, this meant that Harry was there when Dumbledore and McGonagall rushed in late that night. "What's happened?" Madame Pomfrey asked. "There has been another attack," replied Dumbledore. Harry's breath hitched, but he forced himself to remain silent, and still lest they realize he was awake and stopped him from eavesdropping. "He was found not far from here. We think he was on his way to see Potter," McGonagall said. "Perhaps he got a picture of his attacker." Harry felt his heart sink. There was only one student with a camera who would break curfew to see him. The annoying, yet endearing, first year who worshipped him, Colin Creevey. Harry heard a click followed by a poof and rightly concluded that the film had been destroyed. "What does this mean, Albus?" "It is as we feared, Minerva." The Chamber of Secrets has indeed been opened again. Harry was released the next day and wasted no time in informing his friends of what had happened. Draco was now included in these conversations in real time instead of waiting for when they could next meet up without being seen together. This was all thanks to Narcissa and Lucius' Christmas present. They had taken the communication mirror Harry and Sirius had and expanded it. Normally only 2 mirrors were connected, but it was now a whole network for their family, and for Ron and Hermione. It was a clever bit of magic and meant that Draco only had to find time alone to speak with his friends, which was much easier, and safer, than trying to meet up in person. Naturally, the news of another attack, this time against a student, did not sit well with them and put them back on high alert, though this was true for the entire school. Gone was any relaxation that the quiet of the last few months had brought. The school was back to the strictly enforced extra safety measures. The governors, all of them this time, were seen coming and going from the castle, as were various members of the ministry. No one was taking this lightly, for which Harry was immensely glad, though given Dumbledore's usual tendency to believe that Hogwarts was the safest place on Earth, Harry suspected that the school's diligence might have something to do with the pressure being put on him from the governors and ministry, which in turn was largely due to Lucius and Sirius. In seemingly all cases, people were happy to follow Dumbledore's lead given his status as Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, the supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, and given the general view that he is the most powerful light wizard in the world. Lucius and Sirius, however, did not share their views and both held a lot of sway in the ministry, so those who would have been moved to inaction by Dumbledore's views were now forced into action. With the whole school on high alert, it became harder for the friends to sneak away and continue their usual training, and especially to meet up with Draco. Even finding time to speak with him on the mirror was beginning to prove a challenge. A couple days after the attack was the exception. Lucius was back at the school, this time along with Sirius in his human form, the Lord of House Black having talked his way onto the Board of Governors, a feat that had proved quite easy in the recent upheaval. Both had summoned their children while Sirius had also invited Harry's friends as well, only their group knowing that all of them were meeting together. "Why are we here, Sirius?" Harry asked, having recently spoken to his godfather in person. His answer didn't come from Sirius, however, but Lucius, who handed a small box to Draco. The 12-year-old turned nervously to face Hermione. The attack on Creevy proves that whoever the heir of Slytherin is, they're after Muggleborns. I know you don't need someone to protect you, but I'm worried. He opened the box and Hermione let out a gasp seeing the large emerald necklace inside. Draco. What on earth? This necklace is an old Black family heirloom enchanted to protect a daughter of House Black. Grandfather Cygnus gave it to Mother when she started at Hogwarts. It will protect you against most curses and will warn us if you're ever in danger. He explained. It does have its limits though. I doubt it will protect you from Slytherin's heir. It's not that powerful, but hopefully it will buy you time to get away or for help to arrive. Draco. I don't, it's too much. Hermione tried to insist. Please. You will wear it. Pop it. No arguments. Lucius' tone brooked no disagreement. Hermione looked up at him in his stern expression, but also that there was worry in his own eyes as well. Nodding her head shyly, Hermione let Draco clasp the necklace around her neck. So is that all it does? Protects from curses and warns of danger? Or is there something else? She asked with a raised eyebrow. Sirius chortled and even Lucius cracked a smile, though Draco looked distinctly uncomfortable. Well, its original purpose was a bit different. He stuttered. Of course it's not used like that now. We'd never. She's playing with you, Draco. His father said. She knows exactly what the history is. What history? Ron asked. Noble and ancient families would always give their daughters some form of protection before they attended Hogwarts. Hermione explained. In almost all cases it was in the form of a piece of jewelry, and it does exactly what Draco said it does. However, while protection from curses and such was a pleasant side effect, it is not why the noble lords gave it to their daughters. The jewelry was originally meant to protect the virtue of their daughters. Ron and Harry both now looked distinctly uncomfortable as well. Did Sissa teach you that? Sirius asked. Protection jewelry passed down in ancient houses did come up in one of our lessons. said Hermione with a dignified air, an almost exact copy of Narcissa. She did not hide the truth from me when I asked. But you knew to ask. Draco questioned, feeling more comfortable now as she didn't seem upset. I know my history, Draco, and noble family 3W trying to protect their daughter's virtue is not unique to the wizarding world. Hermione was once again in teaching mode. Muggle history is littered with such attempts, the most overt and well-known being medieval chastity belts. Wizards simply had magic to help them, so they did not need to resort to such crude methods when a simple piece of enchanted jewelry would do the same thing. Draco simply nodded. Wait, how did he know about this and I didn't? Harry asked suddenly. We took all our lessons together since we were 3. In most things, pup, said Sirius. However, your aunt and uncle chose to educate their son more in the old ways than I thought you needed. In other words, you were sticking it to your mum by not teaching the heir to House Black all the ancient pureblood traditions. Harry surmised. Harry, that is something I had not even thought of, so it could not possibly be the reasoning behind my actions. Sirius lied through his teeth. Though I truly didn't think you'd need that particular lesson, as well as some others. Full disclosure, pup, the Potter vaults have such a necklace inside them, which I believe was last worn by your great-great-aunt, Wilhelmina, the last female Potter by birth. She died without any children, so had no daughter to pass it on to. It returned to the Potter vaults when she died and will stay there until you have a daughter. Or forever. Harry muttered. Yes, he agreed with a chuckle. Though if ever you have a daughter and there is reason to worry for her safety, you can alter the enchantments on it like Lucius did to be solely for protection, and not concerning her virtue. And moving on, Harry deliberately changed the subject. How will it warn you if I'm in danger? Hermione asked, her curiosity on how the magic worked now taking over. Through this, Lucius held up his hand, pointing to a large emerald ring sitting on his little finger. It will alert me if the enchantments on the necklace activate. I have also duplicated the effects onto these coins. He held one out to each of the boys. Narcissa, Sirius and Remus also have one, so the cavalry will storm in if you're in trouble. But why do you have the ring if it's a Black family heirloom? For that matter, how will it even work for me? She questioned. The way Sirius spoke, the necklace is to be passed from mother to daughter and are enchanted to protect only a daughter of that house, which I'm not. You're too smart for your own good, puss. Sirius said with a laugh, his own term of endearment for her having come after Lucius, when he decided he wasn't going to be outdone. Lucius has the ring because when Narcissa and he married, the magic in the necklace recognized him as master as she became a Malfoy. Technically it should be passed to their daughter, and if they never had one, then upon Narcissa's death it would return to the Black family, much like Wilhelmina's did to the Potters. However, as Narcissa is still alive and well, the magic will not recognize anyone but the current Lord Malfoy as master, so the ring must remain with Lucius. That still doesn't explain how it'll work for me. I'm not a Malfoy either. Yes, regarding that, that is the reason why I am here today. He knelt down in front of her so as to better look her in the eye. If it's all right with you, and Harry as well, I'd like to adopt you as a member of House Black. This will not only allow the necklace's enchantments to work for you, and afford you all the magical and legal protection of our house, but would make me your guardian in the wizarding world. It would also hopefully make the heir of Slytherin think twice about attacking you. Everyone knows we'd hunt down anyone who hurt a member of our family. Of course, as my godson Harry is already recognized as a member of my family, so a side effect would be that you two would be considered brother and sister. Yes. Harry agreed with no hesitation, having broken out into a smile. I've never said it, but I've thought of you as a sister since halfway through first year. And you a brother. He added to Ron, who nodded embarrassingly and muttered, same. Hermione felt her heart melt a bit at Harry's reaction and the hesitation she now saw in his eyes, wondering what her reaction would be. I'm certainly not against the idea. I love you as a brother as well, Harry. She answered, and Harry's smile turned brilliant. But will that mean I'm no longer a Granger? Yes. Sirius answered with a straight face, any hint of joking gone, as he knew this would be the part that was hard for Hermione. At least in the wizarding world it would. Your magic, our family magic, the Ministry, Gringotts, Hogwarts, all will recognize you as a Black, and their records will change accordingly. Now that doesn't mean that you are no longer a Granger in the sense that you would lose your parents, or the rest of your family in the Muggle world. In your daily life nothing would change except your last name, though to them you would still be Granger by name as well. You would still go to your parents during the holidays, and they would still be a huge part of your life. Aside from your name nothing will noticeably change in your life, though in the ways that matter most in our world you would be my daughter. And you're okay with that? What about Mum and Dad? Isn't this too much? There must be another way. She was starting to get panicky. Oh, but don't think I don't want to be your sister, Harry, it's not that at all, it's. Calm down, Puss. Sirius forced her to look at him. I have already spoken with your parents, and though they too did not like the thought of your last name changing, they know it is for your safety and recognize that nothing would really be changing, especially as you would still legally be a Granger in their world, and nothing would change for them. Hermione knew what he meant. When Professor McGonagall had delivered her Hogwarts letter and first told her she was a witch, she had also explained that Muggles didn't have any legal status in the wizarding world, not even if they were parents to a witch, so if Hermione attended Hogwarts she'd be appointed a magical guardian, which, in the case of Muggleborns at Hogwarts, was the headmaster. So what you're saying is that just by sending me to Hogwarts my parents had essentially already given up any claim they had to me as I'd be living in the wizarding world. She surmised. So what is the difference if my name now changes? Yes. And for the record, this is the best way to protect you. Lucius and I did look into other ways, but there is little that is more powerful than old family magic. And the threat is very real. Someone died last time the chamber was opened, and I shouldn't place more importance on a name than on my safety, even if there's no guarantee I'll be attacked. The point is I could be, and if I am I may not even be here to care about what my last name is. I knew you were smart, Puss, but even so I didn't think you'd rationalize it so quickly. Sirius gave her a smile. And you? She then asked shyly. How do you feel about all this? Well, I'm not going to claim to have an instant familial connection with you like this one, he motioned to Harry. But I have come to care for you. I, and House Black, would be honored to have you. Not to mention your mother will be rolling over in her grave at a Muggleborn becoming a Black. Harry added. Not everything is about my mother, pup. Sirius replied jovially, making it obvious to everything that he had thought of his mother's reaction. Harry and Draco sniggered, knowing how often Sirius did things solely because his mother wouldn't approve. Lucius merely rolled his eyes, an action mirrored by Hermione. Well, if you're sure, then I'd be honored. She accepted. Harry hugged her with a beaming smile while Draco looked almost as happy, at least he did to his father, who had been watching him throughout the exchange. Excellent, Sirius said, now grasping her hands in his. Hermione Jean, is it your wish to become a member of House Black? Hermione looked a bit shocked that this was happening now while Lucius scrambled to pull out his wand, muttering that Sirius could have warned him, and held it above their joined hands. Yes. Then I, Sirius Orion Black, head of House Black, wish to welcome you, Hermione Jean, into my house. Magic began to swirl around them, and it was then that Lucius took over. I, Lucius Abraxas Malfoy, do hereby witness your intent and ask you to make your vows. Do you, Sirius Orion Black, promise to accept Hermione Jean as a member of your house? Do you promise to care for and protect her, to ensure her future and to endow her with all the trappings and privileges due her as a daughter of House Black? I do so promise. Do you, Hermione Jean, promise to throw away any allegiance to another noble house? Do you promise to honor House Black as your one true house, to respect and obey Lord Black as your head of house, and to take on all the rights and responsibilities of a daughter of House Black? They could see Hermione's mind analyzing what Lucius had asked, but for now at least, she didn't question it, choosing instead to trust them. I do so promise. The swirling magic had concentrated at the tip of Lucius' wand as each made their vows, and it now spiraled around their joined hands before disappearing. Thank you for trusting us, Puss. I'm sorry I didn't explain things in detail beforehand, I didn't think. Sirius apologized. Allow me to rectify that and assuage your curiosity. The vows are old, as you can probably tell. They date back to the first time my ancestors adopted someone into their house, which I believe was some 750 years ago, and have been used ever since. Because of the ancient nature of the vows, the family magic responds only to them and not any variation. You'll notice that's a pattern with the ancient pureblood houses, they don't like change. Thankfully, though, my ancestors weren't entirely stupid and left the wording open for interpretation. For example, 750 years ago, it was generally understood that the vow to ensure her future meant to see you married well and into a respectable house. Now, though, it simply means I'll continue to care for you after school instead of saying, cheerio, off you go. Hermione chuckled, but she also wasn't disillusioned. You mean the vow means that to the current Lord Black, not to pureblood society in general? It wasn't a guess. As I understand it, many of the ancient houses still practice most, if not all, of the old ways, and arranged marriages are quite common. Well, you're not wrong. A sigh left him. But that is not something you need to worry about. Nor is breaking your vow to obey. I'm certainly not expecting blind obedience in all things. Besides, Harry would kill me if I did. Too right you are. Harry piped up. Hermione chuckled again before spontaneously hugging Sirius. Thank you, she murmured. You're welcome, Puss. He returned the hug. And thank you for the necklace. Hermione turned her hug on Lucius, who, as always when she hugged him, looked uncomfortable for a moment before reciprocating, having leaned that she wouldn't let go until he did. And you, Draco. A third hug was given, and surprisingly Draco appeared more uncomfortable than his father, blushing profusely when they pulled apart. You know, Harry and I have done things to protect you as well, said Ron. Where's our hug? Oh, of course you have, Ron. Her reply was condescending, though she hugged him as well. I know you and Harry have worked very hard these last few days to ensure at least one of you is always with me, even when I have to go to the loo. Ron's eyes widened and he sheepishly rubbed the back of his neck. That obvious, huh? About as subtle as a bludger, Ronald. We get points for trying though, right? Harry asked. Hermione rolled her eyes. Sure. Why not? I can't fault my new brother for worrying about me, can I? Harry smiled brightly again when she called him her brother. Draco was the closest thing he had to a sibling, and though they were very close and he was certainly a member of Harry's family, he had never truly thought of Draco as a brother. With Hermione, though, and Ron as well, he'd felt an instant connection, and it hadn't been long until he began thinking of them as siblings. Well, I'm glad this is all sorted. Sirius spoke up. Now, if the four of you don't get down to the Great Hall, you're going to miss lunch, so run alone. I have to go see Dumbledore anyways. Inform him he is no longer needed as your guardian. His smile was almost predatory. You just love any opportunity to confront the old man, Lucius said with a roll of his eyes as he followed Sirius out of the room. Of course. Though this time it's more than that. I've no doubt he's thought of using his guardianship over Hermione to try and force Harry to his will, and simply hasn't found the best way yet. He thinks. The door shut behind them, cutting off whatever threat Sirius was about to utter. Welcome to the family, Hermione, said Harry, still looking at the door. I can't promise you won't regret it though, given how big a misfit Sirius is. Just Sirius? She questioned with a raised eyebrow. News that Hermione had been adopted into the Black family spread like wildfire through the Hogwarts rumor mill. Of course, this was just one they had hoped for. Word getting back to the heir of Slytherin in the hope that it would offer her some protection. It also had the side effect of reining in the Slytherins. The Blacks were a noble and ancient house, and attacking a member of that house, even just verbally, was not a good idea. Add in the family's influence and the fact that she was considered the sister of the future Lord Potter, giving her the protection of another noble and ancient house, and she was practically untouchable. Draco told them that after the news broke, all the prejudiced purebloods who had been bullying Hermione since first year received owls from home, himself included, to keep up appearances, instructing them not to do anything that could impugn her honor and have Lord Black come looking for blood. Several boys from noble houses had even begun treating her quite courteously, a few even going so far as to ask if they could escort the newly minted Miss Black to class. One of these boys was Draco, who used Hermione's new status to get to spend more time with her, Harry and Ron out in the open. He also explained, after Harry had complained about boys giving his sister too much attention, that Millicent Bulstrode had seen the necklace when Hermione was fixing her tie one day in the bathroom. She had immediately brought that news back to Slytherin House, and they had assumed that Lord Black was following the ancient traditions with his newly adopted daughter, and some of the boys had taken that to heart, their attention to Hermione now being a declaration to anyone from a noble house that they were interested in courting her once she was a bit older. Hermione was quite embarrassed by this development, while Harry was nearly fuming and had done all he could to show that his sister was off limits. The days following the attack on Colin saw security once again tightened at the school. Aurors were now a permanent fixture at the castle, and at least one always escorted students to and from each class, as well as between the common rooms and the Great Hall for meals. Weekends and other free times were harder to monitor, but they did their best, restricting students to certain areas of the castle, which were heavily guarded. For several days the school was quiet, even though it had never housed so many people, until one day that silence ended. Harry was in the middle of potions when he heard it again, the voice. Kill, kill, rip, tear, kill. Harry's head snapped up as he looked around for the source but saw none. Ron, did you hear that? Harry asked, punching Ron in the arm to get his attention. What? The voice. Harry hissed. The one from the night Mrs. Norris was attacked. Ron snapped his own head up at that. He began listening intently. No, he said finally. I don't hear anything, Harry. It's going to kill again. Before they could think on what to do, Snape called the class to an end. They both packed up as quickly as possible, determining to follow the voice, but the potions master stopped them. Potter, a word, he called out before Harry could make his escape. Harry was about to protest but thought better of it when he saw the look in Snape's eyes. Go on, he said to Ron and Hermione. Probably best anyways. I promised Sirius I'd try not to do anything stupid. Nodding their acceptance, the two filed out of the class and followed the Auror, taking them to lunch. Yes, Professor? Harry asked when they were gone. This was the first time he and Snape had talked since last year after his very first potions class. Something is troubling you, he said. Concern was the last thing Harry would have expected from him. Do not deny it, Potter. I saw you looking around earlier as if there was something there. Given everything that is going on, I must insist you tell me. Although still unlike the Snape he knew, this, at least, made more sense. Snape wasn't worried about Harry, he was worried about the rest of the students. Harry stared at the potions master for several moments, wondering what to tell him. Eventually, though, for a reason he couldn't explain, he decided on the truth. I heard a voice, sir. I don't know what it is or where it's coming from, but it said it was going to kill. Snape was stoic at this news, but Harry wasn't done. It's not the first time I've heard it either, sir. The first time was when Mrs. Norris was attacked. It was the voice that led us to her. Snape took in that information for a moment before asking his questions. And are these the only 2 times you have heard the voice? There has been nothing since the cat was petrified. Harry nodded. You heard nothing the night Mr. Creevey was attacked? No, sir. And have you? Whatever question he was going to ask next was cut off by the sound of several screams. Without hesitating, Snape bolted to his feet and out the door, Harry hot on his heels. They ran up a couple flights of stairs, following the voices and sounds of sobbing before coming across the class, the Auror doing his best to calm them. Snape pushed his way to the front with Harry following in his wake, and both stopped dead at what they saw. There, stiff as a board, were Justin Finch-Fletchley, a second-year Hufflepuff whom had asked to use the lavatory during Snape's class, and the Auror guard who had accompanied him. Floating alongside them was nearly headless Nick, his mostly severed head hanging to one side while the rest of his ghostly form was just as unresponsive as the other two. Auror Higgins, take the students to the Great Hall and ensure they stay there. Snape instructed the young Auror whom he himself had taught potions to but a few years prior. Yes, sir. He replied, old habits dying hard. Right, you lot. Come on. No dallying. As the students filed past him, Harry could feel Snape's eyes lingering on him, and he knew that the potions master suspected something, though what it was he didn't know. Another attack a mere week after the last one brought about talks of closing the school. Harry got to see Sirius, albeit from afar, nearly every day now, for it seemed that the school governors were constantly at the castle for meetings with Dumbledore, which now included Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic. Fudge arriving at the school himself meant that things were more serious than they thought, though how they didn't know. They wondered if the ministry had some lead on who was responsible, though quickly discounted that for Sirius and Lucius would have told them. At least they would have, had the lead the ministry had not been ridiculous. Hagrid's been arrested, Harry shouted once they were told the news. After their first few visits with the gamekeeper last year, Harry, Ron and Hermione had continued to visit him every now and then, finding the man's company pleasant. They had learned a fair bit about Hagrid during those times, one of which was that he wouldn't harm a fly. Keep it as a pet and name it Flutter, yes. But not harm it. He can't be guilty. Ron insisted. There's no way. We don't believe so either. Sirius said. But Fudge has decided he needs to be seen doing something. So he arrests Hagrid. The mere idea was preposterous to Hermione. It is not entirely without cause, said Lucius. What do you mean, Uncle? The last time the chamber was opened was 50 years ago, when Hagrid was a student here. He explained. He was blamed for it at the time. But if he was really responsible, why hasn't he been in Azkaban all this time? Asked Draco. Because the ministry had no actual proof it was him, answered Sirius. He was caught housing an acromantula within the castle and the attacks stopped when he was expelled, but there was no actual proof it was him, or that the acromantula could petrify someone or kill without leaving a mark, so they couldn't get a conviction. But they still all thought him guilty, I'll bet. Harry muttered. That's why he's been arrested now. Sirius nodded. What can we do? Hermione asked. We can't just let him stay there if he's innocent. I'm afraid there's not much we can do, Poppet, said Lucius. Short of catching the one responsible. Which might be Voldemort, Harry summarized. Him having claimed to be a descendant of Slytherin and all. Then that's what we'll do. She insisted resolutely, a determined look familiar to the three boys in her eyes. We'll find out who the heir of Slytherin is. There's bound to be references to the founders' families in the library. Harry, Ron and Draco said in unison. Hermione glared at them before bidding Sirius and Lucius goodbye and leaving in a huff. Does she really think she'll find the answer in the library? Sirius asked. Maybe. Draco replied. But regardless, it's what Hermione does. When in doubt, go to the library. Unsurprisingly to the boys, and to the frustration of Hermione, there was nothing to be found about Slytherin's family in the library. To the frustration of all of them, though, this meant that they were no closer to figuring out the identity of Slytherin's heir. They weren't the only ones who were determined to help out, though, granted some had different ideas than finding the culprit. Gather round, gather round. Lockhart shouted as he strode onto a stage that had been erected in the Great Hall. Can everyone see me? Can you all hear me? Good. With a flourish he pulled off the cape he wore and threw it at a group of girls, one of whom caught it, though less enthusiastically than he would have hoped for. By now all the students were at minimum displeased with his teaching, though many now considered him an outright fraud. Git. Ron muttered. Now, Professor Dumbledore has given me permission to start this little dueling club to train you all up in case you ever need to defend yourselves, as I myself have done on countless occasions. For full details, see my published works. He shot them his best smile, but not getting the reaction he'd hoped for, a simpering audience hanging on his every word, he pressed on. Let me introduce my assistant, Professor Snape. The dreaded potions master stepped onto the stage wearing his usual scowl, though there was also a downright dangerous glint in his eyes for anyone who cared to look. I don't reckon he liked being called an assistant, said Harry, especially not to Lockhart. He has sportingly agreed to help me with a little demonstration. Now I don't want any of you youngsters to worry, you'll still have your potions master once I'm through with him, never fear. Again Lockhart gave them his most charming smile, though this time decided not to wait for a reaction. Snape's going to eat him for lunch, Ron said, to which Harry and Hermione only nodded. Both men had now pulled out their wands and were standing face to face. They saluted each other and then bowed before walking 10 paces and turning to face each other once more, wands held at the ready. On the count of 3, said Lockhart. 1, 2, 3. Expelliarmus, Snape said loudly before Lockhart had even opened his mouth. The defense teacher was thrown backwards, his wand flying out of his hands and landing neatly in Snape's. Thank you for that demonstration, Professor Snape, Lockhart said as he picked himself up and caught his wand when Snape threw it at him. But if you don't mind me saying, it was pretty obvious what you were about to do, and if I had wanted to stop you, it would have only been too easy. Snape raised an eyebrow. Perhaps it would be prudent to teach the students how to block unfriendly spells, Professor. The way he said the word professor made it clear that he did not consider Lockhart an equal by any stretch of the word. An excellent idea. Lockhart agreed quickly. Let's have a volunteer pair. He began to look around the hall for his favorite target. Potter, Weasley, how about you? Pairing Potter and Weasley will mean the students learn how to defend against nothing more than a tickling charm. Their friendship makes them incapable of throwing anything stronger at each other. Snape interrupted. Might I suggest someone from my own house? Malfoy, perhaps. Turning abruptly, he pointed at Draco and ordered him to the stage, which he happily complied with, all the while smirking evilly. Harry had to stop himself from grinning, for Snape wasn't to know of their own friendship, though he was right that Harry and Draco would duel harder together than he and Ron. The two cousins had been learning and training together since they were 3, so they knew well each other's limits. Walking to the center of the stage, the two raised their wands in front of them. Scared, Potter? Draco drawled. You wish. To the onlookers it seems that they were trying to psych each other out, but Hermione and Ron could see the mirth in their eyes. Saluting each other, the two followed Snape and Lockhart's example and bowed before moving back 10 paces and taking their stances. On 3, called Lockhart. I want you to cast your spell to disarm your opponent, only to disarm. That was fine with them. There were many interpretations of disarming your opponent, not all of them requiring the casting of a disarming charm. 1, 2, 3. Evert Statum. Draco was the quicker of the two and got the first spell off, though Harry was far from helpless against it. Protega. Rictusempra. Harry blocked Draco's spell and returned his own, taking from Snape, though Draco was too quick to be hit by it. Flipendo. Harry dodged this time by sidestepping the jinx. The hall was understandably impressed. These were 2 second years after all, and they shouldn't have been so good. Avis. A group of birds appeared from Harry's wand and attacked Draco, who, upon canceling the spell, decided to return with a creature of his own. Serpensordia. A cobra was conjured and immediately began hissing upon seeing itself surrounded. Harry froze. Thinking the Gryffindor was simply too scared to move, Snape stepped forward. Don't move, Potter, I'll get rid of it for you. Allow me, Professor Snape. Lockhart interceded, not one to be outdone. Alert Ascendere. Like all of Lockhart's spells, however, this one did nothing useful and merely threw the snake into the air. When it landed, it was angry and turned its sights on the nearest person, a Ravenclaw student who was unlucky enough to be standing right in front of it. Don't, Harry said, speaking to the snake as it began to coil for an attack. Don't attack him, he means you no harm. The snake now turned to face Harry and spoke right back. And yet I am surrounded. I give you my word that my classmates will not hurt you. The cobra was silent for a moment, analyzing Harry, and it was all the time Snape needed. Vipera Evanesca. Pointing his wand at the serpent, it began to disintegrate, and only when it was gone did Harry become aware that everyone was looking at him with expressions that ranged from shock to fear. This club is at an end. Snape spoke softly, though his voice carried in the silence. Potter, you will follow me. Turning, Snape stalked off, expecting his orders to be obeyed. Looking confused, Harry did as instructed, though he wasn't the only one to follow the potions master down to the dungeons. Snape led him directly into his office and even held the door open for Ron and Hermione, knowing that the three were practically attached at the hip and he might get more information from them. You're a Parselmouth. Why didn't you tell us? Ron burst out as soon as the door closed behind them. I'm a what? Harry asked, still confused. You can talk to snakes. Hermione explained. Oh. Harry's confusion cleared slowly. Yeah, I talked to one once before, in the garden when I was little. Come to think of it, Sirius told me to forget about it, and I never saw another snake until today. I'd forgotten until you said that. There's a reason Black told you to forget, Potter, said Snape. I wouldn't even be surprised if he arranged it so you never met a snake after that day. The 3 Gryffindors looked to him, 2 with furrowed brows, though one knew the reason he said that. Several dark witches and wizards in the past have been Parselmouths, Harry. Hermione said. It's not a very common gift and is often associated with dark magic users. I'm not. We know, she assured him. The gift itself isn't dark, but because of its past many people think it is. Harry grumbled that many people were stupid, but Hermione wasn't finished. There's more. Salazar Slytherin was a Parselmouth, he could talk to snakes too. Exactly. Ron agreed as if he had known that all along. Now everyone is going to think you're the heir of Slytherin. But I'm not. Harry snapped. No one knows much of Slytherin's descendants, but I find it highly unlikely you were his heir. Snape said with a sneer, as if the mere thought of Harry being the heir of his house's founder was preposterous. However, the mere ability to speak Parseltongue is not why I brought you here, but what it might very well mean given the current situation. Hermione gasped, having understood instantly what Snape was getting at. The boys merely looked confused though, and both Hermione and Snape rolled their eyes. Potter, did you or did you not tell me that you heard a voice that only you could hear before 2 of the attacks? Yes. He still seemed confused. Honestly, you both really are thick sometimes. Hermione groaned. Think, Harry, what if it wasn't a voice only you could hear, but one that only you could understand? The penny finally dropped. Because I understand Parseltongue. It's a snake. The monster in the Chamber of Secrets is a snake. The monster in the Chamber of Secrets is a snake. Small miracle he figured it out even once spelled out for him. Snape muttered, but Harry ignored him and pulled out his mirror. You got all that, and have already called Father. He and Uncle Sirius will be here momentarily. Draco answered before barging into the room. He had heard everything, Harry having opened the channel on their communications mirror when he'd stepped into Snape's office. Draco. Snape actually seemed surprised by this development. Hello, Godfather. He replied with a smile. Godfather. Ron and Hermione gasped before looking accusingly at their friends. It wasn't my secret to tell. Harry defended himself. And Uncle Severus asked me to be discreet about it, so I couldn't tell just anyone. But we're not just anyone, are we? Hermione asked, sounding hurt. Draco's eyes widened and he immediately began making assurances. Of course not. I didn't mean it like that. He continued rambling, and though he raised an amused eyebrow at his godson's flustered denial, Snape came to his rescue. I asked him not to tell anyone, Miss Black. I'm sure Draco meant no slight. The blonde nodded empathetically and Hermione took pity on him. All right. Draco breathed a sigh of relief, but it didn't last long as his father and uncle strode in, one whose only visible sign of surprise at Snape's presence was a raised eyebrow of his own while the other pulled his wand. What are you doing here, Snape? Sirius growled. This happens to be my office, Mutt. He sneered back, also having pulled his wand on his childhood nemesis. Enough, both of you. Lucius snarled and snatched both their wands, not at all in the mood to cater to their childishness. Professor Snape is helping us, Sirius. Harry explained. He thinks the voice I heard. You told him about the voice? Sirius asked incredulously. Yes, and I'm glad I did. He replied firmly. Why didn't you tell me I'm a Parselmouth? Sirius and Lucius exchanged a look. How do you know that? Sirius asked. It came out today when I got near a snake. My fault, I'm afraid. Draco admitted. We were dueling at a club Lockhart set up and I conjured one. Sirius sighed, knowing there was nothing for it. He wasn't going to outright lie to his godson. You were very young, Harry, when you ran in all excited that a snake had talked to you. I knew the stigma surrounding Parselmouths and didn't want to add anything else to your already heavy burden, so I told you to forget about it. And ensured I never saw another snake. It wasn't really a question. No, well, not really. I only asked the elves to make sure no more snakes could get into the garden. He said. I certainly never scouted out where we were going to make sure you didn't come across one or anything like that. This seemed to mollify Harry, who got back to the task at hand. Professor Snape was there when my ability came out and he thinks the voice I heard was a snake. That's why only I heard it, because it was speaking Parseltongue. The two newly arrived adults thought on that for a moment and came to the same conclusion as Snape. The emblem for Slytherin House is a serpent. Lucius said, looking to Sirius. Sealing one within his hidden chamber would be quite poetic. And would almost guarantee that only his heir could control it. Sirius agreed. The gift of Parseltongue is usually hereditary, so it is a relatively safe assumption that only his descendants would be able to speak it and would know the location of the chamber. But what snake can petrify people? Draco asked, having never heard of such a serpent. I don't know, Lucius told his son. But I am going to call your mother so she can start scouring the manor's library. And then I think we need to have a talk with your godfather. You too, Harry, said Sirius. I'm calling Moony so he can also start looking as well, but after that we talk. Ron and I will also go look in the library here, said Hermione. You're a member of this house, Puss, you don't have to leave. Sirius said. Neither do you, Ron, official member of this house of not. It's okay. Ron agreed with Hermione. This is going to be awkward enough as it is. With that the two left. Lucius and Sirius pulled out their mirrors to call Narcissa and Remus, promising to explain everything shortly, and turned back to their children and the potion's master. It was the latter that spoke first. So this is why you have been distant and secretive for the last 10 years. Snape said to Lucius. I have not. The Malfoy patriarch defended. Please, Lucius, do not insult my intelligence. I am a spy, there is very little I do not notice as my life often literally depends on it. We could not be entirely sure of your allegiances. Lucius sniffed, no longer denying that he hadn't been as open with his friend as he once was. Nor I of yours, Snape admitted with a sigh. He was not a friendly person by nature, or a very open one, but Lucius had been a true friend to him since their time at school together. He had been a first year while Lucius was in his fifth, but the Slytherin prefect had taken to protecting him from the worst of his housemates' bullying on top of taking great delight in assigning detentions to his top tormentors, James Potter and Sirius Black. After leaving Hogwarts and joining the Death Eaters, Lucius had looked out for him, had even tried to warn him off joining, but he had been young and brash and no one was going to stop him from finding glory alongside the Dark Lord. Still, Lucius, and Narcissa both, had taken care of him and they'd grown close enough for the new parents to name him godfather to baby Draco. Aside from Lily Evans, they were the only friends he could boast having. Then perhaps it is time we were. Snape nodded, but before they could say any more, Sirius spoke up. You will make the unbreakable vow, Snape, before even one more word is said. I will not, you insufferable. He is right, Severus. Lucius interceded. For the safety of your godson, if not for Harry. They are too closely linked for us not to ensure that no one, not even a skilled legilimens, can extract the information. Snape was still uneasy, but he knew that Lucius was right. An unbreakable vow meant that no one, not even Voldemort himself, could extract the information from his mind. With his life on the line should the vow be broken, his magic would see to its protection even if he was no longer able to consciously do so. Finally Snape agreed and Lucius acted as bonder for the vow between Snape and Sirius. In the end he was quite surprised at exactly what the vow entailed, as he had expected much more to be asked of him. He swore never to cause any true harm to Harry, nor to help anyone who wanted to hurt him. He swore to protect any information he was given and never to reveal it to someone who did not have prior knowledge of it. Nothing else was asked of him, and Snape even found himself surprised at the wording Lucius chose, for it meant that he could still play his part as a spy. Magic was a finicky thing and often derived meaning from intent. The wording Lucius chose meant that he could return to the Dark Lord, supposedly aid him in gaining power, and could even curse Harry if his cover required it, so long as the curse was cast solely to keep his cover and not because he wished to harm the boy. His magic would be able to tell the difference. You believe the Dark Lord is not truly gone, he said when the binding was over with. We know he's not. They told him everything then, from how Lucius had changed sides during the last war before Voldemort fell, all the way up to what they knew from what happened last year with the Philosopher's Stone and what they suspected with what was happening now. Once they were finished, Snape sat pensively for a time until finally he came to a decision and turned to Draco. You have always had my allegiance, he said to his godson, looking as well to Lucius, before turning to Harry. And now you have it as well. Lastly he turned to look at Sirius. You, however, Mutt, I will have your own vow that you mean me no harm. Just me, not all of us. Them I trust, even Potter I trust more than you. Snape growled. Sirius opened his mouth to retort, but a single look from Lucius quelled him, something which Snape took note of. A wizard's oath will have to do, he muttered, taking out his wand. I will not make the unbreakable vow in case one day you find a way around yours and I have to kill you. Sirius, Harry hissed. You will not sway me in this, pup, he said without even looking at his godson. Reluctantly, Snape agreed and the oath was given, along with a similar oath of his own towards Sirius' safety, which he demanded. They're never going to get along, are they? Harry muttered to Draco, who shook his head. I think working together without firing curses is all we can hope for. Lucius hid a chuckle, knowing exactly how right his son was. With the last of the oaths out of the way, Lucius asked to hear Snape's tale since their own had been told. When I saw I was wrong about the Dark Lord, I went to Dumbledore. He began. The headmaster made me into his spy, and it was through his testimony that I was no longer a Death Eater by choice that kept me out of Azkaban. I worked for him diligently, and still do all these years later. I was unsure of your allegiances, Lucius, after your claim of the Imperious Curse, when we both know you took the mark of your own free will. That is all well and good, Snape, but you haven't told us anything we don't already know. Sirius interrupted. And I don't see what help you can be to us now. By doing what I do best, Mutt. Snape sneered in return. I am a spy and a damn good one to have fooled the Dark Lord for so long. Dumbledore trusts me implicitly, and it is no secret that you do not trust Dumbledore. That got Sirius' attention. You would spy on him. Snape nodded. But can you? Lucius asked. I find it hard to believe that the old fool took you into his confidence without first ensuring your loyalty to him. Like I did today, I swore that I no longer followed the Dark Lord by choice and never would again. It was only a wizard's oath that would cost me my magic if I broke it, but the fact that I kept my magic went a long way to gaining his trust. Dumbledore always wants to believe the best in people and give them second chances. And, said Lucius, too much of a Slytherin to believe that was all it took. And I swore to do everything in my power to stop the Dark Lord. Dumbledore had stipulated loyalty to him, but I refused to make that vow. Lucius actually looked surprised. When I went to him, I asked him to help me protect someone I cared about. He looked in pain as he said this, though whether it was because of the memory of that person or because he was actually divulging this information with his nemesis in the room, Lucius didn't know. I never hid the fact that my loyalty was to that person and would not swear loyalty to anyone else. The person I cared for died anyways, near the end of the war, and so Dumbledore instead had me swear loyalty to the person best suited to stop the one responsible for their death. The headmaster did not believe there was anyone else better suited than he, and until today, I agreed with him. But now you think otherwise? Sirius asked. Snape turned to Harry. Dumbledore never hid the fact that he expected that one day my loyalty would be to you, Mr. Potter. Again he looked in pain, but this time Lucius knew it was because he was saying this to a Potter with black in the room. He has believed for many years that only you can ultimately defeat the Dark Lord, but he thought it would not be until he was finished with you. After he'd trained you, after he'd made you into a weapon, and after you had served whatever purpose he has for you that he divulges to no one, not even me. He explained. Even though you made clear last year that you would not be his puppet, I still thought he was our best shot and would one day get his hooks into you, until I learned your refusal to the headmaster was not simply an adolescent fit, but because you genuinely do not trust him and have your own plans in place. As such, my loyalty is now to you, and Dumbledore has no hold on me anymore. Everyone was silent as he declared his loyalty to Harry Potter, something none of them ever thought possible. Draco was the first to break out of his stupor. I'm sorry, can you say that again? I mean, I want to be absolutely sure that I have the image of my godfather, Severus Snape, the horrifying and never cheery bat of the dungeons, declaring his loyalty to someone imprinted in my mind. The young Malfoy was now laughing quite openly. Draco. Lucius scolded his son, while Snape merely raised an eyebrow. It was the latter that sobered Draco up from his laughing fit. Although to most it would appear that nothing about Snape had changed except for the raised eyebrow, Draco had learned the subtle differences over the years and knew he was treading on very thin ice. Sorry, sir, he muttered quickly. Staring his godson down another moment, Snape then turned to Sirius. Do not think that this extends to you as well, Mutt, nor the wolf. Wouldn't dream of it, snivvy Snape. Sirius stopped himself from using the old nickname he and James had given Snape at school. This did not go unnoticed by Snape, who made no further comment where he usually would have had the nickname been used. That's quite all right, as long as you can work together in a manner that does not drive the rest of us mad, said Lucius, staring them both down as Snape had Draco a few moments ago. Fine, we can work together. Sirius caved first under Lucius' stare. I'll be damned if Snape of all people is more mature than I am. He added in a mutter that only Harry heard. He let out a snort as he laughed but quickly turned it into a cough as Sirius glared at him. Rolling his eyes, Lucius took charge again. Now, what we need to do is, he was cut off as he felt the ring on his little finger grow cold. Not 2 seconds later, Harry, Draco and Sirius felt the coins they carried do the same. Hermione. Harry and Draco shouted in worry. Without thinking, they took off, running out the door and in the direction of the library, the 3 adults following close behind. Ice cold, Sirius muttered, looking to Lucius, whose expression was grim. It is supposed to turn hot if she is in danger, but to ice if that danger puts her in mortal peril. Lucius muttered in return. Sirius cursed and they sped up, Snape following behind, having figured out that they had some tracking device on Miss Black, though no one had told him. They had made it up from the dungeons and were hurtling up the grand staircase when the mirrors they carried began screeching at them, the signal for an emergency call. Taking out his mirror even as he continued running, Harry was greeted with Ron's panicked face. It's Hermione, she's been attacked. They ran to the library as fast as they could, but given how big that castle was, it was still some minutes before they arrived. A crowd was gathered in the library, blocking their way, but none of them would be deterred. Move. A quick barked order from the dreaded potions master had a path cleared for them even as Harry and Draco began to shove people aside. Hermione. Harry cried when he saw her. She was stiff as a board and had a look of surprise on her face. Harry dropped to his knees at his sister's side along with Ron, though Draco had frozen in place upon laying eyes on her, which was probably a good thing as they were in public and he couldn't be seen to care about Hermione too much. Lucius still put a restraining hand on his son's shoulder though, just in case. What happened? Sirius demanded, looking around for an answer, though he quickly saw he wouldn't get one from the assembled students. It was then that Madame Pants, the librarian, returned, Dumbledore and Madame Pomfrey in tow. Dumbledore bent down and touched Hermione's hand, looking her over carefully. Well, she has been petrified, like the others. Dumbledore replied. But how? I cannot say. A member of my house has been attacked, Dumbledore. If I do not get some answers soon, heads will roll. Sirius promised. We do not yet know what is causing this, Sirius, though we are endeavoring to find out. Sirius looked like he wanted to retort, but Harry interrupted him. Why is her hand like that? She had this with her, said Ron, holding up Hermione's mirror. What was she doing in this corner of the library? Sirius asked. It was indeed a fair question, as they were currently in the remotest part of the library, cut off from the library proper by a wall that none knew exactly why it had been built there. It was where outdated texts were kept, so it was very infrequently used, most assignments requiring the updated ones kept near the front. We were studying, Ron said, knowing those that mattered would understand that to mean researching the monster in the chamber. And Hermione suddenly thought of something. She went into the stacks, and when she didn't come back after a bit, I went to look for her. And you have no idea what she had thought of? Dumbledore asked. Ron shook his head. We should move her to the hospital wing, Albus. Madame Pomfrey came over after having helped Madame Pants shoo the students back to the main part of the library. Of course, Poppy. Dumbledore pulled out his wand and began to levitate Hermione to the door, the crowd returning as they left the secluded corner. They had made it only so far as the circulation desk, however, when McGonagall's voice rang out. All students are to return to their house dormitories at once. All teachers are to report to the second-floor corridor, immediately. Harry had never heard a school-wide announcement as if from a speaker system, and by the look on Sirius and Lucius' faces, neither had they. Orders: escort the students to their dormitories. Dumbledore ordered as he took off, Snape hot on his heels. What about Hermione? Harry and Ron demanded, seeing she had been left on the floor. We'll have to come back for her, Madame Pomfrey said, checking quickly that all the students were following the orders before she too left. We're not leaving her, Harry said furiously, turning to Sirius and Lucius. Ron nodded vigorously, and one look at Draco told Lucius that there would be a fight to be had if anyone tried to remove him. Go, I'll stay with them, he said, making the split-second decision and waving Sirius off. It can't be a coincidence that this happened right after Hermione is attacked, Ron said once they were alone. Likely not, Lucius admitted, pulling out his wand and holding it at the ready. But we shall wait for Sirius to return before jumping to conclusions. Harry and Ron nodded, but Draco wasn't even paying attention. With the rest of the school gone, he had knelt down beside Hermione's still form and grasped her hand. Had anyone looked, they would have seen he was near tears as he stared at her frozen face. He also felt something. He seconded, his hand closed tightly on hers. Looking down, Draco saw that there was a piece of parchment tightly wedged in Hermione's hand. Carefully pulling it out, doing his best not to rip it, Draco unfurled the crumpled parchment. It took only a second for his eyes to widen and his heart to race at what he saw. Father! He cried urgently. Lucius, Harry and Ron rushed over from where they'd been quietly talking, allowing Draco a moment alone. I think I know what Hermione figured out before she was attacked. He showed them the parchment, and just like him, they paled at what they saw. Of the many fearsome beasts that roam our land, there is none more deadly than the basilisk. Known also as the king of serpents, the basilisk may reach gigantic size and live for many hundreds of years. Its methods of killing are most wondrous. The basilisk has the most potent venom in the world, for which there is no known cure. It is speculated that phoenix tears might be the only substance strong enough to counter the venom. However, this has never been proved, as aside from phoenixes being exceptionally rare creatures themselves, the basilisk's venom is so fast-acting that none have survived long enough to test the theory. The basilisk's venom is not its most deadly method of killing, but rather its murderous stare, and all who are fixed with its deadly gaze suffer instant death. The basilisk's one weakness is the crowing of a rooster, which is fatal to it. The Ministry of Magic classifies basilisks among the most deadly creatures in the world. However, there have been no known sightings of a basilisk in Britain for over 400 years. They finished reading around the same time, but none knew what to say. It would explain why all of Hagrid's roosters were killed, Ron said finally, more to fill the silence than to offer anything constructive. Hearing Ron say it, Harry did remember that Hagrid had told them about his dead roosters during one of their visits. He had assumed that some animal from the forest had gotten to them, but perhaps that wasn't the case. But if it kills by looking people in the eye, how is no one dead? Draco asked. That was the question none of them could answer. They thought about it for a time, rereading the page and thinking on each attack, when Harry's eyes landed on Hermione's mirror. Because no one did look it in the eye, he said. Not directly, at least. That's why Hermione had her mirror out. She must have been looking around corners for it. And the others? None of them had a mirror, Ron pointed out. No, but Colin did have his camera. And Justin, he and the Auror must have seen the basilisk through nearly headless Nick. Nick got the full blast of it, but he's a ghost, he can't die again. And Mrs. Norris, she didn't have a camera or a mirror or anyone ghost with her. She didn't, but remember the water on the floor that night? We first saw the message on the wall because of its reflection. What if Mrs. Norris saw the basilisk that way too? It does seem to fit, except for one thing, said Ron. How has it been getting around? A dirty great snake, someone would have seen it. Hermione's answered that too. Draco pointed to the bottom of the paper where in Hermione's familiar scrawl was the word pipes. It's been using the plumbing. Harry asked aghast, thinking of all the times he'd been on the loo and wondering if the basilisk had been right there. Shaking himself out of those thoughts, Harry stood. We have to show this to Sirius and the staff. What about Hermione? Draco demanded. In response, Lucius waved his wand and muttered a few words. A thin white sheen fell over Hermione's still form. It will have to do. Now come, he said, leading the three boys out of the library, and cautiously, using their own mirrors to look around corners, they made their way to the second-floor corridor. When they arrived, it was to see most of the staff and several oars still there, though Lockhart was walking away. Sirius! Harry cried, rushing up to his godfather. Harry, what in Merlin's name are you doing here? He scolded. You ran off before Mr. Potter said that he would not leave his friend. Lucius sneered, his public mask back in place. I stayed with him. Thank you, Lord Malfoy. Sirius said stiffly before turning again to Harry. We found this in Hermione's hand. He said, showing Sirius the page his sister had ripped out of a book, shockingly enough. Sirius took the parchment and, as with the others, he paled upon seeing what it was. Dumbledore! He shouted, though he needn't have, for the headmaster had come up right beside him. A basilisk's gaze, if not directly looked at, is still powerful enough to petrify a person. He murmured, drawing gasps from those gathered at the name of the creature. But there has not been a basilisk in Britain for over 400 years. Said McGonagall. Hermione had not been the only one to have researched the monster in the chamber, and during her own research McGonagall had come across a basilisk, though had ruled it out as it was highly unlikely no one would have died, on top of there being no basilisks in Britain. Or so she'd thought. No sightings of a basilisk, Minerva. Professor Kettleburn, the Care of Magical Creatures teacher, corrected. It is possible that there are basilisks in Britain that remain unrecorded. But to remain in Slytherin's chamber for all those years? Asked Professor Flitwick. If it was devoted to Slytherin, then yes. Kettleburn replied. Although deadly beyond belief, basilisks are not the mindless killers the Ministry would have you think. They are, in essence, snakes, though an aggressive breed I will grant you, and we know that serpents can form attachments. If it was devoted to Slytherin and he asked it to remain in the chamber until his heir came to the school, then I believe it would stay there. They can live for hundreds of years. Madame Pants agreed. Though I have not read of one that lived over 1,000 years. Say you are right. How has no one seen it? Basilisks are not exactly small creatures. McGonagall wasn't yet ready to accept that such a dangerous creature had been hiding in a school full of children for centuries undetected. Miss Black has answered that question as well, said Dumbledore, showing his deputy Hermione's writing at the bottom. McGonagall shuddered. So now that we likely know what we're facing, how do we get into the chamber to deal with it? Lucius asked. Dealing with a basilisk in a chamber we cannot find is not our only problem. Sirius said. He and the others stood aside, and it was then that the newcomers saw it. Her skeleton will lie in the chamber forever. Ron read. A student has been taken. Lucius then demanded. McGonagall didn't look happy at his demand, but she nodded and looked to Ron. It's Ginny Weasley. Harry reached out and grasped Ron around the shoulders to steady him, and not a moment too soon. Ginny. He whispered in shock. No, it can't be. You're wrong. I'm afraid it is Miss Weasley. Confirmed Dumbledore. Don't worry, Ron. We'll get her back safely. Harry promised before turning to the headmaster. What are we still doing standing here then? Because, Potter, we have no idea where the Chamber of Secrets is located. Sneered Snape, his usual scowl back in place. Gilderoy says he knows. He has gone to prepare to rescue Miss Weasley. Said Professor Sprout, though her tone and expression both suggested she didn't believe him. Harry quite agreed. Lockhart's useless. Sorry, Professor. He said to McGonagall, who had pursed her lips at a Hogwarts professor being so disrespected, no matter how true the statement. Then how do we save my sister? Ron cried, having moved from shock to panic. We ask the one person who saw the basilisk and is currently not lying petrified in our hospital wing. Said Dumbledore. He began walking down the corridor, everyone following close behind. What do you mean? Sirius asked as they walked. Myrtle Warren was the final victim the last time the Chamber of Secrets was opened. He explained. She paid the ultimate price that day and has since haunted the girl's lavatory in which she died. If the plumbing is how this creature is getting around, it is possible that an entrance to its lair is there. And you didn't think to ask her this before? Lucius growled angrily. Miss Warren has never spoken of the day she died. Not 50 years ago when Headmaster Dippet asked her, nor a few months ago when I asked her again. In fact, she becomes so overawed anytime her death is brought up that she floods the lavatory. I did not press the issue after that. Students were being attacked, Dumbledore. Sirius snapped. Pressing the issue with a ghost should have been the least of your worries. Perhaps, he murmured as they arrived at the second-floor girls' lavatory. McGonagall pushed her way in first, unwilling to let men enter before checking no one was there, even if she knew the students would long be in their common rooms by now. They found Myrtle floating and Ning inside one of the cubicles, though she came out with narrowed, suspicious eyes when she saw them all. "What do you want?" she demanded. "Miss Warren, I'm afraid the time has come that I must insist you tell me what happened that day you died." "No," she screeched instantly. "I do not speak of it." "Oh yes you will Sirius began but Harry cut him off. "Myrtle. It is Myrtle, isn't it?" The ghost nodded. "Who are you?" "I'm Harry Potter." Her eyes seemed to brighten if it was possible for a ghost. "Oh, hello Harry. I've heard a lot about you, though no one mentioned how handsome you are." Thanks." He replied hesitantly but didn't let it bother him for long. "Listen, Myrtle, this is my friend Ron and his sister has been taken into the chamber by the monster. If we don't get her back soon she'll die. I know you don't like talking about that day, but I also don't think you want someone else to die when we can stop it. Can you help me save her? Please." They waited a moment as she thought it over and it appeared that Harry's charm tactic worked. "I was dreadful. It happened right here in this very cubicle." She started, pointing to the one she'd been in when they'd arrived. "I'd hidden because Olive Hornby was teasing me about my glasses. I was crying. Then I heard somebody come in." "Who was it, Myrtle?" "I don't know. I was distraught." She cried. "But he said something funny. A kind of made-up language and I realized it was a boy speaking so I opened the door to tell him to go away and I died. Just like that. I don't know. All I remember is seeing a pair of great big yellow eyes, over there by that sink." The oars and staff nearest to the sink she was pointing to immediately sprang into action and began examining the sink, looking it over both physically and magically. "Here." One of the oars cried a minute later. "There's a snake etched into the tap here." They continued to examine it, looking for anything that was out of the ordinary with the sink except for the snake etching and the fact that the tap didn't work. They weren't coming up with anything, but Ron had thought of the solution. "Harry, say something. Say something in Parseltongue." Every head whipped around to face him in shock. Clearly the revelation at the dueling club a few hours ago had not made the full rounds yet. Closing his eyes, Harry thought back to earlier when he'd spoken to the snake, feeling a touch of magic coming to life within him when he spoke. "Open," he hissed. The response was instantaneous. A loud click was heard followed by a grinding noise as the row of sinks began to open before them, leaving a large hole in the floor when they stopped moving. "Let's go," Ron said with no hesitation, but Dumbledore stopped him from jumping in. "You are not going anywhere, Mr. Weasley." "That's my sister," he argued. "Yes, and while I commend you for your bravery, I will not place another student in danger unnecessarily. You and young Mr. Malfoy will remain here." "But I'm coming," Harry stated. "No you bloody well are not." Sirius snapped. "I'm afraid Mr. Potter must come," Dumbledore said, holding up a placating hand when Sirius turned furious eyes on him. "Mr. Potter's unique gift will almost certainly be needed again. I doubt very much that Salazar Slytherin placed only one barrier to his secret chamber. He would want to be absolutely sure that only his heir could get in." Sirius was clearly still furious but he recognized instantly that Dumbledore was right and nodded his assent. "Professors McGonagall, Snape, Flitwick, Sprout and Kettleburn, along with the Aurors, will accompany us into the chamber." The headmaster then decreed, "The rest of you, please ensure that the students are safe and that they remain in their common rooms. Poppy, please also inform the other Mr. Weasleys and contact their parents." Madame Pomfrey nodded. Dumbledore then wasted no more time and with the agility and strength of a much younger man he jumped into the tunnel. Snape followed close behind him and a few moments later they both called up that it was safe for the others to come down too. "Oh Harry," Myrtle called before he could join the others. "If you die down there, you're welcome to share my toilet." "Thanks, Myrtle," he stammered and then promptly stepped over the edge and into the darkness below. Harry fell for what must have been a full minute before the hole leveled off and he came to a stop. "Careful, pup," said Sirius as he helped Harry to his feet. Wand out and eyes sharp. Any sign of movement, close your eyes straight away. Harry nodded and they began to follow Dumbledore down a tunnel. Sirius had maneuvered him so that he was in the middle of the group and protected on all sides. As such, he ran into the Auror in front of him when they all stopped suddenly, gasping in horror. One Auror even screamed. Ignoring Sirius' protests, Harry pushed his way to the front and immediately saw what had them scared. "It's a snakeskin," he murmured, heedless of Sirius' calls for him to come back as he followed the skin from head to tail. "It must be 60 feet long at least. Harry, get back here now," Sirius instructed, using a stern voice he rarely did, usually leaving such things to Moony, but that let Harry know that he'd better do as he was told. As he did, his shadow danced against the wall, and when a groaning sound, likely simply due to the age of the tunnel, was heard, it proved too much for one scared Auror. Letting out a frightened scream, the young Auror drew his wand. "Reducto," he shouted, pointing towards Harry's shadow. The spell impacted with the wall and the tunnel began to shake, rocks falling from the ceiling. Everyone dived for cover while casting shield charms, and when the dust settled, a wall of rock stood before them and Harry was no longer in sight. "Harry!" Sirius cried, rushing forwards and moving what rocks he could with his bare hands. "Harry! I'm okay," Harry called back with a cough. Sirius sighed in relief. "Don't move, we're coming to you." Using his wand, Sirius began to levitate one of the rocks out of the way but hastily put it back when the tunnel began to shake again. "The integrity of the tunnel has been compromised," said Dumbledore. "We must move cautiously or the entire cave could collapse in on us." "But how long will that take?" Harry asked. "I cannot say. There is quite a great deal of damage." "Harry, you stay put, do you understand me?" Sirius said in that same tone of voice, knowing exactly what his godson was thinking. "But what about Ginny? It could be too late by the time you get through. Harry, you do not move from that spot." He heard Sirius' order, but the thought of leaving Ron's sister to the monster was too much. With a muttered apology he knew Sirius couldn't hear, Harry took off down the tunnel. "Do you hear me, Harry? Harry Potter." Following the tunnel, it wasn't long before Harry came to a door, of sorts. The snakes on it telling him he was at least headed in the right direction. "Open," he hissed, and the metal snakes began to move, unlocking the door. What lay beyond was vastly different than the cave-like tunnel. This must be Slytherin's chamber, Harry thought, for indeed it could be nothing else. Someone had spent a great deal of time building this place, with statues of snakes lining a pathway that led to an eerie statue of a face. It wasn't the face though that drew Harry's attention though. There, lying before the statue, was the one he had come for. "Ginny!" He gasped and ran forwards, dropping to his knees at her side. "Ginny, wake up. Please wake up," he begged, reaching forwards to check for a pulse. He didn't like what he found. "You're cold as ice. Ginny, please don't be dead. Wake up. Wake up." "She won't wake." Harry whipped around and came face to face with a boy he had never seen before, though judging by his uniform he was a Hogwarts student. Who are you?" Harry asked. "My name is Tom Riddle," the boy answered as he approached, bending to pick up Harry's wand, which he hadn't even realized he'd dropped. "Thanks," he said, holding out his hand. However, Tom did not return his wand to him. "You won't be needing it." Harry began to suspect there was something off about this boy. He decided to test that theory. "You've got to help me, Tom, there's this monster. The basilisk won't come until it's called." Tom replied calmly, confirming Harry's suspicions, for how could he know it was a basilisk? He, Ron and Draco were the only living Hogwarts students currently not petrified who did. Without another word, Harry bent and began to try and lift Ginny so he could carry her. "I'm afraid I can't let you do that, Harry." Tom spoke and Harry put Ginny down. He wasn't strong enough to lift her anyways. "You see, as poor Ginny grows weaker, I grow stronger." Harry looked between Tom and Ginny, and it was then that he noticed a small black book in Ginny's grasp with the name Tom Marvolo Riddle written on the front. Oh yes, Harry. It was Ginny Weasley who opened the Chamber of Secrets. That thought hadn't even crossed Harry's mind. No, she wouldn't. She couldn't. It was Ginny who set the basilisk on the Mudbloods and Filch's cat, Ginny who wrote the threatening messages on the wall. But why? None of this made any sense to Harry. Because I told her to. Now that made much more sense. You'll find I can be very persuasive. Not that she knew what she was doing, she was in, shall we say, a kind of trance. Still, the power of my diary began to scare her. She tried to dispose of it and became quite melancholy when she couldn't. Enough so to draw your attention. I eased up then to placate your suspicion. I was not yet strong enough to face you, so I continued to lead little Ginny in completing Salazar Slytherin's noble work. Noble work? You mean killing children? Harry spat. Besides, you haven't completed it this time. Soon the Mandrake draft will be ready and everyone who was petrified will be awake. Haven't I told you? Killing mudbloods doesn't matter to me anymore. For many months now my new target has been you. But why? I've never met you, I've never seen you before. You're not even really a Hogwarts student, are you? I was once, 50 years ago. Tom replied. I survived as a memory, a piece of my soul preserved in my diary for all these years. Ginny Weasley woke me up when she began writing to me, and her soul was enough to latch onto. It was quite annoying at first, hearing the trials of an 11-year-old girl, but then she began writing about you, and I was quite intrigued. And why would I intrigue you? Harry was getting annoyed. He wanted answers. Finally, though, it seemed that Tom was willing to give them. How is it that a baby with no extraordinary magical talent was able to defeat the greatest wizard of all time? How did you escape with nothing but a scar while Lord Voldemort's powers were destroyed? Why do you care how I escaped? Harry didn't like this turn of topic. Voldemort was after your time. Voldemort is my past, present and future, said Tom. Turning around, he began to use Harry's wand to write his name in fiery letters hanging in the air. When he was done, a final wave of the wand had the letters rearranging themselves, and Harry felt his blood ran cold at what they formed. I am Lord Voldemort. You're the heir of Slytherin, he said once he'd found his voice again. You're Voldemort. Surely you didn't think I was going to keep my filthy muggle father's name. No, I fashioned myself a new name, one I knew wizards everywhere would one day fear to speak when I became the greatest sorcerer to ever live. You're hardly the greatest sorcerer to ever live if even a baby could stop you. Harry goaded. You're not even the greatest sorcerer in this castle. Dumbledore is. He may not like the headmaster, but Harry couldn't deny that he was a great and powerful wizard. Dumbledore was too weak to stop me then, and he will be again now. But he's not the only one, is he? Harry countered. There are many people fighting you, and we will stop you. Tom merely stared at Harry with hate-filled eyes. Suddenly a loud cry was heard, and both whipped around as a red object became visible at the end of the chamber and headed towards them. Fox, Harry murmured when it drew near enough to see that it was indeed the Phoenix. Fox was also carrying something with him, and as he flew overhead he dropped it for Harry to catch. As he unfolded it, Harry was surprised to see it was the Sorting Hat. So this is what Dumbledore sends his pawn, a songbird and an old hat. Tom scoffed. Turning away from Harry, he faced the statue and spoke in a language few understood. Come to me, Serpent of Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four. For a moment nothing happened, then a grinding was heard as the mouth of the statue began to open. Let's match the power of Lord Voldemort, heir of Salazar Slytherin, against the famous Harry Potter. Tom sounded like he was going to enjoy what came next, and as a hissing sound grew louder, Harry knew he wouldn't. The moment he saw movement within the statue's mouth, Harry turned and ran. Kill him, he heard Tom order the basilisk. Parseltongue won't save you now, Potter, it only obeys me. Harry cursed as he ran, knowing Tom was right. He remembered what Professor Kettleburn had said about the snake's loyalty to Slytherin and his heir. Within moments Harry could hear the beast coming up behind him, and it was then that the worst happened. He tripped. Harry was done for. He knew it even as he tried to stand and run again. He could see the basilisk's shadow growing bigger and knew it was too late. Fortunately, although he had forgotten, Harry wasn't alone. With a screech that somehow calmed him, Fox swooped down and attacked the basilisk. From the shadows Harry could see that Fox had gone for the serpent's head, and Tom's furious cry confirmed the Phoenix had taken away the basilisk's deadliest weapon. Your bird may have blinded the basilisk, but it can still smell you, Tom growled. Harry turned then and looked the basilisk head on for the first time. It was bigger than he thought, bigger certainly than the snakeskin, which Harry now figured must have been shed some time ago. Where its yellow eyes were supposed to be there was now a bloody mess. The basilisk was writhing in pain and Harry could almost feel sorry for the beast if it wasn't intent on killing him. Not giving it any more time to recover, Harry started running again, going through a side tunnel. It wasn't long before he heard the basilisk coming after him again and Harry knew he couldn't keep this up for long. The basilisk was bigger and faster than him and he'd tire long before it did. Suddenly an overwhelming stench hit him, nearly making him choke, and Harry got an idea. Whatever was making the smell, which he suspected to be the pool of something nearby, was bad enough to make him want to hurl and might be strong enough to block his scent. Seeing an alcove not far ahead, Harry ran for it and grabbed the largest rock he could, the better to try and smash the basilisk's skull in with if this didn't work, and hid in the alcove, staying as still as possible. The basilisk quickly caught up to him and to Harry's dismay it stopped right in front of the alcove, its forked tongue flicking rapidly, smelling the air around it. The basilisk didn't immediately attack him, however, the foul stench seeming to mask enough of his scent to confuse the beast. Harry remained absolutely still but the basilisk didn't move on. Thinking quickly, and wondering if he had gone completely mad, Harry threw his one weapon as far as he could down the tunnel. The rock landed with a satisfying clang and the basilisk's head turned in the direction the sound had come from. Finally it moved on and Harry could breathe again. He waited a few moments until he was sure that the serpent was far enough ahead before he moved forwards again as well. Taking the opposite fork from the basilisk, Harry found himself back in the main chamber with Tom looking furious at the sight of him. Harry paid him no heed though as he went to Ginny's side. "Yes, Potter, the process is nearly complete. In a few minutes Ginny Weasley will be dead and I will cease to be a memory. Lord Voldemort will return, very much alive." Harry cringed and began thinking of a way, any way, out of this. He barely had any time though for with a deafening screech the basilisk returned. Harry jumped to his feet and looked around for anything he could use to fight the beast. He was about to try and wrestle his wand away from Tom, seeing no better solution, when something shimmered in the corner of his eye. Turning he saw that something had appeared in the sorting hat. Without further hesitation, Harry ran forwards and grasped the object, pulling it free and seeing that it was a sword. Harry slashed at the oncoming snake and though he saw no damage, it was enough to make the basilisk recoil for a moment. Thinking fast, Harry ran towards the statue and began to climb. He needed to get to higher ground or the basilisk would run all over him. With a few more swings to keep the basilisk at bay for a moment Harry made it to the top. He had had some training with a sword before, serious believing that the use of physical weapons, not just magic, would be useful lest he ever lose his wand in a fight. It wasn't much training though, swords not being readily available in this day and age, and although this sword felt like it was made for him, Harry knew he was out of his depth. Still, he wasn't about to give up and kept swinging the sword no matter how wildly. This strategy meant that the basilisk kept recoiling for though it wouldn't do any real damage, the sword was still sharp enough to leave minor cuts on the basilisk's thick hide. When the giant serpent reared back for another strike Harry saw an opening. Bringing the sword in front of him Harry thrust the sword straight up as the basilisk descended. "Harry Potter!" Sirius roared angrily but got no reply. "I'll kill him." In his head Lucius agreed. They both knew that Harry had gone on without them, against explicit instructions. They both wanted to wring his neck, but they first had to catch up with him before the basilisk did so that there would be a neck to wring. It took nearly 20 minutes to reinforce the ceiling enough to be able to clear a path without the tunnel collapsing on them. Finally though they were able to move on and did so as fast as they could, wondering as they went if they were already too late. When they reached the snake-guarded door they were glad to see it was still open for no doubt it would require Parseltongue, and the one speaker in their group was no longer with them. When they passed through the door they were instantly struck by the grandeur of what could only be Slytherin's fabled chamber. However, this didn't hold their attention for long for at the end of the chamber they saw a monstrous snake rearing up before lunging towards a familiar figure. "Harry!" Sirius screamed, having never been more scared in his life. They watched in horror, frozen in place, as the basilisk descended, only it stopped before hitting the statue as one might expect had it swallowed Harry whole. A loud screech followed and the basilisk pulled away from whatever had stopped it. They watched as it swayed about for a moment before falling to the floor in the dead heap with a resounding thud. The figure on top of the statue collapsed as well, though only to its knees, and it was enough to set them all running in his direction. Harry was still alive and had somehow defeated a 1,000-year-old basilisk. Passing right by Ginny and another boy he didn't know, Sirius forgot about magic entirely and began scaling the statue. In his adrenaline-fueled state, it didn't take long to reach the top and rush to his godson's side, only to freeze at what he saw. Harry was alive all right, but not for long if the gauge in his arm and the deadly fang he was holding were anything to go by. "I'm sorry, Sirius. I wasn't fast enough," Harry said, and Sirius wept. "Oh Harry, you did great. And I have never met anyone braver." Any anger he had felt towards Harry was gone, replaced by overwhelming anguish knowing these were to be his godson's last moments. "Let's get you down from here." With a little help from Lucius and a levitation charm, they were on the ground in seconds. Not even Lucius could keep his mask in place when he saw that his nephew had been bitten, though he refrained from saying anything as they joined the others. The scene they found though wasn't what they had expected, at least not Sirius and Lucius. McGonagall was kneeling at a still unconscious Ginny's side, but everyone else had their wands trained on the other boy. "What the bloody hell?" Sirius asked, having never thought Dumbledore would point his wand at a Hogwarts student. "It's Voldemort," Harry Mo.Ned as he collapsed next to Ginny, unable to move further with the venom coursing through him. When he was 16. Ignoring the hows or whys, both men whipped around and pointed their wands at the teenager, though he only had eyes for Harry. "Remarkable, isn't it? How quickly the venom of the basilisk penetrates the body," he said with a look of triumph. "I guess you have little more than a minute or two to live." "You find that amusing, Tom?" Dumbledore asked, sounding every one of his many years for the first time that night. "Don't bother with your pathetic tirade to try and make me feel remorse, Dumbledore," Tom snapped. Though his eyes never left Harry, he was determined to watch him die. "It didn't work 50 years ago and it won't work now." Dumbledore sighed but said no more. While he desperately wanted to know how Tom was here, he wouldn't interrogate him now. It could wait the few minutes it would take for the venom or reach Harry's heart. For his part, Harry hadn't paid any attention to them. When he'd collapsed, his eyes had gone to Ginny and stayed there. While the young Voldemort may not be capable of remorse, Harry was, and he was feeling immensely guilty and remorseful that he had been unable to save Ginny. He reached for her hand and pulled it towards him. As he did, the book Ginny had been holding fell out of her grasp, landing open on the floor. "Funny, isn't it?" Tom's voice broke through the haze his mind had become. "The damage a silly little book can do. Especially in the hands of a silly, little girl." That was it, Harry thought. It made sense now. At least he thought it did. Tom had said more than once that he was a memory preserved in his diary and that he would only return completely when Ginny was dead. However, she wasn't dead yet, and that must mean that Tom was still tied to the diary. Forcing his mind to clear and his arm to move, Harry grasped the basilisk fang and raised it over the diary, looking Tom square in the eyes. "What are you doing?" Panic entered the Dark Lord's voice, and Harry knew now he had it right. "Stop." He tried to pass Dumbledore and everyone else to reach Harry, but he was too late. Harry had brought the fang down as hard as he could on the diary. An inhuman scream left Tom as he began to crack, magic seeping out of him. Another blow to the diary and it was all over, the cracks taking large pieces out of him until he was no more. Or so Harry thought. Although Tom Riddle undoubtedly no longer stood before them, he was still fighting back. The magic that had left him had not disappeared or gone back into the diary, but instead had gathered around Ginny. The magic grew, Ginny's own joining the fight to defeat Tom even as he continued to leech from her. Unfortunately for Ginny, Tom had been feeding on her soul for months and it became clear that she wasn't going to win on her own. Without thinking, Harry jumped in, throwing his arms around Ginny even as he willed his own magic to save her. "You can't have her," he screamed. "Ginny, I won't let you. You can't." Using the last bit of his strength, Harry reached out with everything he had. His magic responded accordingly, and fueled by his desperate attempt to save Ginny, it entered her, joining her own soul in its attempt to push the foreign one out. A golden glow surrounded Harry and Ginny, protecting them from Tom's attempts to regain control. They were in vain, however, for with the help of Harry's soul, Ginny's could fight back enough to repel Tom, and he no longer had an anchor to hold him to this world. With a final screech of rage, Tom Riddle faded away. No one had interfered while Harry fought to save Ginny, though it wasn't for lack of trying. Several had jumped to help as well, but Dumbledore held them back, saying that to interfere now would be disastrous to them both. Knowing that the headmaster had seen and done magic few throughout all of history could, they took his word for it and stayed away, all of them breathing easier when the magic dissipated and Tom was nowhere to be seen. There was nothing holding Sirius back now, and he rushed to the two children, both of whom were unconscious, though was very gentle as he looked for signs of life, his eyes widening in shock when he found one. "He's alive," Sirius gasped, causing the others to crowd around. McGonagall retook her place by Ginny and was relieved to find the youngest Weasley alive as well. It was a wonderful moment knowing that these two had survived Voldemort, one of them for the third time, though it was him they held out little hope for. "There's no cure for basilisk venom," Professor Kettleburn reminded them. As if to prove him wrong, however, Fawkes chose that moment to swoop down again with a melodious trill that brought hope to those gathered. He seemed to know that time was of the essence, for he quickly landed next to Harry, bringing his head down to rest over the gauge in his arm. Those gathered were treated to the rare and sorrowful sight of a phoenix crying. Phoenixes were creatures of pure light and goodness, and some said that for such a creature to cry was such an affront to nature that magic itself wept with them and gave them the power to fix what was wrong. Some said this is what gave a phoenix their healing powers, though whether or not this was true was unknown, nor did any of those present care. As Fawkes cried, his tears landed on Harry's arm, seeping into the wound and healing it. Evidently a phoenix's healing powers worked as fast as the basilisk's venom, for within a few moments color returned to Harry's face. As the final tear fell, the wound closed and everyone waited with bated breath. A minute passed, and then two, with nothing happening, though they were far from giving up. Finally, after several agonizing minutes, Harry's eyes fluttered open and McGonagall gasped as Ginny's did as well. The two sat up and immediately looked to each other, oblivious to those around them. "Harry, it was me," Ginny said, sounding as guilty and sad as Harry had ever heard. "Only I didn't do it on purpose, Riddle made me." "I know, Ginny. It's not your fault," Harry tried to reassure her. "But I hurt people." Harry moved forwards and wrapped his arms around her. "He used you, Ginny. Do you know who Riddle really was?" She shook her head. "That was Voldemort." Ginny stiffened in his arms. "Tom Riddle is his real name. It was his father's name. He came up with Voldemort because his dad was a muggle and he didn't like that. So you see, Ginny, you were possessed by one of the darkest wizards of all time. Few fully grown witches and wizards are strong enough to fight him. A first year had no chance." Ginny knew he was right, but it still didn't make her feel any better. "Mr. Potter is quite right, Miss Weasley." Dumbledore spoke up, and it was then that they became aware of anything but themselves. "Professor, Riddle's gone right. And the basilisk, did I get it?" Harry asked. "You got it all right, Harry," Sirius said, tears still streaming down his face. He pointed off to the right and Harry turned, seeing the basilisk's body lying dead nearby. "It bit me," Harry remembered suddenly. "The basilisk bit me. How am I? It seems that phoenix tears can cure basilisk venom after all, Mr. Potter," Lucius said in his oily voice, though Harry could see the relief in his eyes. Harry then searched out the phoenix, finding him perched on Dumbledore's shoulder. "Thank you, Fawkes," he said. "You were brilliant." The phoenix trilled softly and bowed its head. "Can you tell us what happened, Harry?" Dumbledore then asked. "Before the basilisk bit you?" "Sure. But can we do it elsewhere? Ginny wants to get out of here and I completely agree." The headmaster nodded, though his brow furrowed. Harry didn't appear to be aware of what he'd just said, and neither did anyone else as they began to move towards the exit. McGonagall picked up the diary, sword and sorting hat, while Snape handed Harry back his wand, which had been taken from Tom on their arrival. They retraced their steps, glad to see that their spells were holding and had stopped to cave in, and with a hissed word from Harry, the hole leading back to the girls' lavatory grew a winding staircase. "Ginny, Ron was there when they reached the top, having refused to leave until they returned. Draco had done the same, though under the pretense of being worried for his father, which while true was hardly the only reason. Professor Sinistra, the astronomy teacher, had remained with the two boys, and upon seeing the group return she sent a message with the fat friar, who had joined them as well. Ginny was pulled into a hug by her brother, though she didn't reciprocate, standing silent and still. Ginny. Ron's voice went from relief to concern. She's all right, Ron. Harry was quick to assure his friend. Just in shock. Ron nodded and released Ginny, who shrank back into Harry's side. The group made their way out of the lavatory and up to the headmaster's office after Harry ordered the chamber closed. Along the way they lost the Aurors, Kettleburn, Flitwick, Sinistra and Sprout, all of whom either had to report to their boss or wanted to see to their students. Lucius and Draco also departed, for while they would have preferred to hear this conversation firsthand, they knew it would go better without them, nor could Lucius play the school governor card with Sirius present. The gargoyle sprang to life at their approach, and they entered the office only to be greeted by a shrill cry as Ginny, and subsequently Harry, who was still holding her hand, were attacked by Mrs. Weasley. Ginny. Oh Ginny, you're safe. She sobbed. Mr. Weasley joined his wife as they held their only daughter. Percy, Fred and George were also there, and they too converged on their little sister. Mrs. Weasley was still sobbing when they pulled away, and Madame Pomfrey came over, forcing the woman into a nearby chair with a firm hand and giving her a calming draught, which Harry could see was not the first one she'd had tonight. With the doorway now clear, Fawkes flew to his perch and Dumbledore moved to sit behind his desk while Sirius went to make a flow call and McGonagall placed the diary and sword on the headmaster's desk before returning the sorting hat to its pedestal. The flow opened then and Remus emerged, looking overly worried and like he wanted to demand answers, though Sirius pushed him into a chair and told him to wait. Everyone else either sat or stood around them, preparing for a lengthy discussion, though not before Madame Pomfrey had had her say. It's always you, Potter, she muttered as she examined him. When she got to his arm she gasped and looked to the headmaster, who nodded. But how? Fawkes, Harry said simply. She looked to the regal bird with understanding. Well, I dare say Phoenix tears will also do the trick for any other injuries you might have had, as it can clearly counter basilisk venom. She then turned her sights on Ginny, who still had yet to move or said anything since leaving the chamber. She's fine, Madame Pomfrey, just in shock. Harry repeated what he'd told Ron as he grasped Ginny's hand tighter, the two sitting side by side on one of Dumbledore's oversized chairs. The matron still ran her tests but quickly agreed when they came back with nothing. She had just moved to stand at the back with Snape and McGonagall when the flow flared to life again. Ah, Amelia, thank you for coming on such short notice. Dumbledore greeted. Harry knew the woman, who'd arrived only in passing. This was Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and one of the highest-ranking members at the Ministry. She was also his classmate Susan Bones, aunt. Of course, Dumbledore. I want this matter sorted as much as you and my Aurors were most insistent that this was a tale I must hear for myself. She replied brusquely, waving Remus away when he offered her his seat. Now that we are all here, and before Harry tells us exactly what happened, I believe we should all be on the same page, as the Muggles say. Dumbledore began. Earlier today young Miss Weasley here was taken into the Chamber of Secrets. Thanks to Miss Black's brilliance, we surmised that the monster inside was a basilisk, and thanks to Harry's rare gift of Parseltongue, we are able to enter the chamber. Harry joined us in case we should need his ability again. However, due to a wayward spell cast by an understandably frightened young man, we were separated from him. I didn't wait for them. Harry picked up. I went ahead to try and save Ginny. He told them what had happened in the 15 or so minutes that they weren't together, and by the time he was done everyone in the room, even those who had seen the basilisk, were either pale, crying, or a combination of scared and furious. Mrs. Weasley was the former and had once again broken out into tears. This time when she launched herself in Harry's direction, it wasn't because of his proximity to Ginny. Thank you, she said. You brave, wonderful boy, thank you for saving her. Mr. Weasley came and helped his wife back to her chair, though he too thanked Harry, and he wasn't the last Weasley to do so. Thank you, Mr. Potter, Harry. Percy said in his usual stiff manner, though emotion clouded his voice. Harry was then attacked from behind by the twins who hugged him between them. "We owe you everything, Harry, for saving our little sister," one said. Harry didn't know which even after playing Quidditch with them for 2 years. "Yeah, you need anything you come to us," said the other. Ron patted him on the back though said nothing for the time being. Nothing needed be said between the two friends. When the last Weasley released him, Harry turned to Dumbledore. "Professor, is what Tom said true? Could Voldemort really have returned tonight?" Several people shuddered at the name. "Yes, I believe so, Harry," he said. "Tom Riddle was a student here 50 years ago, and seeing him again tonight I was reminded how powerful and ruthless Voldemort was even when he was just 16. I believe this diary to be exactly as he said. A tool he had created to return to power once more lest he ever fall. And on that note I will depart, Dumbledore, unless there is anything else. I must report to Cornelius." Madam Bones spoke up. "I wish you good luck, madam. I dare say Cornelius will not take this news well." "No, I dare say not," she agreed and disappeared back through the flow. "Mr. Weasley." Dumbledore then addressed Percy. "I wonder if you and your brothers would go to the Ollery and have these papers sent to Azkaban. I think it's time we got our gamekeeper back." "Certainly, sir." Percy puffed up at being given an important task by the headmaster. With an air of authority he motioned for Fred, George and Ron to follow him, not even questioning why only they were dismissed. "What else is there, Dumbledore?" Remus asked wearily when the door closed behind the Weasley brothers. Dumbledore didn't address him directly but instead turned to Harry and Ginny. "Did you know, Harry, that you have not once let go of Ginevra's hand since waking up down in the chamber?" Harry's brow knit and he looked down at their still joined hands, realizing Dumbledore was right. "Did you also know that when you asked to leave the chamber you said that Ginny wanted to go, though she had not said a single word?" Harry shook his head confused. "No, but of course Ginny wanted to leave. And what does Ginny want right now? To crawl under a rock somewhere, but I won't let her." He answered automatically, then his eyes widened. "What's going on?" "This diary contained a piece of Voldemort's soul, as you yourself just told us," Dumbledore explained, expanding on what he had said with the others present. "I do not know how he placed it there, but I believe that is why he was able to possess Ginevra so easily. A mere memory has no consciousness and would not be able to do so, regardless of how powerful the wizard who created the memory is." "But it's gone now, isn't it?" Mr. Weasley asked. "Harry destroyed it." "Yes, Voldemort's soul no longer resides within Miss Weasley." They did not miss that he emphasized Voldemort's soul. "Do get on with it, Dumbledore," Sirius snapped. "While Voldemort's soul is gone, I believe that Harry's soul has taken its place," he answered, staring Sirius down. "All right, maybe a bit more explanation is needed," Sirius conceded. "Voldemort's soul ate away at young Ginevra's until a void was created. It was this void that allowed him to fight so hard when Harry stabbed the diary. His hold on Miss Weasley was too strong and there was not enough of her soul left to properly fight back. Down in the chamber, we witnessed Harry take on that fight for her. So desperate was he to save her that he willingly gave everything he had to do so, including his own soul. What Voldemort did to Miss Weasley is irreparable though. The soul is not meant to be torn apart and very rarely can it be put back together. I believe rather than try to attempt such a dangerous and painful procedure, what remained of Miss Weasley's soul welcomed Harry's and his soul in turn decided to remain." "What does that mean, Albus?" asked Mrs. Weasley. "Are they going to be all right?" "Oh, I see no reason why not," he replied genially. "But a piece of Harry's soul now resides within young Ginevra and they shall be forever linked because of it." "What kind of link?" Sirius asked, sounding neither happy nor even sure if he believed Dumbledore. "A strong one, I would assume." The old man's eyes twinkled. "From what Harry has said, they are sharing feelings and can sense the other, their thoughts and needs. It might one day grow beyond that, but that, as well as a need, not a mere desire, but an actual need, to be near each other is, I think, enough to be getting on with." "Not quite, Albus," the Sorting Hat said from its pedestal, drawing everyone's attention. "I beg your pardon. It rather goes beyond that with these two," the Hat replied. What you are describing is an accidental soul bond which stems from one party breaking their soul in two for another. Yes, which is exactly what happened. The headmaster said. Harry selflessly gave a part of his soul to defeat Voldemort's. Yes, he was willing to do so and he must be commended for his bravery and selflessness, but the soul bond you describe is one-sided, a part of his soul in her and not reciprocated, and I rather think you are discounting the strength of Ginevra's own soul. I'm now going to ask you to get on with it, though do give enough context please. Sirius said. Anade Fatch. The hat gave a moment for that to sink in, though only Dumbledore seemed to know what it was. And now for the context, Sirius prompted. Anade Fatch, fated souls. Dumbledore said softly. But such a thing has not occurred in over 600 years. How can you be sure? He directed to the hat. There is nothing hidden in your head the Sorting Hat can't see. It repeated the line from its song in Harry's first year. I saw it with Nicholas and Perenelle 600 years ago when they journeyed to Hogwarts to speak with me, and I saw it in these two when they were sorted. The bond had already started to form when Mr. Potter first put me on last year, though I grant you it is unusual for it to progress this fast in one so young. That, I would wager, is due to what happened in the chamber this day. Not to be rude or anything, but what are you talking about? Harry snapped, tired of people talking about him instead of to him. Anade Fatch, our fated souls, refers to a different kind of soul bond than what I described. Said Dumbledore. The one I spoke of is, as I said, created accidentally through an act of selflessness. Such a bond is not common, only 4 or 5 occur each century as few are so selfless in exactly the right circumstances. Anade Fatch, however, is much more rare and there have been only 3 recorded instances, the last over 600 years ago. It is a bond created by magic itself. Fate, destiny, whatever you care to call it, has decreed that 2 people are meant to be together. So much so that magic itself has worked to bring these 2 together and ensure they stay together. So what does that mean exactly? Harry asked more calmly. It means that you and Ginevra are quite stuck with each other. He replied, looking at them over his half-moon spectacles. I had thought the bond you now have was created solely by your selflessness, Harry, and as such was one-sided. As the Sorting Hat pointed out, however, I discounted the strength of Ginevra's own soul. If what the hat says is right, and frankly it is rarely wrong, then what happened in the chamber was a merging of 2 souls, a part of yours now residing in Ginevra and a part of hers residing inside you. I will have to speak with an old friend of mine to see what else you might experience. As luck would have it, the last known couple to be bound by fate are still alive, so we have a first-hand resource. But you said the last time this happened was over 600 years ago. How can they still be? The Flamels, Harry, said Remus. Nicholas and Perenelle Flamel. You saved their stone last year if you remember. Finally Harry caught on. They're soul-bound like we are. Dumbledore nodded. Can we meet them? Perhaps. I will inform them you wish to meet. However, Nicholas and Perenelle retired many years ago from public life and rarely consent to meet new people, so I cannot guarantee a meeting. Harry could accept that, and he could feel that Ginny did as well, though she was still curious what this soul bond meant for the future. Okay, so we're soul bonded. Ginny and I need to spend more time together and can sense each other's emotions. That's not bad at all. We'll just be friends for life, which probably would have happened anyways. Not quite, Mr. Potter. The Sorting Hat said, sounding amused. There is a reason that such a bond does not progress so far in one so young. Harry looked confused, and not for the first time this night, Dumbledore looked to be the only one to understand what was going on. Minerva, I wonder if I might trouble you to look for Ginevra Weasley in the school ledger. McGonagall nodded and went to a side table where a thick book sat. Opening it, she turned to almost the last page and searched for Miss Ginevra Weasley, though came up short. She's not here, Albus. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley looked worried, though Dumbledore simply nodded. I thought not. Now look under Potter, if you please. Though startled, McGonagall did as requested and her eyes nearly came out of their sockets at what she saw. But, this is impossible. She spluttered and Snape went over to look at the ledger as well. A raised eyebrow was the only sign that he was surprised as he looked back at Harry and Ginny. What is it? What does it say? Asked Mrs. Weasley. McGonagall cleared her throat, unsure exactly how to say this, though the answer was written in front of her. Mrs. Ginevra Potter. The silence that followed McGonagall's announcement was almost deafening. After several long moments of it, Harry was the first to speak, though it wasn't directly in relation to what McGonagall had just said. That's not what I think at all. He insisted, turning to face Ginny. Yes, I know he said we were stuck with each other, but I don't feel that way. It was the weirdest conversation any of them had ever heard. Ginny spoke not a word, and yet Harry carried on as if she had. The conversation ended not long after, with Harry kneeling before Ginny and forcing her to look at him, after which she promptly burst into tears and launched herself at him. Catching her easily, the two held each other for a time until Mrs. Weasley's throat clearing made them pull apart. What just happened, Harry? Sirius asked. Ginny was feeling guilty for trapping me. She wouldn't listen when I said it wasn't true, so I thought that if I could feel her guilt, maybe she'd feel my emotions too. Ah, he said as if that made complete sense to him. So you two can talk in your heads? No, not exactly. Harry's face scrunched up as he thought how best to explain what this was. It's more like a feeling. If I think a certain sentence, Ginny won't know the exact words I used, but she'll know what I was trying to say. Sirius nodded and all the adults turned to Dumbledore. Albus, how is this possible? Mrs. Weasley asked the question she'd been dying to for the last few minutes. She is only 11. Mrs. Weasley looked on the verge of a breakdown, and it was only her husband's hand on her shoulder that was stopping her. Yes, which is why it is unusual for their bond to have progressed this far. He replied. The Aeneid Fatch bond is recognized as a marriage. At the time the ministry was founded, they decided that if magic itself deemed two people were meant to be with each other, then who were they to say differently? But how could it have progressed this far with them so young? Remus wondered. As I said, I believe it was because of what happened in the chamber. I believe that merging their souls was the only way to stop Voldemort, and so that is what happened. Okay, so now what? Sirius was at a loss of what to do next. I think we can discuss that a bit later, once we've all wrapped our heads around this, said Mr. Weasley sensibly. Besides, Harry and Ginny should rest. Everyone quickly agreed, none wanting to deal with this at the moment, but the Sorting Hat had other ideas. A couple more things before you go. With trepidation they all turned to face the Hat once again. You should know that there is a book at the ministry that registers when an Aeneid Fatch bond is formed. Mr. and Mrs. Potter's names will be on record there now. This surprised even Dumbledore. I know of no such book. The headmaster exclaimed. I am not surprised, considering it has not once been used since the ministry's formation. Until today. So how do you know of the book? Harry asked. I predate the Ministry of Magic, Mr. Potter. The Hat reminded him pompously. Not to mention that it was Godric Gryffindor who created that book. Unsurprisingly, the others in the room still looked confused. Godric and his wife Giselle were the first recorded Aeneid Fatch bond. It was even they who gave it that name. As you can imagine, they were quite unprepared when their bond formed, knowing no others who had such a bond or that such a bond even existed. It was almost 100 years later that another couple, two seventh years at this school, were bonded in the same manner. Godric and Giselle helped them all they could, and it was then that Godric created the book, to ensure that any future bonded couples would be able to know who else was bonded and receive their help in turn. Of course, this was when we didn't know just how rare the Aeneid Fatch bond was. Nicholas and Perenelle Flammel were the last two the book recorded while it still resided in this very office. The headmaster of the time decided then that Hogwarts was not the place for this book, and so gave it to the Wizards' Council, which as you know became the Ministry of Magic. I believe someone in the Office of Magical Archives and Records checks it every now and then. Okay, so someone at the ministry may very well find out about their bond soon, got it? Remus said, having read between the lines. The significance of this, of course, was that it may be futile to keep the bond hidden if that is indeed what they decided to do. What else did you have to tell us? Harry then asked wearily. The second thing is rather more significant and has to do directly with you, Mr. Potter. I figured. Harry muttered, his luck holding true to form. Ignoring his comment, the Hat continued. I assume, Mr. Potter, that given all that went on in the chamber you have not had a chance to closer examine the sword I gave you. Harry shook his head and without waiting to be asked he reached forward and retrieved the sword. Brining it in for a closer look, Harry was quick to note the splendor of it, the shiny silver and the red gems that glistened on the hilt. The basilisk's blood covered most of the blade, but as he looked closer Harry could still make out an inscription. Godric Gryffindor. He read. The hat nodded approvingly. That sword is an old family heirloom, Mr. Potter. Godric wore it himself for many years and eventually I was asked to guard it until such a time that his one true heir came to the school. Very poetic, given how Slytherin sealed his chamber of secrets until his own heir came to Hogwarts, but regardless I was to give it only to the heir of Gryffindor. It took a moment for that to register for Harry and when it did he looked up in utter shock. Are you saying that I'm related to Godric Gryffindor? His 49th great-grandson if I'm not mistaken. The hat was clearly amused. No, that's impossible, Harry stammered, looking to Sirius and Remus who both shook their heads. If James had known he'd never mentioned it to his friends. I assure you, Mr. Potter, that it is no mistake. You carry within you the blood and magic of Godric Gryffindor. Too shocked was everyone to say a word, except Harry who continued to stammer incoherently, seemingly look for a way out of this, until at last he thought he found one. Hang on, you said that you had to give the sword to Gryffindor's heir when he came to the school, but there must have been many of Gryffindor's descendants here before me. At minimum we know my dad was here. It was a fair point, and those gathered looked to the hat expectantly. Ah, but there is a difference between a blood relative and a magical heir, Mr. Potter. All of Godric's descendants were of his blood, naturally, but none possessed his magic. That makes no sense, Harry snapped. We all have to have magic to come to Hogwarts. He was getting worked up and it was then that he felt Ginny's hand tighten around his as he felt that she was telling him it would be okay. True, but the hat is right, Harry. Sirius said. Family magic is so called because no one outside the family could ever use it. However, not every member of the family can use it either. There are many instances where the family magic skips a generation or two, and even some instances where it lays dormant for so long that the family thinks the magic lost to them forever, though it is not. So long as the family still lives, their family magic is always there, waiting for the right person. I have never heard of family magic laying dormant for 1,000 years though. Fine, say you're right and I am descended from Gryffindor. How do you know I'm the one to wield his family magic? For that matter, how can I speak Parseltongue, a Slytherin inheritance if I'm Gryffindor's heir? I cannot say why you can speak Parseltongue, Mr. Potter, but the castle sang when you first stepped through its doors. I didn't feel anything, he protested. I would have been astounded if you had. The hat said. You were far too young and untrained to recognize magical signatures, and as Gryffindor's magic has lain dormant for 1,000 years, reawaken only when you came to Hogwarts, no one alive today but me would recognize it. It also takes time to regain its strength after sleeping for so long, and as your magical core has not matured yet it cannot release its full power even if it didn't need to regain its strength. You speak as if it's alive. Harry noted and received a dark look for it. If you have not yet learned that magic is indeed alive and sentient by now, Mr. Potter, then Hogwarts has failed you. Harry had to concede that point, not sure why he had even said differently. He knew that magic was alive, even if that lesson hadn't been taught to him since he was little. Then his bond with Ginny was proof, for they certainly hadn't been trying to create a bond, and yet here they were. As to your ability to speak Parseltongue, Harry, I rather think it is because Lord Voldemort can speak Parseltongue. Said Dumbledore. You have known for a long time that that is no ordinary scar on your forehead. I believe that Voldemort transferred some of his powers to you that night. Unintentionally, of course. The bit about his scar not being ordinary wasn't news to Harry. Sirius and Remus had told him for as long as he could remember that his scar was cursed. They'd taken him to St. Mungo's as a baby and the healers there had said that it would never heal and that there were faint traces of dark magic around it. However, aside from never fading, that was all there was to it as far as they were concerned, for the dark magic that had given him the scar was no longer a danger to him. Learning that Voldemort likely had transferred some of his powers to him was a bit more of a surprise, but still made sense, for no doubt that would be the traces of dark magic the healers found. Looking to Sirius and Remus, Harry received a nod, and he knew that although this was news to them as well, just another thing Dumbledore had kept to himself, they believed it. Harry could even tell by the look on Sirius' face that he was kicking himself for not having realized that when Harry had first come to him years ago after speaking to that snake in the garden. "What happens now then?" he asked. "In regards to me being Gryffindor's heir?" "Practically nothing. Unless you wish it." The Sorting Hat replied. "You will now have access to Godric's personal vault at Gringotts, and you are also now technically Lord Gryffindor, Duke of Fortriu, a title given to him by King Edgar the Peaceful in recognition of the founding of Hogwarts. All the founders got a title. However, given how long the title has gone unused, it may be difficult to claim it legally speaking. Also, technically speaking, Hogwarts is yours." "What?" Harry gasped, and he wasn't the only one. While the founders opened the castle to the public, it was still theirs, and now, technically, it is yours. In practice, it is not quite as simple as that. Hogwarts' first allegiance has been, and will always be, to education. The desire of the founders to teach all witches and wizards who wanted to learn is the very foundation on which this castle was built, and it will do all it can to stop anyone from interfering with that. This, at least, made sense to Harry. Its second allegiance is to the founders, and subsequently their heirs. And before you ask, Tom Riddle may be Slytherin's one remaining heir, but he long ago lost any shot of the castle recognizing him as master when he began his crusade against Muggleborns, for it knew that he would not accept them at Hogwarts. The lines of Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw have both died out, which leaves only you. Hogwarts will answer to you, Mr. Potter, so long as you do not interfere with its primary purpose. Sadly, that means you can't kick everyone out and close the school to turn it into a private residence. The Sorting Hat's tone made it clear that he didn't think Harry would even try such a thing. Hogwarts will also aid and protect you and yours where it can. The meaning was clear. The school would also protect his wife. And on that note, I think it's time we let these two rest. Mr. Weasley spoke up. They will stay in the hospital wing until we know just how near to each other they need to be, and figure out a solution if one is needed. Right. Mr. Weasley replied in a clipped tone, never having though he'd ever have to take a boy into consideration regarding his 11-year-old daughter's sleeping arrangements. Just one more thing before we go. Harry stopped when they reached the door. How did you know I need help? Down in the chamber, I mean. Hogwarts knows when you are in danger, Mr. Potter, and I am as much a part of this castle as the stone walls. I asked Fawkes to take me to you when I sensed you were in trouble. Harry nodded, the answer at least somewhat making sense, and finally turned to leave, Ginny's hand still held tightly in his. Harry and Ginny woke the next morning from their beds on opposite ends of the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey had suggested that they start there to see if the separation would have adverse effects, and thankfully both had fallen asleep as soon as their heads hit their pillows and they'd not woken until now. Sitting up in bed, Harry looked over at Ginny, knowing already that she was awake from her emotions. They were all over the place, and Harry could tell that everything she had been feeling last night was still there. They hadn't had a chance to talk, just the two of them yet, and seeing no one else around, Harry decided that now was a good time. "Good morning, Ginny," he said as he took a seat at the end of her bed. Ginny sat up, and Harry could tell that she was wishing him a good morning as well. "Ginny, you have to talk," he said softly. She looked up at him apprehensively, and he waited. After a few moments, his patience paid off. "How are you so calm about all this?" she demanded. "Forget everything the Hat told us and just focus on the fact that I opened the Chamber of Secrets. I set the basilisk on those people and Filch's cat." "Me?" "Yes, you did," he replied simply, knowing there was no point denying it. He was actually glad that she'd started with this, for he knew exactly how to deal with it. "And I know nothing I say is going to make you feel better, but know this, it was not your fault. Voldemort possessed you," he pressed on when she opened her mouth to protest. "One of the darkest and most powerful wizards of all time controlled you. You might as well have been under the Imperius curse. I know you're going to say that it was still you, and that's true, but you did not act of your own free will. That is the difference between the chess master and pawn. It's still you who took the pieces, but by choice. The chess master moved you where he wanted you." Harry had clearly spending too much time with Ron to be using a chess analogy. Ginny was quiet for a moment, but eventually she nodded. Feeling his emotions as he talked went a long way to convincing her it was the truth. I'll have to work through all these emotions on my own, but logically I know you're right. Not on your own, Jin, at least not if you don't want to be. Remember, I feel what you do now. Ginny blushed, though whether it was because he had called her Jin or because he had taken her hand neither knew. Which brings us to the other thing. She then said. Harry nodded but said nothing. He could forgive someone being controlled by Voldemort in a heartbeat, and knew exactly what to say to convince them it wasn't their fault, but this was uncharted water. Thankfully, though, Ginny knew how to at least start. What the hat said about magic itself bringing us together, I believe it. When I was little, my favorite stories were all about you. Harry could tell that it was embarrassing for her to admit this, and so he let her finish without interrupting. I've always felt drawn to you, Harry, that first time we met on the platform, a year later when we met again on the train, and even before we met. I thought it was just because I had a crush on you, but this makes more sense. She wasn't looking at him as she admitted to having a crush on him, but given that he could feel her emotions, there was no point hiding it. Harry also had to agree with her. He couldn't claim to have felt a pull to her since he was young, not having known she even existed, but he remembered all too well that feeling he got whenever she was around. He couldn't place it before, but after last night's revelations he had no doubt that it was their bond and told her so. I'm glad I'm not the only one, she said with a soft smile. But I want you to know that I don't expect anything from you. The law may say that I am now your wife, but it's our choice. I don't care what magic itself says, we won't be together unless we want to be. Harry felt a huge weight lift at her words. He knew he would never abandon Ginny, regardless of his own feelings, if she wanted to stay with him, so to hear her say that she wasn't just going to accept something without a fight unless it's what she wanted, was music to his ears. He felt the exact same way as her too. He wasn't entirely sure what he wanted, and certainly wasn't going to keep Ginny with him against her will. Even as he thought that, though, a part deep inside him knew that he couldn't let her go. Wife, he repeated. That's going to take some getting used to. Clasping her hands tightly in his, Harry looked her straight in the eyes. But I want to. At least for now. He backpedaled, immediately thinking he had gone too far. I'm not a seer. I don't know what the future holds. He finished embarrassedly. Ginny blushed again and looked at him shyly. Same here. Let's not worry about that for now and just see where the future leads. Agreed. The two fell silent, and after a moment they both leaned in for a hug, enjoying the peace their closeness brought. When the moment ended, Harry felt Ginny's shyness disappear. So now we've got that sorted, what about that other thing, Lord Gryffindor? Harry groaned. Let's not go there. Oh, but my Lord Duke, we must. She insisted with a scandalized expression, and Harry couldn't help but smile. For the first time he was seeing the Ginny that Ron had told him about. We haven't decided if you will be called Your Grace, or what homage you want the students and staff to pay you now that you own the castle. Harry scoffed. Yeah, well, the two continued to joke and laugh with each other, completely unaware of the four people who quietly left the hospital wing. I was worried about all this, but I'm not anymore. Mrs. Weasley said softly when they were out in the corridor. Her husband shot her a look and got a scowl in return. All right, so I'm still worried, but not like I was before. That Mr. Weasley accepted as truth. They have very good heads on their shoulders, said Remus. I don't think any of us took the news this calmly and sensibly. They'd held it together for the children, but once they'd gotten back to Potter Manor, both Remus and Sirius had shouted, ranted and cursed for quite a while, and there was little doubt that the Weasley parents had done so as well. They're our children. Of course, we immediately flew into a panic. Sirius agreed. That's right, they're our children, Mr. Weasley said. No matter what happens in the future, Harry and Ginny will forever be bonded, so we will always be in each other's lives. Molly and I hope to welcome Harry as a member of our Gamily, if that is all right with you, Lord Black. And we hope that the four of us can work together to help them in any way we're able to. That was the only thing about all this that they had immediately agreed on. No matter what their feelings towards the situation, there was no denying that Harry now came in parcel with their daughter, which meant he was now a Weasley as far as they were concerned. Sirius and Remus had had a similar discussion last night as well, after they'd calmed down, and it seemed that they were all in agreement. "My family call me Sirius," he answered, holding out his hand to the Weasley patriarch, who readily accepted it. Harry and Ginny were not dismissed from the hospital wing that day as they hoped they would. Nay, Madame Pomfrey said that they still weren't sure what would happen with their bond, so she wanted to keep a close eye on them. Not to mention that they had just been possessed by a Dark Lord, fought a Dark Lord and a basilisk, been bitten by a basilisk, regardless of Fawkes' miracle healing, which all amounted to there being no chance she'd let them leave just yet. This also meant that they were both there the second morning after the chamber to see a certain blonde sneak in the wee hours of the morning. At first Draco didn't see they were awake as he headed for the back where those who had been petrified were, and Harry was only too happy to make his usually careful cousin aware of that fact. "Visiting Hermione," he called, taking great delight in making Draco jump. "Should I be concerned and challenge you on her honor?" "Potter, Weasley," he did his best to sneer even while he blushed. He and Ron had been told that Harry and Ginny were all right but had to stay in the hospital wing for now. Of course, neither had accepted this, but they'd been strictly forbidden from bothering them yesterday. Draco figured that if he got up early enough he could come talk to his cousin in private while Ginny slept, not to mention get to see Hermione, which had quickly become his priority. Draco watched with trepidation as a smirk graced Harry's face. "Potter and Potter, actually," he said, relishing the thoroughly confused look that came across Draco's face. It wasn't often he got one on his cousin, he was too much of a Gryffindor and it was usually the other way around. "Draco, I'd like you to meet my wife, Ginny Potter." It was almost comical how close Draco's jaw got to the floor when it dropped, and neither Harry nor Ginny could help but laugh. "Come sit, cousin, and we'll explain." Draco did as he was told without thinking, too shocked by the fact that Ginny clearly knew the truth about him. "Actually, Ron should be here too." Ginny shot him an incredulous look. "You really think he'll be awake at 6 in the morning?" "Good point," Harry conceded. "But he still needs to be here." "Dobby." The elf popped in before Harry had even finished saying his name. "So now Master Harry remembers to call for Dobby." Harry was taken aback by the clearly angry elf, an elf who had never before been angry with him before. "What's the matter, Dobby?" Master Harry put himself in danger again. The elf cried, bursting into tears and throwing himself at Harry, sobbing into his shirt. Master Harry should have called for Dobby when he got separated from Lord Black. Nothing can stop a house elf reaching their master, and Dobby could have gotten Master Harry away from the danger. While the anger had been new for Dobby, the sobbing was not, and this Harry knew how to deal with. "I'm sorry, Dobby," he said, wrapping the elf in a hug. "I wasn't thinking properly down there. Master Harry must learn to use his head." "You're right, Dobby. But even if I had called you, I wouldn't have let you take me away. I had to save Mistress. Yes, Dobby knows." He pulled away from Harry then, wiping away the last of his tears. Dobby and the other Potter elves sensed it when Master and Mistress bonded. He then turned to Ginny. "Dobby is very pleased to meet Mistress Ginny. If Mistress ever needs anything, please call for Dobby." "Nice to meet you too, Dobby," Ginny said, a bit taken aback. She and Harry had talked about a lot yesterday while they were stuck here. The fact that Harry had a personal elf had come up when he talked about his home, but he'd neglected to mention how eccentric the elf was. Dobby nodded happily at Ginny before turning back to Harry. "Now what can Dobby for Master Harry?" "Oh, right. Can you go wake Ron up and bring him here, please?" With a nod, Dobby disappeared and returned a couple minutes later with Ron, who was looking around in a daze, still half asleep. "What's going on?" "Ginny and I have some things to tell you," Harry said. "Thanks, Dobby." The elf popped out and Ron nodded even as he yawned and moved to lie down on one of the nearby beds. He received a pillow to the face for his trouble. "Oi, while you're awake, Ronald." Ginny sent her brother a glare. All right, he grumbled, sitting up. "Something happened down in the chamber." Harry started. "Of course we'd prefer to tell you and Hermione all together, but the Mandrake draft won't be ready for several weeks yet, and we think you need to know before then." For the next hour they told Ron and Draco everything and answered any questions they had. It went quite well. Better than they expected, even with Ron's reaction when they said that the ministry recognized their bond as a marriage. They had been expecting the outburst. Ginny had thrown another pillow at him and combined with a stern look very reminiscent of their mother, it was enough to silence him for now. Not long after the two left, though Draco got in his visit to Hermione first, Harry and Ginny separated to get dressed for the day. After much begging, Madame Pomfrey had agreed that they could attend meals in the Great Hall today, though that was as far as she was relenting. After breakfast, in which their housemates bombarded them with questions, the two returned to the hospital wing and waited for Professor McGonagall to bring them their assignments. She arrived soon after and gave each of them something on today's lessons from each other their professors, though she informed them, with no small amount of glee, that their defense assignment might seem a bit different as Professor Lockhart had left the school unexpectedly yesterday and so Professor Snape and Professor Dumbledore would be sharing the defense classes for the rest of the year. About an hour later they were halfway through the first assignment when Ginny noticed something amiss. "Harry," he hummed in answer, still focused on his homework. "Harry, is not animal transfiguration something you don't learn until second year?" "Yeah, why? Then how come I know all about it?" Harry looked up then. "What do you mean?" In answer Ginny pushed her essay towards him. Harry took it and saw that it was on the theory behind transfiguring one object into something that shared no similar properties, an assignment he remembered from last year, but saw that Ginny had written about how the theory of animal transfiguration could be applied here as well, only McGonagall didn't teach animal transfiguration in first year. "Perhaps you read about it somewhere." Truthfully, Harry knew that she hadn't, but he had to ask. "I've never read anything about it, Harry." She shook her head. "Yeah, I suspected not. Do you think this could be because of the bond?" Harry nodded, not knowing what else it could be. For the rest of the day the two tested that theory, and when McGonagall returned just before dinner to collect their work they brought it up with her. "Professor, I wonder if you could read this over and let me know what you think?" Harry asked. McGonagall was pleasantly surprised. Usually only the 5th and 7th years who were taking their OWLs and NEWTs asked for such assistance, though many students in all years would benefit from it. "It's quite well done, Mr. Potter," she said when she had finished reading. "Though it seems different than your other homework. The wording is different than all your other assignments, and if I'm not mistaken this is not your handwriting." She raised an eyebrow and Harry smiled, not surprised that she'd caught that. "That would be because Ginny wrote it." "You mean you told Miss Weasley what to write?" It had been decided that first day that for now they wouldn't tell anyone about the marriage, and so Ginny was still to be called Miss Weasley. "No." Harry shook his head. "I mean that Ginny did the assignment on her own, Professor." "Mr. Potter." McGonagall turned stern. "It is entirely reprehensible that you would get another student to." She stopped as the implications of what he had said sunk in. Looking around she saw no books nearby that could have given Ginny the information she'd not yet been taught, which meant that she had to have gotten it from someone. "Am I to assume that you suspect this is due to your bond?" It was a reasonable assumption given it was the only thing to have changed recently, and she highly doubted Potter had taught her all this in one day. Both of them nodded and McGonagall sighed, thinking on what to do. "We shall monitor this for the next month or so," she said finally. "If by that time we still believe that the two of you are sharing knowledge, then we will speak with the headmaster and go from there." Without a better plan Harry and Ginny agreed and McGonagall left with their assignments as they made their way to the Great Hall for dinner. The rest of the week continued in that manner, and by the end of it Harry and Ginny were begging for Madame Pomfrey to release them. Although hesitant as they still didn't know the extent that the bond would affect them, she could not deny that nothing had happened so far, and so she finally agreed and they returned to their common room over the weekend and to classes on Monday. For the most part things returned to normal. The students had been informed that the heir of Slytherin had been caught and the monster dealt with by Harry Potter, who received a special award for services to the school. Harry had been against this, but Dumbledore had insisted, saying both that ridding Hogwarts of a basilisk definitely qualified as a special service to the school, and also that the students wouldn't give up on the truth without some details. So, before the whole school Harry accepted his award and shook hands with Dumbledore. The students had been told that the monster had been a snake, though not what kind, and Harry's gift of Parseltongue had been the key to defeating it. It was enough of the truth that for the most part the students did indeed back off, though there would always be a few who kept trying to figure out what kind of snake it was. As the danger had now passed, the extra security measures were removed and the Aurors left the school. Everyone was breathing a collective sigh of relief and Hogwarts began to function normally again. Hagrid returned to the castle while Harry and Ginny were still in the hospital wing, and one of the first things they did upon getting out was visit him, Harry happily introducing Ginny to the gamekeeper. It seemed that Hagrid had come out of Azkaban mostly unscathed, though there was a haunted look in his eyes, which Harry knew was because of the Dementors that guarded the prison. He told Hagrid that if he wanted to talk he would listen, but otherwise didn't pry. The only other thing Harry did for his friend was demand that the Ministry officially pardon him. Given who he was, and that he'd just defeated a 1,000-year-old basilisk in front of most of the Ministry's Auror Corps, Fudge readily agreed and even came to Hogwarts himself to pardon Hagrid. He used the visit as a political opportunity, showing that he, Cornelius Fudge, was not afraid to admit the mistakes the Ministry made under his predecessors and that he was determined to right them, as had been done with Hagrid. They knew he was essentially claiming that he had searched for and found the truth, instead of others finding it and Harry demanding the pardon, but so long as the right thing was done and he didn't take it too far they let him get away with it. Largely this had to do with Madame Bones' report of Fudge's reaction when she'd told him the culprit had been Voldemort. Unsurprisingly, he was in complete denial that Voldemort was still alive. He accepted that before he died the Dark Lord had left a piece of himself behind and that it was that which was responsible for all this, but as the diary had been destroyed he said that was the end of it and staunchly refused to believe otherwise. Madame Bones wasn't so blind though. Though she too accepted everything Fudge did, she knew that it wasn't over. Harry, Sirius and Dumbledore's reactions all confirmed that for her, and she trusted them more than the minister, which said a lot about the current political climate. There was little that could be done though, at least for now. In the form of a request she instructed them to keep her appraised of any developments, to which Sirius readily agreed. Making friends with the head of the DMLE was to have a powerful ally at the ministry. 1 month after Harry and Ginny returned to classes, McGonagall came to them with an alternate plan in regards to their schooling, or more specifically, Ginny's. In only a few short weeks it became clear to all of her professors that she was well beyond the first-year level, and McGonagall had to concede that whatever knowledge Harry possessed, Ginny now did as well. After speaking with the headmaster and Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, it was decided that Ginny would be given a trial period in the second-year classes. There seemed no point in making her continue to take the first-year classes when she clearly already knew the curriculum, so having her join Harry's classes seemed the best idea to all. Though if it proved to be too much for her they were honestly not sure what to do. Thankfully though they didn't have to find an alternate solution, as Ginny had no trouble joining the second years. At least, not on an academic level. Ron was quite put out at first that his little sister was now in classes with him, and getting better marks than he was, but it didn't take too long for him to realize that it was only his ego that was wounded, and given the situation it was for the best. Privately Harry and Ginny marveled at the difference in him this year and chalked it up to Hermione and Draco's influence. Hermione, naturally, was always on his case to do better in school and to stop being so childish, while hanging around Draco showed Ron how mature his fellow second year was, and he seemed determined not to act any worse than Draco did. While Ron had quickly accepted it, the move shocked the rest of their year, and many students in upper years as well. Students were never bumped up a year, Percy readily informing them that this had happened only twice in Hogwarts history. He was quite chuffed that his sister was the third. He, Fred and George had not yet been told about their bond, only that something that had happened in the chamber had caused a change in Ginny. At first they hadn't accepted this, but Mr. Weasley put his foot down and said that they would be told when and if it was decided they needed to know. In truth they had no intention of keeping it from their other children, but knew it was best to wait until the summer when they could bring Bill and Charlie home and tell them all at once. The other second years also hadn't accepted the claim that Ginny was simply too smart for first year. They had found it odd that Ginny had suddenly started hanging around Harry with seemingly no reason, but for her to then suddenly be put in classes with him. Hermione hadn't been bumped up a year, and they were all sure that she could be in at least fourth year if she tried, so for Ginny to suddenly be bumped was a step too much for them. They constantly bombarded both Harry and Ginny with questions, and it took several weeks for them to realize that they wouldn't be told anything and to give up. It didn't help, of course, that Ginny had also been moved into the second-year girls' dorm, which at the moment was only occupied by Lavender and Parvati while Hermione remained petrified. For Ginny it was no real loss to be moved to a new dorm. Riddle had made her so reclusive that she hadn't really made any friends and so she barely knew her fellow first years. Lavender and Parvati though were the Gryffindor gossip mongers, and though most of the rest of their year gave up after a few weeks, they did not. Ginny couldn't wait for Hermione to be unpetrified and to rejoin her in the dorm. She may not personally know the new Miss Black, but through Harry it certainly felt like she knew her. Harry also couldn't wait for his sister, which he now constantly called Hermione, to meet Ginny. He was a bit nervous about it if he was being honest, needing both of them to get along, but given how Draco and Ginny had gotten on quickly he didn't truly think there was any chance of them disliking each other. He only hoped that the Mandrake draft would be ready by the end of April as the headmaster said it would be. One weekend in mid-March, almost a month to the day since Harry and Ginny were released from the hospital wing, they were summoned by the headmaster to his office and were surprised to see two elderly individuals there with him, though they suspected they knew who these people were. "Ah, Mr. Potter, Mrs. Potter, please come in." In private, Dumbledore referred to Ginny as Mrs. Potter for some reason and his use of it now confirmed their suspicions of the two people's identities. "May I present to you Nicholas and Perenelle Flammel. They have consented to come speak with you about your bond. Nicholas, Perenelle, may I introduce Harry and Ginevra Potter." Having done the introductions, Dumbledore promptly got up and left, saying they could use his office for their discussion. "Hello Harry, Ginny," Nicholas greeted when the headmaster was gone. He had a kind smile, as did his wife, and physically they looked no older than Dumbledore, though their eyes spoke of their many centuries on this earth. "It's nice to meet you, Mr. and Mrs. Flammel," said Ginny. "Nicholas and Perenelle, please," requested Mrs. Flammel. "Nicholas, Perenelle." Harry acquiesced to their request. "Before we continue though," he then turned to the portraits on the walls. "You are not to tell the headmaster anything that is discussed here without our permission, am I clear?" In the months since their bonding, both Harry and Ginny had noticed that the castle seemed to respond to their very presence. Portraits greeted them wherever they went, and would even warn them if Filch or Peeves approached should they decide they didn't want to run into them, which was almost always. The poltergeist himself had practically stopped harassing them, which meant he no longer threw dung bombs at them but would still blow raspberries, and he departed immediately if either of them told him to stop harassing the first years. The staircases too helped them, always changing to where they needed to go and being ready for them the moment they stepped onto the grand staircase. One time Harry had even tested how far this would go and had snuck out of Gryffindor Tower one night early enough that the fat lady hadn't yet gone to sleep. He'd ordered her to tell no one, and though she didn't seem to like it, and had responded with a very sarcastic, "As Lord Gryffindor commands," she followed his order. Harry had, of course, apologized profusely the next day and told her why he had done what he did, to which she said that he could have just asked, and informed him that the portraits, ghosts, and anything else intrinsically tied to the castle would do as he ordered. She had also accepted his apology, for which he was grateful. No Gryffindor wanted the fat lady angry with them. Since then Harry had not found the need to order anything of the castle. However, he had no doubt that Dumbledore had let them use his office for the very purpose of having the portraits spy on them. It wasn't a bad plan, as the former headmasters and headmistresses that lined this office were entirely loyal to the current headmaster, except in regards to the one person who trumped him. "As you wish, Lord Gryffindor," one of them said stiffly. Some of them looked put out and disapproving at the order, while others looked amused. All of them though would do as Harry instructed. "I see Albus has not told us everything," Nicholas said with a raised eyebrow. "He never does, though he's not quite as clever as he thinks." Perenelle agreed. "You don't trust the headmaster either?" Ginny asked. Harry's distrust of him had been obvious to Ginny from the beginning, and over the last 3 weeks the two had shared practically everything with each other, and from what Harry said about Dumbledore she didn't trust him either. Albus is an old friend and a great wizard, make no mistake. But even at Hogwarts he was powerful enough that people have looked up to him for answers, as a leader and even a savior. It has given him a bit of a complex. Nicholas explained. He has had to have the answers for so long that he now believes that only he does have the answers. He treats those around him as pawns, all for the greater good, but ultimately Albus Dumbledore is not evil, nor does he act with malicious intent. He is just an old man who believes he knows everything and cannot see otherwise. Harry and Ginny took that in and thought that maybe Nicholas was right. They had never thought Dumbledore evil exactly, but they had thought he acted with no regard for others except how they fit into his plan. Nicholas had given them another level that put Dumbledore a step above what they'd thought previously, though it didn't mean they were about to trust him. Enough about Albus. We're here to talk about you, said Perenelle. You are the first innate Fatch bond since us. It must be quite disconcerting, especially for one so young. It is, but we're getting used to it, said Harry. Nothing's really changed except that we can now feel each other and know each other's feelings, and we feel better being around each other. So far, that was indeed all they had experienced. They could sense each other, and if they were apart for too long, they began to feel tired and weak. They had discovered that after the first day of classes, there was a noticeable difference in them after being in separate classes all day, but so long as they spent the evenings together, they were all right. Same with the morning. Sleeping apart wasn't a problem so long as they ate breakfast together. Holding hands was best and seemed to help rejuvenate them the most. They hadn't immediately noticed this, for their bond was still so new and they assumed they were tired from everything that had happened. But they'd definitely noticed it a few weeks later when they'd woken up at different times and gone to breakfast separately. Interesting. Both seemed fascinated at Harry and Ginny's experience, and they got the impression that that wasn't exactly what the Flamels were expecting. You didn't experience that? Ginny asked hesitantly, suddenly worried that the Flamels wouldn't be able to help them like they thought. Oh, we did, though that was not all we experienced, Nicholas replied jovially. You see, Perenelle and I didn't meet until after we had finished school at 17. Beauxbatons at the time had separate boys' and girls' schools, as the French, who even today are still known as an amorous bunch, thought that if female and male students were together they wouldn't keep their hands off each other. He and Perenelle laughed as the two children blushed. If you blush at that, you may not like what else we have to say, Perenelle warned. We are too old to beat around the bush, so to speak. We'll give you the facts and you can run away in embarrassment when we're done. Their blush deepened, but neither gave any sign of running. As I said, Perenelle and I experienced what you were when we first bonded, but there was also a desire to be together physically. We assume you do not have that desire given you are still too young for such things, but I would not be surprised if you experience it as you grow. Seamlessly, Perenelle picked up where he left off. It was not forcing us together though. We could give in or continue to live with the desire, but while that urge would still be there, it never became unbearable and no magic made us do anything we didn't want. Eventually though we gave in, and after we had intercourse we found that we could then communicate telepathically. The two went back and forth with the ease of those who had known each other for several lifetimes. Thankfully it wasn't too big an adjustment, going from being able to sense each other to actually speaking with each other in our heads. In the years after, we researched soul magic extensively and discovered that our bond was then complete. An innate Fatch bond requires bond mates to become one in soul, body and mind. The first happens immediately when your souls first merge. Becoming one in body is pretty self-explanatory. It is when you consummate your bond. The third seems to happen immediately after that. From our experience, that is pretty much all you will experience on a daily basis, though there are other things that crop up in the right circumstances. Nicholas ended up getting injured while at Beauxbatons. He returned to the school many years later to give a lecture, and I knew immediately that he was hurt and apparated right to his side. And right through the school's wards, which are very similar to those of Hogwarts. We have yet to actually find any wards that we cannot pass through when the other is injured or in grave danger, though those wards would repel us otherwise. We can even apparate others through the wards so long we bring them through side-along apparition. As we discovered only quite recently. In fact, I was actually with Dumbledore when I sensed that Perenelle was in danger. Without even thinking, I grabbed him and apparated us both into the Forbidden Forest, right here at this very school. Headmaster Dippet had given Perenelle access to the grounds to gather potion ingredients we needed, and she failed to notice the signs that she was approaching an Acromantula nest. He gave his wife a disapproving look, but she merely waved it off, saying he had done enough stupid things too over the years to not have any high ground to stand on. Silently, Harry and Ginny thought that for these two who have lived for so long, 40 or 50 years ago when Dippet was headmaster must seem recent for them. They also wondered if the Acromantula nest was formed after Hagrid's pet escaped or if it had been there all along. Do you think that we'll be able to get to each other if we're injured or in danger even though we don't know how to apparate? Harry asked. The Flamels thought on that a moment. Perhaps. It is certainly our bond that allows us to find the other no matter where we are, so it is possible that the bond will simply transport you there. We cannot say for certain though, said Perenelle. Harry and Ginny nodded, knowing that the Flamels couldn't anticipate everything about their bond for them. The other thing you will experience is that you share magic. They looked to Nicholas, surprised. How can you share magic? Asked Harry. Through the bond, naturally. Nicholas answered as if it was obvious, and Harry supposed it was. Usually people cannot share magic, but those with merged souls are different. You are essentially one, so your magic will recognize the other's magic as its own. Perenelle added. With the two of you, however, there is another layer. Said Nicholas. I can feel your magic and you are both quite powerful for one so young, but as the magical heir of Godric Gryffindor, Harry, your power might exceed anything this world has seen since the four founders themselves were alive. You can feel our magic. The most powerful wizard since the founders. They both exclaimed at once. Again Perenelle and Nicholas laughed. Yes, we can feel your magic. Not many people can. You yourself must possess a rather significant amount of power to be able to actually feel the magic around you, but it is possible. You yourselves will likely be able to do so one day. Said Perenelle. And yes, Harry, given what we sense in you, we would not be surprised if you became a very powerful wizard. And by virtue of your bond, you a very powerful witch, Ginny. But surely there are others who surpass me. You're very powerful, and Dumbledore and Voldemort are both said to be two of the most powerful wizards to ever exist. Among the most powerful wizards of the modern era, certainly, though I am not so sure about, to ever exist. Regardless, it would not surprise us if one day you surpassed them. Nicholas told him gently. You have a great and arduous destiny ahead of you and you will need all the power you can get to fulfill it. It was said with sympathy and Harry had to stop himself from crying. Why couldn't he just be normal? Why did everything have to happen to him? Why did this burden have to be placed on him? Except, he realized, it wasn't just him anymore. Harry felt Ginny's arm wrap around him as she sensed his upset and he reveled in her closeness. His emotions must have been obvious outwardly as well, for another came and held his hand. He looked up into Perenelle's eyes. She had come to kneel before them, holding each of their hands in hers. It is not fair that all this is being placed on your shoulders. She said softly. You are still children and you shouldn't have to worry about any of this. But magic has other plans for you. Magic itself, the magic that flows through all witches and wizards, through the very earth even, has chosen you. I cannot say why, but it has seen something in you that makes you the best chance the entire wizarding world has of not only surviving, but moving forwards properly, and not into darkness. Perenelle is right that it isn't fair. Nicholas joined his wife kneeling before Harry and Ginny. No one, let alone children, should have the world placed on their shoulders, but you have. At least magic has ensured you will never be alone. It has given you a bondmate, a partner, to be with you through all of it, and if I may say so, it has chosen a very fine match. Trust in each other, love each other, and there is little you will not be able to do. Harry and Ginny were both in tears by then and felt the urge to hug the two before them, and so they did. Nicholas and Perenelle accepted their embrace and held them, letting them cry and lean on someone else for a moment. It was several minutes before they pulled apart and the two young bondmates embarrassedly both thanked and apologized to the Flamels. You have nothing to apologize for. Perenelle assured them. A good cry always helps. They couldn't deny that, for although nothing had changed they did feel somewhat better. Now a question for you, said Nicholas, bringing the conversation back to why they were here. Do you feel better, more awake, happier even, when you spend time touching? They both nodded. In the mornings and after a day of classes we need to be near each other or we feel weak. Ginny informed them. And it's always best when we hold hands. I thought so. That will never go away, I'm afraid. It will be difficult for you to be apart for longer than you are now. It is one of the reasons the ministry recognizes the innate Fatch bond as a marriage. The bondmates can never stray far from each other, and it is much easier for married couple to remain together for the rest of their lives. Depending what you decide you want to do after Hogwarts, it may also affect the jobs you can have. Perenelle added. For instance, you will not be able to have a job where you need to travel a lot, unless your bondmate can accompany you every single time. Harry and Ginny nodded, having already worked that out for themselves. The final thing we can tell you is that as your souls are merged, so are your lives. When one of you dies, the other will soon follow. That was new to them, though after thinking it through for a minute they weren't terribly surprised by it. Thank you, said Harry. Thank you for meeting with us. We can't tell you how much this has helped. It was our pleasure, Harry. Nicholas said with a smile. We are happy to help those bonded by innate Fatch in any way we can. Besides, we wanted to meet you even before your bond formed. Harry's brow furrowed. You saved our stone last year, Harry. Perenelle reminded him. We wished to thank you for keeping it out of Voldemort's hands, and also assure you we did not know of Albus' plan. Albus lost a great deal of our trust when we found out. Nicholas confided. To set up a test such as that, one that could easily have killed you even if Voldemort had not been involved, let's just say we had a long talk with him and he won't be trying such a thing again. He sounded very much like a parent reprimanding an errant child. I never thought you did have anything to do with it, but you're welcome all the same. Nicholas and Perenelle smiled. Yes, magic had chosen Harry and Ginny Potter for a reason, and after only an hour with them they were beginning to understand why. Harry and Ginny told no one about their talk with the Flamels. Even if they did, they wouldn't tell the whole truth, some bits being best kept to themselves. And with 7 children, 2 of whom were the twins, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley would at least know they weren't being entirely honest, so best just to keep everything to themselves. Fortunately they were allowed to do so, as it appeared that Dumbledore hadn't told anyone about the meeting either, making them wonder if Nicholas and Perenelle had had words with the headmaster. They figured that once he discovered that his ploy of having the portraits spy on them hadn't worked, that he would immediately go to their parents in the hope that they would demand Harry and Ginny tell them everything. However, they were pleasantly surprised when that didn't happen. The rest of March and all of April was blessedly uneventful, the only down point being when Gryffindor lost the Quidditch Cup to Slytherin. Draco's gloating lasted 2 whole weeks. Finally, in the last week of April, shortly after the Easter holidays, Professor Sprout declared the mandrakes mature enough for the draft to awaken those who had been petrified to be made. It didn't take long for Professor Snape to brew it, and on Friday afternoon, while everyone else was still in classes, Harry, Ginny, Ron, Draco, Sirius and Lucius gathered behind a closed curtain in the hospital wing to wake Hermione up. Draco had insisted on being there and hadn't taken no for an answer when Lucius told him it was a bad idea and that he could see her in private over the weekend. He had gone so far as to take some herbs from Snape's stores that he knew would make him sick, and Lucius had not been impressed when he received the owl that morning saying that his son had been admitted to the hospital wing. He had come to the school prepared to scold his son severely, but the look in Draco's eyes stopped him. The look had also prompted Sirius to loudly invite the Malfoys to be present when their cousin awakened. Both Malfoys played their parts of reluctance and discussed perfectly, with the result that Draco was sitting right at Hermione's side without anyone the wiser that he wanted to be there. So, Sirius said as he and Lucius watched Snape administer the draft. Will we be drawing up a marriage contract in a few years, do you think? Lucius didn't answer immediately. He was watching his son practically get in Snape's way as he tried to stay close to Hermione. It had been obvious that Draco had feelings for her and that those feelings had grown. Once upon a time he would have yelled at his son and forbidden those feelings as she was a Muggleborn, regardless that she was also a daughter of House Black, but now the idea of one day welcoming Hermione into the family was rather pleasant, if he was being honest. He liked the girl, as did Narcissa, and when this was all over he thought he could happily call her his daughter-in-law. Perhaps, he replied finally. After all, they were still only 12 years old and he wasn't going to get ahead of himself. A few feet away, Ginny was sharing similar thoughts with Harry. You know Draco likes her. She muttered low enough that neither Draco nor Ron could hear. Yeah, they've become good friends since they met in the summer. Ginny gave him a look. Please tell me you're not really that daft. Harry turned to look at her then and he was clearly confused. He likes her, likes her. Harry's expression didn't change and Ginny rolled her eyes. Let me put it this way. If Sirius was your traditional pureblood lord, he would have already spoken to Lucius about a betrothal contact. Harry's eyes widened and snapped to his cousin. But, she's my sister, he's my cousins. They're cousins. That's really the argument you're going with. Ginny was unimpressed. Magic may recognize her as a black, but she isn't one by blood. And you know how intermarried all the purebloods are. No one would bat an eye at them being together. Harry had to concede that point, for of course she was right. It would be perfectly acceptable for Draco and Hermione to end up married one day. Thankfully his thoughts were interrupted then as Hermione began to stir. First her eyes fluttered, then the arm that had been frozen out in front of her fell to the bed. Slowly the rest of her unfroze as well and a few minutes later she fully awakened, her eyes now wide as she came to, recognizing where she was. Sitting bolt upright, Hermione looked to her hand before frantically searching her robes. Whoa, slow down Hermione, take it easy, said Draco, reaching out to steady her. Where is it? The paper I had, she demanded, still looking around for it. We found it, Hermione, don't worry. Harry moved forwards and sat beside her. You were brilliant. What? I don't. Miss Black, what is the last thing you remember? Snape then asked. I was in the library with Ron. We were trying to find out what the monster in the chamber was when, her eyes widened again. It was there. The basilisk was there. When I found out what it was, I took out my mirror just in case and it got me. That was 2 months ago, Miss Black. I am certain your friends will fill you in while I inform Madame Pomfrey you're awake. He left then and Hermione turned to the others expectantly. Harry opened his mouth to begin explaining but Sirius cut him off. It is good to have you back, Puss. You gave us quite a fright, he said, coming forwards and dropping a key on her head. Now, while I'm certain you have a million questions, it will have to wait until later. The short of it is we knew the monster was a basilisk thanks to you. We found the entrance to the chamber. Harry, the brave idiot, single-handedly defeated it before promptly bonding with this beautiful girl here, and then both of them defeated the heir of Slytherin. This clearly did nothing to ease her worry and Harry glared at his godfather. Yes, because that's not going to cause her to have more questions at all. We will answer all your questions, Hermione, I promise. Just not here, Draco said sensibly and Hermione was forced to agree. Madame Pomfrey came then, ran a diagnostic check to make sure everything was all right and dismissed her. She, Harry, Ron and Ginny, with Draco following behind at a discreet distance, were halfway out of the hospital wing when Hermione stopped short. Wait, did Professor Snape say it's been 2 months? The fear in her voice was evident. Yes, Ron replied, wondering where she was going with this. But that means it's practically May, she wailed. And it was the wrong thing to say. And, Ronald, it means I've lost 2 months of classes and haven't even started studying for exams yet. I was due to start revising at the end of March, I'll never be ready for exams now. With a shared look of exasperation between the boys, for they were well used to this side of Hermione, Harry and Ron said nothing and they all dutifully followed her out of the hospital wing. Hermione led them directly to their favorite empty classroom and patiently waited only so long as it took Draco to join them without being seen before she demanded answers. They told her everything, naturally, and Hermione's face went from proud that they figured out where the entrance was to horrified that Harry went alone, which was swiftly followed by anger for that same reason, and finally to wonder when they described their bond and the fact that Harry was the last descendant of Godric Gryffindor. After nearly 2 hours of talking and answering her questions, the group finally left the classroom, split up with Draco again, and headed to the Great Hall for dinner. As they entered, Harry almost wished for Draco to be back fawning over Hermione, for at least with him Harry knew he wouldn't try anything. And if he proved Harry wrong, then at least the Gryffindor could trounce him without risking a feud between their houses. These others, though, he had no such guarantee on. It is so good to see you returned, Miss Black. The first of Hermione's admirers to reach her said. A group of them had accosted her the moment she entered, and Harry swore they had been standing by the door waiting. I do hope your ordeal wasn't too trying. Oh, no, it wasn't. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Pusey. She forced herself to smile at the pompous fourth year. You are indeed looking well, Miss Black. I am so glad. Another one said, this one being a fellow second year named Blaise Zabini. Thank you, Mr. Zabini. Much to Hermione's chagrin, she had gotten used to dealing with pureblood admirers since becoming Miss Black. Narcissa had made sure of it. Miss Black, I took the liberty of taking notes for you while you were indisposed. Another second year, Theodore Knott, pushed his way forward and held out a notebook for her. I would be happy to go over them with you, perhaps this weekend. I will be in the library all weekend as well, Miss Black, preparing for my OWLs as you know. Terence Higgs, a fifth-year student, butt in. Should you wish to discuss theory or expand your knowledge past the second-year curriculum, I would be happy to oblige you. I also have a few books I think you might enjoy. They are a bit advanced, but being top of your year, I am certain they will provide no challenge and prove very enlightening. Thank you, Mr. Knott. I truly appreciate the notes. Hermione was now becoming distinctly uncomfortable and annoyed, though she hid it well. Another lesson from Narcissa, who was teaching her all the tricks of being a pureblood princess so as to keep up appearances in front of certain people. And I'm sure the books will be lovely, Mr. Higgs, thank you. Looking to Harry for help, who thankfully wasn't oblivious to this look and immediately jumped in to push the boys back, Hermione made to make her escape, but there was one more Slytherin there to see her. Hermione. When she turned to go, Draco was there holding a single red rosé. He said nothing else, and Hermione blushed as she accepted the flower, wondering why he hadn't given it to her when they were alone and trying not to read too much into him doing it publicly. Thank you, Draco. It was the first sincere thank you she had given, though the other boys seemed unaware, more focused on their use of first names. I did not know you and Miss Black were acquainted, Draco. Blaise said stiffly with a perfect aristocratic raised eyebrow. Hermione tried not to panic as she realized their mistake, and thankfully Harry was once again not oblivious. Draco's serious air, Zabini. He stepped in. We are forced to be acquainted. With a final glare at all the boys, including Draco, who knew his cousin would be having words with him soon, Harry took Hermione's arm and led her to the Gryffindor table. They're getting worse. Hermione groaned once they were out of earshot. Yes. I'll probably have to kill one of them before the year is up at this rate. Grumbled Harry. And I may know exactly which one. Ginny elbowed him in the gut and he stopped, sending a death glare at Draco. And it doesn't even make sense. Hermione continued. Being nicer to me I can understand, but even though Sirius adopted me, I'm still a Muggleborn. That doesn't really matter anymore, said Ginny as she took her now customary spot next to Harry, having ousted Hermione, who now sat next to Ron across from them. The older girl didn't seem to mind at all, though. Much to Harry's joy and relief, both girls had taken an instant liking to each other, and Hermione understood their need to be close. You're a daughter of House Black now, that's what truly matters to them. Surely that can't be all, though. If I married anyone, one of them, I'd still taint their precious bloodline. Yes, but the benefits outweigh that. You see, what traditional pureblood families care most about is magic. Blood is important, but mainly because they believe that those with an all-magical heritage will be more powerful than those without, and that the magic is more stable. They believe that a Muggleborn's magic is a fluke, some even believe it's stolen somehow, and so there is no guarantee that a Muggleborn will produce magical children. But that's absurd. Muggleborns don't steal their magic, and the rate of squibs in pureblood families is on the rise because of inbreeding. Pureblood families produce more squibs than Muggleborns by far. Hey, I never said it made sense. Ginny replied with a shrug. Just trying to explain why being a black trumps being Muggleborn. Magically speaking, the black lineage will be passed down through you since you were officially adopted. That is what matters most, that the black family magic will join with theirs. Plus, the blacks are one of the most influential and richest families in Britain. Ron added with a mouth full of food. Chew, swallow, then speak, Ronald. Hermione snapped. Harry stifled a laugh while Ginny looked impressed, especially when Ron did as told. She definitely liked this girl. I'm just saying it's not only magic that matters. Power and money do too. Ron said after swallowing. Yes, but they alone aren't what trumps her being Muggleborn. Ginny returned. No, but it adds to it. They know that she'll bring political influence and a large dowry into the marriage, which diminishes her being Muggleborn even more. Ron defended. If she came with no money or influence, blood would matter more, even if magic still trumped it. Ginny looked quite surprised at Ron's sound argument. Though most pureblood traditions didn't matter to the Weasleys, their mother had still taught all her children about them, knowing that outside the burrow they'd be interacting with people for whom those traditions mattered a lot. She had thought that Ron hadn't been paying attention during those lessons, but apparently he had been paying quite a bit of attention. Yes, well, it doesn't matter in the end anyways, since I won't be marrying any one of them. Hermione cut in. With a smirk, Ginny leaned across the table. Not even Draco, she teased before bursting out laughing when Hermione blushed profusely. The rest of the year passed by quickly, and contrary to Hermione's assertion that she would fail everything after having missed 2 months of school, she still came out top of their year, to the surprise of no one. Draco had come in second just like last year, and surprisingly enough Harry and Ginny had cracked the top 10, while Ron had risen to the top 15, much to his shock. Needless to say that Mrs. Weasley was over the moon. As they got off the train, hugging and dotting their family, Harry and Ginny were then faced with a dilemma. They were to be truly apart for the first time since they bonded. Their fear spiked, though luckily Sirius spotted it and bent down to whisper in Harry's ear that they had a plan and he would see Ginny again in a few hours. This calmed him greatly, and he sent his relief along the bond to Ginny, who calmed as well. With a final wave goodbye, the two followed their respective families out of King's Cross and to separate homes. The summer between second and third year was one of the best Harry could remember, and it largely had to do with Ginny. Of course he was happy to be home, to see Sirius and Remus more often, to see his cousin and aunt and uncle without worrying about being caught, but there was simply nothing better than being with Ginny. He knew it was their bond that made him, and her, feel that way, but neither cared. Magic itself had brought them together, and whatever happened in the future, of which they claimed to still not know, though both had pretty much decided the other was stuck with them, they weren't going to fight their feelings. Sirius and Remus, along with Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, had come up with a good solution given their need to be close to one another. The first day back, Harry had gone to the burrow for breakfast and had stayed until the evening before returning home to sleep. Ginny then came to Potter Manor the next day, returning home at bedtime, and they alternated each day for the first 2 weeks of summer. After that, the summer training began, and Ginny, along with Ron, Hermione and Draco, would come to Potter Manor each day, while days off were spent at the burrow to try and even it out. This arrangement worked well for them, though it had caused some raised eyebrows in the Weasley household, as Percy, Fred and George wondered why Ginny and Harry always had to be together. Finally, they demanded answers from their parents, reminding them that they had promised to tell them once school was over, and Mr. and Mrs. Weasley knew they couldn't keep it from their other sons any longer. They called their two eldest, Charlie from the Dragon Reserve in Romania and Bill from his curse-breaking job for Gringotts in Egypt, and asked them to come home as they had something important to tell them. The two oldest Weasley brothers did as asked, not remembering the last time their parents had insisted they come home when it wasn't a major holiday, and wondering what was so important that they couldn't be told in a letter or via flow. They knew, of course, about the Chamber of Secrets incident and that Ginny had been involved, but had learned this belatedly only after she was safe again, so they didn't think it could be that, as their parents hadn't seen fit to bring them back then. Both brothers had increased how often they wrote their only sister afterwards, though, and had continued to do so as the year continued, not just stopping after a few weeks, which made Ginny happy. So with trepidation the entire Weasley family, along with Harry, Remus and Sirius, gathered at Potter Manor, at Sirius' request, and the 5 eldest Weasley brothers were told about the bond that had formed between their sister and Harry. When they got to the part about the ministry recognizing it as a marriage, all 5 jumped up and turned furious looks at Harry, the only thing keeping them from cursing him being that Ginny had also jumped up and stood in front of them, glaring furiously back. "Move aside, Ginevra," Bill said. His use of her full name was rare, used only when he was very upset, and it usually had the effect of Ginny backing down, though not this time. Make me, William. No one is going to make anyone do anything, nor attack anyone. Now sit down. Mr. Weasley ordered, and after several moments his sons obeyed. Ginny too sat, though had pushed Harry over enough so that she could sit on the chair with him, making it impossible for her brothers to curse Harry without hitting her as well. A fact they were all well aware of. With eyes never leaving Harry, the bond was explained to them, and thankfully they calmed somewhat, especially when they learned that the marriage wasn't going to even be acknowledged until necessary. Deciding on complete honesty, Harry also told them about being the heir of Gryffindor, and promised them that not only would he protect Ginny with everything he had, but Hogwarts herself would as well. This, along with Ron's promise that he was keeping a close eye on Harry, helped calm them a bit more, but they would never truly relax knowing their 11-year-old sister was technically married. Before you go, there are a couple other things that we would like to share with you all, said Sirius. Though I will require a wizard's oath on your family magic, Arthur, that nothing learned here will be shared with those who don't already know. It's as much for all of your safety as well as ours, Dad. Ginny added, Ron nodding his agreement. Mr. Weasley was a bit stunned that his two youngest children knew more of what was going on than he did, but trusting in them he readily gave the oath, binding all Weasleys to it through the family magic. The first thing you should know is that Voldemort is not really gone. For the Weasley parents who had been present during the discussion with Dumbledore, and then the subsequent discussion with Madame Bones, this didn't terribly surprise them. The Weasley brothers, though, were a different matter. A barrage of questions were shot at them from all sides, and one by one they were answered as best they could be. Hearing that Harry would have to one day face Voldemort again pushed them back towards the edge, as Ginny would now be a part of the fight whether she wanted to be or not, but they managed to calm again under Mr. and Mrs. Weasley's stern glares. And finally, and the reason I asked that we meet here and not the Burrow, there's some people we'd like you to meet. Turning expectantly towards the door leading to the morning room, they waited but a moment as those on the other side heard their cue to enter. This time it was Mr. Weasley who jumped up, his wand already in his hand, as he faced who was arguably his only nemesis. Arthur. Lucius greeted curtly, standing protectively in front of his wife and son, though his wand remained where it was. What are you doing here, Malfoy? We were invited. Seeing that although he held his wand tightly he wasn't about to use it on them, the Malfoys moved to sit down. Dad, you sit too, said Ginny, giving a good impression of her mother. Arthur, sit. Mrs. Weasley agreed, though she eyed the Malfoys wearily. May I formally introduce you to my cousin, Draco? Harry spoke up. As well as my uncle Lucius and Aunt Cissa. The vast majority of the Weasleys looked to him like he was insane, though it was noted that Ron didn't seem fazed. Their family, and have been since Uncle Lucius came to Sirius when I was still a baby and told him that he hadn't served Voldemort willingly for some time. The explanation followed, and when they were done Mr. Weasley's face was stony, but otherwise calm. He had put his wand away as well, which they took as a good sign. So we are to believe that you just decided one day not to follow you know who anymore. You haven't changed, Malfoy, that much I do know, so why should we believe it? It's true that in public they haven't changed, Dad. Ron, of all people, was the one to speak up in their defense. But that's only because when you know who returns they have to still pretend to be on his side or he'd kill them. They really aren't bad people. And Draco's even become a friend. Even a year later there was still a slight hitch in his voice when he called a Malfoy a friend. Harry was preparing to speak up in his family's defense too, but it appeared unnecessary. Ron's testimony seemed to be enough for the Weasley patriarch. And I suppose you demanded the same kind of oaths from the Malfoys as you did from us? Mr. Weasley asked Sirius. Absolutely. I even questioned him under Veritasium. I didn't trust him at all when he first came to me. Sirius confided. But they quickly became family and I trust them with not just my life, but Harry's. That was what finally did it. It was one thing to gamble with your own life, but the life of your child. Mr. Weasley nodded, then turned to Lucius. I doubt we'll ever be friends, but if Sirius trusts you with Harry's life, then I trust you as well. Lucius nodded his acceptance, knowing as well that a friendship between the two was highly unlikely, but they could at least have a mutually beneficial working relationship. None of the Weasley boys, Bill and Charlie especially, liked the thought of trusting a Malfoy. Like Ron, they had grown up knowing how awful the Malfoys were, and now suddenly their father trusted them. The only of age Weasley sons were about to voice their protests, but one look at their sister and they changed their minds. She was pleading with them, something she rarely ever did. So instead of ranting and raving, the two did the second most pressing thing on their minds and turned to Harry. "Let's have a chat, shall we?" Bill said, though it wasn't a question. All of Ginny's brothers, Ron included, stood up then, the twins wearing identical feral grins. "Sorry mate, it's my sister," Ron said when Harry shot him a betrayed look. Ginny was about to step in and stop them, but Narcissa beat her to it. "While I would not dare and try to stop you having a chat with your sister's husband," she said. Please know that Harry has been well versed in how one treats a lady, especially one's wife. There was meaning in her voice that the boys missed, though Mrs. Weasley didn't. "He's been trained in the old ways." Narcissa nodded. "I didn't think you would hold with the old ways, Sirius." "He didn't. I did," Narcissa said. "Harry was still a baby when we came into his life. He and Draco were raised together like brothers more than cousins, and though Sirius was happy to let the old ways die, I knew that they would serve the future lord of a noble and ancient house well. Rest assured, Molly, that Harry will treat Ginny with nothing but the utmost respect and courtesy, or will face the consequences." Harry shuddered. "No consequences, it won't be needed." Even Ginny raised an eyebrow at that comment. "Aunt Sissa was very much a mother to me growing up. I imagine her consequences are the same as you getting a bollocking from your mother." Without exception, the Weasley children shuddered. Well, someone had to ensure he turned out right. Narcissa sniffed. "Hey," Sirius protested. "Remus and I didn't do so bad." "Of course not, cousin." It was an odd thing for the Weasleys to see, never having expected the always prim and proper Malfoys to partake in friendly banter. The rest of the summer progressed with ease in comparison to that day, though the chat that Bill had wanted to have still took place a few days later. He had claimed that as her oldest brother he felt the most responsibility for her, and so such a talk was necessary. However, Ginny had arranged to be present, much to Bill's chagrin, and she had tampered it down to a quick, treat her right or else, talk, and not a true threaten and scare one as she knew he'd intended. As July ended, Harry's 13th birthday arrived, and he was both shocked and touched at the party that was planned. Mrs. Weasley had insisted on hosting the party at the Burrow, and she had gone all out in preparing a feast of Harry's favorite foods. Of course, having only really known Harry for a few months, she wasn't entirely sure what his favorite foods were, and so had enlisted the help of Narcissa. This was the shocking part, seeing the Malfoys welcomed to the Burrow and the ease with which Molly and Narcissa worked together. It was a sight none had ever thought to see. Still, once the shock wore off, Harry couldn't remember a better birthday. Growing up, Draco had been his only real friend, so his previous birthdays were just their small family having a nice, quiet, and somewhat formal celebration. This one, however, was as loud as the Gryffindor common room after they won at Quidditch, and Harry got to spend it with everyone who mattered to him, especially Ginny. He had known that she had been nervous about his birthday, this being the first with them being friends, and technically married, and she hadn't wanted to mess up. He'd tried to tell her not to worry, but it hadn't worked, and really he couldn't fault her. He knew he was just as nervous about her birthday in just over a week's time. Then 3 days ago the nervousness had dissipated into excitement, the same feeling he got from her now as he went to open her gift. Unwrapping the paper, Harry revealed a leather-bound book, which opened to a picture of him as a baby being held by his parents. "It's your own photo album," Ginny explained, her excitement palpable, though he could sense she was also still somewhat nervous. "I remember how happy showing me Sirius and Remus albums made you, so I thought you'd like one of your own." It was true that Harry did not have his own photo album, and had very few pictures of his parents that were just his. Sirius and Remus had lots though, and they'd shown them to Harry often, leaving them in the library so he could look at them anytime. There were pictures of his parents around the manor as well, and neither his godfather or uncle would let him forget them. However, Aside from a scarce few undamaged photos that Sirius had retrieved from the house in Godric's Hollow when he'd returned to collect James and Lily's bodies, none of them actually belonged to Harry. Turning the page, he found another photo of his parents, this one with them dancing and laughing, their love for each other evident in each look. 4 more photographs followed, one of a very young Harry riding on Padfoot's back with Remus chasing them around, clearly yelling at Sirius to be careful, while the third photo was also of the 3 of them, though with the Malfoys this time as well. The next 2 photos were quite recent in comparison. There was one of himself with Ron and Hermione, which he remembered being taken when they got off the train after their first year, while the final photo was of him and Ginny. They were sitting on a couch together in the library at Potter Manor reading a book, their heads bent close together and their hands entwined. This of itself was a common sight, but it was the look of absolute peace on each of their faces that truly struck him. "I got some help with the photos," Ginny admitted. "And I know you have a ton of photos of your parents and of you growing up, but I thought one that was just yours that you can add to would be," she cut off as Harry leaned over and pulled her into a hug. "Thank you," he murmured, his face buried in her hair as he fought against tears. "I love it." Ginny's heartfelt gift was now among Harry's most beloved possessions, and he wanted desperately to get her something just as meaningful. However, with her birthday now only 2 days away, Harry was at a loss of what to get her. "It has to be heartfelt, serious," he told his godfather yet again as they combed through Diagon Alley. Sirius had just suggested a new set of robes and Harry was getting quite put out with him. "Well, I don't know what to tell you, pup," Sirius sighed. "It's not like I have a lady friend I've been buying gifts for all these years." Harry shook his head and was about to go back to looking in shop windows when an idea struck him. "Let's go to Gringotts. Maybe there's something in the family vault." Sirius quickly agreed and the two headed down the alley. The Potter family vault was filled with all kinds of treasures, old family heirlooms, ancient texts, mountains of jewels and gold, as well as several personal items left there by Harry's parents and even his grandparents. While Harry wouldn't be able to remove any gold from the vault until he was of age, he had his trust vault for expenses, though Sirius hardly let him use it and paid for almost everything himself. Maybe one of the personal items would work. Walking into the bank, Harry and Sirius were immediately greeted by a goblin who introduced himself as Silverfang, and were led to a private office. This kind of service was unusual, for most often the goblins took great delight in being as obstructive as possible where wizards were concerned, but there were a select few clients who had earned the goblins' trust and respect. The Potters were one such family who long ago had been named Friends of the Goblin Nation. This status was given to them so many years ago now that it was practically forgotten among wizarding society, though certainly not in the Goblin Nation. So long as no Potter did anything to break the friendship between them and the goblins, then their family retained their status of friends, which to goblins meant they were basically family. And no one messed with a goblin's family. The knowledge of the Potter's status had been lost to time, and as being friends of the Goblin Nation came with many perks and responsibilities, they chose not to enlighten anyone about it lest the lack of this information proved useful in future. The goblins were, of course, happy to go along with it, for it played into their favorite pastime of sticking it to wizards. As Harry's godfather, Sirius was treated to the same courtesy and respect as Harry, as was Remus and any other members of Harry's family, though only his wife and children would actually possess friend status, and it was understood that if the extended family's own courtesy and respect to the goblins ever vanished, then they'd be placed back on the same level as everyone else. Being greeted on entering the bank and shown to a private room, away from the rest of the rabble, was how things had always been for as long as Harry could remember, though usually they were shown into the office of Griphook, the Potter accounts manager. This time, however, they were taken even deeper into the bank and led through a pair of large ornate doors into a much larger office than Griphook's, though the Potter accounts manager was present, standing behind the goblins seated at the large desk before them. "Lord Gryffindor and Lord Black," Silverfang announced before bowing to the seated goblin and departing. Although they hadn't been introduced yet, both Harry and Sirius knew exactly whom this must be. "Lord Ragnarok," they greeted, offering a bow of their own. "Griphook told me you were unique wizards and were a pleasure to do business with, but I admit I wasn't entirely certain," Ragnarok said with a toothy smile, one that would be terrifying to most, as few knew what a goblin looked like when they smiled. "We are honored to meet you, Lord Ragnarok," said Harry as he and Sirius took the seats offered them. The leader of the goblin nation stared at Harry for a moment before nodding. "Yes, I can see what Griphook meant. You do not have a deceitful bone in your body, do you, Lord Gryffindor? He said that you are truly worthy of friend status and that supporting you was in the best interests of both Gringotts and the Goblin Nation. And all of this he decided years before you become of age, before your ancestry became known to us." Harry looked a bit odd at this high praise. "It is a rare wizard indeed, my lord, who is genuinely honored to meet a goblin, and I am beginning to see what he is talking about. I try to be above the prejudices of my kind because, quite frankly, they're stupid." Both goblins burst out laughing, and even Sirius cracked a smile, all the while thinking that Narcissa could never learn exactly what was said in this meeting, or the lecture on proper behavior would never end. "Very refreshing indeed," said Ragnarok once he'd stopped laughing. "Now down to business. I assume us being here has something to do with my being Gryffindor's descendant." "Yes, very much so. How much do you know about Godric Gryffindor's relationship with the Goblin Nation, my lord?" "Only what is written in our history books, which I am quite certain is not the whole truth. King Ragnar I was in such awe of Gryffindor's sword, which was forged by the famous blacksmith Bentclaw the Brilliant, and he liked it so much that he tried to steal it and keep the sword for himself. Gryffindor heroically defeated the small army Ragnar sent after him and warned Ragnar not to try again. By your tone, I assume you do not think Gryffindor's actions were heroic. This history was written by wizards, and as we all know, wizards generally paint themselves in the best light possible and demote everyone else to the role of perpetrator." Harry replied with a shrug. Ragnarok's already high opinion of Harry grew even more. Most people would take the history they read as fact, and while Harry didn't exactly doubt the events, he was able to recognize the bias of the historian and didn't assume that it was the whole story. "Godric Gryffindor's actions that day were indeed heroic, my lord, though not for the reason wizarding historians give. Gryffindor didn't defeat the army King Ragnar sent after him, he disarmed them and sent them back to Ragnar with a warning. Not one drop of goblin blood was spilled that day, which in a time when our two nations were practically at war all the time was unheard of. Godric Gryffindor is only the second wizard we have any record of dealing with goblins fairly and compassionately. Like you, he did not hold to the prejudices of your kind, and it was because of this that he and his son, who took after his father in his lack of prejudice, were granted the status of friends of the Goblin Nation, the first since Merlin himself." "It sounds like Gryffindor was a decent person then," said Harry. "And while I am happy he wasn't a racist git, I'm hardly impressed. Simply being a decent person isn't exactly something I think should be applauded, but rather should be assumed. Should be being the key words there, my lord. While we would all like to live in such a world, the fact remains that we do not, nor did our ancestors." Ragnarok replied. "At any rate, for the last 1,000 years the line of Godric Gryffindor and the Goblin Nation have shared a special relationship, one we are keen to continue to cultivate." "As am I, Lord Ragnarok," Harry assured him. Then a thought occurred to him. "Wait, you said 1,000 years. Did you know all this time that my family was descended from Gryffindor?" "Yes, we did. And before you ask, my lord, the reason we didn't reveal this knowledge was quite simply in an effort to protect our friends. After enough generations had passed, the knowledge of your family's heritage was lost to time and became irrelevant at best, and downright dangerous at worst. At least until Godric's one true heir was born, and until a few months ago we did not know that was you." Harry accepted that explanation. The Sorting Hat had said that it was Gryffindor's magical heir they waited for, and he could see how the knowledge of being descended from the founder would mean little at this point to anyone except the heir, or those who wanted to end the Gryffindor line. "Thank you for guarding my family, Lord Ragnarok." The goblin nodded, and Sirius, who'd been a complete spectator so far, was very impressed with how Harry handled himself. This was something he could relay to Narcissa. She would be very impressed with his diplomacy. "Now back to business, we do not wish to keep you here all afternoon." Ragnarok motioned for Griphook to come forwards, and the junior goblin placed a ledger on the table, picking up a quill and preparing to write. "We wish to congratulate you on your marriage, my lord, and have taken the liberty of adding your wife to your accounts so she may access your vaults. Said Griphook. Do you wish to set a limit to the amount she may withdraw from your trust vault? What? No. He hadn't even thought of giving Ginny access to his vaults, and he was smacking his head for this lack of foresight. Whether or not they acted like a married couple, the fact remained that they were. Harry knew he would always protect her, but taking care of her on a daily basis, ensuring she was fed, healthy, and had money for anything she might need had not crossed his mind. That was something her parents were still responsible for, and while Harry wasn't going to take that away from them, Ginny was now a Potter, and as a Potter she should have access to the Potter vaults. Very well. May I assume then that you do not wish to place any restrictions on her accessing your family as well? Yes, that's right. Harry sounded much more sure of himself. Excellent. Please note that just as you cannot yet remove any gold from the family vault, neither will your wife, though she will otherwise have the same access to it as you. Please tell Lady Gryffindor that the next time she comes to the bank she should ask for me, and it will be my honor to serve her. Just so we're clear, she's not going to have to announce she's my wife as she. Only we haven't exactly told anyone outside the family. Certainly not, my lord, we always respect the privacy of our clients. There was a bit of an offended tone in his voice. Gringotts goblins are aware of your marriage, of course, given she was granted friend status upon your bonding, but they have all been informed to continue to address her as Miss Weasley until further notice. All Lady Gryffindor need do is ask to speak with me, and she will be shown in directly, no questions asked. Thank you, Griphook. Harry rubbed the back of his neck embarrassedly at having ever thought otherwise. Thankfully though, Griphook seemed to know that Harry didn't mean anything by it. And now to the vault of Godric Gryffindor, my lord. You and you alone will have access to this vault, though Lady Gryffindor may access it with you. I can't just give her access. I'm afraid not, my lord. Ragnarok rejoined the conversation. You see, the vault of Godric Gryffindor is unique in that it is the only vault in this entire bank that cannot be accessed by a Gringotts goblin. He continued, seeing the confusion on both Harry and Sirius' faces. The reason for this is because Gryffindor sealed it with his own magic, allowing for only his one true heir to open it. Interestingly enough, this vault also predates the bank itself. While King Ragnak I was not, shall we say, a fan of Gryffindor, his son Ragnak II was. In fact, Gryffindor and the second Ragnak were friends. It was he who granted Gryffindor and his descendants the status of Friends of the Goblin Nation. And when Gryffindor was looking for a place to safeguard his belongings after his death, King Ragnak II offered to guard them here, in Goblin territory. The vault was built, Gryffindor sealed it, and it has remained untouched ever since. But then how did it get moved into the bank? Unless I'm terribly mistaken, Gringotts wasn't founded until 1474, long after Gryffindor died. Quite simply, it did not get moved, but rather the bank was built around it. Ragnarok seemed quite pleased to be teaching on goblin history, and Harry had to admit it was quite fascinating. In the late 14th century, yet another war with wizards took place, this one quite nasty, and the Goblin Nation decided it had enough of hereditary rule. The Goblin Kings we deposed, and elections were held for a new leader, the first of which was Lord Gringott. During his tenure, relations between goblins and wizards grew to an all-time high, and after several comments by wizards that they wished they had as effective a method of securing their wealth as goblins did, Lord Gringott brokered a treaty with the Wizards' Council of the time, and Gringott's Wizarding Bank was founded. The key part of the treaty that was signed stated that wizards would respect Gringotts, as well as several other locations throughout Britain, as sovereign goblin territory. In return, the goblins would guard the wizards' wealth, and no matter what happened to wizard-goblin relations, the integrity of the bank would always remain. Ragnarok nodded, impressed that Harry knew so much. And the last thing a goblin would do is break a deal, so through all the goblin rebellions, Gringotts remained untouched. The goblins did not use their possession of wizards' wealth against them, even though wizards had proved to be less inclined to honor the treaty and tried to reclaim some of the goblin territory. You are very well versed in our history, my lord. I like the important bits of history, things that affect and shape our world, though I admit I have fallen asleep in Professor Binns' class when he drones on about URG the unclean, going into great detail about each wizard he killed during the war in 1793. That I cannot fault you for. Ragnarok said with a chuckle. Now, if you will permit me, I will show you to the Gryffindor vault. Harry and Sirius followed Ragnarok out of his office and down to the carts. They got some strange looks along the way from goblins who were not used to seeing their leader showing wizards around, but they went away as soon as they realized just who these wizards were. Griphook operated the cart that took them down to the lowest level of the bank, where the oldest vaults were kept, and Harry was momentarily confused as they were led right to the Potter family vault. Ragnarok didn't stop there, however, and continued on a little ways past the vault, stopping finally in front of a portion of the rock wall. Harry wasn't sure why he was surprised when Ragnarok ran his clawed finger down the wall, opening a doorway that hadn't been there before. A torch, and Sirius lit wand in hand, they went even deeper down a tunnel until it leveled off and they entered a circular chamber with a stone dais built in front of a door bearing the Gryffindor crest. How do I open it? Harry asked. We do not know, my lord. Godric sealed it against all save his one true heir, so one would assume that magic will recognize you somehow. With a nod, Harry stepped up onto the dais and approached the door, reaching out to touch the Gryffindor crest. It appeared that was all that was needed. A sudden surge of magic rushed through the room, enveloping Harry. It stayed there for a moment before returning to whence it came, and with the loud creak of ancient hinges the vault door slowly swung open. Harry wasn't sure what he expected to find inside, but whatever it was, he at least thought that it would be the most impressive vault he had ever seen. However, instead of mountains of riches and other priceless artifacts, there was instead a single pedestal containing a glowing orb, a ring, and a letter. Making his way inside, Harry picked up the letter and saw it too was sealed with the Gryffindor crest. It was with shaking hands that he opened the letter written to him by Godric Gryffindor himself. To mine heir, I pray that not so much time hath passed that I have been forgotten, lest what I must convey wilt have much less meaning to thee. Know you that Salazar and Miniself were once great friends, joined together along with Rowena and Helga in our ardent desire to teach all those willing to learn. Salazar had always favored those who came from a wizarding family, though he was not against the other students. That began to change over time, why I cannot say, and his ever-growing views caused more than one fight between us. Eventually Salazar left Hogwarts, to where I know not, and I saw him but once thereafter. It was many years later when, unbeknownst to the other, we both accepted an invitation from the king to attend him on a night his soothsayer was to predict the outcome of his campaign in France. Neither Salazar nor I ever held much faith in divination, for true divination is not a discipline one can learn, and very few are gifted with the powers of a seer. However, this soothsayer proved to be one such person, and a prophecy was given that night which changed forever the future for both the Gryffindor and Slytherin lines. The seer foretold that our feud wouldst last many lifetimes until such a time that we were reborn. When this happened, history wouldst repeat itself and a war between lion and snake wouldst commence that wouldst tear our world apart lest one triumph over the other and a victor be declared. Prophecies are a tricky business and can often be voided, so it doth best to not treat them as if from God himself. However, from the look in Salazar's eyes that night, he doth believed it to be true, and I knew he wouldst not rest until he hath done all he could to ensure his victory over me. At best the lives of my children and grandchildren, of their children and their children's children, would be perilous, for the threat Salazar's line posed wouldst never end if one yet lived. I knew I must take measures of mine own to protect mine family, and so I have left thou, my heir, this orb. The prophecy said that Salazar and I wouldst be reborn, yet no one can return from death. Magic, on the other hand, never really dies, and it is mine magic that I am certain the seer spoke of. The very fact that thou art reading this letter doth prove me correct. I sealed this vault against all but Miniself, and only my magical signature can open it. In this orb thou shalt find my memories and knowledge to go with mine magic. Break the orb and all shalt be transferred to thee. Please do not fret that thou wilt no longer be thine own self if thou doth do as I ask. It will be disconcerting at first, for the knowledge I possess and the memories I have will be yours and will mix with thine own knowledge and memories. Even so thou wilt not truly carry a piece of me within thee, thou wilt have no second consciousness, merely a great deal more knowledge at thine disposal. Beside the orb thou shalt also find my signet ring. Perhaps thou know the significance of this already, though I shalt explain regardless in case thou doth not know. The seals of wizards of mine time art enchanted to protect against forgery. Unlike with the muggles, we doth not take appearances as truth. The crest alone is not how one tells from whom the letter is sent, but rather the magic within the seal. Use my signet ring to seal thine letters and the recipient wilt know immediately that it comes from mine heir. I am sorry to have to place this burden on you, but as mine magic has reawoken I do not doubt that Salazar's hath as well, meaning the war hath already started and I wouldst have thou prepared for it. If she still stands, Hogwarts will be thine ally, though no it will be ally to Salazar's heir as well unless his family hath fallen far indeed. Hogwarts is much more than just a castle. Rowena, Helga, Salazar and I put so much of ourselves into her that she is alive. Everard, the Hogwarts sorting hat, will aid you as well, shouldst he not be in tatters, and knows all the secrets of the castle save one, Salazar's hidden chamber. I do not doubt its existence, but it has eluded even us who built the castle. I suspect that Salazar's gift of Parseltongue is the reason for this, as only his descendants wouldst have the knowledge of its location as well as the ability to open it. It is rumored that a monster is kept within, this I do not doubt either, though I cannot say what it is. A serpent is the obvious choice, but Salazar knows that and he is nothing if not unpredictable. I pray this chamber never opens and the monster within dies awaiting Salazar's heir. A final piece of advice for you, mine heir, the path thine life takes may hath been foretold long ago but it is still thine life. Dith not let thine destiny overtake thee and forget to live. The very best of luck to thee. Godric Gryffindor. The letter proved quite long, though very informative. It filled in several gaps in the history he'd been taught and offered some insight into why he possessed Gryffindor's magic. The bit about the chamber was ironic, he thought, given they'd just dealt with that, but at least Godric hadn't known its location or what the monster within was. To find the answers they spent months looking for written out so neatly would have been too much for Harry. The signet ring might prove useful in future, but for now he saw no reason for it. Then there was the orb. It contained all the knowledge that Gryffindor had, and as he'd been one of the greatest wizards of the age, and even of all time, it would indeed be considerable. But was he ready to receive it? He believed Godric when he said that he would still be himself. He didn't think there'd be a voice in his head trying to tell him what to do, but it would still irrevocably change him. Who a person was is based on their experiences and what they'd learned, and if he gained the memories of Godric's experiences and the knowledge that he possessed, then they would influence him and he would no longer be the same person he was in this moment. The war had started. He didn't need Gryffindor to tell him that, nor did he need anyone to spell out for him that Voldemort possessed the magic of Salazar Slytherin, and the fact that he, Harry, would have to one day face him was even more true than they thought. Still, Godric had told him not to forget to live and he was only 13 years old. Voldemort had also not yet returned fully, so while the war between them had begun it was currently at a stalemate. He had time, he reasoned. He needn't change who he was right this minute. So, pocketing the letter, Harry left the vault, closing the door behind him and sealing it shut once again. Harry didn't tell Sirius what he'd found in the vault right away. In fact, he told no one except Ginny, whom he couldn't hide it from even if he wanted to. Harry knew that once his family found out about this that everything would change, even without him accepting what Godric left him. They would panic. They would tighten security around him. In fact, Harry wouldn't put it past Sirius to hire security goblins, something he technically shouldn't be able to do as he didn't have friend status, but that he had no doubt both Griphook and Ragnarok was agreed to in a heartbeat. His training would then intensify, and while Harry certainly wasn't going to slack off, almost every spare minute he had was spent training, every other minute being spent on lessons, homework or quiddith. He wasn't ready yet to give up what little of his childhood was left, so with Ginny's encouragement he simply said that Godric had left him a letter that filled in a few gaps in history. It wasn't a lie, though they knew that they would pay later on for not telling their family the whole truth. However, neither Harry nor Ginny could see an alternative that wouldn't have him become what would essentially be an isolated weapon. They weren't sure when they would tell everyone the whole truth, but agreed that it would be after he had finished school or when Voldemort's return become imminent, whichever came first. After visiting the Gryffindor vault, they had gone back up the tunnel and visited the Potter family vault as well, in which Harry found a gift, which, while not as heartfelt as Ginny's gift to him had been, was definitely still meaningful. 2 days later, everyone, the Malfoys included, had gathered once again at the Burrow to celebrate Ginny's 12th birthday. After dinner and the cake, Ginny opened her presents and was surprised to see 2 from Harry. "They go together though," he said. Opening the smaller of the 2 first, Ginny gasped when she saw the beautiful necklace inside. It had 3 sapphires spaced out evenly, the one in the middle being the largest, and looked like it would sit up high, not quite a choker, but quite close to her neck. "Harry, it's beautiful," she said. "But this is not too much. I didn't even spend a canute on it." He cut in. "It's an old family heirloom and is charmed to protect you. Like Hermione's necklace." "Yes, but I altered it, with Remus' help," he said quickly, not wanting her to think he'd simply gotten her the same thing and not thought up his own gift. "This necklace is specially charmed to protect against mind magics." Ginny's eyes shot to his, looking surprised but hopeful. It was no secret that Ginny had nightmares about the chamber, about Tom Riddle, and Harry knew well that her biggest fear had become being possessed again and locked away in her own mind. He had wanted to do something to help her, and when he saw the necklace in the Potter vault, the idea had hit him. Conveniently, he chose not to tell her, and he'd left the other protection charms on it and that he carried the matching ring around with him. "I know it's not as nice as what you got me, but," he didn't get to finish as he found himself with his arms full as Ginny threw herself at him. "Thank you," she repeated over and over again. She'd tried talking to her parents about her nightmares and her fears, but their solution had only been to try and comfort her and nothing else. After a few weeks, she'd stopped telling them, and though they knew she still had nightmares, it was hard to miss the times she woke up screaming. Only Harry knew the true extent of them. Harry, though, had both comforted her and found a solution. Maybe not an infallible one, but she knew he'd been looking for one, and it meant a great deal to her that even all these months later he had not stopped looking. Pulling away, Ginny opened her other gift, a book on occlumency. It had been mentioned a few times as a possibility, but each time the adults dismissed it until they were older. Occlumency was a difficult skill to learn, especially to the extent they would need to completely stop someone from taking over their minds, and a child's mind was rarely disciplined enough for even an attempt to learn to be worthwhile. The book was nice, but what it signified, that Harry didn't care what others said anymore and he was going to do everything he could to protect her, was even nicer. The party continued after that, and in a moment when all the attention was on Fred and George and their latest prank rather than Ginny, Harry took her hand, led her outside to the pond they often swam in. "What is it, Harry?" Ginny asked. "I actually got you 2 more gifts." "Well, one isn't a gift actually, but I wanted to tell you." Ginny nodded and waited for him to continue. "I was at Gringotts the other day and they know we're married. You've been added to my vaults, so if you need anything, or even if you just want something, please take the money from my vault." "Harry, I couldn't." "Yes, you can," he insisted. "I know your parents will still take care of you and pay for stuff, and I'm not going to try and stop them, but you are a Potter now, and everything I have is yours." Ginny understood then. It wasn't about the gold, it was simply who Harry was. This was another way for him to take care of her, which he'd been trying to do since day one, and he genuinely wanted to share this, his family's most prized possessions, with her. "All right," she said finally, and Harry smiled brightly. "Next time we're in Diagon Alley, we can visit my family vault and explore a bit. We can't take any gold out of it until I'm of age. Gold can only be taken from my trust vault, but there's loads of other things in there. Books, jewelry, even clothes. There's some furniture and statues and other items that have been in my family for generations. Anything you want is yours." If she'd had any doubts, they vanished under his excitement. "The last thing I have." Harry blushed as he reached into his pocket, pulling out a chain with 2 rings on it. One was a simple gold band while the other was a sapphire the same shape and color as her new necklace surrounded by tiny diamonds. "They were my mother's," he explained before pulling an identical chain with another simple gold band on it out from around his neck. "And this my dad's." "Harry," she looked at the rings almost reverently, knowing exactly what they were. "I know we're too young to really be married, and I know we said we'd choose our own path and may not stay together, but for right now you are my wife, and so long as we are together then these belong to you. It's also my promise to you, Jin. I know we're still young, but I know my own heart. I love you, Ginevra Potter, and while I will let you go one day if it's what you want, I will always love you. Tears came to Ginny's eyes when he said he loved her, and they both felt it when her heart soared. I love you too, Harry. She murmured. I always have. From before I even knew you I loved you. Our bond was strong enough that I had a crush on you very early on. So long as you'll have me I will be here, though I won't let you go without a fight. Harry felt his own heart soar to join Ginny's, and without even realizing it he leaned in. It was slow and only got slower when he finally did realize what he was about to do, giving her lots of time to say no. Instead though, Ginny leaned in as well and the two met in a gentle key. It went no further than their lips merely touching and lasted barely a moment, but as far as they were concerned, it was perfect. The next time they got to visit Diagon Alley was a week later when their Hogwarts letters finally came and the whole Weasley Potter Black family descended on the alley. They visited Gringotts first, where Ginny got to see the Potter family vault, and Harry insisted on her taking a whole bagful of galleons from his trust vault. He had looked so happy at being able to share his wealth with Ginny that Mrs. Weasley hadn't had the heart to tell him no, which is exactly as Harry had planned it. Afterwards Harry, Ginny, Ron, Hermione and Sirius split off from the rest of the family to go and get everyone's books at Flourish and Blotts. They spent a full 57 minutes more than necessary there, thanks to Hermione. Ron had been counting, before finally departing to go meet everyone else at Florine Fortescue's ice cream parlor. Hang on, I need to pick up some treats for Hedwig. Harry remembered as they passed the magical menagerie. They group nipped inside and were met with the usual chaos of cages filling every nook and cranny, and the sounds of all the different animals that came with it. What can I do you for? The shopkeeper asked as soon as they entered. I need some owl treats, please. Harry said. With a nod the shopkeeper went off to get them while everyone took a moment to take in the assortment of unusual animals, mixed with the more regular ones such as owls, toads and cats. It was the latter that drew Hermione's attention, and she apparently drew attention herself, for she'd barely started looking at all the different cats for sale when one leapt out at her. Oh! Hermione cried in surprise as a large orange fluff ball landed on her shoulder. Are you all right, Puss? Sirius was immediately by her side, but calmed when he saw what had surprised her and that she wasn't in any danger. Yes, it took a moment, but eventually she was able to untangle the beast's claws from her robes and bring it around to cradle in her arms. It certainly looked like a cat, though not one any of them had ever seen. It was larger than all the other cats and had a thick coat of mangy fur along with a squished face that left it far from the most appealing animal there. Not again, the shopkeeper said as she returned with the owl treats. I'm so sorry, miss, but this bloody thing keeps getting out of its cage. She reached for the cat but Hermione wouldn't release it. It's part Kneazle, isn't it? She asked. No one was surprised that she knew why this cat was different than all the others. Yes, and it's the last time I stalk them. Crookshanks has been nothing but trouble, he has. She looked on the cat with such hatred that Hermione defensively wrapped him more tightly in her arms. Well, maybe if you weren't so mean to him he'd be better behaved. She snapped before cooing at the animal. Isn't that right, Crookshanks? He's been here for almost a year and no amount of niceness has made anyone want him. The shopkeeper muttered but otherwise didn't fight Hermione. A year. Hermione looked horrified at the thought and cuddled the cat closer as it began to purr loudly. We're not leaving here without that cat, are we? Harry muttered to Sirius, who shook his head. I'm afraid not, pup. Stepping forward, Sirius resignedly pulled out his money bag. How much for the beast? Hermione gasped and looked to her pseudo-father with so much hope in her eyes that Sirius' heart couldn't help but melt a little bit. You Sirius. The shopkeeper looked just as hopeful as Hermione, though her look had no effect on him. Indeed I am, Sirius Black, at your service. The shopkeeper's eyes widened at his name and Harry glared in his godfather's direction. One of the few people in the wizarding world who didn't recognize them on sight, and Sirius had to go and announce who they were. Inevitably her eyes drifted over the children and landed on Harry with his glasses and jet black hair that gave him away, even though it covered his scar. Lord Black, sir. My apologies for not recognizing you immediately. Sirius tried not to roll his eyes. Not to worry at all, my dear woman. He said jovially, his public face and tone of voice falling into place. Now how much for my daughter's cat? Miss Black. Her eyes widened further. 6 galleons, sir. For the cat and the cage, and a large bag of food. She turned to Harry then and held out the owl treats. And no charge at all for you, Mr. Potter. Nonsense. 9 galleons for the cat and another 4 for the cage and food. Said Sirius, having taken note of the posted prices around the shop. And I believe owl treats are 13 sickles. The shopkeeper protested vehemently but eventually accepted everything at full price, except for the owl treats, which she insisted on throwing in for free. You sure you're not going to regret this? Harry muttered as they left the shop. The half-Kneazle did not look very friendly and would no doubt bring chaos into their house, not to mention that he'd bought it without the permission of Hermione's parents, meaning he might have to be left at Potter Manor full-time if the Grangers didn't want a cat in their house. Pup, take a good look at your sister. Harry did as he was told and saw that Hermione was holding her new cat as close as possible and even had tears in her eyes as she profusely thanked Sirius, completely unaware of the conversation going on behind her. If you ever get that kind of reaction from a woman, take careful note of what you did and milk it for all it's worth. Regardless of how happy Hermione was, Harry was still partially right about Crookshank's behavior. He did indeed chase everything in sight and seemed to take the usual chaos a normal cat brought to a new level, but he turned out to be quite friendly to those who were friendly to him. He also seemed to know who genuinely liked him and who was being nice simply because they didn't want to anger Hermione. Ron, for example, was not a fan of Crookshanks and the cat was cold to him at best, while Ginny instantly loved the cat as Hermione did and he seemed to adore her in return. After that, the last couple weeks of summer passed by quickly and more calmly than any other summer Harry could remember. He shouldn't have been surprised then, when the peace was shattered. He and Ginny were sitting down to dinner with Sirius and Remus when Minnie, the head elf at Potter Manor, popped in. Lord Black has a flow call, she said. I told Mrs. Bones that Lord Black was at dinner with Master and Mistress but she's insisted. As a Potter elf, Minnie referred to no one but Harry as Master. That had changed when he and Ginny had bonded, the house elves recognizing a new mistress, and would again change if they had any children, but even though he acted the master of the house while Harry was still young, Sirius had always been referred to as Lord Black. Thank you, Minnie, Sirius said, effectively dismissing the elf. I wonder what Madame Bones wants. Curious as much as he was, Harry, Ginny and Remus followed him into the drawing room where an irate head of the DMLE could be seen in the fire, though thankfully her ire wasn't directed at them. Madame Bones, what a pleasure. I'm sure you remember Remus, and of course, Harry and Ginny. If this is a personal matter, I'll gladly come through. I'm afraid we'll get no privacy here. That might be best, Lord Black. Mr. Lupin may accompany you, said Madame Bones curtly before promptly disappearing, though she left the flow open. I'll get the cloak, Harry assumed, but Sirius stopped him. No, something is very wrong. A shared look with Remus confirmed that he too got that sense from the very brief exchange. Dobby, Minnie. Yes, Lord Black. Both elves appeared instantly at his call. While he wasn't technically the master of the house, all the elves treated him as if he was. There is something afoot, though I don't know what yet. Make sure the wards are secure and that no one has gotten in. Close down the flow once we're gone and open it for no one. We'll call Harry on the mirror when we're ready to come back and only then may you reopen it. The seriousness in his voice had both elves on high alert. Yes, Lord Black, sir. Minnie popped away to ensure the manor was secure while Dobby began herding Harry and Ginny into the corner furthest from the flow and windows. Hang on, is this really necessary? Harry demanded. Yes, said Remus as he grabbed some flow powder and disappeared, closely followed by Sirius. When they were gone, Dobby snapped his fingers and the fire went out. Another snap and a stone wall appeared in front of it, followed by a blue glow signaling it was now warded with elf magic. Dobby, come on. Dobby will iron his hands. He will, should Master or Mistress order Dobby to go against Lord Black's orders. The tiny elf proclaimed, and Harry sighed, seeing the fight was lost. It was a tactic rarely used by the elves, but one that was highly effective. The one thing the elves were willing to disobey their master for was his, and now also their mistress, safety. They knew well that Harry could not stand them punishing themselves, and so the simple threat of it was effective in neutralizing him. And now we wait, Harry grumbled, sitting down on the floor and bringing Ginny down with him. The flow in Madame Bones' office flared to life and admitted Sirius and Remus, though they were far from the only ones in her office. There were several Aurors gathered together at a table, looking over what seemed to be charts of some kind, while more Aurors ran in and out, saying but one word to their boss and getting but one in return, though both parties understood each other. Interdepartmental memos flew in and out at rapid speeds while outside the office was just as busy. It seemed like the entire ministry had fallen to chaos. Madame Bones, what is going on? Sirius all but demanded, leveling his tone only so much as to not offend the head of the DMLE. He had known something was wrong, but apparently he didn't know how wrong. Never one to beat around the bush, Madame Bones dived right into the matter at hand, though she hardly looked up from the papers on her desk. Earlier this morning, convicted Death Eater, Peter Pettigrew, escaped from Azkaban prison. Both marauders felt their blood go cold. Peter Pettigrew, Wormtail, their former friend, had been caught 2 days after the attack on the Potters and had been serving a life sentence in Azkaban. Both Remus and Sirius thought prison too good for the rat, but they'd come to accept that the Dementors would be keeping him company. That was the other issue here. The Dementors were the real reason, far more than bars and chains, which kept the prisoners from escaping. A Dementor fed off any good thoughts or memories a person had, leaving them with nothing but cold, darkness and despair. More often than not, the prisoners were practically immobile in their despair, far too incapable of causing a minor fuss, let alone escaping. It was for this reason that Azkaban was named one of the securest buildings in the world. No one had ever left Azkaban unless allowed to. Not once since it became a prison in 1718 had a single prisoner escaped. Until now. How? Sirius all but breathed, doing his best to keep himself in check. We assume in his animagus form, though given the protections on his cell stopping him from transforming, we cannot really say. When Wormtail was caught, Sirius had come forward and revealed that he, Wormtail and James had become animagi while at school, for he knew that if no precautions were taken then Wormtail would just become the rat he really was and escape quite easily. Some people had tried to make a big stink about Sirius being an unregistered animagus, but given the tragedy that had just occurred, and the fact that the ministry was just too busy dealing with the aftermath of Voldemort's fall to be concerned about one unregistered animagus, Sirius had been let off with a slap on the wrist and his name was added to the registry. The official who had added his name though had asked what his form was, to which Sirius truthfully answered a dog, but just like everyone else at the ministry he had been so caught up in other things he'd neglected to ask for what kind of dog and what his markings were. Sirius had chosen not to enlighten him, and so far no one had come calling to correct the mistake. How he escaped no longer matters, Sirius, said Remus, his own control being sorely testing, as evident by the more lupine quality of his eyes. The fact remains that he did, and we are now looking for a rat among the millions of rats in this country. That about sums it up. Yes. Madame Bones muttered, sending off another interdepartmental memo. She then finally turned her full attention to them. I wanted to warn you, as you have a right to know, but also because we are concerned he may try to finish what he started 12 years ago. They didn't need to ask what she meant. He won't touch Harry. They both swore. I quite agree, though you are in the best positions to protect Mr. Potter. Should you need assistance in that regard, though, you have only to ask. Her expression now turned severe. Now, while your anger is entirely justifiable, I will not have you going on some vigilante crusade in an attempt to catch him. My department is working overtime to catch Pettigrew and you are not to interfere. Am I understood? Yes, Madame Bones. They replied together, though no one, Madame Bones included, knew yet if they would keep to their word or not. The meeting clearly over with, Sirius called Harry and had Dobby reopen the flow network. Within moments they were back at the manor with 2 kids, and 2 scared elves, wanting answers. As one, Sirius and Remus took Harry by the hand and led him to the couch, Remus sitting beside him while Sirius knelt in front of him. Ginny remained standing with Dobby and Minnie, knowing in her gut that whatever they were about to say was going to hurt Harry deeply. "There is no easy way to tell you this, pup," said Sirius. "We just learned the Wormtail escaped." Ginny was expecting a whole slew of emotions, but Harry just went numb. He stayed this way for some time, and when she could stand it no longer, Ginny rushed to Harry's side and made him look at her. "Harry, talk to me," she said with a calmness she wasn't feeling. "Wormtail escaped," he repeated, and Ginny not so patiently waited for him to continue. "Wormtail, Peter Pettigrew, the man who betrayed my parents and led Voldemort straight to them, has escaped from Azkaban." The entire wizarding world flew into a panic when news of Peter Pettigrew's escape got out. The DMLE worked around the clock to find him, but unsurprisingly there was no trace. Sirius and Remus predicted that Wormtail had indeed used his animagus form to go underground and that he likely wouldn't surface for a long time, if ever. The Ministry wasn't so sure though, and so the manhunt, or rat hunt as the case may be, continued. Minister Fudge was also quite concerned for Harry's safety. He was the last remaining Potter after all, and if Pettigrew managed to kill him he'd be fulfilling his master's final wish. He had proposed that some of the Dementors from Azkaban be placed at the school in case Pettigrew showed up there. Dumbledore was staunchly against this, as was Sirius, he and the headmaster agreeing on something for the first time in many years. Lucius was against it as well, though much more quietly than Sirius was. However, the matter was brought before the school governors and he and Sirius were outvoted, the rest of the governors feeling safer with their children being so well guarded. Harry himself had brooded since getting the news, or more specifically since Sirius and Remus told him he was not, in no uncertain terms, to go looking for Wormtail. Harry had demanded to know what they were going to do if they wouldn't let him act, to which they replied nothing, using Madame Bones' warning as an excuse. They figured that if they stayed out of it, Harry would as well, though how they reached that conclusion Ginny didn't know. For her part, Ginny did everything she could to cheer him up, but it was practically a lost cause. The only time that she saw true enjoyment in his eyes was the morning after the full moon when Padfoot came trotting into the kitchen with Crookshanks on his back, the orange cat looking like a king upon his throne. Much to Hermione's horror, Sirius has then recounted how Crookshanks had somehow hitched a ride to Sherwood Forest, the place of choice for this month's transformation. Sirius guessed that the cat had latched onto him or Remus at the exact moment they apparated, though how a mere cat had timed that so perfectly, and he was convinced that it was on purpose, he wasn't sure. Once Remus had transformed, the cat had then joined Padfoot and Moony in their night of running around the forest. Again Hermione was horrified. While she held no prejudices towards werewolves, she couldn't deny they were dangerous when transformed, even with the wolfsbane potion, and had thought that her little kitty would have looked like a tasty snack to Moony. "I thought the same thing, Puss," Sirius said as Hermione held onto her cat for dear life. "As soon as he appeared I jumped in front of him, but Moony didn't even try to touch him, let alone eat him. And that cat of yours is no fool. Crookshanks played with us all night. He seemed to instinctively know Moony's favorite games, and when we wanted to run faster than he could he'd jump on my back and hitch a ride. Then finally he curled up with us about 2 hours ago and we all fell asleep." Hermione seemed surprised and looked down at a purring Crookshanks. "Did you do all that on purpose?" she asked, not expecting an answer though got one anyways if the proud tilt of his head was anything to go by. Harry had burst out laughing then, having been stuck on the sight of Padfoot giving the large half-Kneazle a piggyback ride. His mirth had only increased as Remus joined them and the two recounted their adventures with Crookshanks, who had apparently been in charge, even of Moony. Ginny suspected they were embellishing a bit, but as Harry was actually laughing she couldn't blame them, especially as they were in large part the reason that Harry had been so morose. After their meeting with Madame Bones, Sirius and Remus had essentially kept Harry under lock and key for the last few weeks of summer, even going so far as to set Dobby on him as a guard. While they weren't convinced like Fudge was that Wormtail was going to come after Harry, they still weren't taking any chances and it was enough to drive Harry nuts. He almost had a fit when on the day they were to return to Hogwarts Remus made to board the train with them. "You're not coming with me," Harry all but seethed, blocking Remus' path onto the train. "I don't need a babysitter." "I do not deny that you don't need a babysitter, most of the time anyways, and you are right that I am not coming with you." But I am coming to Hogwarts. No. Remus turned to Sirius with a raised eyebrow and the other man scowled before tossing Remus a galleon. I hate it when you're always right, Moony. He muttered. They both then turned to Harry and gave an explanation before he could demand one. Remus is going to Hogwarts with you, pup, but not as a babysitter. He was going long before we discovered Wormtail escaped. The old nickname, which used to be said with such affection, was now merely an adequate description for their former friend. He was a worm. Dumbledore offered me the defense against the dark arts job. Remus was smiling as he said this. We thought it would be a nice surprise, though when Wormtail escaped I told Sirius we should tell you before now. He seemed to think you'd still welcome my teaching even after the last few weeks. Enough that I bet him a galleon. Sirius muttered. Harry looked between the two, trying to decide if he believed them and how he felt about it. So it's not just to keep an eye on me. Well, we certainly won't deny that it makes both of us feel better that Remus will be there with you, given everything that's going on. Said Sirius. And in the interest of complete honesty, he's riding the train instead of apparating to keep an eye on you. But Dumbledore really did offer you the position earlier this summer. He concluded, but still wanted to double check. Before the summer actually. When Lockhart fled the school in February, knowing he'd be found out as a fraud, the headmaster began looking for a replacement. While I highly doubt that I was his first choice, he contacted me in the middle of May. And, you're okay teaching. Remus knew he meant in regards to his monthly problem. Harry had always been vocal about how ridiculous it was that people couldn't see beyond the fact that Remus was a werewolf, and even all these years after finding out, he still felt awkward in such situations. While Harry had no problems with Remus teaching, he knew that most people wouldn't share his views. Yes, Remus said. We went to the Board of Governors prepared for their objections. We worked it out that I would flow home just after classes the night of the full moon and would stay with under Sirius watching eye all night. Sirius backed this up, promising no werewolf would be on Hogwarts grounds, or at least, none teaching in the school would be. We can't control those in the forest. Their only other objection is their prejudice, which I plainly said I would not accept. Dumbledore even told them to lump it as well, since their only valid objection was taken care of. Sirius added. That brought up another question Harry had, and should have addressed long before now. Are we trusting Dumbledore now? Ever since the night in the Chamber of Secrets, both Sirius and Remus had voiced less complaints about the headmaster, nor was his name said with as much hate or disgust as it usually was. No. They both replied quickly. I would not say that we trust Dumbledore, Harry. Remus explained. More that we don't see him as the monster hell-bent on destroying a child's life. Sirius cut in. Not the choice of words I would have chosen, but yes. His actions since you came to Hogwarts have convinced us that he does have good intentions, but he's still not to be trusted. Harry nodded, accepting that. It was the same thing that Nicholas and Perenelle had said, that Dumbledore was just an old man who thought he knew everything and what was best for everyone, but that he really didn't mean any harm. All right, well, let's get you on the train and find a compartment. So you're okay with this? Remus had to make sure. He didn't want anything to get in the way of his relationship with Harry. Yeah, I was just pissed off when I thought you were going to babysit me all year. But you're a really great teacher, Uncle Remus, and I think you're perfect for the job. Remus smiled again. Once we step on that train, it's Professor Lupin to you. Sirius laughed loudly, still finding it funny that one of the infamous marauders, the keenest rule breakers Hogwarts had ever seen, was going to be a professor there, no matter how well suited he was to the job. Sure thing, Professor. Harry rolled his eyes and, giving Sirius one last hug, he and Remus got on the train and went to look for Hermione and the Weasleys. They found the former quickly enough, she having saved them a compartment, though as was clearly becoming the standard practice, the Weasleys were late. Hello, Remus. Hermione greeted, sounding surprised. Remus, I mean Professor Lupin, is teaching defense this year. Harry explained. That's wonderful. After 2 years of summer lessons, Hermione was not only impressed with the knowledge Remus had, but she knew him to be a great and effective teacher. The two took seats, Harry telling Remus to stay with them and not face the wolves just yet, a joke that had Hermione groaning, though Harry seemed to find it funny. The train was just pulling out of the station when the compartment door opened again and admitted Ron and Ginny. Are you ever going to be on time for the train? Hermione asked. Probably not. Ron readily admitted as he stowed his trunk and flung himself into the seat beside her. It was then he noticed Remus. Hey, what are you doing here? Nice, Ronald, very polite. Ginny said sarcastically as she took her seat next to Harry after he had stowed her trunk for her, their hands already entwined after the night apart. Hermione was glaring at him as well and quickly informed him of Remus' new status. The friends then settled in and began chatting away, Remus taking out a book and for the most part reading it and leaving the kids to their talk, though he occasionally joined in. The trolley came and went, Harry buying far too many sweets as had become his custom, and they were just crossing the large viaduct when the train suddenly came to a stop. Why are we stopping? Hermione asked, picking Crookshanks up to calm him from the sudden stop and loud screech, while Harry tried to do the same with Hedwig who was hooting angrily in her cage. We can't be there yet. A large rattling noise sounded and the carriage shook. Hedwig and Crookshanks began making more noise as the lights went out, causing panicked screams throughout the train. It then began to get cold, very cold. The water on the window from the rain froze over and even through the darkness they could see their breath before them. I'm going to speak with the driver. Stay here, Remus instructed. He headed for the door but never made it for the shadow of a very large cloaked figure appeared on the other side of the door, inching forwards. The handle turned and a scabbed, yet skeletal, hand shoved it aside before admitting the hulking form of one of the Dementors of Azkaban. No one is hiding Peter Pettigrew here, Remus said authoritatively. You may leave. The Dementor didn't do as instructed though and instead turned towards Harry and Ginny, both of whom had stilled the moment the compartment door opened. Harry. Please not Harry, not Harry. Stand aside you silly girl. Harry didn't know who was talking but the woman pleading for his life followed by the sound of a cold and ominous voice and the woman's scream kept replaying in his head. Ginny was in a similar situation though she knew exactly who the voice in her head belonged to. It was the moment back in the chamber where Tom was taunting her, telling her everything she had done and that it was her fault her friends would die, before she passed out. It felt like she would never wake up again, though she knew that in reality she'd woken up in Harry's arms. Finally she did wake up, though not in Harry's arms as expected. Instead she realized that she had actually fainted and her bondmate was lying on the seat opposite her, groggily waking up as well. The train was moving again, the lights having come back on, and the Dementor was nowhere to be seen. Here, eat this, Remus said, handing both her and Harry a large piece of chocolate. What happened? Harry asked. You both looked like you were about to have a fit, but then you just passed out, said Ron, looking between his best mate and sister worriedly. And the Dementor? Asked Ginny. Professor Lupin used the Patronus charm and sent it away, said Hermione, falling much more easily than Harry into calling him Professor. It was no surprise that she also knew the charm, though neither Harry nor Ginny, or apparently Ron, had ever heard of it. When they'd learned that Dementors were going to be guarding the school she'd gone into research mode and learned all about them. The rest of the train ride was quiet, neither Harry nor Ginny in any mood to talk as they thought on what they had heard. There was no doubt that the Dementor had caused it, nothing else besides the Dementor's arrival had even happened, but why did the Dementor affect them like that? What little they knew about Dementors told them that it wouldn't have been unusual to feel despair, but voices. That would be something they'd have to look into. Arriving finally at the station in Hogsmeade they took the carriages to the castle and sat down for the feast. All four of them clapped loudly when Remus was introduced as the new defense professor, though they couldn't miss the sour look on Snape's face. His appointment wasn't the only new one though. Professor Kettleburn had apparently decided over the summer to retire so he could spend more time with his remaining limbs. In his place, Dumbledore had appointed Hagrid as the new care of magical creatures teacher. This drew cheers from several people, but the four friends weren't among them. Even as they clapped they wondered what the class would be like given Hagrid's enthusiasm for misunderstood, dangerous beasts. Whatever was going to happen, they knew this year would be interesting. The first few weeks of classes passed by quickly. As third years they were now able to choose 2 new classes to take, and for the most part they had decided on the same ones. Harry, Ginny and Ron all took care of magical creatures as well as ancient runes. Ron had wanted to take divination, which the twins said was a cake class, but everyone else refused, so he gave it up to stay with his friends, while Hermione took both of those classes as well as arithmancy. She'd been in contact with Professor McGonagall over the holidays regarding her schedule and had persuaded her head of house to allow her to take 3 elective classes instead of just 2. McGonagall had been hesitant at first, as it would mean that Hermione would have to miss a period of transfiguration each week, but upon further reflection she'd obviously decided that Hermione would still keep up even with 1 fewer transfiguration classes. This was Hermione after all, and within just the first few weeks McGonagall knew that she wouldn't regret her decision. At the end of September, Remus' class was to have a lesson on a magical creature called a boggart. They left the classroom and went into the staff room, where he said that a boggart had moved in and he'd specifically asked that it be left alone so he may use it in his classes. After explaining more about the boggart as well as the charm to defeat it, ridiculous plus laughter as you turned something you were afraid of into something funny, he had them all line up and prepare to face the boggart. As each student went, they were able to face their fears enough to turn their mummy, banshee, spider, or whatever else their fear was, into something funny. That all came to an end when it was Ginny's turn. Stepping forward, Ginny thought about the ghoul in her attic and its terrifying ning that had been her biggest fear for as long as she could remember. She wasn't looking forward to facing it, but at least she was prepared, or so she thought. As soon as she stepped forwards, though, the ghoul in her mind disappeared, being replaced by something much worse. The boggart seemed to know what she was thinking before she did, and it took on a much larger shape, wrapping around the room and confining the students between its scaly body. Remus recognized what it was before the boggart had finished transforming, and thinking fast he conjured a large blindfold and wrapped it around the basilisk's head before it could realize what was happening and get out of the way. The class screamed at the gigantic serpent, though they were drowned out by the screech of the basilisk as it thrashed its head around, trying to get rid of the blindfold. Ginny was frozen in place, completely unable to move as sheer terror went through her. Feeling her fear through their bond, Harry wasn't so immobile. "Stop," he ordered in Parseltongue even as he moved to jump in front of Ginny. "Stop moving. Stay still." He wasn't sure if it would work, but apparently being a boggart basilisk instead of Slytherin's meant that this serpent would obey him. The basilisk didn't remain though. For the moment Harry stood in front of Ginny, it changed again, becoming a hulking, black-cloaked figure with scabbed, skeletal hands. Harry hadn't been the only one to jump into action though. When he'd saw Harry moving to protect Ginny, Remus moved in front of them both, the Dementor lasting no more than a moment before turning into what most of the class would describe as a strange sight. A glowing orb. "Ridiculous!" Remus screamed. The orb turned into a balloon that had lost its air, and Remus sent it back into the cupboard in which it had come from. He then turned to the class, all of whom were looking at Harry and Ginny, who had collapsed to the floor, holding each other as if their lives depended on it. "All right. I think that's enough for today. Class dismissed," Remus said, but no one moved. "That was it, wasn't it?" A fellow Gryffindor, Seamus Finnegan, asked. "The monster from the Chamber of Secrets last year. You defeated that." Lavender Brown all but screeched. "How did you survive?" She directed that question both to Harry and to Justin, who had gone quite pale upon seeing exactly what had attacked him last year. The entire class was in shock, and understandably so. To have such a creature roaming the castle, it was a miracle no one had died. Of course, they only knew the rumors. Dumbledore had merely said that the monster had been taken care of and the castle was once again safe. He hadn't actually named the creature. The Aurors, though, were apparently too loose-lipped around the students, for they were overheard the day after the incident and rumors began to spread. Harry and Ginny said nothing, both too concerned with the other to even care what their classmates said. Remus though repeated that class was dismissed and shooed the students out, even knowing that more rumors would be spread about. 3 people didn't move though, and it was a testament to how distracted that the class was that they didn't notice Draco staying behind along with Ron and Hermione. Ginny was crying onto Harry's shoulder as they approached, their 3 friends looking just as pale as Justin had, for while they knew it was a basilisk in the chamber, seeing it was an entirely different thing, and they all had to wonder the same thing as Lavender. How had they survived? I'm so sorry, Remus said gently as he knelt next to his nephew. I didn't think on what the boggart would do to you until it was too late. But why? He heard Ginny ask through her tears. It doesn't make any sense. I thought of the ghoul in our attic when you first told us what the boggart does. I've been scared of it since I was little, but when I stood in front of it I suddenly knew it wouldn't be the ghoul, and I thought of him. I don't get why it was the basilisk. Our minds work in mysterious ways, Ginny, said Remus. While Voldemort might make more sense as the thing you fear most, I would say that what you actually fear most is hurting people, hurting those you love. While it was Voldemort who possessed you, it was the basilisk that attacked people. Boggarts can also change, sometimes rather quickly if there is a traumatic incident. The next time you face a boggart it may not be the basilisk, but Voldemort. It all depends on your mind in that instance, even if you don't know your own mind. It made only a bit of sense to Ginny, but it was enough for her right now. She wasn't in the right frame of mind to really think anything over. You thought mine would be Voldemort too, didn't you? Harry asked. Yes. Remus nodded. I was a bit surprised to see a Dementor, though it is very wise of you, Harry, whether you knew it or not. It suggests that what you fear most is fear itself. I heard the voice again. He and Ginny had told their friends and Remus, who in turn had told Sirius and Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, about the voices they'd heard that day on the train, though he still didn't recognize it. Not wanting to spend any more time on this right now, Remus then turned to Ron and Hermione. Please take them back to the common room. I'll inform Professor Snape that you will be missing his class this afternoon. With a nod the two helped Harry and Ginny to their feet and out of the classroom, Draco following behind though he forced himself to go to the dungeon, knowing he was late for class. Once in the common room, Hermione and Ron gave Harry and Ginny some time alone and it was then that Ginny voiced another worry. Harry. Yeah, when you spoke to the basilisk, I understood you. I can still speak Parseltongue, Harry. That thought filled him with dread. He could speak Parseltongue because Voldemort had transferred some of his powers to him that fateful day 12 years ago. Ginny though should have been clear of all traces of him was Tom was destroyed, and Harry didn't like what her still speaking Parseltongue meant. Word of the boggart basilisk unsurprisingly spread like wildfire around the school and Harry found himself once again the center of attention. Some students, such as Colin Creevey, came to thank him for defeating the monster that had attacked him, while others asked if it had really been a basilisk and if it had really been that big. The majority though simply stared and while it annoyed him to no end, he could at least ignore it most of the time. Ginny had not quite been the same since that day. She was still very shook up, though slowly she began returning to her usual self. They hadn't mentioned to anyone that she could still speak Parseltongue, though they knew they should. They determined to mention it over Christmas at the latest, but for now they didn't want people hovering over their shoulders, wondering if a piece of Voldemort was still within Ginny. In mid-October the first Hogsmeade weekend was announced. As third years they were now allowed to visit the village along with the older students, though Ginny almost hadn't been given permission. She had received the permission form in her Hogwarts letter, same as Ron, but Mrs. Weasley had gone off about how she was still too young. There's been a fight between mother and daughter and eventually Mr. Weasley had stepped in and signed the form, reminding Molly that even if she was still only 12 she was a third-year student and it would be wrong of them to keep her from visiting the village with her friends. Everyone was very much looking forward to seeing the village, so naturally something had to come along and ruin it. What? Hermione shrieked, drawing the attention of everyone in the Great Hall. It was breakfast the very day that the notices about the Hogsmeade weekend had gone up in the common rooms and the post had just been delivered, Hermione receiving a letter from Sirius. Did you know about this? She demanded, turning furious eyes on her brother. What? Clearly he didn't though that didn't make Hermione feel better. Storming out of the Great Hall, her friends following close behind still not knowing what was wrong, she made for the nearest empty classroom before pulling out her mirror. Sirius Black, she called angrily, glaring even harder when her adopted father's jovial face appeared. Hello, Puss, he greeted though his smile quickly faded. What is the meaning of this? She demanded, holding up the letter. That. Yes that. Now Puss. You have no right, Sirius. None. Fed up with not knowing what was going on, Harry took the letter out of Hermione's hand. When he was done reading it, he turned his own furious gaze on his godfather. "You're ordering Hermione to go to Hogsmeade with one of the Slytherins." Ron and Ginny looked startled, though they waited for an explanation before jumping to conclusions. "Not exactly," he said, looking abashed. "I merely asked if, for appearance's sake, mind you, and nothing more, she would consent to go with one of them. I did explain why in my letter." "Well, it's a stupid excuse, and one that should have come in person," Harry growled. "While I agree it would have been better in person, I couldn't find the courage to, so I wrote the letter trying to explain as best I could," he muttered. "Why does Hermione have to go on a date with a Slytherin?" Ron asked. "Sirius says it would be good for her to go to each Hogsmeade weekend with one of the Slytherins slobbering after her, as it would let their families know their sons may court her and further cement the image that Sirius is following the old ways with her that we started last year," Harry explained. "I agree, it's a stupid excuse." Ron made a face of disgust. "It does make sense though," Ginny ventured, cringing when all three of her friends turned to glare at her. "Though of course it's a stupid excuse." Nodding their approval, they turned back to Sirius, who sighed. "I apologize that I even have to ask this of you, Puss, but continuing to cultivate the appearance of following the old pureblood traditions will give us a great deal more leeway with the purebloods, and it will continue to protect you. Any boy from a pureblood family will be honor-bound to defend you if anything happens," he pointed out. That drew Harry's attention. He's got a point, you know. Anything that protected his sister, even if it meant she had to go on a date with a boy, was always going to get his vote. Hermione grinded her teeth, glaring between Harry and Sirius, though it quickly became clear that she would consent. She knew that it was important not to have the old pureblood families against them when Voldemort returned, and having the sons of most of his followers courting her would go a long way towards that. It wouldn't last, of course. Voldemort would eventually cow them into obeying him, and there was no chance of him accepting her being anywhere near his inner circle given how close to Harry she was. However, starting off with his followers not against them may very well give them a great advantage, and if not, it would at least stall any attacks for a while. "Fine," she grumbled finally before cutting the connection with Sirius and storming out. Her friends left her alone for the rest of the day to cool off, and by dinner she was calm again, though they doubted it would last as they prepared for the onslaught when they entered the Great Hall for dinner. "Miss Black." More than one Slytherin called as they rushed in her direction, determined to be the first to reach her. "Would you do me the honor of accompanying me to Hogsmeade next weekend?" They all got out, talking over the others. Hermione wasn't sure exactly what to do. She'd determined to accept the first invitation she got to get it over with, but now that she'd gotten several at once, it had become more complicated. Before she could think up an answer, though, one was given for her. "I think you'll find that Miss Black has already accepted my invitation." Draco sneered in the direction of his housemates. "Since when did you ask her?" Theo not sneered right back. "Over the summer," he replied superiorly. "You've been corresponding with Miss Black." Terence Higgs was looking almost murderous. Proper courting meant that the suitors did not directly contact the girl until a proper acquaintanceship had been established. For those at school, that meant several short meetings in public places, and for many generations the first Hogsmeade weekend of the year was viewed as the final establishment of said acquaintanceship, if you were lucky enough for your invitation to be accepted. "Need I remind you, Higgs, that I am Lord Black's heir?" Draco was putting on his most snooty and superior face. "We saw each other occasionally over the summer, in the presence of my parents and Lord Black. No one could find anything wrong with that. As heir to House Black, Draco would be spending some time with the current lord, and if all the parents were there as chaperones, then none of the other boys had any excuses. It was a pain when someone had an in with the family of the girl being courted. It made it harder for all the others, though not impossible. I asked Lord Black's permission to invite Miss Black to Hogsmeade and proceeded to do so when he gave his blessing. That was something they hadn't thought of. They knew from the necklace Hermione wore, and no longer tried to hide, that the old ways were being observed where she was concerned, but they had not thought that the current Lord Black would go so far as to decide who his adopted daughter could and could not step out with. They had thought him too modern and open-minded for that, and had thought that Hermione would never stand for that. But if Draco had asked for his blessing, then there was clearly another step to be observed before they could take her to Hogsmeade. It meant that Draco had won this round, but they'd be ready for the next Hogsmeade weekend. Then of course we will bother you no further, Miss Black. Adrian Pusey said gallantly. Though I do hope you will consider accompanying me on the next Hogsmeade weekend. His fake gallantry had allowed him to get the invitation in, and the others were left with nothing else to say, so bid Hermione goodbye. Miss Black, I wonder if you'll accompany on a short walk? Draco asked, offering her his arm. Your brother is, of course, welcome to chaperone. Draco knew exactly how the game was played and was quickly becoming a master at it. One of the most common ways to eliminate a suitor was to accuse him of impropriety, though of course the lady was not to blame. How could she be expected to put him off, given the obvious weakness of her say? But Draco was ensuring that that wouldn't happen. Blushing profusely, she accepted, and along with Harry and Ginny they decided to skip dinner and head outside. Ron, who'd watched the whole exchange with a look of disgust, had decided to stay and eat. Thank you for saving me, Draco. Hermione said when they were far enough away from the Great Hall. I thought I was ready for the onslaught, but apparently not. My pleasure to be of assistance. He returned with a smile. Of course I admit an ulterior motive. Oh, now I get to take you to Hogsmeade. Again Hermione blushed, though she felt some hope rise as well. She and Draco had been dancing around each other for almost a year now, and this was the first time he had openly expressed a desire to spend time with her, just the two of them. Just be careful where you put your hands, Malfoy, said Harry with only a trace of humor in his voice. I'll be watching. You most certainly will not be watching. Hermione hissed. Proper courting etiquette, Hermione. Once you get past the short meet-ups in the library stage, you can't go anywhere with a boy without a chaperone. Then I suppose Ron, Fred, George and Percy will be accompanying you and Ginny. Harry laughed and shook his head. Nope. Aside from the fact that we're already married. Which no one else knows about. No one is disillusioned that the Weasleys would adhere to old courting traditions. He finished as if she hadn't spoken. But Sirius clearly does if I'm being forced into it. And for that matter, how come no girls are fawning over you? Yes, we're allowing them the illusion that Sirius holds to the old ways, and for that reason Ginny and I will remain in public and not hold hands or anything. I can't have people thinking I'm not a gentleman after all, but if the lady's family doesn't care for the old ways, then all bets are off really. Harry was looking far too smug for Hermione's liking, even if she knew he was only acting so smug to annoy her, as any proper brother would. As to why I don't have a fan club like you do, I actually do, sadly, but boys do the courting, so none of the pureblood princesses can approach me unless I approach them first. It just means they have to be discreet, so they tend to send notes and such, which Dobby removes before I get my post, thank Merlin, and their fathers hound Sirius about a marriage contract. Hermione was seething. All these rules are so entirely archaic, misogynistic, and senseless. This is the 20th century, for Merlin's sake. Yes, but as far as most pureblood families are concerned, it may as well still be the 19th century. Early 19th century. Ginny butted in, finding Hermione's reactions quite hilarious. Not the situation though. She completely agreed with her sister-in-law that these rules shouldn't exist, but since they did, she wasn't above finding amusement in Hermione's temper. Look, I abhor this whole thing too, but change in the wizarding world has to go slowly or everyone will dig in and no change will be made, said Harry, making a point Hermione couldn't disagree with. So since this is the situation we're in, I suggest you get what fun out of it you can. Write to Sirius tomorrow and ask him to send you copies of his letters to your suitors, they're bound to be hilarious. What letters? Hermione was confused. Draco said that he asked Sirius permission to take you out. Now all those other blokes are going to do the same thing, thinking Sirius is adhering to the old ways more than they originally thought. A girl couldn't possibly go out without her father's permission, after all. Her brother explained, and Hermione continued to seethe, though at least this bit of info wasn't new to her. In the past the same was true in Muggle society as well, though for the majority of this century a father's approval more than his permission was sought, which still held true today. Many daughters still wanted their daddies to approve of the boy they bring home. Sirius is going to have great fun with his responses to them. I can't wait to see them. Harry had been right, and even though she still found this entire thing over the top archaic, Hermione did have a laugh at the thinly veiled threats of what Sirius would do to them should he even suspect they were being improper with his daughter. It was noted though that he had given permission to almost everyone who wrote him. Certainly the four usually coming after her were told they could ask her out, and Hermione resigned herself to spending the next Hogsmeade weekend with Adrian Pusey. 3 people that Sirius made sure to tell her he'd denied permission to were Crabbe, Goyle and Marcus Flint. The first 2 because he would not subject Hermione to a date with them even to keep up appearances, while Flint was supposedly told no because he was a 7th year and too old for her, though Sirius made sure to tell them that the real reason was that he didn't like Flint's beady little eyes or the constant sneer he wore. Pushing aside thoughts of the other Slytherin boys, Hermione took extra care when preparing to go to Hogsmeade the next Saturday. She was quite looking forward to spending time with Draco, even if Harry had to tag along. Thankfully, for Harry's sake, he chose not to milk the situation like he usually would and actually left them alone for the most part, always being nearby but otherwise not intruding. She and Draco had quite a good time, going to Tomes and Scrolls, Honeydukes, lunch at the Three Broomsticks, and Zonko's joke shop before heading outside the village to take a look at the Shrieking Shack, which was meant to be the most haunted building in Britain, though Harry informed them that all the screams, howls and odd noises the villagers had heard to give it that moniker were actually Remus, who while a student at Hogwarts had used the shack during the full moon. At the end of the day, Draco escorted Hermione back to the school and quite publicly said goodbye to her while her brother stood a bit off to the side, though clearly watching them like a hawk. I greatly enjoyed our outing, Miss Black, he said, not raising his voice or trying to draw attention, though still being the perfect pureblood gentleman as they knew they'd still be overheard. Thank you for a wonderful day, Mr. Malfoy, she replied. Reaching for her hand, Draco raised it to his lips and gave the back of it a courtly key. I do hope you will allow me the honor of your company again. It was said with such meaning, though only to Hermione, who felt her heart race. I'd like that very much, Draco, she whispered, sending her own meaning in those words. With a final little bow, Draco pulled a single red rose from behind his back and gave it to her before departing, just like last year. Hermione stood there staring after him, not even realizing how long she was there for until Harry came over. Maybe I really should keep an eye on him, he said, all trace of last week's humor gone. He'd known that Draco and Hermione liked each other, thanks to Ginny, who wouldn't let him be a typical oblivious boy, but knowing and seeing were 2 entirely different things, and Harry wasn't sure how he felt about his cousin actually courting his sister. Quick as a flash though, Hermione whipped around to face him. Harry James Potter, if you do anything to ruin this for me, I swear to God and Merlin both that there will never even be a chance of there being a Lord Potter after you, am I clear? It was a more effective threat than saying she'd kill him, and with wide terrified eyes Harry nodded. With a final glare, Hermione began making her way to the Gryffindor common room, leaving Harry to trail behind her. His sister's threat of 5 seconds ago took a backseat as they went, and Harry's thoughts spiraled. Maybe Sirius needed to be brought in on this instead of him just keeping an eye on Draco. Clearly things were more serious than he had thought. Harry sent Hedwig with a letter to Sirius about Hermione and Draco that very night and was laughed at in Sirius' response the next morning. He'd admitted to Sirius that Ginny had pointed out that Draco and Hermione liked each other, but he hadn't thought it that serious, his lack of insight being just one of the reasons Sirius laughed at him, with the other reason being that he actually thought Sirius could do anything about it. The letter turned kinder after that, for his godfather knew that he was just trying to protect his sister, even if it was from his cousin, whom he did not doubt would never do anything to hurt her. But Sirius was very clear that unless he ever posed a real danger to Hermione, Sirius would under no circumstances be interfering, and nor should Harry. At last, not truly. The appearance of it was another matter, and it was to that end that Draco received a long letter a bit later that week explaining how he should act if he was serious about courting Hermione and what would happen if he ever did anything inappropriate with her. Sirius was clearly having far too much fun with this, much to Hermione's chagrin, and the thinly veiled implication that Harry too should have fun with this did not go unheeded once Harry had gotten his overprotective instincts under control. Harry found he loved playing up the overprotective brother card, though it was a fine line he had to walk, for aside from Hermione killing him if he went too far, Ginny too was quite unimpressed and told him that soul bond or not she would happily help Hermione kill him if he stepped over the line. Still, it was a source of great entertainment for Harry and Ron once he got roped into it. They were both looking forward to the next Hogsmeade weekend in a few weeks when they'd be able to keep a closer eye on Hermione given her date for that weekend was Adrian Pusey. Before then, however, Harry had to face Pusey on the Quidditch pitch and was determined that Gryffindor would win. Sadly though, Slytherin was led to victory with Draco catching the snitch from right under Harry's nose, though it wasn't from lack of skill or attention to where the snitch was on Harry's part. They were both flying their fastest through the heavy rain after the tiny gold speck in front of them that kept disappearing as the rain and clouds got thicker. It was just visible still though, and both were determined to catch it. Harry was a hair's width ahead of Draco, both of them inches from the snitch, when suddenly it got cold, very cold. They both knew this feeling, having felt it on the train, and it wasn't long before the Dementors, who were not supposed to come inside the grounds, were swarming towards the pitch. The distraction was enough for Draco to close his fingers around the snitch, though as soon as he had it he let it go. He'd heard what had happened to Harry and Ginny on the train and as soon as he fully registered that Dementors were approaching he had turned in his cousin's direction, and was very glad he did for Harry was rapidly falling behind and within moments had passed out. Draco urged his broom downwards as fast as it would go and thankfully caught up to Harry when they were halfway to the ground. Bringing his Nimbus 2001 underneath the falling boy, Draco caught him and gently lowered him to the ground at the same time that a blinding silver phoenix burst forth from where the teachers sat and attacked the Dementors. Harry slowly came to, voices being the first thing he became aware of. He looks a bit peaky. Ron was speaking, followed by two who could only be his twin brothers to be talking back and forth as they were. Peaky. Well, what do you expect? He fell over 100 feet. Come on, Ron, let's walk you off the astronomy tower. See what you look like. Probably a right sight better than he normally does. Harry groaned as he finally opened his eyes to see that he was again in the hospital wing. How are you feeling? Hermione asked, handing him his glasses and grasping his hand. You gave us a right good scare there, mate. Fred or George, he still couldn't tell which, said Ginny. He gasped, feeling her emotions rush back to him. Hermione looked to her left and Harry saw that she too was lying in a hospital bed and appeared to just be waking up as well. You both passed out at the same time. Ron muttered. What happened? Ginny asked. Well, Harry fell off his broom and you sort of just fell to the floor. Both shot Ron a look. No, really. Ginny's sarcasm was obvious. What about the match? Hermione laughed humorlessly at that, thinking he was joking. You were joking, right? She asked. There is no possible way that you're concerned about Quidditch right now. But it quickly became obvious that he was serious. Really? You just fell from a height that would have killed you if it weren't for Draco and you're seriously asking about Quidditch. Her eyes were furious and her voice shrill as she asked that. In response, Harry turned to his teammates. No one blames you, mate, said George. Yeah, the Dementors aren't supposed to come onto the grounds, continued Fred. Let alone attack students during a Quidditch match. Dumbledore was furious. Never seen him that mad before. But we lost. It wasn't hard for Harry to read between the lines. Not fairly though. Draco grumbled and it was then that Harry saw he too was in a hospital bed. I'm not really injured, he assured his cousin. But it was the only way to stay without drawing attention. Harry nodded in understanding. Thank you, cousin, for saving me. Aside from the two of them it was only the Weasleys and Hermione who were present so he was clear to speak freely. Yeah, Draco waved off his thanks. I'm just sorry that we won that way. He did indeed appear quite put out. When I finally beat you I wanted it to be fairly, not me catching the snitch without realizing you fell behind because of Dementors. It all happened so fast though. Hermione looked incredulous. Boys, she gasped in outrage before storming off, though her exit was cut off by Sirius and Remus, the former of whom she walked right into. Careful, Puss, Sirius said, helping to steady her, but she continued to storm out with barely a thank you. What's wrong with her? She's mad that after a near-death experience all Harry's really concerned about is the match. Ginny said, Looking not at all outraged as Hermione had been, she too loved Quidditch and could understand the importance. Sirius nodded in understanding as he came to sit at the end of Harry's bed. James had been the same when it came to his favorite sport, so it was no surprise that his son was as well. How are you feeling, pup? Normally parents would not even be informed about a mere Quidditch accident, Madame Pomfrey being able to heal them and send them on their way in seconds, but given Harry had nearly died, Remus had called him like a right idiot. He muttered. We lost the match, Sirius. Because I can't seem to stay conscious around Dementors. We can't, Harry. Ginny reminded him that she too had fainted. Many people can't stand to be around Dementors, Harry, said Remus. They are among the foulest creatures in our world. You and Ginny are not weak. The Dementors affect you both above others because there are horrors in your past most people can scarcely imagine. I think I heard my mum. He said then, looking to Sirius and Remus, whose eyes widened. The voice I keep hearing, the woman, she begs for my life, and then there's this evil laugh and she screams. I didn't clue into what it could be before, but this time I saw a green flash just before I passed out. I think it was the killing curse. You think you heard Lily on the day she died? Sirius all but breathed. Harry nodded. Right when Voldemort killed her. For a moment they sat there in silence. Most people simply not knowing what to say, though both adults seemed to be in shock at the thought that Harry was remembering his mother's death. Horror indeed. Remus finally broke the silence. It is for that reason, Harry, that I would like to try and teach you, and Ginny, the Patronus charm. It may not work. Sirius warned them. The Patronus charm is exceedingly difficult magic. Many fully grown witches and wizards have trouble with it, but it is the only thing that can repel a Dementor. Then we'll learn it, Harry said determinedly. If it's the only thing that can stop us from passing out around Dementors, then we have no choice. Ginny nodded her agreement. Where's Madame Pomfrey? Can we go now? Remus nodded and went off to find her, though Ron had one more piece of bad news. About your broom, Harry. The dark-haired boy turned to him quizzically, and Ron bent to pick up a bunch of sticks wrapped in a Gryffindor banner. When it fell, it sort of blew into the Whomping Willow, and, well. He picked up one of the sticks, and it was then that Harry saw it was the handle of his broom, the words Nimbus 2000 still gleaming brightly on the broken wood. Thank you both for coming, Remus said a week later when they were to begin their first lesson on the Patronus charm. They'd had to wait until after the full moon, but it was probably a good thing since Harry had been moping about the match and his broken Nimbus. The team's captain, Oliver Wood, had been trying to get him to order a new broom for days now, but Harry wasn't in the mood. Ultimately, he'd given Harry until the end of next week to get a new broom or he'd forfeit his place on the team. It was Oliver's last year at Hogwarts, and he was determined that they'd win the cup this year no matter what, so their rigorous training schedule couldn't be interrupted for long, and if Harry wasn't going to get his act together, then Oliver would find someone who would, no matter how talented Harry was. Thanks for teaching us, Remus. Harry had gotten used to calling his second father figure Professor Lupin in class, but refused to do so otherwise. It is my pleasure, Harry. He smiled. Now, the Patronus charm is a kind of positive force, and for the witch or wizard who can conjure one, it acts like a shield with the Dementor feeding on it, rather than them. However, unlike with living beings, a Patronus has no bad memories, it is a force of pure happiness and light. This is why it can repel Dementors. When the Dementor feeds on it, it does not ever reach an end to the positivity within a Patronus, and the Dementor is driven away. Harry and Ginny nodded, following that logic. Now, in order for it to work, you need to think of a memory, but not just any memory, a very happy memory, a very powerful memory. Can you do this? Thinking about it for a moment, they both thought of something that made them very happy and latched on it too. Yes, they said together. Good. Now, Ginny, please take a step back, if you would. We will be using a boggart instead of a real Dementor, and we do not want you too close lest it become confused. Ginny did as instructed, not wanting the boggart to become confused either. She had no desire to ever see a basilisk ever again. The incantation is Expecto Patronum. Close your eyes and think about your memory, bring it forth in your mind and hold it tight. When you think you have it, take out your wands and I will then open the trunk and the boggart Dementor will appear. The rest he didn't need to say. As soon as the boggart Dementor appeared, they were to try and cast the Patronus charm. It took several moments, but eventually both pulled out their wands and held them at the ready. When they heard the lock of the trunk click, they opened their eyes and watched as a Dementor rose from within. Expecto Patronum. They both cried, though nothing happened. Expecto Patronum. Again nothing, and the voices they heard were becoming louder each moment. Expecto Patronum. Expecto. Expecto. Their worlds went black, and a few moments later they were being woken by Remus, who helped them to sit up. That's it. Deep breaths. I didn't expect you to do it the first time, in fact that would have been remarkable. He handed them both a piece of chocolate and they bit into it, feeling slightly better with just one bite. That was one nasty Dementor. Ginny muttered. Oh no, Ginny. That was a boggart. The real thing will be worse. Much, much worse. Remus said, even knowing that he wouldn't be making either of them feel better. Out of curiosity, what memory did you choose? The first time I rode a broom. They both said and looked at each other in surprise and amusement that their memory had been the same thing. Well, that's not good enough, not nearly good enough, said Remus. What made you think it was? The freedom, said Ginny. The pure joy, said Harry. It's like your heart is light, and all your problems fade away. The two were in complete agreement, and Remus had to admit that he could see why they thought it was good enough. While that sounds like a powerful feeling, it will not be good enough for a Patronus. He said. You will need a memory that does not simply bring you joy and a sense of freedom, but something that comes from deep within you. Something so powerful that no bad memories, no evil force or dark power could ever take it away from you. Harry and Ginny thought for a moment, neither thinking they had such a memory, but at once it came to them. Sharing a look, they nodded and stood back up, holding their wands at the ready. Very well. Remus went behind the trunk again and prepared to open it, taking note that the two of them were holding hands, Ginny standing just behind Harry, though to the side enough that he wouldn't be in the way of any spell casting. On 3. 1, 2, 3. He unlocked the trunk and once again a Dementor came forth. This time though they didn't feel the cold as quickly as before. Expecto Patronum. They said as one. Nothing happened and the voices were starting to return again, but neither would give up, and they felt the other double down on the memory they had chosen, and the feeling it had brought. Expecto Patronum. They poured as much as they could into it, this time were rewarded with a stream of white light shooting out of both of their wands. Seeing the boggart Dementor unable to move closer and with the voices receding, it became easier to hold the spell. Shifting their wands downwards, they returned the boggart to the trunk and Remus slammed the lid shut with a happy cry even as their spell faded and they dropped to the ground, feeling quite exhausted. Yes. Remus was looking at them with a mixture of pride and amazement. That was absolutely astounding. He came to sit beside them and handed them each another piece of chocolate. So that's it. Harry tried not to make it sound like nothing, for he felt completely depleted and knew Ginny was the same. The Patronus charm had used up a great deal of magic, and would no doubt require much more practice before they could use it against a real Dementor, but they had succeeded. Not quite, said Remus. When cast properly, a Patronus becomes fully corporeal and takes on the shape of an animal. What you managed was an incorporeal Patronus, effective, but not as powerful. What astounds me is that you managed this much so quickly. When I said I did not expect you to do it the first time, I did not just mean the first attempt, but the first night. I expected to have at least a few lessons before you got this far. In fact, it is unheard of for someone to achieve any sort of Patronus this quickly, let alone two so young. What memory were you thinking of this time? Harry and Ginny looked to each other, not sure if they wanted to share this with anyone. However, they realized quickly that it might be a good idea for someone else to know. If nothing else, it would plant the seeds for acceptance later on. We were thinking of the day we first told the other we loved them. Remus. Eyebrows rose dramatically. Don't get too worked up. Remus, we're not shagging or anything, we're not even snogging. Remus chuckled and waited for them to continue. It was over the summer. Ginny picked up the tale. We realized that no matter what happens in the future, we wanted to be together, that we loved each other. Our bond sang when we realized that. She remembered how the Sorting Hat had said that that was how Hogwarts had responded to Harry's presence and thought it an appropriate description. We know it's the bond making us feel this way so quickly, but we don't care. Continued Harry. Magic itself brought us together, and no matter that you're probably thinking we're too young to decide this, we know it was right and we belong together. Remus smiled softly. I wasn't thinking any such thing, Harry, and nor will Sirius. He assured them. Your father always said that from the first time he met your mother he knew she was the one. It took James growing up some and not being such a prat all the time for Lily to realize she loved him as well, but they weren't much older than you when they both decided they loved each other. Harry smiled, always liking stories of his parents. He felt Ginny's hand slip into his and turned to look at his bondmate, feeling peace just by that simple gesture. I'm not sure my parents will see it that way though, Remus. She said. So perhaps we can keep this between us for now. Of course. He promised, seeing no reason to tell anyone. Now, enough for tonight. We'll meet again in a few days for more practice. Both Harry and Ginny were relieved as they were quite tired and were ready to seek their beds. However, it appeared that they weren't to get their wish, for just as they were picking themselves up off the floor, the door to Remus' office burst open and Snape entered. Lupin, call the mutt, we must speak. The urgency in his voice was enough to have Remus pulling out his mirror without hesitation. I have already summoned Lucius and Narcissa. They are flowing to my rooms immediately. What has happened, Severus? Remus asked after having had a quick word with Sirius. I am not entirely sure, he admitted. But Dumbledore seems most concerned. Turning to Harry and Ginny he said, you better come as well, Potters. This concerns the diary. Sharing a look of foreboding, the three followed Snape down to his office. Hearing this concern, the diary put everyone on edge, though none more so than Ginny, who had stiffened and barely responded when Harry tried to calm her. Grasping her hand, Harry hastened down the corridor, and it wasn't long before they reached Snape's office. Lucius, Narcissa and Sirius were already there waiting, and thankfully Snape got right down to it, not one to beat around the bush. Tonight when I went to see the headmaster he had the diary out on his desk. He started. I found that odd, as he had never brought up the diary after that day last year, and he was most hesitant to speak about it now. I did not manage to get a lot out of him, unsurprisingly given how closely he guards any of his secrets, but what I do know is that he thinks there is more to the diary than we originally thought. I also surmised that whatever it is, it frightens him. That last bit more than anything shocked them. That Dumbledore was hiding something was by no means a revelation, while it wasn't too much of a surprise to learn there was more to the diary. But for Dumbledore to be frightened enough that it was obvious. Even if it was Severus Snape, double agent who fooled the Dark Lord and is now fooling Dumbledore, that observed this, it had still be written on his face enough for Snape to see. No one in the office could remember a time when Dumbledore was visibly shaken. Even during the last war, while he fought Voldemort's forces and led witches and wizards as they worked towards an unknown future, even when it was uncertain if anyone would live to see tomorrow, Dumbledore had stood firm. They didn't doubt that he was worried. He was human after all, but frightened had never been something they would associate with the man who defeated Gellert Grindelwald. Did he give any indication what the diary might really be? Remus asked once they'd had a moment to let things sink in. Any sign of what might have him scared? Nothing I can confirm, merely an impression I got. They waited for Snape to continue. The night I saw Dumbledore as close to frightened as he has ever gotten, until tonight, that is, was the night your parents died, Mr. Potter. Harry stiffened. Of course it had to do with him. Hagrid had just returned from your home and informed the headmaster that Black had taken you. The headmaster asked several questions and his eyes widened in distress when Hagrid described your scar. Afterwards Dumbledore said to me that a scar such as yours could only have been created by dark magic. He had that same look of distress in his eyes then as he had tonight. But we know that dark magic gave Harry his scar. Sirius said. We took him to St. Mungo's and the healers there said it was because of his close proximity to the killing curse, as that curse is powerful and dark enough to affect those nearby when it is cast. On a fully grown witch or wizard the effect would be rather minimal, but on a baby it can leave traces behind. They said that those traces were what gave Harry his scar, but otherwise were benign and would disappear over time. Remus added. I do not doubt that healers thought that to be true. Snape agreed. And perhaps they are right. As I said, I can confirm nothing. At that time 12 years ago I thought nothing of the headmaster's distress given the events that had just taken place, but I remembered that moment when I saw the fear in Dumbledore's eyes tonight, and it makes me wonder if there is not more to it. In both cases something that the Dark Lord left behind is the cause of his distress. I find it hard to believe that a coincidence. The Dark Lord was an immeasurably powerful wizard who rarely did what was expected of him, said Lucius. It is not a stretch to believe that he did something before he vanished, nor that Harry's scar and the diary are connected somehow. But Harry's scar was an accident, was it not? Narcissa tried to reason. The Dark Lord went there that night to kill him and had no reason to believe he would not succeed. Whatever caused Harry's scar, whether the healers are right or not, was not premeditated, so how can it be related to the diary? That is the question. Snape replied. Or rather one of them. Have you found nothing concerning the diary's origins, to whom gave it to Miss Weasley? Knowing whom, at least, could give us some idea of what the diary truly is. How? Sirius asked. Some Death Eater slipped Ginny the diary to cause havoc. How is that going to help us figure out what it is when Voldemort is known to share even less than Dumbledore? Because, while the Dark Lord did not often explain his plans in detail, he surrounded himself by the best. Snape sneered. Severus has a point. Lucius stepped in, once again playing mediator. The Dark Lord did surround himself by the best. The best in politics, the best in curses, the best in potions. He nodded to Snape. Each of the Dark Lord's inner circle had a special talent, and knowing who possessed the diary could at least narrow down the field. Had it been given to Severus, for example, it would be safe to assume it had to do with a potion. All right, fine. Snape has a point. Sirius brushed that aside. Has anything been found? No. Lucius said with a sigh. I have searched, and tried to make discreet inquiries, but to admit to knowing of the diary's existence when the Dark Lord clearly went to great lengths to hide it would show our hand. Then we have no further progress. Narcissa said sadly. And are still left with the question of how, if, the diary and Harry's scar are connected when the Dark Lord planned on succeeding that night. Yes, but do not forget, Narcissa, that the Dark Lord did nothing without a purpose, and very rarely did things happen if he did not so wish it, or at least did not foresee it. Said Snape. It is possible that something happened that night which made him alter his plan. You mean Voldemort knew a baby was going to defeat him and so purposefully left behind a scar? Sirius was skeptical. I doubt he foresaw his downfall, though Severus may be right that the scar was no accident. Lucius said. That was at least more believable than Voldemort knowing he was going to disappear for 12 years and yet still let it happen. I don't think so. Harry spoke up. In the chamber Tom Riddle was determined to find out how I survived that night. He had no idea. But that was a teenage Voldemort, Harry. Ginny reminded him. He created the diary while he was still at Hogwarts 50 years ago, and a lot can happen in a much shorter time than that. What if Riddle didn't know what happened because he hadn't learned of whatever magic it was yet? There was a thought, and something all the adults would be thinking on. All of this is only speculation though, said Remus. I think the first step is to discover if there is indeed more to Harry's scar than we thought. Sirius quickly agreed. We can deal with the diary later, but we need to know now if the healers missed something. I won't have Harry in danger. None of us want to put Harry in danger, Padfoot. Remus tried to soothe him. But how? Asked Harry. We can't go to St. Mungo's again. This isn't something we want made public, and the Prophet would no doubt have the story 5 minutes after we got there. Besides, if there is more to my scar, the healers there didn't know it anyways. You've got a point, said Sirius as he thought on what to do. I don't think we can do anything until the Christmas break without alerting Dumbledore that something is up. Let us think on it and we'll come up with something by then. The others nodded at his plan, having no better plan themselves, and so the decision was made. That done with, Sirius turned his attention to another matter he was going to write Harry about, but might as well deal with now instead. Now, Harry, what is this I hear about you moping around and not buying another broom? As Harry and Ginny got off the train at King's Cross several weeks later, they wondered if the adults had thought of anything yet. Neither could get the image out of their heads that Harry's scar and the diary both were something incredibly dark placed there purposefully by Voldemort, and they were eager to find out the truth. In his trunk Harry carried the diary, which he'd nicked from Dumbledore's office while the headmaster was at breakfast that morning. The portraits and sorting had again sworn to silence. One way or another they were going to find out the truth about his scar and the diary over Christmas. They didn't have to wait long, thankfully, to start looking. Sirius had told Mr. and Mrs. Weasley what they'd found out, and the Weasley parents were just as eager for the truth as everyone else, so the very day after they got home Harry and Ginny were following Sirius down Diagon Alley and into Gringotts. This was the best idea that they had come up with, asking the goblins for help. Goblin healers were renowned for their unorthodox methods and were arguably better than their wizarding counterparts, so they decided to start there. A goblin greeted them as soon as they entered the bank and they were led to Griphook's office, the Potter accounts manager looking quite troubled when they told him the reason for their visit. I must inform Director Ragnarok, only he can approve a non-goblin being seen by our healers, but there is little doubt that approval will be given. Griphook was right and the request was granted almost instantly, with Ragnarok saying he would meet them in the infirmary. If any of the goblin healers thought it odd that they were treating a human, they said not a word, and it wasn't long before they came to a conclusion. There is something very dark held within your scar, Lord Gryffindor. The head healer said. Unfortunately, we cannot determine exactly what it is. This is very dark and ancient magic, my lord, and we are neither familiar with it nor properly equipped to deal with it. Ancient magic, you say? Ragnarok asked, a thought clearly in his head. Yes, Director. We are very familiar with almost all forms of dark magic used since Gringotts was founded. Many of the old families would place curses on their vaults, and so it was necessary, but I have never come across anything like this before, nor do I remember reading of anything similar in our texts. It was not questioned whether the head healer might have simply forgotten about it, or missed it in their texts. Goblins prided themselves on being the best and never stopped training because of that. The possibility that the head healer had missed something was so small that all other possibilities would be exhausted first. Besides, Sirius had no doubt that the head healer reread their texts several times a year to ensure he knew everything. Then perhaps an expert on ancient curses will be able to assist. Ragnarok said something in gobbledygook to Griphook, who ran off and returned a few minutes later with someone they were all familiar with. Bill. Ginny cried seeing her eldest brother, though unlike last time she didn't fling herself at him, which Bill was thankful for given who was present. Director Ragnarok. He greeted with a bow. Accounts manager Griphook said an urgent matter had come up that must take priority. How may I be of assistance? I am sure by Lord Gryffindor's presence in our hospital bed you have surmised that it is to do with him. It wasn't a question, and Bill didn't even nod. Such observances were required of Gringotts employees, and Bill would not have lasted more than a week on the job if he hadn't learned that very quickly. Lord Gryffindor came to us today because recent information has led him to believe that there is more to his scar than the wizard healers originally thought. Head healer Barnog has determined that there is indeed ancient dark magic at play, but is unfamiliar with such magic. We hope that given the ancient magic you see in Egypt that you can assist. Of course. Bill had already pulled out his wand before Ragnarok had finished talking, and he now approached Harry. Harry, I'm going to cast a few charms on you that will help me determine exactly what magic resides within you. Harry nodded and Bill got to work. It took several minutes, and a few pauses with confused looks before Bill spoke again. There is definitely something dark within you, Harry, something that doesn't belong. I have seen magic similar to this in Egypt, but I cannot be sure if it is the same thing. Would this help? Sirius took out the diary and placed it on the bed next to Harry. As that, Bill's eyes widened when he saw the name at the bottom below a large hole. The diary that possessed me, yes. Ginny answered. We have reason to believe that the diary and Harry's scar might be connected somehow. And before you ask, yes, Mum and Dad know all about it. Not liking that he was left in the dark but relieved at least that he had nothing to hide from his parents, Bill began casting spells on the diary as well. By the third spell he had gone pale and slowly lowered his wand while looking at Harry in horror. What have you discovered, Cursebreaker Weasley? Ragnarok asked when no one else did, Harry, Ginny and Sirius having paled themselves when they saw Bill's face. The diary. He stopped and took a deep breath. The diary was a Horcrux. Unsurprisingly, no one knew what that meant. A Horcrux acts as a container in which one places a piece of their soul. So long as the Horcrux remains, then the soul of the wizard who created it can never fully leave this earth. Great. More soul magic, muttered Sirius. Ancient Egyptian wizards were quite fond of Horcruxes as they believed that if their soul did not die with their body then they would simply enter the spirit world never having to face Anubis or weigh their heart to determine their soul's worth. It was a way to cheat death and ensure they never had to endure purgatory. Bill continued. As you know though, the soul is not meant to be split, and doing so is not easy. Aside from a soul bond, either an accidental one or an aid fatch, creating a Horcrux is the only known way to split your soul. Unlike a soul bond though, which are created through love, selflessness, and even fate, a Horcrux is the exact opposite of that. It is among the darkest magic in our world, for the wizard splits their soul purposefully and selfishly and requires an act of pure evil. There are several acts which will suffice, but the most common is murder. Murdering someone goes against nature and the soul is damaged by it. A wizard so inclined could use that damage to remove a part of their soul completely and create a Horcrux. And as the diary is a Horcrux, Voldemort split his soul to try and cheat death. Harry summed up. Bill nodded, but he wasn't finished. Harry, there's no easy way to say this, but you are a Horcrux as well. Harry's eyes widened and Ginny grabbed his arm in fear. Sirius sat down next to them, his legs unable to hold him up any longer. What? He breathed, looking close to tears. Harry's yes and no. Let me explain. He held up his hand to forestall the outraged rant he would tell was about to explode from Sirius. Harry has a piece of soul within him that doesn't belong there, and given the magic is concentrated in his scar there is every reason to believe it is you-know-whose. But what about Ginny's soul, couldn't that be it? Harry asked almost desperately. No, Harry. For two reasons. 1. This magic is entirely dark while your bond with Ginny is pure light, and 2. Your soul and Ginny's are merged into one. You and Ginny share one soul and it is whole, not fractured. There is a piece of soul within you that is all on its own, belonging to neither you nor Ginny. So what does this mean? How do we fix it? Ginny sounded more desperate than Harry had. I don't know. Bill admitted. All the Horcruxes I have come across in Egypt have been inanimate objects, like the diary. Usually they are protected by enchantments and any other protection the wizard could give it, but live Horcruxes I've never heard of. People or animals or any living creature can die, which makes them unstable as a container. Horcruxes are normally very hard to destroy, requiring something that cannot be undone. In Egypt they used fiendfire, which has highly destructive powers and is almost impossible to stop. Certainly a Horcrux would be destroyed long before any witch or wizard could stop the fiendfire. Alternatively basilisk venom would do the trick as well. He pointed to the diary. Until very recently it had no known cure, and phoenix tears are very hard to come by. None of them liked what they were hearing. You said Harry wasn't a Horcrux though. Sirius latched on to what Bill had said earlier. Yes, but only because I do not detect the ritualistic magic normally associated with a Horcrux. He said sadly. You know who has killed so many people that his soul would be beyond damaged. I believe that when he tried to kill you, Harry, his soul was so unstable that a piece of it broke away without him even knowing, meaning that it would not be placed into a container to become a real Horcrux, but rather it latched onto the only living thing around. Me. Bill nodded. However, even though you weren't meant to be a Horcrux, the result is the same. A piece of you-know-whose soul is inside you. And to get rid of it requires something very destructive, something neither the piece of soul, nor its container, could survive. The realization dawned on Harry. And since a person can't really die if their soul remains, then Voldemort can't die as long as the piece of his soul still lives within me. I have to die for Voldemort to finally be defeated for good. Ginny froze when Harry said those words. No, it's not possible, she thought. Not Harry. He can't. I can't lose him. Harry felt Ginny's panic climbing rapidly and turned to try and calm her, but it was too late. No, not Harry. You can't have him. You can't take him from me. Harry. A surge of magic like none of them had ever seen exploded from her, knocking everyone back except for Harry. Ginny. He screamed, reaching for her as only he could, her magic recognizing him as a part of her. When he pulled her to him, Harry felt her magic wrap around him as if to protect him from whatever might hurt him. Ginny, it's all right, it'll be all right. He tried to calm her, but it didn't work, and Harry had the sneaking suspicion that nothing would work given it was his death they were talking about. Suddenly, a stray thought from a conversation held months ago flashed through his mind and made everything worse. It wasn't just his death that was in question. The final thing we can tell you is that as your souls are merged, so are your lives. When one of you dies, the other will soon follow. The words Nicholas and Perenelle had said continued to run on repeat through his head, and though he tried to comfort Ginny, Harry felt his own control slipping away. He was okay dying if it meant that Ginny and everyone else he cared about was safe, but if he died, then Ginny would as well. Simply put, that was unacceptable. Harry's own magic flared and joined with Ginny's, their combined magic swirling around, protecting them from anything that might harm their bondmate. The problem was that the thing that would harm them was a part of Harry, and much as they tried, they couldn't protect themselves from themselves. Harry, Ginny. They vaguely heard the shout coming from Sirius and Bill, but they were too lost in their own world to care. Since that day in the Chamber of Secrets, they had become wired to protect the other at any cost to themselves. They had known this, of course, but as neither of them were in true danger before, it hadn't really dawned on them just how far they would go to protect their mate. The problem was, this wasn't something easily fixed, and so their magic didn't know what to do, so was just swirling around, protecting them as best it could without really knowing how. After a few minutes, their fear allowed other thoughts to penetrate the repetition that they couldn't let the other die, and both gasped, the same thought coming to them. Without hesitation, they let their magic flare up again, this time in a concentrated manner that saw them disappear from the infirmary, much to the shock of everyone else. You can't apparate inside Gringotts, Bill said, staring open-mouthed at the spot his sister and Harry had just disappeared from. Normally I would agree with you, but these two are far from normal, said Ragnarok. But where did they go? Sirius wondered, though no one could tell him. The only thing they knew for certain was that the rampant magic was contained to the immediate area surrounding Harry and Ginny, for once they disappeared, so too did all traces of their magical outburst. They began thinking of where the two might have gone, throwing ideas back and forth, but coming up with no answer until a few minutes later when it was handed to them. Director Ragnarok. A frantic goblin rushed in, yelling in gobbledygook. Someone has broken into Gringotts, sir. They somehow bypassed all our sensors and protections and managed to get to the lowest level without notice. Ragnarok's eyes widened. The Gryffindor vault, he said in English, rushing out of the infirmary with the others close on his heels. Harry and Ginny reappeared directly inside the vault of his ancestor, both managing to somehow get enough control of themselves to walk over to the orb Godric had left for his heir. Everything will change if we do this, Harry said without speaking aloud, their heightened magic allowing the communication in their minds. But if it saves you, saves us, yes, saves us, then it's worth it. Harry couldn't fault that logic, and so doing as Godric had instructed in his letter, he threw the orb to the ground, smashing it to pieces. The response was instantaneous. As soon as the orb broke, the magic Godric had placed within it rushed up and enveloped Harry. They both gasped when it did, their merged souls allowing them both to feel the surge of knowledge and power now flowing through them. And it was flowing through them both. While Godric had left his legacy to his heir, there was nothing that Harry could hide from Ginny, and apparently nothing he couldn't share with her either. It took several long moments, but eventually the magic dissipated, both Godric's and their own. Green eyes met brown, and they took each other in through this new lens for the first time. Thou art most beauteous, lady wife. Harry spoke, his voice having lowered slightly and taken on a less childlike quality. More beauteous than the sun, the stars and moon combined. I find myself most in love with thee. He wrapped his arms around her and pulled her close, looking utterly besotted, though Ginny's own expression mirrored his. I am no more beauteous as thou art handsome, my lord husband. She responded, her own voice sounding more like a woman's and not the 12-year-old she was as she brought her arms up to wrap around his neck. And 'tis glad I am that thou love me, for I love thee also, and will not relinquish you to another. Without further hesitation the two leaned forwards into a gentle key, as if it was their first all over again. Like before, it did not last long, nor did it become more than a simple touching of lips. Though their hesitation and embarrassment at declaring their love was gone, they were still painfully aware that they were very young and allowing it to become anything more was inappropriate, nor did it feel right, and so they pulled apart relatively quickly. How art we so calm? Ginny asked. Mere moments ago we wouldst have torn this earth apart in our worry. Methinks it is Godric's doing. He was once a great warrior and commander and could not allow himself to lose control so in battle, lest it cost him his life, and the lives of many others. I am still worried, husband mine. Harry pulled her close again, hearing the anguish in her voice, though this time he merely held her. As am I, sweetheart. In truth I have never been more afeared in my whole life. Ginny held him back just as tightly at the anguish in his own voice. However, we shall persevere, and with Godric's help we shall also prevail. They allowed themselves a moment longer to gain as much comfort as they could from the other before they turned their attention back to the present. We must go. No doubt mine godfather will have raised the alarm at our disappearance. Ginny nodded and released him, though neither was ready to fully let the other go, and so their hands remained entwined. Looking to the pedestal where the orb had once been, Harry pocketed Gryffindor's signet ring. Doth thou think we shalt always speak so? Ginny asked as they walked to the vault's door, which began to open at their approach. I doth not know for certain, however I suspect our speech is the result of Godric's influence, and as we become accustomed to our new magic it shall diminish, if not leave us entirely. That was understandable. They had just taken on a significant amount of power from one of the greatest wizards of all time, who just happened to be from medieval times. Their minds were full of thoughts that weren't their own, and each one sounded as if it was Godric himself that was speaking. As the vault door opened they could see a group of people standing in the antechamber, most of whom visibly sagged in relief upon seeing them. Thank Merlin, Sirius muttered as he and Bill rushed forwards, wrapping their godson and sister in a hug, which was returned one-handedly. What the bloody hell hap? Sirius stopped short as he looked at them properly. Something was different. Very obviously so. Both held themselves differently than before, they were taller and prouder. But it was their eyes which had changed the most. They were still the same green and brown color they remembered, but where before they had seen two kids haunted by the horrors they had faced yet trying their best to overcome them, there was now no trace of the children they were. The horrors of their past were still there, but it was now much more than that. Their eyes spoke of more horrors than before, but there was an acceptance and understanding about them, as well as a wisdom that no child should have. What happened? He asked more gently but urgently. We shalt explain all, Godfather. Harry said, and Sirius' eyes widened hearing him speak. This was definitely not the same voice, or even the same Harry from 10 minutes ago. However, this is not the place. The family should be present, we think. Bill's eyes widened as much as Sirius when Ginny spoke, and although he didn't know how, he knew that something had changed within her. The thought that his mother would likely kill him for allowing this change, regardless that he hadn't had a choice, flittered through his mind as well. There is much to discuss, though prior to this, however, my lord husband and I must converse in private. No, I don't think so. Bill immediately replied. I'm not leaving you two alone together. He was worried about the clear change in his baby sister and definitely hadn't liked that Ginny had called Harry her husband so easily. Fear not, Master Weasley, I intend no ill towards my lady wife, said Harry gently, though his expression told Bill he and Ginny would be talking alone whether he liked it or not. I give thou mine word that she will be as much a maid when we return to you as she is now. Bill and Sirius coughed embarrassedly, though neither Harry nor Ginny even flinched at the direct, though admittedly tactful, reference to her pure. T. Okay, knock it off, Harry. I know you're Gryffindor's heir, but there's no need to talk like him. Harry merely smiled. I am afeard, Godfather, that 'tis not so simple. Forsooth, not from this point forward will be simple. As I said, we shalt explain all, though not here. Harry and Ginny walked forwards, closely followed by their family, and the vault door closed behind them. Stopping in front of Ragnarok, who aside from Griphook was also accompanied by several security goblins, all of whom had become aware of the supposedly break-in and followed their director when he'd run past them. Director Ragnarok, Ginny said with a low, perfectly executed curtsy. She remained there for a moment and reached for his hand. He Dotting the ring on it as one would a king in times past, which although the goblins had long ago done away with their monarchy, he was technically the modern equivalent of. Harry had bowed with Ginny and Key. Ed Ragnarok's ring after her before they both straightened. We wouldst be most honored if thine lordship joined us this eve at Potter Manor. We art sure thou art most curious about the goings on here and wouldst bring thou into our confidence alongside our family, if thou will permit us. Accounts manager Griphook is most welcome as well. Harry added. Also please accept our apology for our actions earlier. We doth realize now that not taking the proper route to our vault must have raised your alarms. That much was obvious from the spear-carrying goblins. I assure thou that 'twas done in an act of desperation without our conscious knowledge or consent and shall not happen again. It is no problem, my lord. For the first time in his 5 years working at Gringotts, Bill actually saw a goblin speechless, and the highest-ranking goblin at that. Their director stammering was also not a sight the other goblins were used to, and they awkwardly shuffled from one foot to the other. We art certain 'tis quite the problem, director. Harry replied with a chuckle. However, we ain't most grateful for thine generosity. And now I believe 'tis time for us to leave, said Ginny. We shall depart by normal means, however, we doth not wish to cause an uproar. I shalt send my friend Dobby to thou this evening to bring thou, and accounts manager Griphook, if he so chooses, to Potter Manor, say at 8. Ragnarok nodded and led the way back out of the tunnel and to the cart that would take them to the surface. After saying quite the formal goodbye, Harry and Ginny walked confidently out of Gringotts, stopping the moment they were off the steps and calling for Dobby. Please contact the family and assemble them for 8 this eve. It may be prudent for Madam Bones to be present as well. We shalt see thou soon, said Harry in way of a goodbye to Sirius and Bill before taking Dobby's hand and promptly disappearing. They reappeared not at Potter Manor but in a room that had clearly seen better days. There was a thick layer of dust and cobwebs everywhere. The once rich crimson drapes had faded, as had the tapestries that covered the walls and the rugs that covered the stone floor. There was a blackened fireplace directly across from a large 4-poster bed, in front of which stood 2 chairs identical to the ones before the fire in the Gryffindor common room, while a large wardrobe stood against the far wall next to which a door led to what they could see was an old stool closet. The rest of the room remained unfurnished. There were no portraits or further decoration anywhere. Why art I not surprised that thou knew to bring us here, even without being asked? Said Harry amusedly. Dobby will always be 1 step ahead of Master. The elf replied importantly while looking around the room in disgust. Though Dobby cannot allow Master or Mistress to stay here until it is thoroughly cleaned. His words acted as a summons for the Hogwarts house elves, several of whom popped in and looked around in horror. Lord and Lady Gryffindor must leave now. One of them said. We shall put this room to rights in no time and will come to you when it's done. The other elves had already begun to clean and Dobby and the elf that had spoken waited only so long as to ensure Harry and Ginny left before they too got started. Although there was no door or obvious exit from the room, neither hesitated in approaching the fireplace, which moved aside for them much like a sliding door and deposited them in the Gryffindor common room before closing behind them. Is it not odd that in 1,000 years such a room was never discovered? Ginny asked, using her wand to light the fire and taking a seat in one of the plush armchairs, Harry taking the one across from her. Considering that Salazar's chamber remained undiscovered for just as long, 'tis not truly a surprise. He replied. Yes, but Salazar had purposefully hidden his chamber. There was a time that everyone knew Godric's personal chamber was there. That knowledge was lost to time, my dear. I doubt anyone even knew to look for it after Godric's death. Ginny nodded. Now to the matter at hand. It was Harry's turn to nod and the two turned their attention to the Horcrux inside Harry. We both know the only solution, husband mine. No, he replied forcefully. There must be another way. Even with all the knowledge Godric had, all that he learned about soul magic after bonding with Giselle, which thou cannot deny is indeed a great deal, there is no other option. And thou art all right with this. How can thou be all right with this? Because it saves you, my darling. The answer was simple, and to Ginny it was indeed that simple. Anything that saved Harry, no matter what it was, would always be all right with her. Completing our bond is the only way. We are not ready, he insisted. Regardless that we doth now have the knowledge of my ancestor, we art still little more than children. I know, but what choice have we? 'Tis the only way to remove the peace of that madman's soul from within you. Our souls may have merged down in Salazar's chamber, but only when the bond is complete will our soul be powerful enough to displace his. I do not deny that there doth not appear another solution, Harry said, giving in that much. However, I see not why we must do this now. It will hold for a time, until we art older and more prepared. But we doth not know how much time we have. Ginny insisted. Voldemort can return at any moment, and we must have all his anchors destroyed before then, or we risk another war. There cannot be a single thing holding his soul to this world when he regains his body, lest many people die because we deemed ourselves too young. Thou cannot deny, husband, that were we living in the time of your ancestor, we would still be considered too young, insisted Harry just as fiercely. By some, perhaps. I do not deny that it would be a bit odd, but it would be far from unheard of. Harry scowled. Do thou truly believe that makes things better? No, Ginny said with a sigh. And were the situation not so dire, I wouldst agree with thou. However, thine life is not something I am willing to gamble with. Harry could not fault her logic, for it was the same logic he applied to her. However, as it was his life that was directly in danger, the danger to hers being a side effect of their bond, he could see why she wasn't seeing everything clearly. He knew that if her life was directly in danger, he would be making the exact same arguments. Ginevra. It was the first time he had called her by her full name, but given their current manner of speech, it was far from surprising. I understand why thou thinks we must complete the bond now. However, he held up his hand when she made to interrupt. I will not allow such a thing to be dictated by fear. Thou art afeard, I understand, for I am just as afeard as you. But even if we move forwards in this manner, there is no guarantee that all will be well. There art still dangers that may take our lives in the conflict to come. And thou wouldst reason that until such a time as he regains his body, then the foreign soul presents no more danger than any of the other dangers thou speaks of. Harry was glad to see what she was finally seeing, the whole picture. Ginny was silent for a few moments as she thought on what he'd said before finally reaching a decision. Very well then, Henry. Few people even knew that his full name was Henry. He had been named after his great-grandfather on his mother's side, to whom Lily had been very close with while he was still alive, but Sirius said that even before he was born they were calling him Harry. In fact, Sirius could remember only one time he'd heard his godson referred to as Henry, and that was when they gave the healer his name for his birth certificate. Harry was 7 before he even learned his name was really Henry. Sirius and Remus had forgotten entirely, and it was only when the elves insisted they go through the things in the attic and his birth certificate had been found that they remembered. Harry knew that in this instance Ginny called him Henry to show her displeasure at being called Ginevra. I will agree that there is not currently a pressing need for us to complete our bond. However, I will have thine word that we shall complete it when I have reached the age of consent at 16, or, doth Voldemort return prior to that, we shall complete it then. I will not have a piece of that man's soul residing in thou when he again walks this earth. Art we agreed? While Harry would have preferred that nothing but their own feelings and desires mattered in this case, he knew that he wouldn't get any more from Ginny. Her 16th birthday was still 4 years away, and there were no signs of Voldemort's return being imminent, so, he figured, they would have lots of time. Agreed. Harry stood and took Ginny's hand, escorting her as Godric would have Giselle. Now, 'tis getting late. Shalt we face the wolves? We shall. They approached the fireplace again, preparing to get Dobby to take them home even if he wasn't done cleaning, but they'd made it only a few steps when one of the portraits stopped them. My lord, my lady. Turning, they saw that the portrait that had spoken was of a red-haired and bearded man dressed in medieval attire. He was a permanent fixture in the tower, but people rarely paid him any attention, for he never spoke to anyone. He was often either asleep, deeply involved in one of the books that littered his background, or missing entirely, having gone to visit another portrait. This was the first time that Harry or Ginny could remember him speaking at all, and as they looked on him it became only too clear who he was. Godric. They both gasped, and the portrait chuckled. Yes, he confirmed. I must say it is a delight to see my old rooms in use again. Is that the reason thou hast broken thine silence? Harry asked with a raised eyebrow. To comment on the use of rooms. Godric laughed heartily. Can I not simply wish to say hello to my many times great-grandson? Come now, Godric, let us be truthful to one another. Said Ginny. Why hast thou really spoken to us? I shall add a few questions to the list. Added Harry. Why didst thou not speak sooner? How is it that none know that the portrait of our house's founder is here? In truth, how did we not know, given I am meant to have not only your magic but your knowledge as well? Still chuckling, Godric answered them all, though not in the order they were asked. You are unaware simply for the reason that I created that orb before this portrait was moved here. That is why you suddenly recognized me when I revealed myself to you. Harry and Ginny waited patiently for him to continue. Why I do not speak with anyone is the same reason as why no one knows I'm here. In the early years of my portrait being hung here, I was overwhelmed by students wishing to speak to their by then dead founder. Eventually I simply refused to speak and was forgotten about. After a few centuries no one left alive knew what I looked like. Those that came after assumed that the cloak stitched with my crest was nothing more than the same as their school robes, merely declaring me a part of Gryffindor House. The only other thing that might be recognizable, he moved to the back of the portrait where a thin silver line could be seen. Picking it up he walked back to them, and indeed the object was very recognizable. I hid it, never allowing my sword to be seen properly. I believe you are familiar with it, from what I have heard. Harry nodded. The other portraits and ghosts keep my secret because I ask it of them. Even just being a portrait of one of Hogwarts' founders still lets me command a certain level of respect, and the only ones who might not heed me are hiding themselves for the same reason and do not wish to risk me blabbing about them should they blab about me. The others? Ginny asked. Thou means that portraits of the other founders exist? Of Rowena and Helga, yes. I visit them often, and am usually in one of their portraits if I am not here. Not Salazar though. Godric's face grew grim. Salazar's portrait was removed by the man himself before he departed the school. We had thought he would have at least left it in the castle somewhere, but it has never been found, though we have looked. It is unfortunate, for I would mend the fences that could not be fixed in life. He used to be a great friend. Harry murmured as if reminiscing, and to a certain extent he was. Yes. Not a day goes by that I do not miss him. Harry and Ginny nodded solemnly before looking to Godric for their final answer. In truth, I have spoken to you now because I wished to reassure you of your course. The knowledge you gained is no doubt overwhelming, though it will become less so in time. You must trust your instincts, which from what I heard here today are quite sound, and do not place more importance on my knowledge than your own. I left the orb, not to dictate your path, but to assist you by providing knowledge long forgotten and, I do not think it vain to say, far more vast than any possessed today. Harry raised an eyebrow when he said not vain. Perhaps it is somewhat vain then, but there is a reason I am known as one of the greatest wizards to have ever lived. Helga, Rowena and Salazar were the only ones who were my equal, and no one in history except Merlin himself surpassed us, and no one after our deaths have equaled us. Not even Dumbledore? Ginny asked. Albus is indeed a great wizard. Anyone who denies this is a fool, but in terms of raw power he is lacking when compared to history's greatest witches and wizards. While he is certainly no weakling, Albus' real genius is his mind. He sees things and understands things in ways I do not know if even I could match, though likely Rowena can. He said as if an afterthought. Aside from her I have never met, or even heard of, another who could match Albus' brilliance. Aside from Merlin, of course. Didst thou know Merlin? Harry asked, having heard the familiar way Godric referred to him and wondering if there was more to it than simply having read a great deal about the uncontested, greatest wizard to have ever lived. Art thou related to Merlin? Harry cringed as that thought came to mind. It was highly unlikely, almost impossible, but last year he would have said the same about him having a relation to Godric Gryffindor. No. Again he gave a hearty laugh. Merlin's line ended with him. He neither married nor sired any children, believing, and rightly so, that any family of his would always be a target for Mordred and his descendants, not to mention every other power-hungry wizard to ever live. So thou didst know him then? Godric had given Merlin's reasoning so assuredly that he had to have known him. Do they not teach history here anymore? Godric asked condescendingly. Merlin was long before my time. He lived when the Romans first left this island and Arthur rose as king to unite the land. Though my great-great-great-great-grandfather was a good friend to both him and Arthur. Sir Gawain, Knight of the Round Table. He could not help his laugh this time, both were in complete shock. Do not look so surprised. Do you think I would have received the education and training I had if the Gryffindor family were not a prominent one? History may have forgotten the whole truth, as it eventually forgets everything, but Gawain Gryffindor was a druid who fought alongside Merlin and King Arthur at the Battle of Badon Hill. His skill gained the king's attention and he quickly became one of his dearest friends and counselors, alongside the other knights of the Round Table. Unable to respond any other way, Harry and Ginny simply nodded. Right. Harry eventually gained his voice. Well, we can stand no more surprises this night, so we shalt leave thou, great-grandfather. Wouldst thou permit us to speak with thee more once term begins again? Ginny asked. We would greatly desire to hear more of thine stories, and no doubt your help will be invaluable in the fight to come. Our family would also be greatly honored to meet thee, Harry added. And thou can be assured of their discretion. We willst also be honored to speak with Lady Rowena and Lady Helga, if they will consent. It will be my honor to speak with you more, and with your family. I have watched them as well since young Draco, Ronald and Hermione became your staunchest supporters. Rowena and Helga will no doubt be honored to meet you as well, though we will have to find a way to ensure privacy, lest our long-kept secret be blown. Said Godric. As to my assistance, young Ginevra, I shall do all I can, but you must not forget that I am merely a portrait. I do not possess knowledge known to the real Godric that you yourselves do not already have. Thou knewest about Sir Gawain, and the portraits of the other founders. She countered. You have that knowledge as well, though it is currently buried in your heads. Receiving the knowledge of someone else can be quite overwhelming and it will take time to sort through it all. That they could accept, though they reiterated their desire to speak with him again. Godric was happy to comply and with a wave he sent them off to face their family. The drawing room at Potter Manor was filled to the brim with anxious people. After Harry and Ginny had disappeared from the steps of Gringotts, Sirius and Bill had initially tried to find them. It was only when Dobby returned and informed them that his master and mistress were safe that they calmed down, knowing Dobby would never lie about Harry or Ginny's safety. With no other real option, they both had then gone about collecting the family, Charlie even being recalled from Romania a few days earlier than was planned, and then contacted Madame Bones, who agreed to come, even after being informed that while it was important she be there, she'd only be welcome if she took a wizard's oath to not speak of what she heard or saw. Both Ragnarok and Griphook were present as well, though no one required an oath from them. A goblin turning on one of their own, which Harry and Ginny were given their friend status, was considered the most reprehensible action a goblin could take in their culture, so it was unheard of that a goblin betray their own. However, although no oath had been asked of them, both goblins had sworn on their swords to never reveal anything, and Bill was left shocked once more. While not a magically binding oath, no goblin in recorded history had ever made even a small promise to a wizard, let alone gave their word of honor to one. Snape was the last to arrive, Sirius begrudgingly inviting him, and stood in the back while everyone worried. Sirius and Bill had taken the few hours prior to the planned meeting time to inform everyone of what had happened. They talked of the power surge in the infirmary, the disappearing act within Gringotts, the weird speech and second disappearing act with Dobby. But most important, they explained about the Horcruxes. Any concern grew tenfold at that point and they had all waited impatiently until Harry and Ginny returned. Finally, at exactly 8, Dobby popped in with Harry and Ginny in tow. Where the bloody hell have you been? Sirius roared. We have been worried sick. Didst Dobby not inform thee we were in no danger? Harry asked as he and Ginny calmly took a seat. He did, but that does not excuse you just up and leaving. Bill joined in, taking point over his parents by simply jumping in first. You're not of age, either of you, and you will tell us where you are going, clear. Mrs. Weasley looked on proudly at her eldest, realizing that even though he'd stolen this chance for her to rant, he had everything well in hand. Our sincere apologies, said Ginny, just as calmly as Harry. 'Twas not our intent to worry thou. We simply needed time and privacy to converse on our own. Everyone was given them odd looks now. You're right about the odd speech part. Lucius muttered. Where did you go? Sirius asked, ignoring his cousin. Hogwarts, replied Harry, before turning to Ron, Hermione and Draco. There is a chamber we wish to show thee upon our return to the castle. And someone we wish to present to you, added Ginny. What are we, last year's broomstick? Fred asked loudly. Yeah, why don't we get to see this room and meet this person? George agreed. Mrs. Weasley hushed them both too late. Perhaps, Ginny said. Didst thou prove trustworthy? The twins opened their mouths to argue more, but Mrs. Weasley silenced them in time. Perhaps thou she stuttered, could explain what happened today. Of course. I am afeard though that thou shalt be angry with us. Rather, it is a certainty that thou shalt be. Harry got off to a not so great start. When first I visited Gryffindor's vault I discovered more than a simple letter, nor did I reveal the entire contents of the letter. Without exception everyone in the family looked outraged though they waited for Harry to continue. Godric had left something else behind, specifically his knowledge. 'Twas quite the ingenious bit of magic. Prior to his death, Godric transferred what was essentially his consciousness into a glass orb, which he then sealed away until the birth of his heir. All of Godric's memories, everything he learned while living, all of it was there for the taking. It is for this reason that we are influenced by such odd speech, as you put it, uncle. With the knowledge and memories of one who lived 1,000 years ago floating in our heads, it is understandable that we speak thusly, in the same manner in which mine ancestors' thoughts flit through our heads. We do believe, however, that as we doth become accustomed to our new state of being, and merge our minds and Godric's into one, that it will diminish. Ginny added. Harry had paused as if he'd known that she was going to speak and then continued seamlessly. At the time I first discovered this, I told no one, save my lady wife, for I knew that were thou to learn of it, everything would change. Thou wouldst feel compelled to instill further protection on me, to begin more intensive training in an effort to prepare me for my destiny, and I was not yet ready to relinquish what little remained of my childhood. And so I stayed silent. I did, of course, intend to explain all, but at a time of my choosing. But that changed today, said Hermione, knowing that they wouldn't be telling them all this if it hadn't. Yes, said Ginny. Might we assume, given their bleak expressions, that they have been informed of the Horcruxes? Bill nodded and Ginny continued. Thou can then imagine my distress when we learn to defeat Voldemort once and for all, my lord husband wouldst have to die. It did not take long for Harry to also come to the realization that due to our bond his death would mean mine own. Our magic, Godric's magic, responded to our distress and transported us to the Gryffindor vault, where we hoped that the knowledge he had left us would provide an answer such that we might live. And did it? Remus asked, everyone looking to them eagerly. Indeed it did, although the two pre-teens knew that they were about to bring up the subject of say. They were not as uncomfortable with it as others their age would be. When we complete our bond, becoming one in soul, mind, and body, we will be powerful enough to expel the foreign soul within me. As Harry talked, Ginny looked to her family, specifically her mother, and waited for what he had said to sink in. When Molly's eyes widened and her face became red, her daughter spoke before the expected outburst could happen. Rest assured, neither my lord husband nor I believe is quite ready for that step. This seemed to pause the Weasley matriarch, though Ginny's oldest brothers looked like they were about to explode, specifically at Harry, while Ron, Hermione and Draco were looking embarrassedly at the floor. Regardless that in now possessing Godric's knowledge we have the memories of one who has lived their life in its entirety, we art still children. Harry picked up. Nor will we allow anyone but us to dictate when we consummate our marriage. However, no one liked that word coming from Ginny's mouth on this particular topic. We also recognize the many lives that will be lost should Voldemort still have an anchor on this earth whence he returns. The expected outburst finally came, Mrs. Weasley and Ginny's brothers all talking above the others. This is not for discussion. Ginny's voice grew loud and commanding to both be heard above, and to silence everyone. Whilst we have no intention of rushing into anything, 'Twill take a great deal more time to defeat him in such a case, and we will not sentence innocent people to death because some believe us too young to lie with each other. You are too young, Mrs. Weasley shrieked. And your father and I do not consent to this. It didn't surprise Harry or Ginny that she was currently more concerned about her daughter having say too early than she was about people dying if they didn't get rid of the piece of Voldemort's soul in Harry. She was in full-on tunnel vision. That being said, they still were going to squash this. Whilst we understand thou art simply trying to protect thine children, thou hast no say in the matter. Mrs. Weasley became more furious, if that was possible. The ministry may side with thou, for until I am 16 the law is indeed on thine side. However, there is a reason that Godric is known as one of the greatest wizards to ever live, and we now possess not only his power, but the knowledge of what to do with that power. There is naught that thou canst do to stop us. Ginny, Mr. Weasley implored, looking disapprovingly at his daughter for essentially saying, we'll do what we want no matter what you say. I am sorry, father, but in this we will not budge. As previously said, we have no intention of rushing into anything. However, we will not risk our lives, and the lives of countless others, to appease people's sensibilities. It was a fair point that those not in full-on tunnel vision could see, and Harry chose that moment to move on. There art one other thing thou should be made aware of. In the letter Godric left me he explained the reason why he sealed away his knowledge for us, when in truth such a thing is neither a requirement for a magical heir, nor has it been done before. During Godric's lifetime a prophecy was made concerning him and Salazar. Or more specifically, his heir and Salazar's heir, me and Voldemort. The prophecy said that the feud between Gryffindor and Slytherin would last many lifetimes, and when they were reborn history will repeat itself, a war between lion and snake commencing that will tear our world apart lest a victor be proclaimed. Godric held little faith in divination. However, Salazar believed the prophecy. Said Ginny. In so doing he ensured that it wouldst come true. The heirs will fight, and one will die, 'tis an inevitability. What we hope to accomplish before that fight is all we can to ensure that any casualties are minimal. Should all fall into place, Voldemort will be mortal upon his return and we can finish him quickly. You assume he is not mortal now. Madam Bones spoke up. Or rather, will not be mortal as soon as the Horcrux inside you is gone. Both Harry and Ginny shook their heads. 'Tis a certainty he did not stop at 2. But he only made 1. Draco argued. The one in you was an accident, he didn't try to make a second one. 'Tis true that the piece of his soul within me was not placed there purposefully. Harry agreed. However, a soul does not simply split apart without cause. But there is cause, Harry. Said Bill. Remember that I said the only way his soul could have split accidentally is if it was damaged beyond repair, which it was due to the sheer number of people he's murdered. You are not wrong, brother. Ginny said. However, a soul does all it can to remain whole, and though it wouldst never heal fully without assistance, a soul will repair somewhat the cracks killing in cold blood causes. Murder alone wouldst not cause enough damage for a piece to cleanly separate from the whole. Harry continued. However, should that soul be already in many pieces it would not have the strength to heal itself even a little. Any further damage could then be severe enough to cut a piece away. Bill paled. So you think the thought was so repugnant he struggled to even say it. There is little doubt that Voldemort created more than one Horcrux. Harry confirmed. We must now find and destroy them all, though we know not how many he made, nor what containers were used. If even one remains, then Salazar's wish will be fulfilled and the snake will triumph. A massive, though quiet, search for Voldemort's Horcruxes began the very next day. Every single person who had been in the drawing room the evening before were in some way helping. Research was the key thing right now. They couldn't just wander the streets or any random forest hoping for the best, and so everyone threw themselves into it. Those in a position to dig deeper did so as well. Madam Bones ensured that any calls the DMLE received regarding dark magical objects went through her desk, and any that were of Muggle origin were passed on to Mr. Weasley, who examined them thoroughly and used his position as head of the misuse of Muggle artifacts office to actually accompany the Aurors to the scene. Madam Bones also asked if she could bring 2 of her Aurors into their confidence. Auror Kingsley Shacklebolt was her current head of the Auror Corps and she trusted him with her life. This trust went both ways, and when Madame Bones told Kingsley that she needed his help with something very important but would require an unbreakable vow from him before she could say any more, he readily took the vow without any hesitation. The second person she wished to tell was actually recommended by Kingsley. Aura Nymphadora Tonks was a rising star in the department and had earned Kingsley's trust in the 2 short years she'd been on the job, having been promoted from Aura recruit only last summer after completing the 2 years training. As it happened, Tonks, who would kill anyone who called her Nymphadora, was a part of the Black family, a cousin to Sirius, and niece to Narcissa. Sissa's older sister Andromeda had been cast out of the family for marrying a Muggle, Ted Tonks. When he became Lord Black, Sirius had reinstated Andromeda, but while they occasionally saw each other, the 2 branches of the family weren't close. Narcissa herself had not seen or spoken to her sister since their father Cygnus disinherited her. She was deemed a blood traitor, and with the need to keep up appearances to protect her family, Narcissa had not tried to reconnect with her sister when Voldemort had fallen. That changed now as the whole Tonks family was brought into the circle fully, the Black family magic making it very easy to do so, and both sisters could often be found sequestered together in Potter Manor, the only place where it was completely safe for them to meet. Snape assisted with research as well and had even given them a place to start looking. Knowing now about the Horcruxes, it was not hard for him to realize that Dumbledore must have come to the same conclusion Harry had, that Voldemort had created more than one. After all, he would have been much more relieved than scared if he thought the diary was it, for it had been destroyed. In a risky move, it was decided that Snape would inform the headmaster that he knew about the Horcruxes in hope of gaining further information. Realizing there was no use denying it, Dumbledore had confirmed Snape's suspicions and had even asked for his help in looking for them, to which the potions master had all too readily agreed. He had then asked the 3 key questions of Dumbledore: how many, what were they, and where were they? Dumbledore had admitted he had no idea where, nor could he confirm how many or what they were, though knowing Voldemort as he did, he had his suspicions. 7 was the most magical number of them all, which would appeal to Voldemort, who revered all things magical, while his vanity would almost certainly ensure that tin cans or broken coat hangers wouldn't be used as the containers. Voldemort would believe that possessing a piece of his soul was an honor, and so only objects with great personal or magical importance were worthy of being one of his Horcruxes. The trouble was there were at once too many and too few such objects, so finding out which he had used would be no easy feat, let alone locating them afterwards. Luckily though, their group was both brilliant and diverse, and Director Ragnarok was able to give them a starting place for where the Horcruxes might be. The very day they all met, Bill had asked to be recalled from Egypt and applied for a desk job so he could devote more time to looking for these monstrosities, though Ragnarok had only accepted the recall. He had then appointed Bill as Gringotts, chief curse breaker in charge of dark artifacts, a position he had created on the spot. Usually when a Gringotts account was opened, no one bothered to read the terms and conditions and simply signed off on it. After all, Gringotts was the only wizarding bank in the world, so it wasn't as if they had other options should they not like the terms. This amused the goblins to no end. They would never sign a contract without reading it through, regardless of having no other options, but also worked to their advantage as it meant that very few witches and wizards knew exactly what the terms and conditions were. One of them though was that no dark artifacts were to be stored at the bank, though what was considered a dark artifact was entirely up to the goblins, and they reserved the right to search any vault for dark artifacts without needing permission. Until now the goblins had been only too happy to overlook the placement of such artifacts so long as they would not endanger the goblin nation, the bank, or their profits, but it now gave them the perfect loophole to search vaults without informing their clients, so while the vault's owner might believe their dirty secrets were safe, they actually weren't. Ragnarok had rationalized that whatever Voldemort's Horcruxes were, he would want to keep them completely safe, and it was widely accepted that there was no safer place than Gringotts. Bill's new position would see him and a team of goblins searching the vaults, starting with those of known Death Eaters, for any dark artifacts, while his expertise as a curse breaker would allow him to distinguish your everyday dark artifact from a Horcrux. Though pleased with his new position, it was slow going and Bill's skills were certainly put to the test. Most vaults of known Death Eaters were also among the oldest and most heavily guarded, with their owners going so far as to place their own protections on their vaults that now needed to be broken through. Depending on the vault, it could take weeks just to search one, and so it wasn't until late April that they found something. It was the Easter holidays, and everyone in their group was crammed into Godric's personal chambers at Hogwarts, which had become a frequent meeting place when the kids were at school. It also allowed Godric, Helga, and Rowena, or rather their portraits, to be a part of the discussions. After returning to Hogwarts at the end of the Christmas holidays, Harry and Ginny had asked the elves to find a portrait that would be comfortable for the inhabitants but would never be missed if it was moved, and had had it placed in Godric's chambers. A snap of the fingers from Hogwarts. Head elf then saw elf magic protecting the portrait to allow only the founders to access it. Godric was a very frequent visitor, liking the quiet of his old rooms to the clamor of the rest of the castle, while Rowena and Helga, after being introduced to Godric's heir, his bondmate, and their friends, were becoming more frequent visitors as well. Rowena especially came often, having unsurprisingly found in Hermione a very brilliant and keen mind, the two enjoying discussing many topics, while Rowena demanded to know how she hadn't been placed in Ravenclaw, and had Godric crowing that those with a brilliant mind and love of learning also possessed the qualities of his house, and they were sure to see Ravenclaw's standing in academics decline as a result. It was a common argument between the two, but today it wasn't to be had, for they were gathered for a very specific reason. "We found one," he said, getting straight to the point. "In the Lestrange family vault." Carefully he opened a cloth bag he was holding and levitated a small cup out of it. The cup was solid gold with two handles and looked more decorative than an actual drinking cup. However, the feature to draw their attention was the engraving of a badger, plainly visible on the front. "It seems that something of yours has been found, Lady Hufflepuff," said Harry. While he and Ginny had mostly gotten over their archaic speaking manner during the Christmas holidays, they still found that being more formal and even certain mannerisms of the past came naturally to them. This was mostly shown through their daily interactions with the opposite sex and their elders, for whom there had been a great divide between in the past. Neither could now show any outward disrespect to someone of an older generation, as they discovered when they ran into Crabbe Sr. in Diagon Alley over the holidays. Though thankfully it did not apply to friendly insults towards Sirius. Harry also found chivalry towards whom Godric called the fairer sex was now second nature to him, and it was distinctly uncomfortable if he was walking with a lady, usually Ginny or Hermione, without escorting them properly, while, much to her annoyance, Ginny found herself speaking more softly, almost never swearing, and even bowing her head in respect to any male she came across, as ladies of the time were taught to do. Well, more accurately anyone, male or female, of the same or higher station than her, Helga had explained, which meant basically anyone from a noble and ancient house. It was an unconscious action on her part, and while it annoyed her, it was a small price to pay for the knowledge she and Harry now had, and any of the purebloods who had noticed had assumed that a Weasley's sudden adherence to this old custom was because she was now dating the heir to a noble and ancient house. Rumors that neither Harry or Ginny even acknowledged, though they also did nothing to squash. Ginny's only consolation in this new naturally submissive part of her was that she had no such urge to show any of the pureblood princesses, except Hermione, such respect, meaning she didn't deem them on the same level as her, let alone above. "Indeed so," she replied. "'Twas my favorite cup, given to me by my father when I was still a babe. And now we have to destroy it." Ginny groaned, looking up at the portrait apologetically. "If it helps to defeat that evil man, then 'tis worth it. And I am dead, after all, though I appreciated your concern, dear. Still, you have our apologies, my lady." Petra, the Hogwarts head elf, who appeared instantly, had sworn allegiance to Lord and Lady Gryffindor on behalf of all the Hogwarts house elves, and had been a big help to them. "Yes, Master Gryffindor. What can Petra do for you? As the headmaster currently in his office." "Yes, my lord," Harry groaned. "Thank you." With a bow Petra vanished. "We'll have to wait until he leaves to get the sword." With very few options for destroying a Horcrux available to them, Hermione had suggested going back into the chamber to collect one of the basilisk's fangs. She had read that due to the extreme potency of its venom, a basilisk's fangs were still deadly even after the beast itself had died. Ginny hadn't liked that thought one bit, even though Harry said she didn't need to come, but their newfound knowledge had made the trip unnecessary, for in the depths of their minds was the knowledge that Godric's sword was goblin-made. This meant that his sword was enchanted and would only take in that which makes it stronger. Having been stabbed directly behind its teeth, the basilisk's venom duct had been pierced and the sword was now forevermore endowed with that venom, making it just as deadly as one of the basilisk's fangs. They had gotten Griphook to confirm this though, not wanting to take any chances, and the accounts manager had promptly called Ragnarok upon laying eyes on the sword. Gryffindor's sword was known to be a mastery of goblin smith work, forged by the famous goblin blacksmith, Bentclaw the Brilliant, and one of the few pieces of his that remained, so to see it in person was quite the honor, Ragnarok told them. It was also the only known goblin-made object that would never be reclaimed by them, as Bill told them later on. In the past, goblin blacksmiths would accept commissions from wizards with the understanding that it followed goblin laws of ownership, meaning that when the wizard it was made for died, it was to be returned to the goblin who made it. Most wizards, though, bequeathed these coveted items to their descendants to keep them in the family, and so goblins had swiftly stopped accepting commissions from non-goblins. Unknown to most wizards, though, this law of ownership applied only to smith work given outside the goblin nation, while within their system was the same as wizards. Items gifted to or purchased by a goblin would be passed down within that goblin's family and not revert to its maker. As a friend of the goblin nation, Godric Gryffindor enjoyed the same rules as goblins themselves, and so no one would ever claim that his sword did not now belong to Harry. That won't be necessary, Harry. Godric said. My sword was enchanted beyond Bentclaw's brilliance. It will come should you call. But won't Dumbledore notice it's missing? Ron asked. Snape had informed them last year that the headmaster had displayed the Founder's sword prominently in his office. Perhaps, but it doesn't matter. He'll never know for sure who has it if you simply summon it. This was a fair point. Summoning it meant they didn't have to break into the headmaster's office and there would be no witnesses. Even if it wasn't Harry himself who went to get the sword, Dumbledore knew that the castle answered to him, so would be able to quickly work out that it was Harry who got into his office too easily, especially if one of the disgruntled portraits told him they'd been ordered into silence. This way Dumbledore could suspect all he wanted, but he wouldn't know for sure unless they told him. Doing as asked, Harry held out his hand and used his newfound control and understanding of magic to simply call the sword to him without casting an actual spell. It's going to fight back, Harry. Bill warned as he, Madam Bones, Kingsley and Tonks all erected wards to protect them and the castle from any magical backlash. It won't be as strong as the diary because it hasn't been feeding off someone, but it will still do anything it can to save itself. Harry nodded, and knowing Ginny was right beside him, he raised the sword above his head, preparing to strike. A black mist exploded from the cup as it sensed danger, and condensed as a form stepped out of it. Harry, don't do this. An ethereal Ginny begged, tears streaming down her face as she fell at his feet. He still has a hold on me even with the diary gone. Destroy the cup and you destroy me. Don't you dare believe a word of it, Potter. The real Ginny growled from beside him, her hand pressing against his back, knowing her touch would reassure him. Don't you love me, Harry? How could you hurt someone you claim to love? With a cold look in his eyes, Harry stepped forward, preparing to swing. No, Harry, don't do it. You will kill me. With a fierceness rarely seen from him, Harry let out a loud roar and brought the sword down. The ethereal Ginny wailed pitifully as it disappeared, the mist fading and leaving behind nothing but a dented cup. The sword dropped with a clang, drawing everyone's attention, as Harry swiftly turned and enveloped Ginny in his arms. He was breathing heavily and Ginny was stroking his hair, whispering something to him no one else could hear. It took a few minutes, but eventually Ginny was able to calm her bondmate down, and with a last steadying breath they turned towards their family. I expected an attack of some sort, but nothing like that. Harry murmured in explanation. It had been so real, and were it not for Ginny's hand on his back he probably wouldn't have struck. Don't apologize, pup, Sirius said, having recognized the apology in Harry's tone. His godson merely nodded. Well, 2 down, 5 to go, he said. I doubt they'll be as easy to find though. They didn't include Harry in the 7 they assumed Voldemort had made, as Harry was not an intentional Horcrux, so the Dark Lord himself wouldn't even know to count him as one. We'll keep searching Gringotts. Ragnarok assured them. It is unlikely he kept another so close to this one, but both Horcruxes have so far been given to his followers, so it is not impossible a third one was as well. Without exception, every eye in the room narrowed as they remembered how Ginny had come to possess the diary. It was over the Christmas break and the Malfoys were hosting their annual Christmas party for the Dark Lord's followers, which they'd continued even after Voldemort's fall to keep east of the latest goings-on and to maintain Lucius' image as a loyal Death Eater. And Goyle Sr. had told Lucius he'd slipped an object of their lords to the Weasley girl on the platform before the train departed the previous year. He'd asked for Lucius' help, wanted to discover what had happened to it. Goyle had not known what the diary was or what it could do, though even to him it was clearly magical, their lord having given it him for safekeeping many years ago. He'd forgotten all about it until that summer, and as their lord was gone he decided to have some fun and see what would happen if it got out. Lucius said he would try and use his position as school governor to find out, but had taken the information directly to the family. The Weasleys had naturally been apoplectic, each of them wanting to curse Goyle, though Madam Bones talked them out of it by promising to keep a very close eye on him from now on. If he set even one toe out of line, the DMLE would be there. It helped that Lucius had also promised some revenge and had returned to Goyle with the partial truth that the Chamber of Secrets incident had been caused by the diary and that it was now destroyed. The revenge bit came when he made it clear to Goyle that when their lord returned, of which such a loyal Death Eater as he was convinced must one day happen, he would be most displeased that Goyle had lost faith in him and gotten the diary destroyed as a result. No doubt Goyle's life expectancy would then be quite short. A fear he would now live with forever. When they had heard it was Goyle, of all people, that Voldemort had trusted with one of his Horcruxes, the family had understandably been confused. Goyle, junior or senior, wasn't exactly known for his brains, so why would Voldemort trust him? Sirius figured out the answer, or what they suspected to be the answer at least, for it was the same ruse they had used with Wormtail. No one would suspect that Voldemort would give anything so important to Goyle, so it would be safest where no one would think to look. Lucius added that he also wouldn't be surprised if Voldemort had known Goyle would put it in a safe place and then forget about it. Of course, he wouldn't have counted on him finding it by accident one day and deciding to use it. "I still say we should search the castle," said Draco. "I know you think it's not here because the castle would tell you, and it's right under Dumbledore's nose," he continued, stopping Harry from interrupting. "But Grandfather Abraxas went to school with him and says that he thought the world of Hogwarts. Had even applied to teach here right after his 7th year so he didn't have to leave." "And how do you know this, Draco?" Lucius asked, looking down at his son with a stern look that had the younger Malfoy stiffening. "From Grandfather's diary," he admitted, knowing that it would just make things worse if he lied. "We will be having a little chat when we return home." It sounded ominous, and rightly so. Draco had been banned since birth from his father's study, unless invited in, as that was where the most dark and dangerous artifacts and books were kept. Lucius was well aware that he kept his father's old diary, which Abraxas wrote about starting because Riddle had kept one, in his desk drawer, so Draco had obviously gone into the study without permission. Although mad at his son, Lucius was kicking himself for not thinking of his father's diary himself. Abraxas Malfoy had indeed attended Hogwarts with the Dark Lord and had been one of the Knights of Walpurgis, the original group of Death Eaters, from when Tom Riddle first took on the name of Voldemort while still at school. It was a stupid mistake on his part to forget about the diary his father had kept during the time of Voldemort's rise to power. "I still think it's still highly unlikely one is here, but we'll search if you really want," said Harry, sending his cousin a sympathetic look, knowing the lecture that was coming. "At least now we know for sure that he is using objects of great significance," said Ginny. "And if he got his hands on one founder's possession, he might have found another. Heirlooms that Salazar left are likely," said Godric. "Though I have not heard of any of my possessions still being around, except the sword of course. Nor have I heard of any of mine," Rowena agreed. "Though there is someone who might know of one. The Ravenclaw ghost who calls herself the Grey Lady." "Calls herself?" Hermione asked. "She has another name." "Aye, though she has not used it in centuries, which was about the last time she spoke with me." If it was possible for a portrait to look haunted and pained, then Rowena most certainly was. The Grey Lady is the ghost of my daughter, Helena Ravenclaw. They didn't wait for term to resume after Easter to speak with the Grey Lady, it wasn't necessary. Calling for Petra once more, Harry sent her to find the Grey Lady and have the ghost come to them. It took several minutes, but eventually she did, though most unwillingly. My Lord Gryffindor summoned me, she said stiffly, not even looking in the direction of her mother's portrait. Lady Helena, welcome, he said with a short bow. We are hoping you might be able to assist us with something very important. I am at my lord's command. The condescension, and even hatred, in her voice was apparent. She was clearly seething about being asked here and was going to make this as difficult as possible. Harry was prepared to play her game since they needed her help, but another was not. Enough, Helena, Rowena snapped. I raised you better than this. Apologies, Lady Mother. Still she did not turn to look at the portrait, though when she spoke now Harry could see a deep sadness within her that had appeared when her mother had spoken. We're looking for something that once belonged to your mother. Harry got to the point. You seek her diadem. It wasn't a question. Harry nodded, though he hadn't known that was what they were looking for. Luckily Helena seemed sure it was this, so they didn't have to try and figure that part out. I cannot help you, my lord. Lady Helena, I beseech you, 'tis of the utmost importance. While he and Ginny had gotten over speaking as if they were from the 11th century, it returned somewhat when speaking with someone who actually was. You are hardly the first student to covet the diadem. Generations of students have badgered me. I assure you, my lady, that this isn't about the diadem itself. It's about Voldemort, defeating Voldemort. I trust you wish to help with that in any way you can. You wish to destroy it. Yes. Another promised to destroy it many years ago. A strange boy, with a strange name. Tom Riddle. He lied. He's lied to many people. Helena surged forwards unexpectedly, coming to a stop right in front of him with a look of such anger and malice that Harry now knew why Muggles thought ghosts scary. I know what he's done. I know who he is. He defiled it, with dark magic. She screeched. Harry didn't flinch under her rage, though he understood now the deep sorrow he saw. You told him where it was, didn't you? That's how it came to be defiled so. Helena moved back as if she'd been slapped. He was kind, where so many others were not. She said. He did not directly ask about the diadem, though he spoke with me at length enough that I told him all with no prompting. He can be quite charming when he wants to be. Ginny spoke up. I know that better than most. You could not have known what he was to become, Helena. Lady Gryffindor is right, Rowena said, looking as if she'd give anything to be able to hold and comfort her daughter once more. What happened is not your fault, daughter. But I stole it. Helena finally turned to face her mother with eyes that would be weeping if only a ghost was capable of it. I sought to make myself cleverer and more important than you. I ran away with it and never returned that on your deathbed you had to send that man to find me, though you still never saw me again. Would that I could do it all over, Helena. Much to everyone, except Helena's surprise, the Bloody Baron, ghost of Slytherin House, floated through the wall, stopping a short distance from his fellow ghost. Lady Helena, to you, she snapped angrily. You were never given leave to be so informal with me. And even if you had been, anyone with even a modicum of sense would know that permission to be revoked after they murder you. Not a day goes by that I do not regret my actions that day. The fervor of his entrance had passed and he seemed now more resigned. I wear these chains in penance for my sins against you. As you should. It is the only honorable thing you have ever done. The two ghosts had obviously forgotten that others were around, but Harry wasn't sure if he should interrupt. Will you never forgive me, my love? I am not your love. I spurned your advances in life and revile you in death. You should not even be asking such as question of me. The Baron hung his head. Perhaps it best if you go, Baron. Rowena not so subtly suggested. Of course, Lady Ravenclaw. With a final longing look at Helena, who continued to shoot daggers at him, the Bloody Baron departed. My apologies, Helena said when he was gone, now turning back to Harry. The Baron has long loved me, and it was he whom my mother sent to find me when she became fatally ill. He again proposed when he found me and decided to spear his sword through my heart when I again refused him. That's so sad. Ginny murmured low enough for Helena not to hear. To his credit, the Baron did the honorable thing in condemning his soul to purgatory by committing suicide soon after. We both returned here as ghosts and I have avoided him ever since. You have our sympathies, Harry said. Thank you, my lord. You were saying about the diadem. While Harry was sympathetic, Helena and the Baron's fate was far from what was important to him right now. The diadem never worked for me, its magic would not gift me its powers. In my shame I could not return home and so hid it, deciding to live the rest of my life in seclusion in Albania. A spark of recognition passed over Snape's face. Dumbledore had long thought it was where Voldemort was hiding. Perhaps this was the reason why. It was there that he went when he heard my tale and he brought it back already corrupted. I swear, Helena, that I will destroy the dark magic within it. Harry said, holding his sword up. Unsurprisingly, Helena already knew how the sword was powerful enough for that. While the portraits in the headmaster's office would guard his secrets, juicy gossip such as the tale of the chamber was quickly passed to the ghosts and other portraits in the castle. Just tell me where it is. It's here, in the castle. In the place where everything is hidden. That obviously made no sense to Harry, or to anyone else in the room. If you have to ask, you will never know. If you know, you have only to ask. They weren't sure if Helena thought she was being helpful by saying that, though it gave credence to her being Rowena Ravenclaw's daughter. Her mother was famous for her love of riddles. The room of requirement, Helga explained. It is a hidden room that provides one with whatever they require, should they ask for it. You will find the room on the 7th floor across from the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy trying to teach trolls to dance. With but a look to each other, Harry and Ginny disappeared, their vanishing act being quite easy within Hogwarts where the Founders' magic was strongest. I hate it when they do that, Sirius muttered. Without really having another option. By the time they got to the 7th floor, Harry and Ginny would no doubt have returned. Everyone settled in to wait for them, and thankfully it wasn't a long wait. Within 10 minutes they returned with a box that they placed on the table and opened to reveal a glittering diamond and sapphire diadem in the shape of a raven's wings, the symbol of Ravenclaw House. Everyone crowded around to get a look at the famous lost diadem, though no one got too close as the dark magic within it was obvious. Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure. Read Hermione, Ravenclaw's motto being engraved on the base of the diadem. It is a shame to destroy something as beautiful, murmured Mrs. Weasley. And with such historical significance. Agreed Narcissa. Still, it must be done, said Bill as he levitated the diadem out of its case. My apologies, Lady Ravenclaw, Lady Helena, Harry said as he once again raised Gryffindor's sword. He was prepared for the Horcrux inside to fight him as the cup had, but though some screeching could be heard, nothing exploded from within. Not wanting to give it a chance to gain more power, Harry brought the sword down hard, snapping the diadem clean in two. A black mist finally did rise from it, though it quickly disappeared as it had when the cup was destroyed. And that's 2 down, said Remus, sounding relieved. We're not doing too badly, are we, with 2 in one day? Sirius cried jovially. We'll have them all before we know it. I wouldn't get your hopes up, Mutt, said Snape. We got lucky with the first one and had someone here who knew where the second one was, which was also pure luck. Both were hidden relatively well, though others knew of them. The Dark Lord will not have made them all so easily accessible. Severus is right, Lucius interrupted before Sirius could fire back with a scathing remark. While both Gringotts and Hogwarts are among the safest locations in the world, many know this and anyone with enough sense could deduce he'd hidden them there. I guarantee there is at least one, though likely more, of which the Dark Lord never spoke of. He would ensure that no other soul, living or otherwise, knew of them, so anyone who discovered his secret would have to try and pry the information from him directly. And get killed for their troubles. Finished Snape. Then we must endeavor to discover all we can about Voldemort so as to try and guess where he hid the others, said Godric. Facing him prior to rendering him mortal is not an option, after all. Agreed, said Madame Bones. I will quietly see if the Ministry has any records of one Tom Riddle. Perhaps something in his past will help. Allow me, Madam, Kingsley offered. In all truth, Any records the ministry might have had on the boy he who must not be named once was will most likely have been destroyed long ago. You have much better things to do with your time than follow a dead end. In that case, so do you. Tonks spoke up. I'll go search the archives. No one will think it odd for an Auror fresh out of the academy to be there learning anything they can to help them. She had a point, as did Kingsley, so Madam Bones was quite happy to let the junior Auror do the grunt work. Very well, Auror Tonks. Though I am certain I do not need to impress on you the necessity of stealth. Tonks assured her she didn't, and with both Horcruxes gone and no other leads on any others, everyone began to disperse. Helena. Rowena called to her daughter before she could get away. I think it time we have a talk. Although she wore a look that said she'd rather do just about anything else, Helena agreed. 'Tis long overdue, dear. Helga agreed with her fellow founder, and Godric too nodded his agreement. Salazar would agree as well. Gryffindor's founder added. Whatever he became later in life, he always cared for you, for the little girl he taught to fly against her mother's wishes. There was mirth in his eyes, and those still present tried to reconcile the friendly and doting man Slytherin apparently once was with the tyrant history painted him as. They knew, of course, that the founders would likely have known each other's families, but not just how close they had once been. As it stood, the three other founders had known Helena all her life. Helga had even been there at her birth, and they'd mourned both mother and daughter together, their funerals being one of the few times that Godric and Salazar were in each other's presence later in life without fighting. Very well, Helena said, looking a bit more at ease. Knowing that this was a discussion best held in private, and that this room was the only place in the castle 3 portraits and a ghost would get complete privacy, those that remained left, feeling better than they had that morning with 2 Horcruxes gone, regardless that they knew the others would be much more difficult to find. The Easter holidays ended and school resumed as always. With only a couple months left until the end of the year, the professors were piling on the work, and Hermione handed out her exam revision schedules that they all knew would be far less work to follow than ignore. Of course, not every minute could be devoted to studying, and Hermione had taken their other commitments into consideration as well, their schedules being quite full this year. Their usual training, which, having now discovered the room of requirement had been moved there from the unused classroom, was scheduled in the early morning before class every other day. Harry and Ginny continued to take Patronus lessons from Remus, which to accommodate exam revision had been cut down to only once per week on Saturday. The two had now mastered the white mist, but a full Patronus still eluded them, and neither they, nor Remus, were giving up until they got it. There was also still a couple Hogsmeade weekends to look forward to, and on those particular Saturdays even Hermione couldn't study all day. As promised, she'd gone to Hogsmeade with a different pureblood suitor each time, much to her and Harry's annoyance. Of course it was as much to Draco's too, who not so subtly followed them throughout Hogsmeade, glaring at Hermione's date, regardless that Harry was chaperoning barely 5 steps behind. With there being a Hogsmeade weekend once or twice a month, except for December when it was every weekend leading up to Christmas, she'd so far gone out with all of the usual suspects. Pusey, Knott, Higgs and Zabini, as well as other Slytherins Graham Montague, Miles Bletchley, Charles Warrington, Lucian Bowl and, surprisingly enough, Cedric Diggory of Hufflepuff. That last one, who had asked her out for the first Hogsmeade weekend in February, surprised everyone, for they'd never thought that the Diggorys, who while an old, respected pureblood family, would ever adhere to the old ways. Cedric had confessed rather quickly that they didn't, and that he hadn't asked for serious permission either. The 6th year had, in fact, heard Hermione discussing a rather unique and difficult translation method for ancient runes with Professor Babbling one day, and had wanted to speak with her about it. He'd decided that if he could do that while ruining a Slytherin's day, and ignoring the glares he'd no doubt receive if he simply approached her in the library, then he was all for it. He assured both her and Harry that he had no designs on Hermione or any intention of becoming one of her suitors, even going so far as to say he was surprised that she even had suitors. His father, Amos, and Sirius knew each other relatively well from the ministry, and the elder Diggory would have sworn that Sirius would never adhere to the old ways either. Enough was left unsaid in response to that for Cedric to surmise that he actually didn't, though was pretending to for whatever reason, and that Hermione was going along with it. They'd spent a lovely day after that discussing several different magical theories while taking lunch in the Three Broomsticks and wandering the village. It was the first time Hermione, and Harry for that matter, had actually visited Hogsmeade and simply enjoyed themselves. Even with Draco, they'd been on edge, for Hermione was both excited and anxious about her date with the boy she liked, while Harry spent the time glaring at his cousin. With 2 more Hogsmeade weekends before the end of term, it finally appeared that Hermione's suitors had run out and had all had their chance to escort her to the village, which now meant the scramble returned as they tried to be one of the ones to get a second date in the same year. Draco was the first, of course, and this time he hadn't had to step in and stake his claim, but Hermione herself had told them that Draco asked her months ago if she would go to Hogsmeade with him again when, and if, it was appropriate. Meaning once she didn't have to entertain any new suitors. This visit went much more smoothly than the first, for although it was technically only their second date, Hermione and Draco had been spending more time together since that first Hogsmeade weekend, especially once Godric's personal chambers became available to them and they didn't have to worry about being caught. Harry had also gotten used to the idea and, needing only a single glare from his sister, he'd come to realize that Hermione and Draco genuinely liked each other, so he'd stopped shooting daggers at Draco and gave them more space this time around. They both seemed quite serious in their intentions towards the either, perhaps too much for 2/3 years, Harry thought, though he was reminded none too gently that he and Ginny were also only 3rd years and were married already. He tried to play the Aeneid Fatch card, saying Hermione and Draco weren't bound by fate, but it hadn't gone over well, so he'd stopped arguing after that. Although Hogsmeade weekends were deemed of the utmost importance by the student body, the absolute most important thing on the schedule was Quidditch practice. The final was coming up in a few short weeks and was between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Both Oliver Wood and Marcus Flint, the team captains, kept their teams practicing almost non-stop. They'd both tried to book the pitch every day until the match and had gotten in such a fight in the corridors that McGonagall and Snape had had to make up a practice schedule for them, with each team getting the pitch every other day, and the team who only got it twice during the week would then get a second practice over the weekend. Although running them ragged, both Harry and Draco could understand why Wood and Flint were so determined to win. They were both in their 7th and final year at Hogwarts. Draco reported that Flint was on him constantly to catch the snitch as fast as possible and not give Gryffindor time to score, while Wood hounded Harry just as much, though kept reminding him that since Slytherin defeated them earlier that year, Harry couldn't catch the snitch until they were at least 60 points up, or they'd win the match, but lose the cup. As the Quidditch final drew ever closer, training intensified, even though the time spent on the pitch was non-negotiable. After soundly defeating Gryffindor in the first match of the year due to the interference of the Dementors, Slytherin had gone on to win both their other games, though they were quite close. Ravenclaw's chasers were infinitely better than the Slytherin keeper, and even though Draco had caught the snitch, the final score had been a tight 190 to 200. Hufflepuff's team this year was pretty much crap with the exception of their seeker, Cedric Diggory, who caught the snitch from right under Draco's nose, making the final score 160 to 190. Gryffindor, on the other hand, had gone on to win both their next games, and by no small amount. They'd flattened Hufflepuff 10 to 190 in what was one of the shortest games in living memory. Their game against Ravenclaw had been closer, their players being quite good all around, but they still weren't a match for Gryffindor. Wood blocked almost every shot, while after 4 years on the same team, Alicia, Angelina, Katie, Fred and George were so in tune with each other that the chasers could anticipate the twins' play, and when Ravenclaw took a bludger they were right there to catch the quaffle and score before Ravenclaw had much of a chance to regroup. In the end, Gryffindor had won the match 200 to 40. This meant the Slytherin went into the final with a 200-point lead over Gryffindor, so the pressure was on all of them, as it wouldn't be enough just to catch the snitch this time. In the second weekend of May, the two teams faced off against each other and the match was absolutely tough. Slytherin were using every cunning and dirty move possible, which was expected, though they'd apparently been practicing said moves, for they'd gotten very good at pushing the boundaries as far as possible without giving Madame Hooch a reason to foul them or award Gryffindor a penalty shot. The Gryffindors, both players and supporters, were constantly shouting obscenities at the Slytherins, but sadly couldn't do much, as nothing Slytherin did was actually illegal. Draco took great delight in reminding his cousin of that, proving that while he was overall a good guy and wouldn't stoop to cheating, he was still a Slytherin. In return, Harry took great delight in running circles around Draco, fake seeing the snitch and pulling out of a sharp dive at the last moment, though there had been 2 times he'd had to distract Draco from the actual snitch since Gryffindor wasn't yet 60 points up. It was now an hour into the match and Slytherin were leading 10-20, neither team having made much of any headway. Normally a game like this would begin to bore the spectators quite quickly, but never in anyone's memory had a match approached in such a highly charged atmosphere, so even an hour and barely any goals in, the crowd was still going wild. And what a disgusting play by Flint, This is your last warning, Jordan. McGonagall yelled, not for the first time having to reprimand the fifth-year commentator, Lee Jordan, who as a Gryffindor was known to slander Slytherin whenever possible. The only reason he kept the job, albeit watched closely by his head of house, was because he was just as vocal should any other team make a dirty play. He seemed to not favor his own house, in his commentary at least, but rather whichever team was playing more cleanly. Sorry, Professor. And even after that repulsive display. Jordan. Gryffindor in possession, Angelina Johnson of Gryffindor with the quaffle. She dodges a bludger sent by Bowl and passes to teammate Alicia Spinnet. Spinnet passes back to Johnson, over to Bell. Bell dodges another bludger, this one from Derek, and she scores. Katie Bell of Gryffindor has scored and the game is now tied 20-20. 3/4 of the stands broke out into thunderous applause and cheers, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff cheering for Gryffindor in the hope of seeing another house's name on the cup. Down in the Gryffindor section, Ginny, Ron and Hermione were cheering the loudest, though Sirius, who'd come down for the match, was almost as loud. Remus sat beside him in the teacher's stands, but as a professor who wasn't the head of one of the houses playing, Snape and McGonagall most certainly not hiding their house pride, he couldn't show such favoritism. Slytherin keeper Bletchley passes to Captain Marcus Flint and they're off towards the Gryffindor goal posts. Flint passes to Warrington, Warrington to Montague and back to Flint. They're approaching the goal posts, can Wood stop the quaffle? Oh. Nice bludger there from Fred or George Weasley, still can't tell which, and Flint drops the quaffle, which is caught by Bell. Katie Bell for Gryffindor in possession and she passes to Spinnet. Spinnet passes back to Bell, who throws it to Johnson. Johnson passes to Spinnet and it's back to Bell again. Look at these girls go. I've never seen such quick passing as they keep the quaffle moving and don't give the Slytherin team a moment to intercept. Bell passes back to Spinnet, to Johnson who scores. Angelina Johnson scores. 10 points for Gryffindor who now lead 30-20. Yes. Harry cried from his perch above the game, cheering along with everyone else. Yeah. Don't get used to it, Potter. Draco called from his own spot nearby. You're still too far down. You'll never get 60 points on us and catch the snitch. We'll see, Malfoy. The cousins enjoyed their Quidditch banter. It helped keep them vigilant and reminded them they were on opposite teams. Not to mention it kept up appearances as well. And Montague in possession. Graham Montague for Slytherin passes to Flint and intercepted mid-throw by Spinnet. Nice one, Alicia. Gryffindor in possession and Spinnet passes to Johnson, to Bell, back to Johnson who takes a bludger hit by Bowl to the side of the head. Madam Hooch blows the whistle at the foul by Slytherin beater Lucian Bowl, and a timeout is called as Madam Pomfrey rushes onto the field and examines Angelina while both team captains argue with the referee, who doesn't seem able to determine if the hit to the head was intentional or not. Come on, ref, of course it was intentional. Jordan, McGonagall growled, though she seemed unable to do more for her own furious gaze was locked on the pitch. She clearly thought along the same lines as Lee. A few minutes passed in which both spectators and players waited with bated breath for the outcome of what is possibly the first illegal move by Slytherin this game. Finally, Lee's commentary continued. Unsurprisingly, Madame Pomfrey makes quick work of the injury and Angelina is back on her broom. It also appears that Flint has won the argument as Madame Hooch does not award Gryffindor a penalty shot, though she does give possession of the quaffle to Angelina. The whistle blows and the game resumes. Gryffindor in possession. Johnson passes to Bell, who passes back to Johnson who sends it right over to Spinnet, and, goal. Alicia Spinnet scores. Gryffindor widen their lead to 40-20. The boos from the Slytherin side were almost louder than the cheers from everyone else, the House of Snakes hating to lose at the best of times, but deeming it not at all an option when it's the final and against Gryffindor. It's just going to get worse. Harry turned to see that Draco had come close enough to speak to him without raising his voice. I told Flint that we didn't want to give Hooch any reason to award penalties to Gryffindor, and Flint was all for it so long as we were winning. Bowles' shot at Johnson wasn't an accident, and with Gryffindor widening the lead, they're going to resort back to cheating and trying not to get caught. This didn't surprise Harry. He'd actually been a bit shocked that Slytherin hadn't actually cheated at all yet, as it was Flint's go-to strategy. Thanking Draco with a nod, Harry took a lap of the pitch and warned his team, though they'd already come to the same conclusion themselves. As the game progressed, Slytherin played dirtier and grew nastier. Madam Hooch had to give Gryffindor 5 penalty shots, all which got past the keeper, and Flint had to call a timeout to berate his team for such obvious tactics. And Slytherin in possession, Warrington with the quaffle who dodges Johnson, side checks Bell, narrowing misses a bludger shot by Weasley and passes to Flint, who scores. His dismay was obvious, though completely drowned out by the cheers from the Slytherin stands. Even Snape was cheering more openly than ever before. With the score now at 90-60 for Gryffindor, Alicia Spinnet takes the quaffle and speeds towards the Slytherin side of the pitch. Gryffindor seems to be trying out a new play, as Johnson and Bell are already at the far end, leaving Spinnet on her own. However, Weasley have surrounded her and are knocking back any bludgers that come her way, sending them towards the Slytherin chasers, until she's able to pass to Bell, who throws it to Johnson, who gets it past Bletchley and scores. 100-60 for Gryffindor. This did not sit well with the Slytherin team, who were more determined to win than ever, no matter what. Within moments of the quaffle being put back into play, Bull and Derek had advanced on Angelina and Katie and were chasing them around the pitch, hitting the bludgers back and forth between them so Fred and George couldn't intercept. This also left Alicia as the only Gryffindor chaser still in play, and all 3 Slytherin chasers took full advantage. It looks like Flint, Montague and Warrington are going to ram into Spinnet all together. That is a clear foul, and where are Weasley and Weasley with those bludgers? Quote. Madam Hooch thought it was a likely foul as well, for she moved in closer to the chasers and held her whistle at the ready. Alicia let out a scream as the 3 Slytherins closed in, thinking she was going to be hit from all sides, though they managed to stop barely an inch from her and quickly formed a tight triangle surrounding her. It was only Madam Hooch's nearness that allowed her to see Warrington's hand reach out and grab hold of Alicia's broom. The whistle blows and a penalty shot awarded to Gryffindor for blagging. That is a low-down, disgusting trick that went unnoticed by spectators, as the Slytherins were so tightly surrounding Spinnet in a clear attempt to hide their cheating. Those damn Slytherins don't care how they win, and frankly I am astounded. They are a lying, cheating scumbag. Not even McGonagall stopped Lee's rant, for she herself was on her feet and yelling at the Slytherins for their trick, and the clear intent to hide it. In fact, most of the stands were yelling at the Slytherins, and it didn't look like a fight was far off. Luckily though, Madam Hooch was in agreement and was also shouting at the Slytherins who she'd assembled before her. Never seen such a disgusting display in all my years. This is the 6th foul in 20 minutes. If there are any more illegal moves made, Slytherin will forfeit the match. Do you understand, Flint? The Slytherin captain was practically sneering at Madam Hooch, but even he wasn't stupid enough to outright disrespect a teacher. Yes, Professor. He ground out. It was only rarely that Hooch threatened to disqualify a team, something that was never done in professional Quidditch, not even in the 1473 World Cup final, where all 700 possible fouls were committed. But in what was supposed to be a friendly match between classmates, occasionally the referee did call a game to an end if a team was playing particularly nastily. Staring him down for another moment, Madam Hooch dismissed the Slytherins and gave the quaffle to Alicia for her penalty shot, who managed to make the score 110-60 for Gryffindor. As the game resumed again, they only needed one more goal to be 60 points ahead, and Harry could then catch the snitch. Knowing he needed to be at the top of his game right now, Harry sped around the pitch as if looking for the snitch. He was trying to confuse his cousin into believing he was chasing the snitch away. Since Draco knew exactly how many points Gryffindor needed to win, he wouldn't believe Harry was trying to catch it yet, but he might start to chase him if he thought that Harry was pushing the snitch away from him. However, Draco seemed completely onto his trick and didn't fall for it, so Harry quickly gave up. He did keep an exceedingly close eye on Draco though, for he'd have to interfere if Draco spotted it. And Montague takes another shot at the goal posts but is yet again expertly blocked by Wood. There's nothing getting past that keeper. Wood passes to Johnson and they're off in the opposite direction. Johnson passes to Spinnet who dodges a bludger from Derek, who takes a bludger from Weasley, and passes to Bell. Bell passes back to Spinnet, back to Bell, and over to Johnson. They're approaching the goal posts now. Can they do it? Johnson shoots, and, blocked by Bletchley. That's a tough break there, Angelina. Bletchley passes to Flint and they're off again down the pitch. Lee was starting to sound a bit bored since nothing was happening. There were only so many times you say this player passes to another and that they were flying down the pitch. Flint shoots, and Wood manages to stop the goal, real shocking that, and, Lee cut off as the sun suddenly disappeared. Had it been a cloudy day no one would have thought anything of it, but the sky had been a clear blue as far as anyone could see and now a thick black cloud had formed above them. And it looks like a swarm of, some creature has taken to the sky. They're really blocking the sun which has made it go quite cold. That's no random creature, Ginny murmured, knowing that cold feeling all too well. Harry, she screamed, trying to convey through their bond that Harry needed to get down to the ground now. Thankfully though he was not oblivious to the danger and even before the first terrified shout of, Dementors. He was landing next to Ginny. Chaos erupted as the Dementors began to descend. Unlike at the beginning of the year where only a handful of Dementors had interrupted the last Gryffindor, Slytherin match, it seemed that they were all here now and there must be at least 100 of them. A brilliant silver phoenix burst forth from the teacher's stands and tried to run the Dementors off. Other Patronuses joined the headmasters as any witch or wizard capable of casting the spell conjured one. There were probably 14 or 15 Patronuses flying around the Dementors, though given that today's match was being attended by all staff, the school governors, most of the players' parents and even some ministry officials, it was a sad few that could cast the Patronus charm properly. Although so few were capable of casting a corporeal Patronus, many could create the white mist from their wands and were using it to block any Dementors that came too close to the stands. As a Dementor came their way, Harry and Ginny joined them as well. Expector Patronum, they cried, the white mist appearing and stopping the Dementor's approach. Several of the students looked to them in awe, knowing how difficult this particular charm was, even as they crowded around them, wanting to be as close to the Patronus as possible, while those not near one began to run, leaving the stands though they eventually crowded together on the pitch having realized that they wouldn't make it to the castle and as none could cast the Patronus they were sitting ducks if they left what safety the adults in the stands provided. Of course, they were sitting ducks as it was anyways and one by one the Dementors descended, eventually coming down in groups and overwhelming the Patronuses which vanished under the sheer number of them. When at last even the silver phoenix vanished the Dementors knew there was nothing to stop them and the entire cloud began to move towards the pitch. What are we going to do? Ron asked, looking to Hermione who, while brilliant, had no answer. Harry and Ginny had held the silver mist as long as they could, though eventually they grew too tired to maintain it and collapsed against each other for support. We have to do something, Harry muttered, thinking that he was supposed to have all this ancient and powerful magic within him, enough to defeat Voldemort with, and yet he couldn't even defeat a Dementor. Ginny wasn't faring any better in coming up with an idea except to try their Patronuses again, until suddenly it hit her like a ton of bricks. Not Patronuses, but Patronus. Harry, we've been going about this all wrong. She explained quickly for the Dementors were getting ever closer. We've been trying to cast Patronuses individually, but the magic used doesn't just belong to one person, it belongs to us. Together. Then we should cast our Patronuses together. He caught on. Grasping each other's hands the two closed their eyes and took a moment to feel along their bond until they could sense that their souls were one. This was more than just the mandated merging of the souls as demanded by the innate Fatch bond, but was them consciously willing their souls to grow even closer, so that even though they were two physical entities, there were otherwise entirely one person. A shock went through them and they knew they had succeeded. Raising their wands as one, Harry and Ginny opened their eyes. Expecto Patronum. They shouted, their voices merging together. A blinding silver light burst forth from their wands, shooting out towards the Dementors. They could see the light begin to take on a form, though it was too bright to determine what, and magic began to ripple outwards, knocking back the Dementors and bringing a newfound sense of hope to those in the stands. Magic continued to pulsate from the two figures, so bright and strong that even those Dementors who did not immediately flee could come no closer. Finally, when only a few Dementors remained, the pulsating magic stopped, but the Patronuses weren't through. Moving swiftly, they dashed in opposite directions, running right through the few Dementors that remained. An unearthly screech was heard as a piece of the Patronuses' light appeared to have detached inside the Dementors and shined through them as they exploded, leaving the world with fewer Dementors than before. With the Dementors gone, the cold and darkness had lifted and the day was bright once more. It was as if nothing had happened, except that the two Patronuses were still visible, though less brilliant in the bright sunlight. Sensing no further danger, the Patronuses moved again, this time descending to the stands and coming to a stop before Harry and Ginny. A lion and lioness stood before them so majestically that on a human they would be called haughty, though on a force of pure light and goodness it looked nothing of the sort. Just as they'd sensed no more danger, the Patronuses sensed that they were no longer needed and began to fade, though Harry and Ginny could have sworn the lions sent them a look saying to call them again when needed. Silence reigned. Nothing but the house banners gently flapping in the wind being heard. All eyes were on Harry and Ginny. So how do we get out of this one? Ginny muttered to Harry, both thinking that they would prefer the Dementors back instead of all the attention they were getting. Thankfully the awkwardness didn't last long, for Madame Hooch flew over, asking if anyone was hurt. Other teachers could be seen flying around as well, having taken some of the players' broomsticks as it was the quickest way to check every inch of the pitch. After ensuring everyone is okay, the teachers on brooms flew up to where Dumbledore sat. They spoke with him for a few minutes before all of them turned and flew down to the ground, Madame Hooch blowing her whistle as she went. "I'd better go," Harry said, finally letting go of Ginny's hand. He rightly assumed that they were going to determine if the game should continue or not. "Eat." Madame Pomfrey was handing out bits of chocolate to the players, muttering at the foolishness of continuing the game. She gave one to Harry when he landed and stared him down as if he wasn't going to eat it as instructed. "Is there any reason they should not continue, Poppy?" McGonagall asked. "The effects of Dementors can be harsh and long-lasting," the school matron huffed. "Their mood and senses may be affected and it may hinder them. But if you are asking if it is medically dangerous for them to play, no, it is not." McGonagall nodded and turned to both team captains. "I leave it in your hands then, whether to continue or not." Flint and Oliver both turned to their teams, silently asking if anyone didn't want to continue. No one spoke up except Fred and George to say that nothing can stop Quidditch, as if it was obvious. "All right then, mount your brooms," said Madame Hooch. As the teams returned to their starting positions, the teachers went back to their seats, McGonagall taking her place next to Lee, who had already started commentating again. "That's right, Hogwarts. Nothing stands in the way of Quidditch, not even a horde of Dementors that nearly left us all soulless." Jordan, McGonagall didn't find his attempt to joke funny at all. "Sorry, Professor, too soon." Madame Hooch makes sure that the Bludgers and Golden Snitch are still in play and didn't get lost or destroyed in the attack before releasing the Quaffle, which is caught by Warrington of Slytherin. Up on the stands several people were looking on incredulously, though none more so than Hermione. "How can they possibly play after that?" she asked, not angry but in utter shock. "It's Quidditch." Ron shrugged in reply as if it was obvious, and to him, as well as many others, it was that simple. Quidditch doesn't stop if there's a hurricane or even if a whole team dies, Hermione. The reserves would be expected to play on," said Ginny, sympathetic though she thought along the same lines as her brother. "A little thing like hundreds of Dementors attacking isn't going to stop it, especially since no one was hurt." Hermione would never understand this attitude. How could a sport be more important than a whole team dying? But this was just one of the things that had been a part of wizarding culture for so many generations that no one could think of behaving any other way, and not for the first time Hermione told herself just to accept it. At least it was a good distraction from Harry and Ginny's display of incredibly powerful magic. She doubted anyone would even remember it when compared with Quidditch. Montague scores. Lee announced dejectedly. The score is now 110-70 for Gryffindor. Spinnet takes the quaffle from Wood and makes a mad dash for the other end of the pitch and flying right past the Slytherin chasers, who were clearly trying to ambush her. Weasley and Weasley flank Spinnet, keeping the bludgers off her, and she is too far ahead for the opposing team's chasers to do anything. It's just her and Bletchley. Spinnet shoots and she scores. The crowd went wild, and although still quite shocked, even Hermione couldn't help but join in. Gryffindor bring their lead back up, 120-70. Flint looks to be berating Bletchley for letting that goal in, and they're off again, Flint with the quaffle, and passing to, wait. It appears as if Draco Malfoy has spotted the snitch. Harry had seen it the moment Draco had, the tiny speck of gold glinting in the sun, but the Slytherin seeker had been closer. He took off, pushing his firebolt to catch up to Draco's Nimbus 2001. They were only 50 points up, so he needed to stop Draco from catching it. Potter and Malfoy are head-to-head high above the pitch, both trying to outmaneuver the other. Down below, a well-placed bludger by Weasley hits Warrington, who drops the quaffle, which is picked up by Belle. She dodges Flint and Montague and, oh, a bludger takes her out like Warrington. Harry listened carefully to Lee's commentary as he followed the snitch. He trusted his team to score once more, especially now that it was unlikely this chase would end without someone catching the snitch, but it hadn't happened yet. Draco was flying as fast as he could, proving his worth as a seeker as Harry continuously tried to get in his way but failed. The snitch was only 5 feet away, just moments from being caught, and Harry had basically resigned himself to Gryffindor and Slytherin tying for the cup, when he heard it. Alicia Spinnet scores. Gryffindor are up the 60 points they needed, and it's now all down to who catches the snitch. Come on, Harry. The game continued below the Seekers, even though all eyes were on them, for the rest of the team couldn't allow Slytherin to catch up again. Both Harry and Draco were flying side by side, their arms outstretched, and it was hard to tell who was ahead. Harry's broom was that tiny bit faster, but Draco's arm was longer. Both were pushing their brooms as fast as they would go and had even given up trying to push the other away, they were that close. Flying faster than he ever could remember going before, Harry pressed himself further against his broom in the hopes of gaining just an inch over Draco. It appeared to have worked, for he could feel the snitch's wings fluttering against his fingertips, though he could also feel Draco's hand right beside his. Potter and Malfoy are still neck and neck. This is one for the history books no matter who wins. The Seekers turn into a steep dive and, yes, Harry Potter has caught the snitch. Gryffindor wins. Not 50 feet from the ground, Harry had pulled out of his dive, the snitch clasped tightly in his hand. Draco had pulled up a few feet below him, and while he could see a whole mix of emotions in his cousin's eyes, disappointment being the most prominent, he caught Draco's nod and knew there were no hard feelings between them. It was the last thing he saw before Fred and George crashed into him in a group hug, being quickly followed by the rest of the team. They were all cheering. Oliver was even in tears, though their cheers were nothing compared to those coming from the stands, and from those hurrying onto the pitch. Ginny was the first to reach him and crashed into him much as Fred and George had, though she went one step further and keyed him. Harry was surprised for a moment, this being only their second key. But he quickly let go of his shock and wrapped his arms around her, key-ing her back just as fiercely, which was so unlike their first key. Harry wasn't sure how long it was, how long he was lost in Ginny, but it was ripped from him as he was ripped from her, Fred and George each having taken hold of one of his arms and hauling him back. Neither said a word though, and were still smiling brightly and cheering, and both Harry and Ginny decided not to push their luck and take the freebie her brothers gave them. Ron appeared to have not noticed at all, and Harry was immediately thankful for the crowd, who provided some cover for them. He could certainly do without the glares he would no doubt have received otherwise, especially tonight. After having sufficient time to rejoice, Wood mounted his broom again, calling the rest of his team to do so as well, and together they flew up to the top box where Dumbledore awaited them with the Quidditch Cup. Congratulations, Gryffindor. A hard-fought battle and most deserved victory, he said, handing the cup to Wood and shaking the team captain's hand. Wood wasn't paying any attention to Dumbledore though, and instead was staring at the cup in awe, crying unabashedly. McGonagall was crying right alongside him and was even hugging a stony-faced Snape, completely oblivious to just whom she had latched onto. Oliver passed the cup around, giving each team member a chance to hold it before taking off back down towards their housemates, and no doubt the epic celebration to follow. With the match over with, attention turned once to the Dementors' attack. Dumbledore very publicly told the school governors that as the Dementors had again proven themselves untrustworthy, he would no longer have them at Hogwarts, regardless of what they or the ministry said. Some of the governors resisted at first, saying that they had been good all year, that one incident in October aside, and it was only because this particular Quidditch match had revved up so much hope and excitement that the Dementors did not stay away. It was their nature, and with a feast like this they couldn't resist it. Dumbledore looked to them sternly and said they'd just made his point for him. It was a Dementor's nature to destroy hope and happiness, and so as long as that existed the students weren't safe. The governors had looked embarrassed and one ventured enough to say that Harry Potter and whoever that girl was could destroy a Dementor, something thought impossible, so they could protect the school. It was the wrong thing to say and both Sirius and Lucius had stomped on that idea immediately. They were backed up by Dumbledore, McGonagall and several other teachers, all who thought the mere idea of a student being responsible for protecting the school was repulsive. The governor's embarrassment grew to the point where when Sirius not so subtly suggested they not mention the powerful magic they'd seen here today they agreed, all hearing the subtext that if they did Lord Black would use all his power in the ministry to see them replaced. However, while the governors were scared into silence and the students had the Quidditch Cup to distract them, effectively ensuring that while some would remember and speak of it, many would not, Dumbledore had nothing, and it was no surprise when the next day Harry and Ginny were summoned to the headmaster's office where their parents awaited them. They explained everything that led to them casting their Patronuses, where they truthfully said they had no idea how they were able to actually destroy a Dementor. Or at least no specific idea. They, and their parents, were pretty certain it was because of Godric's magic that this had been possible, but that was not something they would admit in front of Dumbledore. "I'll be contacting Madame Bones," said Sirius. "I'm sure she'll have heard and maybe she can do some damage control in the ministry." The reason for this didn't need to be said. There were enough odd things about Harry already, and learning that he was capable of such magic was not something they wanted to get out. Harry was thankful that at least Ginny had some protection by the mere fact that she wasn't famous like him, though if things continued as they were that wouldn't last long. "What were your Patronus forms?" Remus asked. "We couldn't see from the stands." "What do you think?" Harry chuckled. "A lion and lioness. As Gryffindor's heir and his bond mate, could it be anything else?" That was true, they supposed. The lion was the symbol of Gryffindor House, after all, but it was also often associated with power, honor, bravery, and even majesty, all things that applied to these two. The remainder of third year went by in the flash, the high of winning the Quidditch Cup taking all of Gryffindor through exams and into the summer. It was then that Harry and Ginny began more intensive training, specifically regarding Godric's magic. They had been training in general all year but had been rather lax in more advanced training now that they were capable of it. Often the two were left to train on their own, the knowledge Godric had left them being enough of a teacher, though they came to their family with questions or if they were unsure of anything. They found everything came easier to them now that they had seemingly unlocked how to use Godric's magic. Common spells, even ones that they wouldn't technically learn until their later years at Hogwarts, became easy to them and there was more power behind them, though they didn't try to make them more powerful. Advanced magic came to them easily as well, the knowledge they had being much easier to navigate now, and they performed many of these spells perfectly with little effort, though there were some they didn't try, Godric having known many branches of magic, some of which should never be performed. Remus, who continued to train them even as he grew more and more obsolete, reported that they had had a boost to their magical cores since accepting Harry's inheritance. They were already at a level that some adult witches and wizards never reached, and their cores still hadn't matured fully yet. It was a daunting thought for them that they could be more powerful than they already are. The skill that gave them the most joy though was that they now found occlumency came to them quite easily. Ginny was most happy about this as she could now guard her mind against intrusion, which Harry was happy for as well, though mostly because Ginny was so happy about it. However, no matter how skilled they were, some things could not be blocked out. Frank Bryce had lived in Little Hangleton all his life. He'd been born there, grew up there, went to school there, and it was there that he returned after the war, wanting to grow old and die there as well. No matter that Frank had been a constant presence in the village for as long as anyone could remember, no one in the village could actually claim to know him. He was the groundskeeper at the old Riddle house, which had stood empty since its last owners were mysteriously murdered there some 50 years ago. This alone did not endear Frank to them, for everyone knew that the Riddle house was haunted. Of course, it didn't help that Frank had been the prime suspect in the murders of the wealthy Riddle family, though no evidence could be found against him. In any case, Frank was barely tolerated by the other villagers, and kids often found it funny to break into the Riddle house and paint graffiti on the walls, or even set fires just because they disliked Frank. It was the kids that Frank thought responsible when one day in early August he saw a light flickering in an upstairs window of the old house. Cursing the bloody kids and their mischief, Frank took the key from its hook on the wall and with a torch in hand began to slowly hobble up to the house. Everything was quiet when he entered, and wanting to catch the kids unawares and scare them off, Frank crept upstairs as quietly as he could. He had reached the top floor by the time he heard voices, though they most certainly were not the voices of children. There were at least 3 people in the room. 2 different adult male voices could be heard, while the third voice, Frank wasn't sure what it sounded like, but hissing was the closest thing that came to mind. "How fastidious you have become, Wormtail. As I recall, you used to call the nearest gutter home." The hissing voice, which sounded in charge, said. "Could it be that the task of nursing me has become too wearisome for you?" "No, my lord," the first man protested. "I returned to find you. I escaped Azkaban for you. I are a weak fool who returned out of fear, not loyalty," said the one in charge. "You escaped Azkaban not through any skill of your own, but because that ridiculous fool Fudge didn't take the proper precautions, no doubt thinking you too weak to do anything, and you managed to step out of your cell and transform fast enough that no one saw you." "Of course you are right, my lord." It was obvious that no one disagreed with the man in charge. "I only meant, if we were to do it without the boy." "No. The boy is everything." The man called Wormtail backed up at the anger directed at him. "It will be done with him, and it will be done exactly as I said." The third man became visible through the doorway as he kneeled before a chair where the hissing was coming from. "I will not disappoint you, my lord." "Good. First gather our old comrades, send them a sign." Frank didn't hear the rest as he felt something move against his leg and nearly jumped out of his skin on seeing the giant snake that was slithering past him. It entered the room and coiled up the back of the chair that the unseen boss sat in, the hissing growing louder as it did. "Nagini tells me that the old Muggle caretaker is standing right outside the door." Instantly the door swung open, Wormtail appearing in the doorway and looking at Frank with a sinister smile. "Step aside, Wormtail, so I can give our guest a proper greeting." Wormtail did as instructed, and Frank froze when he finally saw what was in the chair. It was the last thing he ever saw. Avada Kedavra. The bright green flash woke Harry with a start. He was sweating, his sleep shirt drenched, while his breathing was labored. Whatever he had dreamt, of which he couldn't remember much at the moment with his heart racing so fast, it had felt so real. The only thing he knew for certain right now was that whatever had been in that chair was Voldemort. Sitting up, Harry swung his legs over the side of his bed and tried to catch his breath. It wasn't working, however, and Harry quickly realized that it wasn't just his heart that needed to calm down. "Dobby," he called quietly, the elf popping in. Not even waiting for the elf to greet him with his customary bow, he gave his instructions. "Take me to Ginny." Sensing something was wrong with his master, Dobby did as he was told and grabbed Harry's hand. They arrived in Ginny's room at the burrow within a moment, in which Harry also found his arms full of his bondmate. "That was so scary," Ginny cried on his shoulder. "And that poor Muggle." That one sentence told Harry that Ginny did not think this a regular dream, and truthfully he had to admit that he didn't either. The two held each other for several minutes until finally they calmed down enough to think clearly. Wormtail was there. Harry spat out the name of the man who had betrayed his parents. "Now we know where he went after escaping Azkaban. But who was that third man?" With their minds clear, the dream came back to them in its entirety. though they didn't quite know what all of it meant. I don't know. But whoever he is, Voldemort's told him to gather their old comrades. The Death Eaters. He's probably one too. Harry nodded. He's getting stronger. Voldemort. He's strong enough to have some form of body and to have 2 Death Eaters to carry out his orders, and we didn't even know. Harry was angry. They'd been training for and waiting on Voldemort to make a move, but if it wasn't for this dream they probably would have been completely blindsided when he finally did. How could we? It's not like we've known where Voldemort has been all this time and have had someone watching him. Nothing Sirius or Lucius, or even Madame Bones has done to find him has worked. We now know he's in some manor house, probably here in England, but we don't recognize the house. There's nothing really to differentiate it from anywhere else, either. And he's probably moved on by now. Her reasoning calmed Harry somewhat, though his upset was still clear. We have to tell the family. Yes. But in the morning, Ginny said sensibly, though she didn't release Harry to let him return to his own house. Will you stay with me? She asked finally. I don't want to be alone right now. Neither did Harry, who quickly agreed. However, his self-preservation instincts were still working, so he stood and led Ginny out of her room. We'll sleep on the couch, he whispered as they crept downstairs. Your brothers will kill me if they find me in your bedroom. Ginny rolled her eyes but couldn't disagree. Making it to the living room, the two cuddled up on the couch and quickly drifted off to sleep. This was how Mrs. Weasley found them in the morning, cuddled together and looking completely at peace as they held each other. Mrs. Weasley knew immediately that something must have happened. Harry had never come over in the middle of the night before, but she also knew that if it was urgent he and Ginny would have woken the whole house up, so she decided to let them sleep. As she went into the kitchen to make breakfast, she couldn't help but smile. Not only had she never seen her daughter at such peace before, but the fact that they were on the couch and not in Ginny's bed showed her the great respect both children had for the Weasley parents. Though yes, she also didn't doubt a part of it was Harry's fear of Ginny's 6 brothers, all of whom were currently at home and would happily skin him alive if they even thought something inappropriate had happened with their sister. She had just finished making breakfast when the flow flared to life, admitting Sirius. Mrs. Weasley wasn't concerned by his sudden appearance, nor was she angry that he'd popped over without asking. Both sides of their odd family had stopped asking permission to visit long ago unless told guests would be over. Dobby told me he was here, Sirius whispered, not wanting to wake the still sleeping children. Something's wrong for him to have come here in the middle of the night. No doubt, but let them sleep a bit longer. Mrs. Weasley steered Sirius into the kitchen. Come and have some breakfast. Sirius sat and didn't argue as Molly piled his plate high with eggs, bacon and toast. He knew that she would practically force feed anyone in her home around mealtime, so purposefully hadn't eaten yet. He was halfway through his eggs when the rest of the house began to wake up. Arthur was the first down, though he was quickly followed by Bill and Charlie, both of whom stopped dead seeing their baby sister sleeping with a boy. Without a word, the eldest Weasley brothers took out their wands and sat across from the couple, not taking their eyes off them as they waited. Fred and George banging their way downstairs was what woke them, or rather what woke Harry, whose spike of fear at seeing 2 expressionless brothers twirling their wands menacingly at him was what woke Ginny. Don't you dare, she yawned groggily, though didn't actually make a move to block her bondmate. We won't, said Bill. But only because you're on the couch and not in your bedroom. It's good to know we can still scare the all-powerful Lord Gryffindor though, Charlie added, still staring Harry down even as he and Bill put their wands away and got up to head into the kitchen. I told you they'd kill me if we were in your room, Harry muttered as he and Ginny followed her brothers and took a seat at the kitchen. Morning, Sirius, he greeted his godfather, not at all surprised that he was there. Morning, pup, kitten. He had started calling Ginny that last summer, having decided she needed a nickname like Harry and that kitten was appropriate given she resembled one when angry, tiny and not at all frightening, though doing her best to look intimidating. Everyone managed to get through breakfast before Remus arrived with Hermione, having picked her up at her parents' house. The Malfoys appeared at the edge of the wards, having apparated in, and knocked on the door moments later, they being the only ones who didn't invite themselves in. Lucius and Arthur tolerated each other now, but they were not friends by any means. All right, what's happened? Draco demanded of his cousin, not at all pleased to have been woken so early in the summer. We had a dream, Harry said when the newcomers had settled in. But we don't think it was just a dream. Voldemort was there. He had a body, of some sorts, it wasn't exactly human though. Ginny continued, the two taking turns as had become their custom with their family, similar to Fred and George, though not quite as bad. They'd take turns telling a story, but didn't finish each other's sentences. And Wormtail was there. Harry spat out the name. Along with a third man we didn't recognize. They were in a house, a manor, though we don't know where, and Voldemort was saying something about gathering their old comrades. He had a plan that involved a boy and the third man said he wouldn't fail. A large snake that Voldemort called Nagini entered then and told him that a muggle, the caretaker of the manor, was standing outside the door. We saw everything from the muggle's point of view. He didn't live and we woke up at that green flash of light. Ginny finished with a shudder. It may be Harry's memory of his mother's death, but she had seen it many times last year whenever a Dementor, or Boggart Dementor, got near. For a moment everyone was silent as they took everything in. Lucius was the first to break it. I have not heard anything regarding a gathering of Death Eaters, nor has there been any sign that the Dark Lord is near to rising once more. He said, going on the assumption that Harry and Ginny's dream was real, which Bill backed up. It's probably too early if it just happened last night. I don't doubt what you saw was real. He looked sympathetically to Harry and Ginny. The piece of his soul inside you is still connected to him. The connection on its own isn't very strong. You're not going to start having him in your head or anything, but at times when he's most powerful, or feeling something very strongly, it doesn't surprise me that the connection opens enough for you to see what he does. Then why were we seeing things through that poor muggle's eyes and not Voldemort's? Ginny asked. That I can't tell you. Bill replied with a shake of his head. If they will be gathering the Death Eaters together again, it will be suspicious if I start making inquiries before someone comes to me, but I will make myself available and keep an eye out. Said Lucius, not looking happy, and understandably so. I'll warn Severus as well, though I doubt they will contact him initially. Some believe he is truly Dumbledore's man, so they will not want to risk their lord's return by bringing him into the fold too quickly. Perhaps he should tell Dumbledore too, suggested Remus. Having the one person Voldemort ever feared on alert can't hurt, and I'm sure Severus can think of an excuse for how he knows of Harry and Ginny's dream. And what about the boy Voldemort spoke of? Harry asked. He's after someone, probably going to kill him. Without exception everyone turned to look at him incredulously. Seriously, mate? Ron asked. Even I know the boy you know who is talking about is you. The realization didn't hit him like a ton of bricks, it was much subtler, for Harry had known that deep down but simply hadn't wanted to believe it. Protecting Harry and Ginny is our top priority. Whatever Voldemort has planned, we can't let it happen. Sirius said, talking now to the adults in the room. Lucius, you and Snape have eyes in on the Death Eaters. Hermione, Ron, Draco, you three can keep an eye on them at school along with Remus and the twins. Bill, warn Ragnarok. The goblins need to know about this. I'll warn Madame Bones, and between her, Kingsley, Tonks, Arthur and now Percy, we have the ministry well covered. Molly and I will provide support wherever we can as well. Narcissa said. I will be on Hogwarts grounds a lot given what's going on this year, so can provide extra protection. As can I, said Molly. They were asking for parent volunteers, I'll tell them I can help. Hang on. What's going on at Hogwarts this year? Asked Fred and George, purposefully showing Harry and Ginny how it's done. Never you mind. Their mother scolded. You'll find out soon enough. I'll be over for a bit as well. Charlie added. And can even come home more permanently afterwards. Let's not give up our dream jobs just yet. Arthur told his son sensibly. There may come a time when it's needed, but not just now. The adults continued to talk rather cryptically, and eventually Harry, Ginny, Ron, Hermione, Draco, Fred and George left and went outside, knowing when they weren't wanted. We're never going to have a normal year at Hogwarts, are we? Harry muttered dejectedly. First the Philosopher's Stone, then the Chamber. Dementors and Wormtails escaped last year and now Voldemort again. Plus whatever the adults aren't telling us about. Ron added. If telling us would help keep anyone safe, any of us, not just Harry and Ginny, then they'd have told us immediately. Hermione said sensibly. For now we need to figure out how we can best protect them while at school. I have Slytherin house covered. If their parents tell them anything, I'll know about it, said Draco, coming to walk beside Hermione and even going so far as to take her hand in his. Good. Then the rest of us, Harry and Ginny, hung back as Hermione went into full-on planning mode, knowing they had no say in these plans and would just have to accept whatever their friends came up with. Harry and Ginny spent the rest of the summer tense and on edge, though the same could be said for the rest of the family. 2 days after hearing about the dream, Lucius received a visit from Wormtail himself, who told him that he was assisting their lord and it would not be long before he returned. He was told no more than that, nor were any other of the Death Eaters he visited, Voldemort clearly not trusting them fully. No meeting with the Dark Lord was held, and Wormtail even specifically said that they should not do anything to bring unwanted attention to themselves. As he went through the ministry the following week, though, there were certain pointed looks from anyone he knew to still be a Death Eater, telling him that they were all on alert and ready to answer their master's summons when it came. Snape reported that he'd convinced Dumbledore that he'd simply overheard Harry talking about his dream when he went to deliver the Wolfsbane potion to Remus. He continued to make over the summer at Dumbledore's request, and that he had received no such visit from the Rat or anyone else, which was the truth. Severus suspected it was because of his closeness to Dumbledore. At least now the headmaster was on alert as well and would be on the lookout for whatever plot Voldemort was hatching. As summer drew to a close, the one event they'd all been waiting for, that not even the dream could dampen the excitement for, arrived: the final of the 422nd Quidditch World Cup. Britain was hosting the match between Ireland and Bulgaria, and not only did they all have tickets, but Sirius' position on the Wizengamot got them into the top box. Lucius' own position got him and his family there as well, and Harry and Draco had demanded that they find a way for them to sit next to each other. Britain had not hosted the World Cup final in almost 100 years, and as young boys the two avid Quidditch fans had said they'd go together if Britain ever hosted it in their lifetime. While not being able to talk openly while there, they would at least be together and could talk surreptitiously with little doubt that the roar of the crowd would provide them cover. The day of the match, the adults took those underage to the campgrounds via side-along apparition. They would be staying overnight and departing late tomorrow, Arthur promising them that they didn't want to miss being around the campsite. They saw what he meant as soon as they arrived and were besieged by the sights and sounds of thousands of witches and wizards gathered together like they had never seen. They thought that Quidditch at Hogwarts was exciting, and the students there huge fans, but it was nothing compared to this. The entire campsite was decked out in either green and silver or red and black, depending if you supported Ireland or Bulgaria, and although they'd been told that this was technically a Muggle campsite that they'd commandeered and they were not supposed to draw attention to themselves, no one cared. People had brought their broomsticks and started up several games of Quidditch throughout the grounds. Tents came in all shapes and sizes, including 2 or even 3-story ones with chimneys coming out of them. Cauldrons were set up in plain sight, though to what purpose they weren't entirely sure. And vendors were hawking moving figures of each of player, omnioculars, moving posters of the teams and anything else that would sell at every turn. Sirius led them through the campsite, seeming to know exactly where he was going in this chaos, and they eventually came to a part of the campsite that was a bit separate from the rest. Aurors were patrolling the perimeter and they could feel the powerful wards as they walked in. Sorry, the ministry decided that all Wizengamot members and senior ministry officials were to be housed here with extra protection, said Sirius as he led them to a stately 2-story tent. Not that I'm complaining about extra protection. Of course not, Harry muttered and was the first to enter the tent. There were 3 bedrooms, a kitchen, dining room, and bathroom on this floor, with stairs no doubt leading up to more bedrooms and another bathroom. He truly loved magic. As the sun began to set, they departed for the stadium, the entrance to which was mere feet away from the VIP section of the campsite. They met the Malfoys along the way, and Harry and Draco shared a sneer, as did Arthur and Lucius, while Narcissa simply ignored them. They were arriving early, having purposefully done so to claim seats together under the pretense that they all wanted front row seats. They were happy to see that they were almost the first ones there, the only other occupant being a house elf who had her face covered and quickly explained, when Hermione asked if she was all right, that she didn't like heights but her master had told her to save him a seat, so as a good elf that's what she was going to do. So who do you think is going to win? Ron asked, not for the first time, though it was the first since they got the programs that gave them the full stats of each player. Ireland. Harry, Fred, George and Ginny said together, also not for the first time. Next to him Draco scoffed and Harry bit back a smile as he turned to his cousin. Got something to say, Malfoy. Only that you're wrong as usual, Potter. You and the weasels. Play nicely, Draco. Lucius said half-heartedly for appearance's sake as the box was beginning to fill up. Bulgaria have got Victor Crumb, the best seeker in the world. Draco said in a slightly nicer tone, though still condescendingly. He's going to catch the snitch, you just watch. Doesn't mean that Ireland won't win though. Harry argued. They have the better team overall, and Lynch is still a bloody good seeker, so no guarantee that Crumb would catch the snitch. I hate to agree with Malfoy, Harry, truly I do, but no way Crumb doesn't catch the snitch, which basically wins them the game. Ron joined in. That's just because you're in love with him, Ron. Ginny teased while their brothers sniggered. Again, I really hate to agree with Malfoy, but he is the best seeker in the world, Ginny. Ron said with a glare, and the two youngest Weasleys began to argue, continuing to do so until the match began some 20 minutes later. It turned out that they were all right. Crumb did catch the snitch, but the superiority of Ireland's team as a whole saw them with a big enough lead that they still won the game. But why did he catch the snitch if they weren't up enough to win? Hermione asked as they departed back to the campsite. Because, my dear Miss Black, said Fred. He knew they weren't going to catch up. Finished George. They're right, Hermione. Charlie, another Weasley who was an avid Quidditch fan and served on the Gryffindor Quidditch team, agreed. Crumb wanted to end it on his terms and lessen the loss. Ireland would have only widened their lead had the game continued. Still not entirely sure she understood that as a loss was still a loss, Hermione said no more. The celebrations from the Irish side lasted well into the night and after they'd fallen asleep, though it felt like they had drifted off for no more than a minute before they were being woken up. Get up. Now. The urgency in Remus' voice had Harry and Ron, who were sharing one of the bedrooms, on high alert. Pulling on the clothes they'd thrown on the floor, they went downstairs and were in time to see Bill, Charlie and Percy rush off with wands in hand. Dad, what's going on? Ron asked. We have to get out of here, back to the apparition point. But why? Death Eaters, said Sirius, poking his head into the tent. Now come on, the lot of you. Confused and scared but knowing now wasn't the time to ask questions, Harry grabbed Ginny's hand, held his wand at the ready in the other, and quickly followed Sirius outside. It was like a scene from a horror movie. The sky was lit orange as most of the campsite was on fire. People were running in every direction and the screams sent a shiver down their spines. Come on. Sirius called again and they took off at a run. When they exited the VIP area, which no longer had its Auror guards, they were thrown into the crowd and forced in the same direction. Trying to go against the mob would have been futile. They ran through the burning camp as fast as they could, dodging other people and jumping over, or occasionally blasting, anything in their way. Sirius continued to lead them and didn't slow, though he frequently looked back to see if they were all still there. As they neared the apparition point, the crowd grew until eventually Sirius cursed and veered off to the left. Sirius, the apparition point is that way. Remus yelled over the frantic mob. I know, but there's too many people there. It'll take too long to get out and we'll be sitting ducks. Sirius yelled back. Let's get them into the woods, we can find a place for them to hide. As far as backup plans went, it wasn't a bad one, but things still weren't to go as planned. Their new route may have gotten them away from the worst of the crowd, but it led them right to a group of wizards in black robes, pointed hats and all wearing skull-like masks. Sirius cursed again and shot off the first spell before quickly casting a shield charm while Remus and Mr. Weasley herded the kids behind a nearby tent. We'll give you cover. You get to the woods and don't stop moving until we call you on the mirror. Remus instructed and waited only long enough to see them start to run again before going to join Sirius, Mr. Weasley right behind him. Harry, Hermione and the four youngest Weasleys did as they were told and with lit wands ran into the woods, going as far as they could before growing too tired to move any more. Panting heavily, they stopped behind a thick tree to catch their breath. "Do you think we've run far enough?" Ron gasped. Remus said to keep running. Harry replied, "We're not stopping for more than a minute." Although exhausted, they knew Harry was right and it was either continue to run, or risk their lives. The minute was almost up when Harry's mirror vibrated in his pocket. Hoping it was Remus, he quickly pulled it out and activated it, but it was only Draco. "Are you okay?" the blonde asked, looking frantically at them all, they having gathered around the mirror. "Yeah, you," Harry panted, still out of breath. "I'm fine. Mother called Binky and had him bring us home once Father went off to fight with or against the Death Eaters." It was a testament to Ron and Draco's friendship that the words weren't said in anger or accusingly. "Against, at least I think." He sounded upset, and understandably so. "All I know is that Father didn't know anything about this attack. If it was planned, they left him out of it." Harry nodded, not having even thought that Lucius would have known about the attack beforehand and simply not told them. Suddenly more screams rang out around them. They hadn't truly disappeared, but had become an indiscernible white noise, until now. "Look, we'll call you later. We have to go." Harry shoved the mirror back in his pocket and started to run again. The screams had sounded too close for his liking. They hadn't been running more than 30 seconds though when he stopped. "I'm an idiot," he cried. "Dobby." The elf popped in instantly and latched himself onto Harry. "Master finally calls for Dobby," he cried. "I'm sorry, Dobby. I'm an idiot to not have called you sooner." "Shush," George hissed, his head whipping around to their left. "Someone's there." Knocks. They canceled the light charms at their tip of their wands in the hopes of not giving away their position, and the forest around them became pitch dark, or at least mostly. Without the glow from their wands, they could see a faint green light that was shining through the trees. With a bad feeling in the pit of his stomach, Harry moved several feet to where there was a break in the foliage and looked up. There, lighting the sky with a sinister glow, was the dark mark. "Get us out of here, Dobby. Now." Dobby didn't need to be told twice, and with a quiet pop the group disappeared. Britain was in shock. The attack at the World Cup had not only been unexpected but devastating. The Death Eaters had had free rein as the vast majority of people ran in fear, proving that even all these years since the last Death Eater attack, after the countless assurances from the Ministry that Voldemort was most definitely gone, the people were still afraid. It had been a very tense and sleepless night for those at Potter Manor after Dobby had brought them home. The elf had then gone to fetch Mrs. Weasley, who joined them in their worry over the others who still hadn't returned. It was almost noon when they finally did, each collapsing on a couch or chair in the drawing room before being force-fed a pepper-up potion. Once they were a bit more alert, the questions began but remained unanswered until they were joined by the Malfoys, who popped in with their own elf some 10 minutes later, looking just as exhausted as everyone else. "All right, what happened?" Harry demanded once his aunt, uncle and cousin had taken a seat. His tone brooked no argument, and luckily they were now ready to answer. The attack was the unplanned and ill-advised result of several Death Eaters having had too much to drink. Lucius was the first to speak. "I managed to corner Nott, and he told me quite readily that with the Dark Lord soon to return they might as well start having some fun. I was not invited to join for, as I said, it was unplanned, and I had not gone with them for drinks after the match. I reminded Nott that our Lord had commanded we not draw attention to ourselves, which they had forgotten in their drunken state, and they dispersed soon after, once the dark mark had been cast. They were ruthless." Charlie spoke next. "We were almost entirely on the defensive because they didn't care who they hurt or killed. The Muggle family that ran the campsite were murdered, though they were apparently the only casualties, save the campsite itself. None of them were caught. Each and every Death Eater got away." Sirius growled. "And we have no idea who cast the dark mark, though we know it wasn't one of the Death Eaters causing trouble. We were on them enough we would have seen it if they had." "Meaning there was another follower of Voldemort's there last night," said Harry. "Another Death Eater, specifically," Lucius corrected. "Only marked Death Eaters are taught how to cast the dark mark, which makes the possibilities of whom it was quite small. Not many of us remain free." "And you are certain of that?" Remus asked. It is not possible that a Death Eater taught another how to cast the mark. You're not still on about that elf, are you? He sneered back. I do not believe the elf cast it, but whoever she serves could have. Mr. Crouch would never have anything to do with anyone even suspected of being a Death Eater. Percy said hotly, shooting Remus a glare. Explain please. Ginny demanded. Once the dark mark was cast and the Death Eaters disappeared, we all apparated to directly under the mark and found Mr. Crouch's house elf stunned and holding the wand used to cast the mark. Said Sirius. It was obviously planted on her, but she must have something to do with the one who cast it to disobey her master. Mr. Crouch had told her to stay in the tent. And she should have, insisted Percy with a dignified air. To disobey a direct order from her master, Mr. Crouch was quite right to have given her clothes. When all the tents were burning around her, Hermione cried, looking near apoplectic. How could he expect her to stay in the tent when the campsite was on fire? Didn't he care if she died horribly being burned to death? Mr. Crouch has no use for a servant who, Hermione slapped him. The room went silent as Percy looked to her in shock. They are only servants because after centuries of ends. Avement that is how their magic evolved. She whispered furiously, though was heard loud and clear. They may need a master for their magic to be stable, but they are still living beings and deserve our care and respect, and I am frankly astounded that you could even think otherwise. With one last derisive look, Hermione stormed off, being quickly followed by Draco. Percy looked to his family when she was gone but found no sympathy among them. Really, Percy? Ginny said, looking almost as furious as Hermione. Since when are you so high and mighty that you see house elves as nothing but avs? Yeah, careful Percy, said Fred ominously. You wouldn't want to get too big for you boots. Or we might have to take you down a peg or two. The look on both twins' faces told them that they would greatly enjoy teaching their pompous brother a lesson. Percy shuddered and said no more. And on that note, we have nothing else to relay. Sirius changed the subject. We fought a bunch of Death Eaters, 3 people were murdered, and yet no one was caught. That basically sums up the evening. I must say though, Lucius, that you dealt them quite a blow. Arthur said, looking to his old nemesis with a bit of respect. He joined us in fighting them and didn't hold back. The Dark Lord had said not to make a spectacle, and it will not be I who incurs his wrath for their foolishness. The Malfoy patriarch sniffed, though they all knew that this was the reasoning he would give the other Death Eaters, or Voldemort himself, if asked. Narcissa reached over and grasped her husband's hand in support. Well, I think it's off to bed then, said Mrs. Weasley, standing and beginning to usher her kids towards the flow. We've all been up all night and need rest. We can come together again for dinner at the Burrow and discuss anything else then. There was no arguing with their mother when she was like this, so all 7 Weasley children obediently went through the flow, Ginny being the last after giving Harry a key. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.